Chapter 8. Dueling, Detecting, and Dating. The days following the visit from the minister and her entourage had seen Harry Potter in a contemplative mood, but it was the missive that he had received from Voldemort that had left him in his thoughtful state. At first, he had begun plotting to begin taking out the known members of the man's following, thinking up ways to nip the issue in the bud. But those thoughts were based on the anger he was feeling, and not the cool head he needed to maintain to prevail on his overall goal. Voldemort's position was not quite as solidified as he had thought it would be at this point, which had him reconsidering his approach that he had initially intended to take. Yes, the man certainly had quite the following as things stood, but Harry knew he had not quite cemented the allegiances he needed to be the force that he would become in time. The man had not even identified himself as the Dark Lord to his most loyal servants, as far as the teen could deduce. After he had managed to cool himself down from his initial rage, he reached a conclusion, one that left him frustrated. He would simply have to wait a while for things to really begin. At the moment, Tom and his followers were working from the shadows, forming alliances and carrying out the occasional attack. They were a problem for Wizarding Britain indeed, but the reputation that the man at the forefront had not quite spread throughout his ranks. At best for the Dark Lord, he himself was seen as one singular problem and his followers, a nuisance at best, particularly with the lack of success they had had recently. Although this was very true, it was clear to the Harry that Ministry was now taking the threat more seriously, especially with inclusion of the Dementors in the most recent efforts of Voldemort. But for now, there was very little he could do in regards to the issue without making things worse. He knew that if he was to begin taking out the followers of the Dark Lord, that it would more than likely become counterproductive. If prominent pureblood members of society began turning up dead or missing, then it would just be another reason for them all to band together, and it would give credence to Voldemort's propaganda campaign that he was currently using for recruitment, as witnessed firsthand by the teen. Yes, Harry Potter was very frustrated, but he knew that patience was what was needed in the interim. He would much rather take the proactive approach, but there was too much risk to this as things stood. He would prevent all he could for the time being and wait until he could take a much less passive role in bringing Tom down, and he knew it would only be a matter of time. It wasn't as though his mission was idle, however. He now knew that both Charles and Arcturus would begin the battle in the political arena, something that had not happened here previously, and something that Harry was sure would be beneficial to his cause. He himself had not really considered the political aspect of things, though Croaker had hinted at it on several occasions. Harry knew that he would have no chance of making a political impact, as he would be nothing more than a 16-year-old boy of no consequence, but earning the alliance of Arcturus and Charles had certainly changed things, and made the prospect of bidding his time just that more bearable. After managing to deal with his thoughts and decide on a plan, he had become much more relaxed once more, much to the relief of his friends, who had all noted his pensive and stressed demeanor. It was the Monday morning, a little over a week after the attack in Hogsmeade, where things became interesting once more. The students were sat eating their breakfast when Dumbledore rose from his seat and gestured for silence. "Good morning, students. I know that it is not customary for me to address you during breakfast when you are preparing for your day, but I felt that it was prudent in this instance," he began. Many of the assembled people wore frowns of confusion, but waited patiently for the man to continue. "After the unfortunate events of our last visit to Hogsmeade, the staff and myself have been working on something that we hope will fill the void of such trips and the suspension of the Quidditch Championship, and I believe we are now ready to announce our intentions." A small amount of chattering could be heard at this revelation, and the headmaster waited for the noise to die down before addressing the room once more. "We have decided that we will be staging a dueling competition amongst you for those who wish to take part, thus the curriculum of certain classes will be changed to reflect this," he explained. "The tournament will be for students 4th year and up, I'm afraid, but the subsequent ball will be open to all years, which will take place at the conclusion of the dueling." A large amount of excited whispering and groaning from the younger years was the reaction he received, as many of the pupils began declaring their intention to enter. Your professors will give you more information during your classes, and in the spirit of the event, most of the staff have agreed to take part in some exhibition duels amongst themselves to demonstrate how their specialty subjects can be used in such circumstances. The dates will be revealed soon along with the rest of details, he finished, offering a small bow as he once again took his seat. Once again, excited chatter broke out amongst those in the hall, and Sirius sighed deeply next to Harry. Well, it's obvious who will win, he huffed playfully, looking at Harry purposely. Harry shook his head. I have no intention of entering, Harry shrugged as he continued eating his eggs. But you'd win, easily, Sirius replied, completely surprised by Harry's declaration, as were the rest of the Marauders. Probably, Harry agreed. And that's the main reason I'm not entering. I'd much rather watch, he added genuinely. Sirius shook his head in disbelief. I'm not entering either, James revealed. I prefer Quidditch, and dueling on this level doesn't interest me after training with Harry. Moony? Sirius asked as he found himself once again in a state of disbelief. He was sure that James would certainly enter. I'm in, the werewolf answered simply. It's good practice. Not me, Peter answered before he was asked. I'm no duelist, I leave that to you guys. So just Padfoot and Moony then, James surmised. And we'd all better think about asking people to that ball. Girls like to plan ahead on these things, he said ruefully. There's ages before that, Prongs, Sirius whined. And besides, I'll be going with Marlene, so I have nothing to worry about, he added smugly. James simply shrugged and smirked at the boy. That's up to you, but I'm sure Marlene would be very upset if you didn't ask her properly, and as soon as possible, he warned. Sirius gaped momentarily before a look of realization dawned. Damn, he grumbled, knowing that his friend was right. His frown quickly turned into laughter, and it took him a moment to compose himself. What's so funny? Remus asked, as the rest of the group looked at their clearly amused friend. I just realized we are having a ball, Sirius answered, as he wiped an errant tear from his eye. We've known that for a week now, Padfoot, Remus pointed out irritably. Yeah, but now Harry has to date a girl, Sirius returned triumphantly. The others turned their attention to the boy in question, all now wearing equal looks of amusement. Harry groaned as he dragged his hand through his hair and allowed his head to hit the table with a thud as his new predicament registered. Who are you going to take? James questioned seriously. I don't want to go, Harry grumbled. I hate things like that. Well, you'll have to. Mum will make sure you do, James returned gleefully. Well, it's not like they are going to publish it in the Prophet, Harry huffed. No, but I may have written to Mum already to send some dress robes, James informed him. Harry groaned once more and began banging his head on the table in frustration. The others simply laughed at their friend before Peter attempted to comfort him. Come on, Harry, it's not that bad, the boy tried, patting him on the back. I'm sure there's lots of girls that will want you take them. Harry sighed and shook his head. Let's just go to Charms, he demanded. The group exited the Great Hall and began making their way to the Charms classroom. It seemed that what Peter had said held some merit, as Harry became very aware of quite a number of girls staring at him, expectantly, as they journeyed through the corridors of the castle. At least it's not just because I'm the boy who lived, he thought to himself, though it did not make the upcoming ball any more appealing to him, particularly after his last and only experience of such an event. They filed into the room and took their seats. Minus Sirius, who drifted across to Marlene and began whispering with Girl. He returned to them a few moments later, looking a little flushed and embarrassed. You did it already? James asked, clearly not expecting the other boy to act so quickly. Yep, Sirius confirmed proudly. No point hanging around, is there? He shrugged. Harry shook his head and turned his attention to Professor Flitwick, who had just entered the room. Okay, settle down, the diminutive man requested as he took his spot on the stack of books he used to teach his class from. The class fell respectfully quiet and waited for the Charms master to proceed. As the headmaster announced we will be having a dueling tournament, he began excitedly. So that means we will be working on some new spells that you will be able to use if you choose to take part, he announced. Firstly, we will look at the Pratigo charm, a shield that will block most minor spells and some less pleasant ones too. Is anyone familiar with this spell? Lily immediately raised her hands and was called upon to explain her understanding of it. The spell itself is fairly simple to cast and maintain, and is best used to defend against simple jinxes and minor curses, but not particularly good against other offensive spells like blasting curses, she began. If someone is more powerful than you, then they can destroy the shield quite easily, she elaborated. Very good, Miss Evans. Take 5 points for Gryffindor, Flitwick praised. Can anyone explain why we are starting with the simple shield? Harry this time rose his hand and was prompted by the man to give his answer. Because shields are a very tiring way of defending yourself, and it is unlikely that in a school dueling tournament you would need anything more powerful. It should be sufficient, he finished, though he was not completely confident as some of the spells he had seen used in the school render Pratigo useless. Indeed, Mr. Potter, Flitwick agreed. Care to explain further? You should always dodge a spell if you can, as it is less draining and leaves you more of a chance to stage a counterattack. Very good, 5 points for you also, Flitwick acknowledged. I want you all to break off in pairs and work on casting the shield. I will come around and help you. The spell can be found on page 403. Harry paired off with Remus as James Sirius, and Peter headed off together. You first, Harry offered. He had taught the Marauders much more advanced shielding charms already, so this was just a recap of what he had gone through with them at the beginning. Remus nodded and erected a powerful shield immediately, holding it in place for as long as he could. It really is tiring, he observed, his breathing having become quite labored. Well done, Mr. Lupin, Flitwick observed as he joined the pair. And I am sure you yourself are well versed in the spell, he added to Harry knowingly. Yes, Sir, Harry confirmed. Just as I thought, Flitwick mused aloud. Tell me, Mr. Potter, what other shields do you know? He asked, clearly curious to see how far into shielding charms the boy had gone. I can produce and maintain a mage shield for quite a while, but I prefer the Atlas shield, sir, Harry answered with a thoughtful frown. Flitwick smirked. It did not surprise him in the slightest that the boy was capable of both, but was surprised that he had the knowledge of the latter. Why the Atlas shield? He questioned. It's almost as powerful as the mage shield, but less draining, and you can maintain it wandlessly, he added in a near whisper. Flitwick's eyebrows rose significantly at that. He himself shared the same views as the teen on shielding and had not looked into them as much. He too much preferred dodging as opposed to shielding in his approach to dueling. And that gives you the chance to perform a much more intricate and powerful spell from within the shield. You just have to drop it before you release the other, Flitwick realized. It does, sir. Excellent work, Mr. Potter. I am very much looking forward to seeing you compete, the professor announced, walking away before Harry could answer. The rest of the class passed, with the students continuing to work on their shields, and Flitwick testing, the ones that looked the most durable with stunning spells. It was after charms that Harry, Sirius, and Peter attended care of magical creatures, before joining Remus and James for lunch in the Great Hall. What's up with Prongs? Sirius asked, as he took his seat noticing the other boy was looking very nervous. He's working up the nerve to ask Lily to the ball, Remus replied with a grin. James frowned at the werewolf and shot a pleading look towards Harry, who sighed and shook his head. Just don't be an arse and do anything embarrassing, he advised. Take her somewhere quiet and ask her properly without any jokes. She wants someone mature. James nodded and smiled as he felt a sense of relief wash over him. How can you know so much about girls and not be dating one? Sirius questioned. Harry simply shrugged and began helping himself to some food, not wanting to discuss the subject with the others. Sirius let out a frustrated groan before he too began to eat before it was time for defense against the dark arts. There was no time for chatter as they entered the classroom, as Professor Mortlake was waiting for them, arms folded leaning on his desk, wearing a very severe expression. He waited for the class to take their seats before beginning. "It seems that our esteemed headmaster has had another one of his genius brainwaves," he began sarcastically. "As such, I have found myself in a situation where I have to supervise you all as you duel. Therefore, stringent rules have been put in place to ensure your safety," he informed them. The class waited for him to explain further. "Firstly, there will be no lethal spells or curses," he began again firmly. "Any curses that I deem too dangerous will result in severe punishment, and that could mean anything up to expulsion and the DMLE being called." There was an audible groan from some of the Slytherin students at that. "Secondly, the duels will be conducted under amateur rules, which means that there will be a 15-minute time limit and only 1 point per victory, which is earned by disarming or incapacitation only. And finally, what I say goes. If you argue with me, I will disqualify you. Is that understood?" "Yes, sir," was the unanimous response he received, though many sounded reluctant to agree to such terms. "Good," the professor acknowledged. "Now today we will work on a few offensive spells, so pair up, and we shall get started," he instructed. The Marauders paired up amongst themselves, with Sirius working with Marlene, as Lily and Alice did. The class passed, rather uneventfully considering the issues between the two houses, but the peace was not to last, as Harry found out after the lesson had been dismissed. "You're lucky, Potter, that they have decided to keep you safe with their rules," Rudolphus growled as they exited the class. "I'll just have to embarrass you instead," the boy declared smugly. Harry rose an eyebrow at the other boy and sighed. "Are you really so forgetful, or do you not just learn?" he questioned seriously. "I have embarrassed you every time you have tried to cause harm to myself or my friends, but you just come back for more," he added in faux disappointment. "I'm sure you just must be so brain dead that you forget everything. I bet you'd forget your nuts if they didn't come pre-wrapped and attached to you, because even the most idiotic people would have learnt after the last time," he finished darkly. Rudolphus flushed and growled in anger as he took a step forward, only to find himself immediately looking down the shaft of Harry's wand as it was aimed between his eyes. "I told you last time that I would start breaking bones if you attempted anything again," Harry reminded him casually. "Do not test my word," he warned. Rudolphus seemed to ponder his predicament for a moment before stepping back, the look of fury still etched on his face. "It seems that you are capable of learning something ruddy," Harry mocked. "The professors will be pleased that there's hope for you yet." Rudolphus simply snarled before barging his way through the students, followed by his usual lackeys. Harry caught sight of a smirking Bellatrix before she too left, but not before mouthing the word Wednesday to him. He nodded stiffly and sighed internally, still feeling unsure about working with the girl once again. "Come on, let's get our homework done out the way. We have training to do tomorrow," Remus suggested. The others agreed, and they made their way to the library to get a head start, as they had gotten into the habit of doing. Break. Alastor Moody had experienced a very frustrating and trying week, since he had been assigned to learn as much as he could about Harry Potter. The simple fact was he was stumped. Wherever he tried to get any information pertaining the boy, he had drawn a blank. It was as though the boy did not exist. The only information he had managed to gain was in the form of a rumor from an overhead conversation between Pollux Black and a man he was not familiar with in the Hog's Head, and Alastor Moody did not put much faith in rumors. He had exhausted all possible avenues besides one, and that is what led him making his way through the corridors of Hogwarts to meet with Dumbledore. It was a last resort for the grizzled Auror, because now the man would know that he was taking an interest in one of his students, but he felt like that he had been left with no choice. If anyone knew anything about the boy, other than the Potters, then that person would be Albus Dumbledore. Milky Way, he growled as he reached the statue of the gargoyle that allowed him entry to the door of the headmaster. "Come in, Alastor," the man beckoned even before Moody knocked. He entered the room and took the offered seat, watching as the man placed one of those Muggle sweets in his mouth. It has been a long time since you have visited me here, Dumbledore acknowledged. I assume this is not a social visit. No, Moody agreed. I have come to ask what you know about the new Potter boy. The minister has taken quite an interest in him, the Auror explained. He is a very interesting boy indeed, Dumbledore observed. But alas, there is very little I can tell you. Moody shook his head. You and I have been friends for decade Albus. I know you know something about the boy, he sighed. Indeed, but there is nothing I can tell you, Alastair. The Potters are very secretive, as you well know, Dumbledore returned. May I assume that you tried everything you could think of before coming to me? He asked. Moody nodded. It's as though he does not exist, he grumbled. I have checked every school I can think of in Europe and asked everyone who I could think of and nothing, he growled irritably. The only thing I heard was a ridiculous rumor that the boy killed Antonin Dolohov in a duel, he finished with a bark of laughter. At that revelation, Dumbledore's demeanor became grave before he sighed. That is just about the only thing I can confirm, he conceded. It's true, Moody questioned, clearly in shock. It is, Dumbledore confirmed. It was a duel over family matters. Moody shook his head in disbelief. The boy must be damn good, he whispered. He is very talented, Alastair, and I must warn you he takes his privacy very seriously. It would not be prudent to pry any further, he suggested. You don't seem that worried about him. He's a 16-year-old boy capable of killing a world dueling champion, and you seem very unconcerned, Moody observed. It was Dumbledore's turn to sigh as he shook his head. I cannot tell you any more than I have, but I know he is a good boy. He has proven that by the way he defends those who can't. But yes, he does leave me cause for concern at times, particularly with the ruthless way in which he deals with threats against him and those he care about. Moody frowned. Is there any possibility that he will be a problem in the future? He asked. Could he join him? Dumbledore shook his head firmly. That is one thing we do not need to be concerned about. In fact, I believe that young Harry opposes Tom more than anyone else and intends on bringing him down personally. Moody's eyebrows rose significantly at that statement. And you will let him try? No one could stop him if we wanted to. I am sure if we tried then, we would also become an enemy of the boy. Moody again shook his head. We can't have a rogue teen out there trying to do the Auror's job, he stated. Then you will have to find a use for him when the time is right, Dumbledore urged. He could be a very powerful ally for the Ministry in these trying times, and I'm sure what he can offer would be invaluable to the war effort. And you would condone a 16-year-old boy fighting in a war? Moody questioned skeptically. Never, the older man denied. But he will fight regardless of what he is told, and it is much better to have him as an ally than another issue, Dumbledore advised. Moody nodded his agreement. I have a lot to think about, he grumbled. But I had better let Bagnold know what I have learnt. She's very eager to get some information on the boy. Ah, but you have very little to tell her, Dumbledore reminded him. Mere speculation between two friends, he explained, gesturing between the two. Moody frowned in thought before shaking his head once more. Your hunches seem to right usually, he shrugged. Yes, Dumbledore conceded, but in my later years they seem to be less so. Moody barked in laughter before shaking the man's hand and leaving the castle in a very thoughtful mood. It seemed now he had more questions he wanted answering than before his meeting with the headmaster, and he felt the sense of frustration set in again as he apparated to the entrance of the Ministry. He made his way through the atrium and into the lifts to meet with the minister, something he had been instructed to do the moment he had any information. He simply walked past the assistant stationed in front of the office and rapped his knuckles smartly against the solid oak door. Come in, Alastair, the minister sighed irritably. Clearly Moody was the only one who had the audacity to knock on her door without being announced, and he smirked at the tone of her voice as he entered the room. I hope that you have come to give me some good news, she stated as she offered the man a seat. Not exactly, Moody growled as he sat down. The minister sighed. You have been looking into this for over a week, and you have nothing, Bagnold asked exasperatedly. From what I have come to understand, there is nothing to find out. I even went to Dumbledore as a last resort, and there is nothing but rumors and speculation. But Albus thinks the lad is good. He finished with a shrug. Bagnold shook her head. I don't like it, Alastair, she sighed. I guess for now we will leave it, but I want you to keep an eye on the boy when you can, she requested. Aye, Moody agreed. For now, though, I have a more pressing concern that I wish for you to look into. Moody nodded and waited for his new task, keen to be doing something other than chasing what he deemed to be a ghost. The European Dueling Championships are due to start in the summer, and I sent Antonin the missive about it a week ago. I've even had the Aurors at his home, yet there is no sign of him. I need you to track him down, she all but demanded. Moody shook his. You won't find him, he's dead, Moody replied bluntly. Dead how? The minister asked disbelievingly. She shot to her feet, clearly alarmed by the news. Apparently he was killed by the very same Potter we have been looking into, he shrugged. Then why hasn't the boy been arrested? Bagnold demanded angrily. And you said there was nothing to tell, C reminded him. Because it was a family-sanctioned duel, Moody explained. And the ministry cannot interfere in family matters, he reminded her. Bagnold sunk back into her seat, defeated. He would have won us the championship, she grumbled. A triumphant look quickly replaced the one despair, and she looked towards Moody excitedly. Unless we convince Potter to do it, she declared. If he beat Antonin, then he may be our best chance. Moody shook his head. The boy is 16. I don't think that's a good idea, he deadpanned. Oh, pish, I'm sure he would do it if he were offered something in return, she mused aloud. That is your next assignment, Alastair. I want you to convince the boy to do it, she instructed. I don't know the boy, Moody pointed out. We are rather pressed for time. Maybe we should just invite him in and ask him. We have nothing to lose at this point. But we haven't seen him duel. He may have gotten lucky, Moody tried. Then we test him, Bagnold replied irritably. I don't like it, Moody growled. We have very little choice right now, unless you will do it, she asked with a raised eyebrow. Moody shook his head. I have spent too long as an Auror to duel competitively, and I am too old, he grumbled. Then Potter it is, Bagnold reiterated. Moody simply remained silent. He did not agree with his boss's decision, but there was very little he could do about it. Break. It was the very early hours of the next morning that found Harry wandering the halls of the castle under his invisibility cloak, with the map clutched in his hands, as he made the trip towards the second floor to investigate the Chamber of Secrets. He had managed to shrink and silence a rooster during the previous day's care of magical creatures class, a rooster which was currently shifting in his pocket irritably. He had previously had no desire to revisit the chamber in any way, but the thought of additional knowledge had him succumbing to the newfound desire to look into it. At the very least, he had experience of the place, and though it felt as though Tom was trying to lead him into a trap, he couldn't swallow down his curiosity. He reached the bathroom and thankfully found it empty. He had no desire to converse with an emotional Myrtle today. Approaching the sink in which he knew hid the entrance to the chamber, he immediately spotted the small snake engraving etched into the bronze tap. Open, he whispered. As it had done before, the sink descended and revealed the tunnel that would lead him to the Chamber of Secrets. After taking a deep breath, Harry propelled himself down the slide, feeling a rush of exhilaration as he traveled through the very bowels of the castle and reached the bottom, hitting the ground with a soft thump. He lit his wand as he made his way through the familiar twists and turns of the crudely carved stone caverns, and managed to suppress the shudder of fear he felt as he passed the shedded skin of the basilisk, a reminder of how big the creature was. He reached the door to the main chamber much quicker than he expected to, and braced himself before opening it and entering. The first thing he noted was how truly beautiful it was, something he had failed to see on his one other excursion here, though he had been focused on more pressing matters at the time. The stone carvings of the room had been expertly crafted, something that even with the use of magic would have taken a considerable amount of time to complete. He made his way across the stone floor and paused at the statue of Sluthowen himself and looked upon the man whose legend lived on to this very day. He was a lithely built man with sharp, aristocratic features and eyes that, even in stone form, exuded intelligence and power. As he looked upon one of the founders of the school, Harry could not help but feel that Salazar Sluthowen was a man who could easily command respect, and it would be a respect willingly given by those he met. "Who is it? Who is there?" A muffled voice sounded from within statue itself. Harry felt his blood freeze at the sound of the voice. His prior encounter with the owner of the voice had left him on the brink of death, an encounter he certainly had no intentions of experiencing again. "Speak up, youngling. I can smell you." The voice spoke again, though it was much more calm and serene this time. He took a deep breath and was about to reply when he was cut off by a deep sigh. "Have you come to kill me for what I have done, child? Is that why you have brought with you what I fear most?" the basilisk asked he. Harry was more than a little taken aback by the sorrowful and somewhat defeatist tone the snake spoke with, but he steeled himself to answer. He initially had no plans to interact with the beast if possible, but it seemed that the choice had been taken from him. He swallowed and attempted to bring some moisture back to his dry mouth before responding. "I must if you force me to. I do not wish to battle a speaker. I am here to serve those that find the chamber of my first master, nothing more or nothing less," the snake replied. Harry frowned at the words and shook his head slightly. "So, if I were to command you to attack students in the school, you would have to obey?" "Yes, as my first master explained, I must obey all commands of his sons and daughters that find this place," the basilisk answered, its voice laced with reluctance. Harry frowned and pondered what he had been told before addressing the serpent once more. "Do you not like hunting and killing?" he asked confusedly. "No, youngling, I do not. I merely obey those that speak my tongue as decreed by the debt to my first master. I need only feed once every half planoa. It is the magic that created me that sustains my life. That is why us of the royal serpents live in solitude. We are hunted should we try to live amongst men and creatures, because we are feared above all others." The teen felt a stab of sympathy for the beast as he remembered his days at the Dusla, where he too had been forced to serve them and do what he was bid. "I'm sorry," the teen whispered. The snake let out a low growl, which sounded much like a gentle chuckle. "There is nothing to be sorry for, youngling. My life has mostly been good. A life I only have because my first master saved me from those that were trying to kill me," the basilisk returned. "He brought me here so that I could live safely and protect those under his charge if necessary, though it never was. He was a great and powerful man, and never called upon me to defend him or the school which stands above us. It was those that preceded him that commanded me to carry out their work." Harry nodded and frowned once more. "How many masters have you had?" he asked with genuine curiosity. "Only 2 others, the direct son of my first master, and the one that named himself Tom, and now you, youngling." Harry shook his head. "I do not wish to be your master," he explained. The creature was silent for a moment before it replied. "But I must obey you, so you are my master, and if you wish to kill me, then I shall surrender myself to you, youngling." The teen felt another stab of emotion, this time sadness at the willingness the creature demonstrated to obey him, even knowing that it could be killed by doing so. "What if I were to command you to stay within this chamber and never harm a person again?" he asked. "Then you would be giving me the same command that my first master gave," was the answer he received, the voice holding a sense of longing and hope in its tone. Harry nodded. "And if you were able to request anything from me, what would you ask?" he questioned further. Silence reigned as the snake was clearly thinking about what the teen had asked. "I would only want 2 things," the serpent answered hesitantly. "My first master gave me warmth so that I could sleep comfortably in here, and secondly, I wish only to sleep," it answered a little desperately. "I am over 1,000 years old, Very old indeed, even for one of my kind, and I only desire to sleep until I must feed once more in over 4 centuries' time," it added. Harry smiled at the simplicity of what the snake required, but was hesitant to comply. "You should not fear me, youngling, for my life would be forfeit if I were to attack you," the basilisk explained, as though it sensed his reluctance. Harry sighed and dragged a hand through his hair. "It must have only attacked me because it saw Tom as its master before," he deduced inwardly. If what the snake had said was true, then he need not kill it, and it would simply remain in the chamber and sleep as it clearly wanted to. He had no idea how, but he knew the snake was sincere in its requests and wanted nothing more than to sleep and be left alone, a wish that Harry was happy to grant. "Okay," he agreed. "I will open the room and make it more comfortable for you." "Thank you, youngling," the snake returned, the relief evident in its voice. Harry ruddered to defend himself if it did become necessary, and hissed the command for the door to open, closing his eyes as he heard the scraping of the stone. He heard another low growl of amusement, and the sound of the heavy body of the snake as it slithered from its enclosure. "My sight will only cause you harm if I wish it to, youngling," the basilisk informed him. Harry opened one eye by the smallest margin and could see the outline of Great Beast's face staring at him. Instead of the bright yellow eyes that Myrtle had described to him several years ago, he saw that they were a light sapphire color, and he opened his own fully to get his first glance of the creature. Just as large as he remembered it to be, it was indeed a very intimidating sight to behold, but the lack of aggressiveness allowed him to view the creature for what it was and truly appreciate its magnificence. He found the expression looking back at him to be one of confusion and contemplation. The snake moved its head tentatively closer to the boy and sniffed deeply before closing its eyes and withdrawing, pushing itself off the floor to stand at its full height. The snake seemed to swallow deeply before it spoke, its voice now barely a whisper. "We have never met, yet I can smell me within you. How is this, youngling?" it asked gently. Harry looked up at the basilisk and found himself swallowing in a similar manner. "We have met once before, but you won't remember because for you it hasn't happened yet," he began nervously. The snake merely nodded and waited for the boy to continue. "I was born in a different time, one in the future, and we met then," he explained. "A time where you were not my master," the basilisk guessed. Harry nodded. "And I was forced to attack you." It questioned further, opening its eyes once more, a look of deep sadness marring its features. "Yes," Harry confirmed quietly, looking down towards the floor. "Was I killed?" Harry could only nod. "I am pleased you survived, my child, and even more pleased that we met like this," it hissed genuinely. Harry looked up in confusion to see the snake staring back at him with something akin to affection and respect. "But I killed you," he pointed out. "Only so you could live, which would not have happened had the bird not helped. You killed me as I almost killed you." Harry nodded. "I do not wish to know what happened, my child. I can see the memories are unpleasant, but you carry some of myself in you, and that makes you my youngling, something I never thought I could have," it continued fondly. "Are you a female?" Harry asked, surprised that the thought had yet to cross his mind. The snake growled gently again. "I am an egg carrier, but the first men hurt me so I could not birth any more of my kind," it explained sadly. "But here you are, though not of my kin, you are of me in a different way," she added happily. Harry's eyebrows rose at the seemingly affectionate nature of the creature and smiled softly at its maternal desires. "Do you have a name?" he asked. "My first master named me Sora," she answered somewhat dreamily. "But it has been many centuries since it has been spoken," she added sadly. "Sura," Harry whispered. "I like it," he declared. The snake seemed to stand more tall and proud as it once more looked down on the boy. "And what of you, youngling? What name were you given by your carrier?" "My mother named me Harry." The basilisk seemed to snort and shook its head. "Harry is no name for a snake child, so I shall just call you youngling." Harry chuckled and shook his head. "What is it you would like me to add to the room?" he asked. My first master made me a circle of fire. That is all I wish for." Harry nodded and climbed into the large mouth of the statue from which the snake had emerged. He frowned as he lit his wand, noting that the room had become very dusty. He shook his head and waved his wand to dispel the dust, noticing that there was a tunnel at the far end of the cavernous room. "Sura, what is through that tunnel?" "That is where my first and second master would study," the snake explained as she slithered her way back into the room. "Not the third?" Harry asked, clearly surprised that Tom would not have found the place. The snake shook its head. "My third master never came in here. He found the small library outside and worked in there." Harry almost laughed at the thought of Voldemort, missing a clearly significant part of the chamber. "I will light your fire for you and then have a look," he decided aloud. The basilisk simply nodded happily and coiled itself up tightly and looked at the boy, waiting for him to proceed. Harry made his way to the entrance of the tunnel and waved his wand, conjuring a bright ring of fire that circled itself around the creature who sighed contently before sinking deeper within itself. When he was sure that the creature was comfortable, he turned away from her and made his way into the tunnel to see what the rest of the chamber held. The conjured flames lit the tunnel for the first few feet, but he soon found himself needing to light his wand once more and dispatch of several centuries' worth of dust as he went. The tunnel was much shorter than he had anticipated, and it was only after a moment of walking he could see a wall in the very distance. It was not the wall, however, that had him pausing mid-stride, but the portrait that adorned it. The man cut quite the imposing figure in statue form, but looking on him in finer detail, there was no comparison. The eyes shone with a deep intelligence and seemed to stare into the teen's very soul. The bright emerald of the younger of two met the jade of the older, and they simply stared at one another for a few moments before the painting broke the silence. "So Sheva did manage to find himself a wife," Slytherin stated simply. Harry frowned in confusion and shook his head. "Excuse me," he asked dumbly. "Is he your father, or perhaps your grandfather?" The portrait continued a little irritably. Harry shook his head in denial, as he realized what the man was implying. "Neither. We are not related as far as I know." The man in the portrait frowned and looked closer at the boy before shaking his head. "You look like my family, and you clearly possess the talent to get past Sura," he returned. Harry could admit that there was quite a resemblance between the two, and the fact that he was a Parselmouth only added to the similarities. Nonetheless, he held up his hands in a placating manner before speaking again. "We really are not related. Anything we have in common is coincidental, and as far as I know, you only have one blood relative alive, and he won't be for much longer if I have anything to say about it." The man in the portrait glared at the teen before narrowing his eyes. "You had better have a good reason for trying to end my line, boy," he warned. Harry nodded stiffly. "Well," Slytherin prompted, wanting the boy to explain himself. Harry sighed and dragged a hand through his hair. "It's a very long story." "Well, it's not like I am going anywhere, boy," the man pointed out. Harry nodded and told the man everything he knew about Voldemort and what he had done to the wizarding, and to Harry personally. He explained that Tom would use his relation to the founder to gather support and justify himself and his actions. The man listened with rapt attention, his face an impassive mask as he did so, though Harry did notice his expression harden at times. When he was finished, the man turned his back on the teen for a few moments before shaking his head. "This boy did all of those things?" he questioned dangerously. "He did," Harry confirmed truthfully. "He used Sura to do his bidding. He killed those without magic in my name. He is attempting to subjugate the wizarding world," he ground out. Harry could only nod and watch as the man grew furious. "Then the bastard is no blood of mine," he hissed. He began packing backwards and forwards within the painting, occasionally pausing before looking at Harry calculatingly. He eventually paused and took a deep breath before addressing the boy once more. "For what my family has done to yours, I offer you my apologies, young man," Slytherin offered with a bow. Harry returned the bow respectively and waited for the man to proceed. Clearly my name has fallen considerably in the years that my body perished, he spoke sadly. We were once among the most respected, but not for our power or through fear, but because of our dedication to teaching those of youth, something that I took seriously as did my father and his father before him, and now, it seems that one has taken my legacy and manipulated into something foul, and I assure you, young man, that I find such actions reprehensible. Harry was taken aback by how sincere and passionate the man sounded. It was clear to the teen that whatever people believed about Salazar Slytherin, they were very far off the mark. Tell me, young man, what did happen to Sheva? He promised to return and carry out my instructions, but I guess he did not forgive me after our last argument, he sighed. I'm sorry, but I haven't heard of Sheva. Was he your son? Yes, he came here a few times to study, but after I refused to allow him access to certain books, he left. Harry again dragged his hand through his hair. I don't know what happened to him, but if he was your son then, he must have been dead for almost 1,000 years, Harry explained. The man in the painting seemed to pale, and he sunk into the chair behind him. It's been 1,000 years, he choked. Harry confirmed it with a firm nod. The man simply looked distraught and swallowed deeply. She promised to wait for me, but it was only supposed to be temporary, until Sheva carried out my instructions, he mumbled sadly. I'm sorry, Harry questioned. My wife, Dahlia. We agreed that I would store a magical essence of myself within the portrait to guide our son if he should need, but Sheva was supposed to destroy the painting as he got older and no longer needed me, Slytherin explained. With my magical essence in here, I cannot pass on. It's similar to what a ghost becomes if they choose not to pass on, he explained. Harry offered the man a sad smile as the understanding sunk in. So she has been waiting for you all this time, he stated. I can only hope. Harry could not find the words to even offer comfort to the man. He himself was skeptical about the afterlife, but he knew that Slytherin came from a time where belief in such things was much more prominent, and he himself was only 16 years old. He knew he was in no position to judge or question the man's views. Young man, I have no right to ask you for anything, but would it be possible for you to carry out what my son failed to do? He pleaded. In return, I will grant you entrance to my room beyond the portrait, and everything within will become yours, he offered. Harry looked at the man and shook his head gently. I once wished for the same thing, to be reunited with those that I loved more than anything, and I got my wish. I won't accept payment for granting someone the same thing if I can. Slytherin looked at him calculatingly once more and smiled a genuine smile. And that is why I want you to have it, young man. Even in my time, good men were far and few between. Use it well. Harry nodded his agreement and flicked his wand into his wand. You will need to be able to use the cursed flames. It is the only way to break the enchantment, and you must use the Slytherin tongue, the man instructed firmly. Harry took a deep breath and braced himself. Fundfa, he hissed. He watched as a flaming basilisk erupted from his wand and began devouring the painting from the base to the top, catching sight of a smiling Salazar Slytherin before the flames fully engulfed him. When he was sure that the painting was destroyed, Harry placed his wand back in the holster and crossed the threshold that had been left in the wake of the charred frame. What he saw left him shaking his head but smiling amusedly. The room was almost empty, but there were a few items on the desk and one shelf of books situated above. He noticed that the books were similar to the one on dueling he had found in the room of requirement that had been written by Salazar. This seemed to be the rest of his work on the subject. On the desk was a silver dagger complete with a basilisk-shaped handle with emerald eyes, a very old, small portrait of Slytherin himself, and a woman who Harry deduced was his wife, and a simple silver ring that was decorated similarly to the dagger. He gathered all the items and left the room knowing he had to make it back to the dorm before the others woke. He passed through the chamber for what he expected to be the final time before exiting the bathroom and making it back into his bed only a few minutes before Remus woke, completely unaware of the night Harry had spent with a basilisk and conversing with a portrait of one of the four founders. Break. It was the next day that things took a turn for Harry, not a completely unexpected one, but not something he had anticipated happening so soon. He had just completed his own morning training, and had spent the time experimenting with some of the spells he had found in the recently acquired Sluthoan books, and arrived in the common room to find the rest of the Marauders in their usual spot whispering Conspirangla, whispering which ceased as he approached them. "What's going on?" he asked as he took his seat. The rest of the group shared a nervous look and seemed to have a silent debate on who would speak. It was Sirius that eventually broke the silence. "Mullen wants to join our group with Lily and Alice," he sighed. "And Frank," James added. Harry dragged a hand through his hair and sighed himself. "How did this come about?" he questioned with a frown. "Mullen asked where we kept disappearing to when we weren't in class." Sirius shrugged. "And Frank was looking for you earlier wanting to talk about Quidditch," James explained. "I told him you were training, and he said he would speak to you about it." Harry nodded his understanding. "You guys know me really well, and I guess Lily does too, but the others don't and might not understand why I train the way I do," he began. "We don't understand why either, Harry," Remus broke in. Harry nodded again. "James does," he replied simply. The three other boys looked towards James questioningly, and he shook his head, a clear indication that he would not explain. "Frank's dad is an Ura also, and if he finds out then, I would probably be locked up for teaching certain things." "Then don't teach them all of it," Sirius suggested. "Just give them some lessons on things that will be useful to defend themselves with just in case." Harry sighed and nodded. He had already considered this being something he would have to deal with. "Okay," he agreed. "Bring them along this afternoon to the classroom on the 4th floor. We will keep the other one just for us for the time being." The others agreed with the green-eyed teen and rutted themselves to attend their classes for the day. Throughout the morning, Harry pondered what he had agreed to and quickly came to the conclusion that he had made the right decision in deciding to add the others to their training schedule. In truth, he didn't understand why he had felt a slight hesitation to agree to it initially, but the moment he realized this truly could make a difference to how the future would pan out, any hesitation he had felt disappeared immediately. The fact was that all of the people he would be helping now had either perished in his previous timeline or had experienced a fate worse than death. The only exceptions to this was Peter, as he himself had not exactly gone on to alive a desirable existence, and Remus, who had not fared well either. It was with these thoughts in mind that Harry arrived at the classroom in question after lunch to await the arrival of the others. It was not a long wait as the others entered the room only a few minutes after himself, Lily and Alice looking confused, Mullen hand in hand with Sirius, smiling, and Frank trailing at the back, talking excitedly to the other three Marauders. "Are you going to tell us why we are here?" Lily asked, having clearly been kept in the dark as to why they had been brought to the classroom. Harry frowned and shot a look towards Sirius and Mullen, of whom he thought had explained everything. "Well, after what happened in Hogsmeade, I thought we needed to be better prepared," Mullen answered. "I asked Sirius where he learnt how to fight like that, and—" She broke off with a casual shrug and a point towards Harry. "You're going to teach us?" Lily questioned, her frown turning into a look of excitement. Harry nodded, dragged his hands through his hair, and looked at the new arrivals, a sense of unexplainable nervousness setting in. "I am, but I have a few rules," he sighed. "Rules," James cut in. "We haven't had rules," he pointed out. Harry sighed. "Things will be a little different. I've only taught you spells and shown you magic that you can learn from books in the library and restricted section at worst. But after what happened in Hogsmeade, it's not enough," he conceded. "We did well in Hogsmeade," Sirius interjected. "We did, but both Remus and Peter were injured, and in all honesty it should have been worse. We got lucky, and only because they didn't start firing off killing curses straight away did those three live." Harry returned gravely, gesturing towards the three girls. The others appeared to be pondering what he had said, and paled as the reality of how lucky that had been became apparent. "Shit," Sirius whispered in Rala Zushan. the mood of the group became a little somber, and Harry allowed them time to reflect. It hadn't been until Croaker had made him relive the times he had been in mortal peril had he become much more conscious and deliberate in his actions. Yes, he still had a tendency to act quickly, but he would at least consider what it was he was about to do instead of being so brash and unaware of what the outcome could be. He was pulled from his thoughts by James, who was sounding very serious and determined, the usual light-hearted tone completely absent from his voice. "So what will be different?" "Well, I'm going to leave it up to you guys to bring the others up to speed on what we've done so far," Harry began. The Marauders nodded their understanding. "The first thing I'll work on with you all is spell identity and how to defend yourselves against different types of spells," he continued, knowing how important it was to know what shield was cast to protect from them accordingly. "That's important," Lily agreed, "but what are the rules?" Harry again dragged his hands through his hair. "Firstly, what happens in here or anything you see stays between us," he requested sternly. "Why?" Alice asked. "Because some of the spells and magic I will show you is frowned upon here, some bordering on illegal, so if you can't keep it to yourself, I can't teach you." The girls looked surprised and a little worried, whereas Frank looked more curious, a look that Harry did not miss. "I know your dad is an Ura, Frank, but you can't say a word to him." Frank chuckled and held his hands up in a placating manner. "My dad will be glad I'm learning it. He's an Ura, but to him it's a job. I know he'd do whatever he had to make sure he came home at the end of the day. Shit, he knows more than a few questionable spells himself." Harry nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. "How do you know this kind of magic?" Marlene piped up, looking at Harry questioningly. "And that brings me on to the second rule," he sighed. "You can ask me anything you like and I won't lie to you, but if I refuse to answer, then I just want you to respect that. You have to remember that my education has been very different to yours. The magic I know is not as frowned upon everywhere else." "Why won't you tell us where you were taught?" Alice questioned. "Because it is a family thing," he replied dismissively. "Some of the spells you might see I can't teach you also because they aren't mine to teach. I had to give magical vows not to share them," he added, thinking back to the training and lessons in magic with Fillmore and his team. The others nodded their agreement. They all knew the severity of breaking a magical vow. "They are the only two rules, I guess," Harry shrugged. "Shall we begin?" The group became attentive as Harry thought best where to start. "What do you know about the Unforgivables?" he asked as he began to pace in front of them thoughtfully, offering one and all to answer. "They can't be stopped with a magical shield," Lily answered. Harry nodded. "And that is the main reason they are as frowned upon as they are," Harry replied. The rest of the group looked a little confused, so Harry decided to elaborate, again thinking back to his lessons with the unspeakables on the matter. "Let's look at each curse and the effects they have," he suggested. "The Imperious can be fought against if you are mentally strong enough to do so, but the immediate spell leaves no physical injury, and the spell cannot be shielded against magically, as Lily pointed out," he continued. "It is because of the intention of the spell that gives it its dark reputation, because you can essentially subject someone to your will and have them carry out any task you set them." The others nodded and waited for him to proceed. "Mostly, the spell is used for nefarious reasons, but can any of you think of a time it could be beneficial?" Frank coughed nervously before he spoke. "If someone was trying to commit suicide, you could put it on them to stop it," he stated questioningly. "Exactly," Harry praised. "And what does that tell you?" "That it is the intention of the spell, not the spell itself, that is dark," Lily whispered. Harry nodded and smiled at how quickly they were reaching that conclusion. "I could just as easily levitate someone off of a building as I could force them to do it under the Imperious curse," he explained. The rest of the teens shared looks of understanding, though Harry could still see they were nervous. "What about the killing curse?" Marlene asked. "There's no good that can come from that." Harry chuckled and shook his head. "The killing curse is a mercy killing at worst, and compared to a lot of other ways you can be killed, that would be a pleasant way to go. The main reason that is illegal is because you truly have to have hate towards someone to use it on them or truly want them dead for strong enough reasons, he explained. I don't get it, Alice broke in. The fact is that you can't shield against it magically, and there is no cure to it, but it can be defended against quite easily through transfiguration or moving out of the way. It is easier to defend against because you know you can't shield against it, Harry pointed out. Alice frowned, but nodded to show she understood a little more. Harry sighed and conjured a transparent human-sized dummy in which the structure of the skeleton and organs could be seen. The killing curse leaves no mark and death is instantaneous and painless. But if I were to cast it in here, the Aurors would arrive in minutes to lock me up for life, only for the reason of its unforgivable status. But I can fire much more painful and debilitating things that will kill you slowly and get away it without any issues. To give an example, he gave a casual flick of his wand towards the dummy, sending a bolt of purple flame towards it. The rest of them watched in shock and horror as a large, jagged laceration appeared on the flesh, and the organs inside became a dark, tar-like substance and began leaking out of the orifices of the body. They were all silent for 2 minutes as they watched in morbid curiosity as the majority of what used to be organs leaked out, and only turned their attention back to a very grave-looking Harry. Once it had trickled down to the occasional thud of goo splashing into the already impressive pool. What the hell was that? Marlene asked worriedly. That was an organ-liquefying curse, Harry answered darkly. Completely misses the bones and, as you can see, turns your organs into jelly, a slow and painful death, I imagine, he mused. The others nodded their agreement, still looking a little green. I think I'd take the killing curse over that any day, Peter muttered. See what I mean now? Harry asked. Again the others nodded. What makes what I did so dangerous? He questioned further. Because we didn't know what spell it is, Lily answered. And why is that? Because you didn't use an incantation, Frank cut in. The unforgivable along with fiendfare, the patronus, the fadelius and enchanting magic has to be vocalized, Harry explained firmly. And that is why they are easier to defend against, Alice conceded. Because you at least know what is coming. Now you get it, Harry praised her. What about the Cruciatus? My dad told me about it, and that can't be used for anything good, Frank cut in with a shudder. Harry's expression darkened as the memories of being put under the curse surfaced. It is the worst of the three, he stated simply. Originally, like most spells of the nature, it was used medically as a way to cure paralysis. It targets the nerves and fires them back into life, he explained. But they have potions for that now, and the curse is more painful beyond comprehension, more painful than you could ever imagine enduring without dying, he continued severely. It's a pain I can't even put into words, he finished knowingly. Have you felt it? Lily asked disbelievingly, gathering the attention of the room, none apart from Harry noticing the heartbroken expression that James was wearing. Harry nodded mutely and quickly decided to change the subject, not wanting to be asked any questions on the matter. The point is that, although they are very dangerous curses, they are quite simple to defend against, especially compared to others. But for now, I will show you how to defend against things like the organ liquefying curse, he informed them. The group spent the next couple of hours learning to identify different types of curses, and the best way to defend against them under the tutelage of Harry, who was surprised and pleased at how quickly they all took to it. The surprise did not last long, however, when he remembered that both Frank and Alice had become successful Aurors, and along with the rest of the group, minus Peter, were crucial members of the Order of the Phoenix. It was when Harry decided that they had been put through their paces enough that he dismissed them, and was approached by James as the others headed for the door. When? The other boy questioned him sadly. What do you mean? Harry asked confusedly. The Cruciatus, James whispered. Harry sighed and could not ignore the pleading look he was being given. When I was 14, he answered, checking that the others weren't listening in. James swallowed deeply and shook his head. I should have been there, he choked. Harry smiled and put a hand on his shoulder. You were there when I needed you the most, he said cryptically. You both were, he added as he nodded towards the redhead. James frowned, but was cut off before he could speak. I'll explain some other time, but it was the first time I heard you both speak without it being the night I lost you. But trust me, you were there when I needed you, and I wouldn't have gotten out of there alive without you both, he finished sincerely. James smiled weakly and nodded. Come on, you two, Quidditch practice, Frank commanded firmly, pointing to his watch. The two boys chuckled as they followed the Quidditch fanatic from the room, James putting an arm around Harry's shoulder and pulling him closer a little tighter than he had intended to. It's really hard being your brother sometimes, Harry, he sighed inwardly. Break. Albus Dumbledore was poring over the sheaf of parchment that Professor Mortlake had handed him moments ago, a sheaf of parchment that listed all of the students that had signed up for the dueling tournament. He sighed as he looked at the sixth-year names and shook his head as he frowned. Did Mr. Potter not sign up? He asked confusedly. Mortlake snorted. Would there be any point in having it if he did? He asked rhetorically. We both know the boy would wipe the floor with anyone here, and from what Flitwick has said, that includes the staff, he grumbled. Dumbledore popped a sherbet lemon into his mouth and hummed thoughtfully. H had been convinced this was not an opportunity that Harry would pass up, but then again the boy was rather reluctant to demonstrate his skill in such a way unless he deemed it necessary. His thoughts were interrupted by a knock at his door as another visitor arrived, one he wasn't expecting back so soon. Come in, Alistair, he beckoned. The man in question walked into the office and took the offered chair, sighing in frustration as he did so. What brings you here this evening? Dumbledore asked, already having an idea as to why the Auror was present. The minister, Moody growled as he shook his head. I may have mentioned the business with Potter and Dolohov, and now she is convinced the boy can compete in the European Championships. Oh dear, Dumbledore sighed, feeling the onset of a headache kicking in. She's going to invite the boy for a trial, Moody continued. Dumbledore suddenly sat a little more straight in his chair, dozens of thoughts running through his mind. This could be beneficial, he mused as he stroked his beard. The boy is only 16, Albus, Moody growled irritably. I don't know how he beat Antonin, but I imagine there's more to it, he stated knowingly. Dumbledore sighed and sunk back into his chair. Indeed, he conceded. It seems that Antonin had been dosed with several potions before the duel, from what Mr. Potter has said. Moody scoffed but was cut off. Mr. Potter doesn't have to compete, but the trial will give us an insight into what he is capable of, the headmaster pointed out. Is that not what your task is? He questioned the other man. Aye, Moody agreed. Potter is probably the most capable student I have ever come across, Mortlake broke in, the reluctance in his admission clear. But an international dueling tournament, I have my doubts. And we all know that Bagnold will have him competing one way or another if that is what she wants. Mr. Potter has proven himself resourceful. I am sure he will find a way to benefit from the situation, Dumbledore returned diplomatically. But I do believe that him attending the trials is an opportunity that must not be passed up. For young Harry, too, he added internally. So you will convince him to do it? Moody asked incredulously. No, Dumbledore sighed. I don't believe anyone can convince the boy to do anything he doesn't want to, but I will point out the benefits and hope that he is agreeable. Dumbledore knew enough to know that Harry would indeed only do it if he truly wanted to, or he could find some kind of benefit from the situation. Definitely should have been a Slytherin, that one, he chuckled internally. Break. It was the following morning that Harry and the rest of the Marauders were eating breakfast when a very regal-looking eagle owl landed in front of him and offered the roll of parchment attached to its leg. Harry frowned as he recognized the seal from the ministry, but gave the bird a rasher of bacon and sent it on its way before turning his attention to the missive. What he read had his eyebrows raising and feeling both shocked and a little excited. What is it? James inquired. Harry said nothing, but passed the letter to the other boy and continued his trail of thought. James took the letter and read it also, a similar expression coming across his face. To Mr. Harry Potter. It is our great privilege and honor to invite you to attend this year's trials to be the representative for Great Britain in the upcoming European Dueling Championships this summer. The trials will take place in mid-May this year, and you will receive further correspondence from ourselves highlighting the dates in which these will take place. If successful, you will have the stand-alone honor in competing for your country on one of the grandest stages of them all in the dueling circuit. We very much look forward to seeing you in May. Simeon Jones, Head of the Magical Games and Sports Department, Ministry of Magic. Holy shit, James whispered as he looked at Harry proudly. Are you going to do it? Harry shrugged and watched in amusement as Sirius fidgeted in his chair, before losing patience and snatching the letter from James and muttering to himself as he read it. Harry was not entirely sure if he wanted to attend the trials or not. He did feel honored that he had been selected, however that had come about, but he just wasn't quite sure. He immediately could see the benefits in such a thing for himself, as he would finally get an accurate grasp of how good of a fighter he had become. Since he arrived here, other than Dolohov, all of the people he had fought against had been mediocre at best, and he knew this would really push him to his limits. The downside was that these men and women were simply the best that their countries had to offer, and he could not be sure if he was up to the task, and it would bring a lot of attention to himself, the type of attention he was not at all fond of. He was pleased that he had a little time to consider it, though, and he would think about it and consider what would be best for him. It was then that he caught sight of a very proud-looking Dumbledore, his eyes twinkling madly as usual. Of course he knows, Harry muttered. You have to do it, Sirius broke into his thoughts. Harry looked round the 4 faces staring at him, clearly all having read the letter by this point. I will think about it, but I'm not too sure, he admitted. Why? Sirius asked. This is a hell of an opportunity. It is, Harry sighed. But I have no plans on being a duelist, he pointed out. Sirius frowned and shook his head, sharing a questioning look with the others. James shook his head firmly, indicating the others should just drop it for now, which they did. Harry caught sight of another person, not involved with their conversation, who nodded, reminding him of another promise he had to keep that day, and he nodded back towards the girl at the Slytherin table in acknowledgement, before sighing internally and continuing with his breakfast. I forgot about that. He shrugged inwardly, noting that today was in fact Wednesday, and he had promised Bellatrix that he would help her. Training time, James announced as he pulled Harry to his feet and gestured for the rest of the group to join them. It's going to be a long day, Harry mumbled as he was dragged out of the hall. Break. It had been a long day indeed for Harry as he reached the 3rd floor room in which he was to meet Bellatrix. Between training with the other group, homework, and an impromptu Quidditch session with the team, he had barely had a few minutes to himself. He had remembered to bring the map with him, although he didn't expect any more trouble from the girl. There was a part of him that couldn't relax his vigilance around her. He watched as her dot exited the Slytherin common and began traveling towards him completely alone. When he saw that she was almost at the room, he deactivated the map and placed it into his pocket and waited for her to enter. Hi, she greeted a little quietly as she did so and placed her bag on the floor. She had dressed in clothes that were more befitting of dueling and tied her hair back in a loose ponytail, something Harry noticed, that made her already delicate feature appear more sound, brought his attention to her high cheekbones and slightly pointed nose. Shook himself from his thoughts and approached her. Hey, he greeted a little more neutrally than he had intended. Ready. Bellatrix nodded. They stood in silence for a moment before Harry shook his head and composed himself a little. How about we have a mock duel, and then I can see where you need help, he suggested. Seems like a good idea, she agreed readily as she drew her wand. And then if there's anything else you do want to learn you can ask, Harry offered. Bellatrix smiled gently as she took her position on the other side of the room. Go when you're ready, Harry instructed and waited for her to begin. After a moment, Bellatrix began firing a few curses towards him, somewhat reluctantly, and Harry noticed this. He held his hand up and frowned. "You're holding back," he stated simply. "I don't want to hurt you," she almost whispered. It was clear to Harry that she was nervous, but that admission left him more than a little taken aback. The last thing he ever expected to hear from her was that she did not want to hurt him, especially since his experiences of her previously had not been pleasant until he had gotten used to her in this timeline. Something that had taken quite some time before the incident with the other Slytherins. Perhaps she truly did not want to hurt him, or she was scared that he would see it as her truly wishing to harm him. Either way, it didn't bother him, but he knew there was little he could do for her if she held back. He chuckled and shook his head. "I can't help you unless you show me what you've really got," he pointed out. "Trust me, I'm sure I can handle whatever it is you will throw at me." Bellatrix looked at the boy and raised an eyebrow at him. "Confident much?" she asked. "You have to be confident in your own abilities to succeed," Harry returned with a grin. He noticed that it was starting to get under her skin slightly as he goaded her with a little arrogance, and he had a little brainwave. "Come on," he sneered slightly. "Why don't you show me why everyone is so afraid of Bellatrix Black?" Bellatrix frowned, but took the bait and began sending spells at him at an extraordinary speed. A speed which caught Harry by surprise and hastily raising a shield before setting into a rhythm of dodging and batting thee aside. What was clear to him was the potential the girl had. She was not overly powerful, but she was as fast as any he had dueled with, and for a few brief moments he got a glimpse of what the girl had become in his time and how dangerous she could be. Hell held up a hand to halt her in her efforts to maim him, and she stopped, breathing heavily to the point of her chest heaving, and a layer of perspiration forming on her skin. She had impressed. There was no doubt, and he was thanking his lucky stars that he knew how to defend against some of the spells she shot at him, which were way beyond the average student still at school. "Good," he praised sincerely. "But I did notice a few things you could improve on in you the way you fight," he added. Surprising him again, Bellatrix merely nodded humbly and waited for him to explain. She did not argue or deny that there were improvements she could make, and Harry had to pinch and remind himself that this was merely a 16-year-old girl, not the same loud and obnoxious woman that had spent 14 years in Azkaban as he knew her to be. "First thing is you become quite predictable in what kind of spell you are going to use," he began, still feeling a little odd that he was giving her advice. "Do I?" she asked with a frown. Harry nodded. "You have a pattern of using a curse followed by a jinx and then an impact spell of some sort, but the combinations of spells are different," he explained. Bellatrix continued to frown as she thought about what had been said and eventually nodded her agreement. "I do, don't I?" she sighed disappointedly. "It's easily fixed," Harry returned dismissively, knowing it was not a difficult problem to deal with. The girl smiled again and waited for him to continue. "You also stand a little too square on at times and makes yourself a bigger target," he pointed out, "particularly when you are throwing more powerful spells." Bellatrix nodded. "It sometimes feels like I'm off balance if I don't," she conceded. "Another thing that is easily fixed, you just need to lower your stance a little. It gives you a better footing and makes the other person have to adjust their aim." "You really know your stuff, don't you?" she replied. "Even the small details." Harry simply shrugged and huffed amusedly. "The last thing is that you sometimes have a tendency to elaborate your wand movements, and I can see what you will cast before you do it," he explained. "I didn't know that," Bellatrix muttered. Harry nodded. "The movements I notice the most are the circular ones, especially that eye-gouging curse that your great-uncle invented," he continued. She frowned again and shook her head. "My grandfather gave you our family magic books, didn't he?" she questioned knowingly. "Maybe," Harry returned with a grin. Bellatrix sighed in exasperation. "But again, you don't make many mistakes," Harry stated sincerely. "You have a few points that we can work on, though, but nothing major." "Okay, so where do we begin?" Bellatrix asked, clearly keen to begin amending her errors. Harry thought for a moment before conjuring a training dummy and positioning himself behind her. "I want you to start with the curses that have circular wand movements," he instructed. She began firing off an array of spells immediately, and Harry simply watched her for a few moments, enjoying the grace and majesty in which she dueled with. He stopped her again and shook his head. "You're still making them a little too elaborate," he explained, though not in a condescending way. "Watch me," he offered. He took his stance in front of her and began firing off curses with blistering speed that left the girl in a state of awe at the power, speed, and precision of the boy as he cast his spells. He himself paused after a few moments and turned to face a wide-eyed Bellatrix. "That's amazing," she declared just above a whisper. "I don't think I could ever cast like that." Harry shook his head and returned to his position behind her. "You might not be as powerful as me, but I know you can be just as quick and precise," he replied genuinely, not noticing the blush that made its way to the girl's cheeks. "Let me help you." Before Bellatrix could comprehend what was happening, she felt the boy pressed gently, but solidly up her back, and felt his hand glide down the length of her arm and grasp her own gently, the other holding her hip firmly, an action that sent a tingle down her spine. She herself didn't seem to notice that he had paused as she had lost herself in the moment and his surprisingly soft touch. It was a moment of unguarded inspiration that found Harry stepping closer to the girl and taking control of her arm and posture, as he had done many times with Sirius and the rest of the Marauders when he was training them. Realization hit him as his hand closed over her own, and he felt the warmth and softness of her flesh as he breathed in a vaguely familiar scent that had him hesitating thoughtfully. But he managed to compose himself once more before continuing, though his mouth was a little dry and her aroma lingered in the back of his mind, as he tried to remember where he had encountered it before. "Try one of the spells like this," he instructed gently as he traced the wand movement, expertly using his own hand to guide hers. Bellatrix nodded mutely, but followed the instructions perfectly. "It worked," she whispered in disbelief as the spell careened from her wand. Harry smiled and stepped back, leaving both of them with a hint of disappointing permeating throughout them. "Now try with the others," he continued encouragingly. Within only a few minutes, the girl was casting the same spell chains at least a second faster, something that Harry knew could be a big difference in a duel or fight. "Much better," he pointed out. "It was more fluid and faster," he added in explanation. Bellatrix smiled brightly, something that was strange to Harry, but it was not an unwelcome sight. He even had to admit that she looked radiant when she did so, a much better expression than the insane one he had become familiar with. "How about we pick this up again same time next week?" he offered, nodding that the time seemed to have passed them by this evening. Bellatrix too noted the time, her eyebrows raising in surprise at how much had gone, but nodded her agreement. Harry turned to leave, but was halted by the girl as she placed a hand on his arm, which she quickly withdrew as he turned to face her. "Thank you," she said genuinely. Harry smiled and nodded before turning again. This time he reached the door before he was stopped again, this time by her voice. "Could you teach me how to do the Patronus charm?" she blurted out, not at all used to asking people for help. Harry nodded and approached her. "It is a very short lesson," he shrugged as he placed his bag on the ground. "I can teach you the theory, but it basically comes down to practice. But there aren't many who can produce it," he explained warningly. Bellatrix nodded, the determination clear in her eyes. "You have to find the happiest memory you have and focus on it, but that won't be enough," he sighed. "You have to be able to replicate the feeling and truly feel it for the spell to work, and you have to be able to maintain that feeling." "Is that all?" she asked, sounding very disappointed by how easy it sounded. "It is much more difficult than you think it will be," Harry explained firmly. Bellatrix raised an eyebrow in disbelief and shrugged. "How do you know what form it will take?" she asked. "It will take the form of either your own inner animal or something you share a connection with. It could be someone you love or someone that makes you feel safe manifested in animal form, maybe both. Bellatrix frowned but nodded. And the incantation is Expecto Patronum, he added. Expecto Patronum, she whispered. Can you show me? She asked. Harry shrugged and removed his wand. Expecto Patronum, he whispered. Instead of prongs erupting from his wand, an internal battle seemed to be taking place in his very wand, and he frowned as the magic built up more and more. The struggle lasted only a second before a blindingly bright light exploded from the tip of it, causing both of the occupants of the room to cover their eyes, and left Harry dispelling it as quickly as possible. Sorry, he muttered. It's never been that bright before, he sighed. It's okay, Bellatrix shrugged, feeling a little amused at the look of confusion Harry was now wearing, one that she found strangely endearing. Same time next week, she reminded him as she exited the room quickly to hide the flush she felt coming on. You don't blush, she chided herself internally as she headed back to her common room. Break. It was a month later that Harry found himself settled into a somewhat comfortable routine. He would complete his own training in the morning, attend his classes, train the other students in his house, and then have Quidditch training also, leaving very little time for himself, but he was happy that he kept busy. For the time being, it seemed that Voldemort was keeping quiet, though Harry had no doubt that he was up to something in the shadows, as was his way. But there was little Harry could do while he was in the castle, but he did keep a vigilant eye on the newspaper to see if any whisper about the man and his followers was published. There had been a few things of note that had taken place, but very few that applied to the boy. The dueling tournament at the school would be starting soon, something he was looking forward to watching, and he himself had decided that he would attend the trials he had been invited to, though Dumbledore still called him to his office to discuss the matter and offer his own opinion, which was surprisingly similar to Harry's. He decided that the pros certainly outweighed the cons, and that it was not an opportunity to be missed, even if he did not get selected or intended to complete beyond this particular tournament. Along with the start of the tournament, the date for the ball had also been announced as the 19th of May, which was also the final day of the trials for European championships, and Harry knew which one he would rather be focusing on. With the official date announced, the castle seemed to have slipped into a strange mood of people becoming bold and initiating conversations with those of the opposite sex, stating their claim and intentions to attend the ball with those people. Again, something Harry tried to ignore, something that was not possible with those around him. James, Sirius, and Peter were continuously harassing him to at least secure a date for the event, and even when Harry pointed out that it was the same day as the trials, they dismissed his reasoning as simple avoidance. Something that began to annoy Harry to the point that, when the ball was mentioned, he would leave the vicinity immediately, not wanting to discuss the thing. It had been playing on his mind, but for him it felt more than a little strange. He noticed that there were a few girls that seemed to be around him a little more than usual, seemingly waiting for him to ask one of them to the ball, but he simply couldn't bring himself to. Whenever he considered it, he would receive a gentle reminder that these girls would grow into the parents of who used to be his classmates and friends, a thought he could not shake. He had almost convinced himself that by avoiding the conversations about the event, he could bypass it altogether, but the rest of the Marauders would not let it be. They had all secured their dates, even Peter, who was escorting a 7th-year Hufflepuff, and kept on at him whenever possible that he should do the same. It didn't even help that Remus would not be going, as he would be recovering from the full moon, and even the werewolf encouraged him to pick someone to take. The only respite he seemed to get was when he spent time with Bellatrix a couple of evenings a week, having added an extra slot to their training at her request. This part of his life was the one that had surprised him the most. The girl had proven herself to be a very worthy student, and the two had grown closer during their time together over the last 4 weeks, something that seemed to just happen naturally. Harry found his time with her both relaxing and challenging, as she improved immensely during their lessons, but never once tried to interfere in his personal life or ask too much of him. He observed that she was less needy than the others he spent time with, and the two seemed content to just be around each other, something that Harry was now getting used to. There had even been times that they didn't duel and they studied together and completed their homework. There was no doubt in his mind that the two of them had formed some kind of friendship, though it was certainly different to any other friendship he had. They would laugh and joke together, be very serious when they were dueling, and Harry found that this was the only time he truly felt relaxed, strange as that seemed to him. He found that he began looking forward to spending time with the girl, and that seeing her succeed, and the subsequent smile she wore warmed him slightly as he could see how much it meant to her. She hadn't mentioned the patroness charm since their first meeting, and he figured that she was having difficulty with it. But he knew that she was very stubborn and wouldn't ask him to help her further until she couldn't take it anymore. He didn't know why or how he could feel so relaxed around her, but one thing had become clear to him. This girl was not the same woman he had come to hate. She was very intelligent with a dry sense of humor, similar to his own, and she was very witty. On top of that, she was ambitious and as determined as he himself was to succeed, something he could certainly respect. Above all else, though, she seemed to be the only person who had no expectations of him. She would talk with him about the most normal and mundane things, and he would find himself lost in her words as she would talk about the things she was most passionate about, even admiring such a thing from someone who could seem so cold at times, something he learnt she was not. The girl was an introvert, there was no doubt about it, but that seemed to slip away when she was with Harry, and he would get a glimpse of who she truly was, and he really respected and liked what he saw. He was currently making his way down the third-floor corridor, heading towards the potions class when he was stopped in his tracks by a crashing sound coming from a cupboard on his left. Thinking that someone was in trouble, he flicked his wand towards the door to open it, his eyes going wide with realization as he saw what was happening in what he now knew was a broom cupboard. But it was one of the occupants that had him feeling a little shocked. For Merlin's sake, Andromeda, he hissed irritably. Harry, the girl shrieked in surprise as she extracted herself from the boy she was sharing the space with and began covering up the small amounts of flesh that had been exposed. "Don't you know how to knock?" "I thought someone was being attacked," Harry huffed. "You're not far off," the other boy interjected quietly, causing Andromeda to turn an impressive shade of red. "Shut up, Ted," she whispered furiously. Harry stifled the laughter he felt emerging as he noted who the boy must have been and fond memories of a pink-haired Auror surfaced. "Ted Tonks," he deduced. "Have you not heard of locking and silencing spells?" he asked the pair. "We got a little carried away," the other boy admitted. Harry shook his head in amusement and began turned to walk away to give the pair their privacy. "The statue of the one-eyed witch on the 5th floor, tap it with your wand and say Descendium. I'm sure you'll get all the time you need there," he called. "Harry, wait." Andromeda shouted urgently and approached him, adjusting her robes as she did so. "Please don't say anything," she pleaded. Harry understood what she meant and held his hands up to calm her. "I didn't see a thing," he shrugged. "Thank you," the girl whispered gratefully. Harry again shook his head in amusement as he turned away. "Have you found a date to the ball yet?" she asked. Harry groaned and dragged his hand through his hair. "Not you too," he complained. "Sirius and the others keep going on at me," he grumbled. Andromeda smirked. "You know, I think there's someone who would really like you to ask them, and I know she hasn't been asked by anyone else yet," Andromeda returned thoughtfully, tapping her chin with a finger. Harry frowned in confusion, completely missing the hint. "My sister," Andromeda sighed. Harry scoffed internally. "I don't think your sister has much interest in events like that." Andromeda shook her head sadly. "That's where you're wrong," she almost whispered. Harry frowned again, and Andromeda tutted impatiently. "When we were little, Bella was the one that got excited about going to balls. She would even get dressed hours before we had to be there." She explained and smiled at the memories of her younger sister. Harry raised an eyebrow in disbelief. "I'm being serious," she reiterated. "It only changed when she came here, and that's only because scumbags like Rudolphus kept trying it on with her." Harry dragged his hand through his hair once more, not quite believing he was considering it. "Just think about it," Andromeda requested softly. "You might not have any interest in going, but you could at least show someone who does a good time, and it will get the rest of them off your back," she added. "I wouldn't want to take her just to keep them off my back," Harry unintentionally mused aloud, though it was spoken quietly. "What?" Andromeda asked, clearly not having heard his response. "Nothing," Harry replied dismissively as he realized he hadn't only thought that. "I'll think about it," he promised. Andromeda smiled and turned away, leaving a very thoughtful Harry Potter to go to his potions class, a class he was now late for. "I'm sorry I'm late, sir," he apologized as he entered the dungeon room. "Pay no mind, Mr. Potter. We are just beginning," Slughorn replied in his usual jovial manner. Harry took his place next to Peter and waited for the man's instructions. "Today we will be brewing the antidote for the Amortentia potion, an antidote you should hope you never need," he explained with a little humor in his voice. "Now be warned," he continued firmly. "Each vial of the potion will be measured exactly, and if I find even a drop missing you will be punished severely," he concluded gravely. "Now, the instructions are on the board, away you go." Harry approached the man to retrieve some of the potion. As Peter gathered the supplies, they would need to brew the antidote. His eyes widened in surprise as he caught scent of the fumes wafting from the cauldron, as a now very familiar aroma reached him, and he swallowed deeply at the implications. "Something wrong, Mr. Potter?" Slughorn asked worriedly, noting the apprehension on the teen's face. Harry shook his head dumbly, took the offered vial, and made his way back to his seat, lost in his thoughts. "It smells like Bellatrix," he admitted to himself, feeling a little panicked by what was happening. "It smells the same as it did the first time, but it is definitely her." "What's wrong, Harry?" Peter asked, the concern on his face evident. "Nothing," Harry answered a little quickly. Peter shot the boy another worried glance, but continued with cutting up the ingredients, leaving Harry to his thoughts, though throughout the lesson he had to stop the boy making a few basic errors, mistakes that he would never normally make. Harry was grateful that he had partnered with Peter in this subject, as it was his talent in the class that saved him from potentially blowing up the cauldron in his confused state several times. He was finally pulled from his musings by the sound of Slughorn's voice, announcing they had reached the end of the class. He watched as Peter cleaned up and handed a full vial of antidote to the man and had a sudden thought. It was not something he would usually do, but he felt a little desperate and needed some reassurance from the rotund man. "I'll meet you at the room," he mouthed to the others as he approached the man nervously. "Something still bothering you, Mr. Potter?" Slughorn asked amusedly. "Kind of," Harry admitted sheepishly, checking that the class was now indeed empty. "What is it, my boy? It's not like you to become flustered." "Does it mean you're in love with the person the potion smells like?" he asked nervously, his voice only just discernible to the man. Slughorn chuckled, then laughed in complete amusement. "No," he managed to stammer out after a moment. "It merely smells of that we find most attractive, nothing more," he assured the teen. Harry breathed a sigh of relief and scolded himself for sounding so foolish. "Thank you, sir," he said gratefully. "You seem to find the idea of falling in love rather vexing and not at all pleasurable," Slughorn observed. Harry swallowed deeply and nodded slightly. "Or is it the girl that this reminds you of?" the large man inquired. "Both, I think," Harry answered uncertainly. Slughorn shook his head. "Take it from a man that has been in love, Harry. It really is the most beautiful thing that can happen to you, scary. Yes, and very challenging, but worth every second of the good and the bad," he finished genuinely. Harry looked at the man and could see the melancholic expression forming on his face. "What happened to her, sir?" he asked. Slughorn smiled sadly. "We got married when we were young and she passed away. I have been on my own since," he shrugged. "I'm sorry," Harry replied frantically. "Why are you sorry, my boy? Even though she is gone, she gave me the best years of my life, and for that I will always be grateful. but it has taught me that love should be embraced and not fought against, regardless of what obstacles stand in your way." Harry chuckled. "It's complicated, though." "It would not be worth it if it was simple," Slughorn returned. "Whatever it is, you should give it a chance. It is much better to do that than live to regret the missed chances." Harry gave the man a warm smile. "Thank you, sir. You've given me a lot to think about." Slughorn nodded at the boy, and Harry left the room in deeper thought than he had been when he entered it. He didn't know what he felt about Bellatrix, but he knew it was different to what he felt about the rest of his friends. He enjoyed spending time with her, and there was no doubt in his mind that she was beautiful, but he couldn't quite figure out what it was about her that made him think about her this way. Harry may have been smart, but his experience of love, or in his case, lack of love, really shone though, and it confused him beyond measure, leaving him frustrated. He did not like going into situations without understanding them any longer, but this was one of those things he had no clue about, and he certainly wasn't going to ask Sirius or the others about it. He decided that he would have to go in blind, as uncomfortable as that made him feel, and just deal with it, whatever happened. Several hours of confusion and thought later found him entering the third-floor classroom, where Bellatrix was already sat at a desk reading from a book. He took a seat next her and took out his own and began perusing the pages, not really taken in any information he was reading. "Are you okay?" Bellatrix asked, cutting into the silence. "I'm fine," Harry returned dismissively, trying to ignore the confusion he was feeling. Bellatrix shrugged and continued reading her own book, not noticing that Harry would shift his glance to her, observing her as though he was trying to figure something out. It was during his observation of the girl that he started to notice the things he liked about her. The way she would push the errant strands of hair behind her ear when they would fall loose, the way she would frown slightly and worry her lip as she read, and the way she would smile as the understanding of what she was reading sunk in. "Have you got a date to the ball yet?" he suddenly blurted out, immediately scolding himself for his outburst. Bellatrix sighed and shook her head but smirked, though Harry could see it was not convincing. "People know not to ask me now," she replied, and Harry could see a hint of longing in her eyes. "What if I asked you?" he questioned the girl. Bellatrix turned towards him as though to gauge the boy's sincerity. "Excuse me," she asked as she felt something within her flutter slightly. Harry dragged his hand through his hair nervously and steeled himself. "What if I asked you to go with me?" he repeated genuinely. Bellatrix frowned in confusion. "Why?" she asked in complete disbelief. Harry took a deep breath. "I ran into Andromeda this morning." Before he could continue, Bellatrix shot to her feet, grabbed her bag and began to turn away, but was stopped by Harry, who turned her back towards him, though her eyes were now filled with fury. "She had no right," she hissed. "I don't want to be some pity date," she added, her eyes beginning to brim with tears. She turned her glance towards the floor and attempted to pull her arm out of Harry's grasp. "Let me finish," he requested with a whisper. Bellatrix stopped struggling, but her gaze remained downwards as she waited for him to continue. "Yes, she put the idea into my head," he admitted, tightening his grip slightly as he felt the girl struggle again. "But I'm asking because I really want to take you, not because of anything or anyone else," he explained sincerely. Bellatrix didn't reply immediately, but did not attempt to flee either. She pondered what he had said and eventually looked up at him, her eyes still wet from the tears. "You really want to take me?" she asked, still not quite convinced. Harry nodded. "I do." Bellatrix shook her head. "But why? You could take anyone you want to, so why me, especially after everything that happened before?" "There's no one else I'd rather take," Harry answered simply and sincerely. The girl looked into his eyes, as if trying to determine if there was any doubt or if this was some kind of joke. "You really mean it?" she questioned. "Yes," Harry answered firmly. The girl looked at him for a moment longer before smiling warmly, a smile he had not been aware of how fond of he was until now. "I would love to go with you," she whispered. Harry returned the smile, feeling genuinely relieved and happy. I'm going to the ball with Bellatrix Black, he mused contentedly, enjoying the warmth of the feeling it gave him. Sirius is going to freak out, he pointed out, looking forward to seeing the rest of the Marauders' reactions also when he arrived with Bellatrix on his arm. Chapter 9. Tournament, Trials, and a Ball. The Marauders arrived at Hogsmeade Station, each and every one of them keen to spend some much-needed time at home and away from the castle, even though the Easter holidays had been cut short to only a week due to the impending tournament. Both Remus and Sirius had been training exceptionally hard for the event, neither wanting to fall short of what they expected from themselves, and Harry suspected that they both intended to win, though he would not bet a galleon on the outcome. From what he had observed between many of the competitors, it would be a very close call in potential matchups, and he could pick no definitive winner. Because of how busy everyone seemed to be, it had been easy for Harry for the past week to avoid any discussions pertaining to the ball that would conclude the festivities, something he was quite pleased with. Although he did now have a date, one that would no doubt surprise and shock a lot of people, he was still not particularly looking forward to it. He knew that himself and Bellatrix would garner a lot of attention, and he knew that events like this were something he had almost no experience of throughout his life. But he did have a plan to remedy that, one where he would have to swallow his pride and ask for some sorely needed assistance. So that's it then, Sirius sighed as the group took their seats in the compartment. What's it? James asked confusedly. Well, that was the last chance for Harry to get a date for the ball. Didn't you see the last mad dash to get someone and he missed it? The boy explained with a sigh. Harry shook his head and smirked. He hadn't shared the news with anyone about his date, let alone the identity of who it was, but he couldn't wait to make Sirius eat his words. What makes you think I haven't got a date? The green-eyed teen asked with a raised eyebrow. Sirius's eyes widened, and he sat straighter, clearly intent on unearthing every little detail he could. When? He asked dumbly. All you do is train. Harry simply maintained his smirk, causing Sirius to huff in frustration, when he realized that he would get nothing out of his friend. Do you really have a date? Remus questioned. Harry nodded, and noted the approving smile James wore. It's Belinda Fawcett, Peter suddenly exclaimed. I saw them both in the library together. Sirius' eyes widened once more, as his head snapped towards a very amused-looking Harry. You're taking the head, girl, he stated rather than questioned. Harry chuckled and shook his head. I'm neither confirming or denying anything. The other boy pouted and frowned childishly. But why? He whined. Because you're a nosy git, Harry returned. Sirius folded his arms and huffed once more, scowling at the other boy. It's not Fawcett, Remus broke in. She's going with Elton. Sirius said nothing, but shook his head, clearly frustrated by the lack of information he was being given. Let it go, Padfoot. You know he won't tell you, James advised. You'll see who he's taking eventually. But I want to know now, he declared petulantly. Want to know what? The voice of Marlene sounded as herself. Lily and Alice joined them. Harry has a date to the ball and won't tell us, Sirius explained. Alice and Marlene looked towards Harry with a look of surprise, but Lily wore a confused frown. For some reason, she hated the thought of Harry dating somebody. It wasn't that she was jealous, but she got the sudden urge to forbid it for reasons she didn't even understand. She didn't want anyone to hurt him, and she felt the need to protect him from the possible emotional pain. She shook her head of these thoughts as the conversation continued. At least tell us what house she is in, Marlene grumbled, clearly having as much success as Sirius in gaining information. Harry chuckled and decided to have some fun with the group. What makes you think she's a student? He questioned seriously. So it is a girl, Sirius exclaimed triumphantly. Wait, not a student. You're taking a professor, Peter asked. Harry shook his head and chuckled once more, adopting a severe expression. No, Peter, I'm taking your mum, he replied, placing a firm and comforting hand on the boy's shoulder. Peter suddenly paled and whimpered, but was quickly shaken from his near catatonic state as Sirius roared in laughter. Don't do that, he hissed angrily. I'm sorry, Wormy, Harry returned, patting the boy comfortingly on the shoulder. So you're really not going to tell us? Marlene broke in once more. Harry had to admit that she was certainly persistent. Nope. Marlene huffed in a similar fashion to Sirius and folded her arms after shooting an unhappy glance at the boy. Well, whoever it is, I'm sure she and Harry will have a good time, Alice offered with a smile, which Harry reciprocated. James suddenly burst out laughing and pointed to Harry, his eyes alight with mirth. What's so funny? Harry demanded. It took several moments for James to compose himself before he could speak. You're going to have to go shopping for dress robes with Mum. She'll insist, he pointed out. It was Harry's turn to pale, as those aware of Doria's streak began to laugh also. Harry grumbled, but looked towards Sirius victoriously. I don't know why you're laughing, Mutt. Unless you brought some from home, you'll be coming with me. Sirius immediately stopped laughing, his face now a mask of horror at the realization. No, he whined. James, Peter, and Remus continued to laugh at the pair, while the girls looked slightly confused. Well, at least you have plenty of dueling clothes, James reminded him. You won't have to buy them too. Harry nodded gratefully and looked towards the boy, a look of uncertainty marring his features. You have told them about the trials, haven't you? James questioned seriously. Harry shook his head. The other boy's eyes widened, but he smirked knowingly. Looks like someone is in trouble, he mused aloud. Why? James almost looked incredulous at Harry's naivety. This is a really big deal. Harry and Mum will be upset that you didn't tell her straight away, he explained. But they are only trials, Harry deadpanned. And out of all the wizards and witches in the country, only you and probably 2 or 3 others would have been picked, James explained further. Plus, you're probably the youngest person to ever be invited to them. Harry sighed and dragged a hand through his hair. What trials? Lily broke in inquisitively. Haven't you told anyone? James questioned disbelievingly. Harry shook his head. You guys only know, because I got the letter when you were there. James snorted and regarded the boy with respect in his eyes. If anything, Harry had a tendency to downplay his achievements considerably. Perhaps he's so used to keeping secrets, he sighed inwardly. What trials? Lily questioned once more, sounding a little irritated that her question had been ignored. Harry has trials to represent Great Britain in the European Dueling Championships this year, James answered proudly. There was a brief moment of silence while the girls digested what they had just been told. Lily suddenly broke the silence as she squealed and launched herself into Harry's arms, almost knocking the wind out of him. Congratulations, that's amazing, she praised, feeling every bit as proud of the boy his brother seemed to be. Does that mean we'll all be going to France this summer to watch him in the tournament? Marlene asked excitedly. Damn right, Sirius declared. Harry shook his head amusedly. There's a strong chance I won't even get through the trials, he pointed out. Nonsense, Alice interjected. You are incredible with a wand. The others nodded their agreement. Harry felt his confidence grow as the others demonstrated their belief in him, but he was no fool. Dueling is a sport, and as with all sports it is restricted by rules and regulations, not the way that he had been taught to use his wand. He was prepared for open battle and warfare, not single combat competition that would be restrictive in the types of magic and spells he could use. The bottom line was that he was a trained killer, a soldier if you will, and not a duelist in the traditional sense. I best get through the trials, then if you want that trip to France. Break. The rest of the journey passed peacefully enough with the teens discussing their plans for Easter, and before they knew it, the train was pulling into platform 9¾ a much busier platform 9¾ than any we're used to seeing. It looks like every parent of each student is here, Sirius observed. The rest of the group nodded their agreement. People are scared, Marlene deduced, especially after Hogsmeade. Harry nodded and sighed inwardly, partly from relief and partly from frustration. It finally seemed that the wizarding community were beginning to take the threat of Voldemort much more seriously, and all it took was the lives of their children to be endangered for that to be accomplished. Perhaps now they were starting to realize that your blood offered no protection, and that it was simply a front that Tom was using to gain support. He was frustrated, however, that he had taken very few steps in dealing with the problem, but he again reminded himself there was little he could do for the time being. He had thus far altered things on rather a small scale, and he knew that altering things too much would leave him facing the unknown in the long run. As things stood, he could simply beat Tom at his game by stepping in when necessary and preventing things that had become pivotal events. He did, after all, have the benefit of foresight in that regard, but that did not prevent him feeling frustrated. Patience, he reminded himself. How will we find our parents in this crowd? James grumbled as they exited the carriage with their trunks. Harry had to agree. The platform was filled to capacity, and finding anyone would be difficult. Remembering a spell he had come across, he drew his wand and cast a quick silencing ward around himself to hide the fact that he was speaking Parseltongue, and quickly conjured a dagger before slicing open the tip of his finger and allowing the blood to soak the end of his wand. "Point me," he hissed. The spell itself was a form of blood magic, one that would simply locate any around you who shared the same blood. As expected, both James and Lily lit up with a bright golden color, unseen by any other than Harry, and amongst the crowd to the right of the group, Harry could make out a pair highlighted in a more subtle yellow. "This way," he pointed after he had dropped the ward and began leading the other teens through the crowd. The others followed, knowing not to ask about the spell. Harry had the habit of casting a silencing ward around himself when using magic he couldn't teach them, and they had come to accept it. They finally broke through the throngs of people to be greeted by the sight of Charles and Arcturus, conversing quietly, and Doria keeping a watchful eye on the students leaving the train, clearly trying to catch sight of Harry and James. Her face broke into a large and warm smile as she saw them approach, and she quickly pulled the two into a very tight hug, almost squeezing the air out of the duo. "Oh, Mum, not in front of everyone," James complained, though Harry could see he himself was trying not to smile. "Are you saying that you no longer want me to cuddle you, James?" the woman asked amusedly. The boy shook his head firmly and gave a subtle gesture with his head towards those that had come along with them. "I see," Doria acknowledged as she became aware of the rest of the group. She of course knew Sirius, Peter, and Remus very well, but she had not been formally introduced to the females as yet, though she recognized them from Hogwarts after the attack Hogsmeade. She eyed them critically and finally offered them a warm smile, but before she could speak, Charles beat her to it. "And who are these fine young ladies?" he asked as he approached the cluster of teens, followed by Arcturus. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Lord Potter," Marlene replied as she stepped forward and offered the man a formal curtsy. "I'm Marlene McKinnon." Charles smiled and bowed in acknowledgement. "Daughter of Lord Fenton McKinnon, I assume." Marlene nodded. "A good man," Charles offered sincerely. The girls smiled brightly and took a step back, allowing Alice to introduce herself. "I'm Alice Prince," she said shyly as she too offered a curtsy to the man. "Eldest daughter of Duncan," Charles deduced correctly as the girl confirmed it with a smile. "And finally—" "Lily Evans, sir," the girl answered just above a whisper, curtsying herself, but not meeting the man's gaze. Charles nodded and smiled nonetheless. "Now that is a name I'm not familiar with," he mused. "Am I correct in assuming that you come from Muggle heritage?" Lily nodded, her eyes remaining towards the ground. Charles chuckled. "You will find no prejudice amongst my family, Miss Evans," he assured her. The girl finally looked up and locked eyes with the man, and she was sure his widened briefly in recognition. But before she could be certain, he was once again merely smiling. The bright and familiar emerald eyes that met his own, eyes that belonged to another amongst the group, also took Charles aback. Doria too noticed them and looked between the young redhead and Harry, immediately recognizing the young woman as Harry's mother. the name finally becoming familiar from the day they had first met Harry. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Evans," she greeted as she stepped forward and took the girl's hands in her own, squeezing them gently. "You too, Mrs. Potter," Lily agreed, her nervousness fading now. "Are your parents waiting on the other side?" Doria asked. Lily nodded. "Then we will escort you to them. It's not safe how things are," Charles offered. "Thank you," Lily replied gratefully. "And you will be coming with us also, Lupin. We have things to discuss," Arcturus broke in. Seeing the boy's nervous look, Arcturus held up a placating hand. "I already wrote to your parents. They will be here shortly," he explained. Remus nodded and swallowed deeply, but felt Harry squeeze his shoulder, reassuringly causing him to relax a little. True to his word, a couple who could only be Remus's parents soon approached the group, both looking a little confused. "It looks as though we are ready," Arcturus observed. The rest of the teens bade farewell to Peter, Marlene and Alice before stepping through the barrier into Muggle London to seek out Lily's parents, something that Harry was apprehensive about. He only knew that the Evans' parents had died before he was born, and he had never seen a photo of them, even during his years with the Dursleys. His wonderings on how his other grandparents looked were cut short as Lily suddenly charged towards a small group of people, two of which Harry was not at all pleased to see. Although they were both much younger than he remembered, there was no mistaking Vernon and Petunia, the latter looking very much the same as she always did down to her horsey features. Vernon, however, was not the morbidly obese man from Harry's experiences. He was still large, but the majority of his bulk was muscle, his look of course completed with his usual ridiculous mustache. They came upon Lily and her parents mid-greeting as the two grown-ups were clearly happy to have their daughter back with them, smiling as they both wrapped their arms around her. Lily was very much the double of her mother, having inherited her red hair and those vibrant eyes. She was a lithely built woman that exuded warmth, and Harry could not help the stab of sadness he felt knowing that he never had the chance to get to know her. Her husband was also thinly built with sandy blonde hair, blue eyes, and an equally warm smile that was certainly contagious. Lily extracted herself from her parents' embrace and began introducing her escorts, beginning with Charles and Doria, who happily shook the hands of the young girl's parents. It was when she introduced Vernon and Petunia that things got a little frosty for two members of the group in particular. Doria, her ever-polite self, not being privy to the treatment Harry had sustained at the hands of the two, was courteous and warm towards the pair as she shook their hands, though it was clear Vernon was reluctant to do so. Charles greeted the pair neutrally, receiving a frown from his wife for his apparent lack of manners. She, however, said nothing as she could see his temper was close to boiling point, something she would raise with him at home. James simply had a murderous glint in his eye as he began to approach the pair, being held back by Harry, who shook his head, firmly causing the other boy to nod and swallow deeply. That didn't, however, stop him from attempting to break every bone in Vernon's hand as he shook it, causing the young man to wince. Harry had, of course, mentioned the pair to James, but had gone into very little detail in regards to them. James, however, was much more perceptive than Harry had given him credit for, and he had clearly figured out much more than he had initially let on. Again, the exchange was noted by Doria, who frowned. She was now feeling eager to discuss this with her son and husband as soon as possible. As such, she was the one to begin the goodbyes after a brief chat and began leading the way to the apparition point. After arriving at the front gates of Potter Manor, Charles quickly tuned the Lupins into the wards and led them into the large house, settling everyone into the main parlor. "Do excuse us, Mr. and Mrs. Lupin, but I need to have a word with my husband and two sons," Doria announced formally, leaving no room for argument from the male Potters. "It's quite all right, Lady Potter," Mr. Lupin replied dismissively. "It gives us a chance to discuss business," Arcturus added seriously as the Potters exited the room, Doria stalking in front of Harry, James, and Charles. Sirius made to follow, but was held back by his grandfather, who shook his head and gestured for the boy to take a seat. He knew it was something concerning Harry, and such a discussion could not take place with Sirius there due to his lack of knowledge on the situation. "You will remain here, boy. I'm sure your friend would appreciate it," he all but demanded, nodding towards a very nervous-looking Remus. "Now, I believe we have some things to discuss." Break. The Potters entered Charles's office, which was silenced and locked by Doria, who then leaned against the desk, looking at the others expectantly. When none of them did, she offered her husband a glare before addressing the man. "Would you care to explain why you almost cursed the young muggle?" she asked casually, though it was clear she was unhappy. Charles took a deep breath and sighed, his eyes flickering towards Harry very briefly. "Because the bastard deserves it," James cut in before Charles could answer. Doria was surprised by the rage being demonstrated by her usually calm son, whose eyes had once again adopted the murderous glint as he shook in his anger. The woman narrowed her eyes at the boy, and she shook her head. "Explain," she demanded. This time it was Charles that spoke. Placing a hand each of the teen's shoulders, he took another deep breath while Harry fidgeted uncomfortably. "Those are the two that Harry went to live with when everything went wrong," he explained. Doria's eyes narrowed further and her jaw clenched. "The cupboard people," she ground out. Charles nodded, and James looked confused. Harry may have explained some of his home life growing up with Dursleys to the boy, but he had of course omitted several things, living in the cupboard included. He didn't know if it was shame or because he already knew that James held on to enough guilt for how he was treated. "Cupboard?" James asked dumbly. Harry sighed and dragged a nervous hand through his hair. Charles looked between the two and quickly figured out that certain things still had not been discussed yet. "How much have you told him?" he questioned Harry. Harry shrugged. "Not much really," he admitted. Charles nodded his understanding. "There's nothing to be embarrassed about. You were just a boy," he explained firmly with a reassuring look. Harry nodded and sighed. "It's just not really come up," he returned. "I understand," Charles comforted. "It is up to you when you speak about things." Harry nodded once more. "The cupboard thing was just a small part of it," he revealed quietly. "In a way, it was where I was most safe because they left me alone in there." Charles squeezed his shoulder encouragingly, urging the boy to let go of some of the burden. "What do you mean?" James inquired, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Harry swallowed before speaking again. "My first bedroom with them was the cupboard under the stairs. It was like that until I got my Hogwarts letter," he informed the boy. James took a moment to digest the information before his head snapped in Harry's direction. His eyes a mixture of the same heartbreak Harry had witnessed when James learnt of his exposure to the Cruciatus curse and unbridled rage. 10 years, he growled out, though his voice weakened considerably as he finished his question. Harry nodded his answer, and again the other boy looked completely heartbroken before a look of realization dawned, and the look was once again furious. "That's where all those scars came from, isn't it? From living with them." Harry didn't need to even say a word for James to see it in his eyes. Doria had been quiet up until this point as the others discussed things amongst themselves, but her already fraying temper finally gave way at the last admission, and she stood straight, her eyes blazing in fury as much as James's. "I'll kill that bastard," James declared as he began packing back and forth. "Where are you going, Dor?" Charles asked, nodding his wife about to exit the room. He quickly moved to stand in front of her when he noted that she was beside herself in anger, not a good sign for whoever her ire was towards. "Let me go, Charles," she hissed dangerously. "I'm going to teach those bastards what happens when you harm one of us." "I'm coming too," James demanded as he took his place next to his mother. Charles shook his head. "They are not the same people that did that," he reminded them. "Harry's skin says differently," Doria replied stubbornly. "Now you have an idea of what I have to deal with," Harry broke in. "What do you mean?" James questioned. Harry sighed. "There are people here who caused me so much more pain than the Dursleys ever did," he explained. But they aren't the same people, and I've even managed to forgive them. Doria nodded her understanding, after a moment of contemplation, and James followed suit. If Harry can do it, then the least we can do is the same, Charles pointed out. I suppose, Doria agreed, though it was clear she was still steaming. James simply nodded. Good, now I think we should go and rescue the Lupins from your brother. Merlin knows what he is putting them through, Charles deadpanned. Break. After the Potters had exited the room, Arcturus, Sirius, and the Lupins sat in a companionable silence for a moment, the elder duo of the latter group looking slightly confused. It was Arcturus that broke the silence. When did it happen? He asked simply. The parents of the boy in question fidgeted nervously, and both Remus and Sirius looked confused. Mr. Lupin sighed before answering the man, his voice and tone tentative. Remus was 5 when he was bitten, he explained softly with more than a hint of guilt evident in his voice. Both Remus and Sirius looked horrified as they both quickly became aware of the subject matter. Sirius shot a pleading glance towards his grandfather that the man ignored, and Remus reacted, as he usually did, and buried his head in his hands, trembling uncontrollably. Arcturus was undeterred by the teen's reactions and continued. What happened? He asked gently. Mr. Lupin swallowed deeply, and his wife placed a hand on his thigh before she answered. My husband prevented Greyback from attacking a neighbor of ours, and he took his revenge on our son. It was my fault, Mr. Lupin whispered emotionally. No, it wasn't. You did the right thing, Remus returned firmly, a sentence that had clearly been repeated several times by the boy. Mr. Lupin shook his head, but was cut off by Arcturus. You should listen to your son, Mr. Lupin, he implored. He is clearly proud of whatever action you took, he continued, gesturing towards Remus, who nodded his agreement. The man offered his son a weak but appreciative smile. Regardless of the guilt you feel and his condition, you have both raised a fine boy, a very fine boy indeed, Arcturus praised sincerely. You should be proud of him. We are, Mrs. Lupin confirmed. But could you explain why we are here? Your letter wasn't very clear. Arcturus nodded. Your son prevented some very severe harm coming to my youngest granddaughter during the Hogsmeade attack, and I find myself in his debt, Arcturus explained, not revealing any specifics. Remus shook his head. I just did what was right, sir, he tried. Mr. Lupin, my family is the most important thing to me, and I would give every nut in my vault to ensure their safety and happiness. You secured that for me, and you shall be rewarded, Arcturus returned firmly. I don't want your money, sir, Remus replied genuinely. Just as I thought, Arcturus chuckled. That is why I'm not offering you money but something more personal, he explained as he removed an envelope from his pocket and handed it to the boy. Remus looked confused, but he opened the missive nonetheless and removed a sheet of parchment. He seemed to read it several times before he looked up at the man in complete disbelief and completely lost his composure as he began to sob. Moony, Sirius questioned worriedly as he approached his friend. The 2 Lupin parents, clearly having read the contents, also hugged their son tightly, and the boy offered his friend the gift to see for himself. Arcturus graced the group with an unseen gentle smile before he spoke. It is no cure, but it will make the transformations much more bearable and painless. Leaving your son with his human mind intact, he explained. The potion, Sirius said simply, choking on the final word as he too was overcome with sheer joy and relief for Remus. Remus nodded and pulled the other teen into a tight hug, sobbing into his shoulder. Sirius was in complete disbelief at the generosity of his grandfather and the difference the man was making in Remus's life as he wrapped his arms around his friend and wept along with him. He offered the man a grateful nod, having lost the ability to even think clearly, let alone speak. Merlin, and I thought our conversation was emotional, the voice of James sounded as the Potters entered the room. Prongs, Remus greeted the boy emotionally as he strode across the room and pulled both of the Potter boys into a tight hug. Bloody hell, Mooney, I need to breathe, James complained. Remus ignored the boy and continued his attempt to smother them both through his emotion. Anyone going to tell us what this about before he kills us? Harry asked breathily. Remus finally relented and simply took the parchment from Sirius and handed it to James. Is this for real? He whispered after reading the offered note, his hand shaking. He looked towards Arcturus, pleading the man to confirm it, which he did with a nod. James closed his eyes and sniffed, attempting to hide his tears, failing miserably as the first few broke free, and he pulled the werewolf into an overly tight embrace of his own. Harry felt confused and frowned before taking the parchment to read himself, his eyes shining brightly as he offered Arcturus a grateful smile and pulled both Remus and James towards him after he had finished digesting the news. Hey, don't leave me out, Sirius croaked as he flung himself into the group, leaving the four of them in a tangled mess on the floor which none seemed to notice or care about. We can't even begin to thank you, Lord Black, Mr. Lupin declared. There's no need, Arcturus assured the man. Your son has earned this. The Lupins could only nod their understanding and gratitude. All you have to do is take the parchment to the potioneer listed, and he will give you a year's supply every year, Arcturus explained. For life? Remus asked disbelievingly as he emerged from the pile of boys heaped on the floor. Of course, Arcturus replied, and there's something else also. Remus shook his head. You've already given me too much. This is not a gift, but another opportunity. Remus frowned uncertainly and waited for the man to continue. Regardless of the potion, you will still find it very hard to find employment when you graduate, Arcturus pointed out. Remus nodded his agreement. What is it you want to do? Arcturus questioned. I'd like to be an enchanter, Remus answered sincerely. Arcturus nodded his approval. Then you will need top marks in charms, arithmancy, and runes, he mused aloud. Can you get those grades? Remus nodded, firmly backed up by his three friends, who also nodded their agreement. Then, when you graduate, I want you to come and see me, and we can have a business discussion, Arcturus requested. Yes, sir, Remus conceded. In the meantime, I have some books that will certainly help you, Arcturus replied thoughtfully, scratching his chin. I will bring them to you next week at Hogwarts. At Hogwarts? Sirius questioned. Families have been invited to watch the dueling tournament, Arcturus informed them. This was a surprise to the teens, as this had not been mentioned to them as yet. I'm looking forward to it, Charles declared excitedly. James frowned at the man in confusion. Why are you going? Neither Harry or I are competing, he pointed out. What, why? Charles questioned. After training with you and Harry, a school tournament doesn't appeal to me, James shrugged. Harry, the man questioned further. Harry dragged a hand through his hair and sighed as he removed his shrunken trunk from his pocket. This is where he gets in trouble, Sirius snickered gleefully. Because, Harry began, shooting a glare at Sirius, I don't think I'd be allowed even if I wanted to, he explained as he handed the man the letter he received from the ministry. Charles frowned deeply as he took the official-looking letter, preparing himself for the worst. What he did read was completely unexpected, and his eyebrows rose significantly before he looked at the boy proudly. I don't even know why I'm surprised, he mumbled as a smile lit his face. What is it? Doria asked impatiently. Charles handed her the letter and continued to stare at Harry, shaking his head for lack of anything else he could think of doing. Oh my, Doria whispered as she bit her lip worriedly. I'm not getting any younger, Doria. What is it? Arcturus grumbled. Harry has been invited to try out for the national dueling to represent Great Britain this summer. Arcturus simply smirked. At his age, Mrs. Lupin piped up. The boy is a damned prodigy, Arcturus responded. Doria continued to look worried, but offered Harry an encouraging smile. But the last day of the trials is the same as the ball, she noted quietly. No need to worry about that. Harry apparently has a date, so he'll be there, James declared. The Potter parents shared a look of surprise, and Doria adopted a look of eagerness. "You have all week to drag the poor boy shopping for robes," Charles pointed out, quickly deducing what his wife was thinking. Doria pouted slightly, and Sirius guffawed at the look of horror Harry was now wearing. "Laugh it up. You need robes too, remember," Harry reminded him with a cruel smirk. Doria, once again, looked excited at the prospect of shopping for robes for two, and she seemed content to wait. "Traitor," Sirius grumbled as he scowled at a still smirking Harry. "Who is it you're taking?" Charles asked. "He won't tell any one of us," James huffed. "Maybe he's paid Snivelus to wear a dress and be his date," Sirius offered, causing both James and Remus to chuckle. Harry too chuckled, but for a different reason. He knew that when Sirius and the others learned the identity of his date, they wouldn't be cracking jokes like that in front of her. Break. Ever since Harry had asked her to be his date at the ball, Bellatrix had been in an exceedingly good mood, with the sense of happiness and excitement that had come over her at the thought of the green-eyed boy that seemed to be on her mind an awful lot. The pair had spent some time together over the past week, and these were the moments that she found herself more at ease than she ever had. The boy was nothing short of a gentleman, and just being in his company made her feel content. It was clear to the girl that despite his usually confident demeanor, Harry had little to no experience whatsoever with the opposite sex, an innocence that she found herself admiring. It was quite endearing. Because of this, she herself had taken the lead in instigating any closeness between the two, though in reality she had just as little experience as he did. She would merely sit a little closer to the other boy while they were reading and occasionally rest her head on his shoulder, something he had not once protested against or shown any outward sign of discomfort with. Overall, very little had actually changed between the pair, but Bellatrix found herself questioning the situation continuously. She didn't know if the pace of the relationship would be enough to keep Harry interested, or if things were actually moving too fast, and it frustrated her to no end. For all of her smarts, she knew that both Harry and herself had no clue about this sort of thing, and her constant thinking only left more questions than answers. She slammed the book that she had been attempting to read shut and sighed. "Maybe I should talk to someone," she mumbled to herself. The only problem with that was she had no idea who to talk to, and it wasn't something she was particularly willing to discuss. She had never had a conversation with anyone about feelings, and the subject of boys had never been brought up, unless it was either of her sisters attempting to annoy and goad her in some way. She shook her head at the thought of the other younger Blacks. Andy was spending the train journey with that Tonks boy that Sissy had seen her with a few times, and her younger sister was with her friends leaving Bellatrix alone, something she didn't mind at all. At least they would stop asking her personal questions, though she fully expected it to resume when they returned home. Speaking of which, Bellatrix felt the train beginning to slow. Clearly, she had been lost much deeper in her thoughts than she was aware, as the ride home seemed to have barely lasted a few moments. She shook herself from her musings as she placed her book back into her trunk and shrunk it before placing it in her pocket. Even thought the platform was completely packed. It didn't take her long to locate her mother and two sisters. Drella greeted her middle daughter with a hug followed by a raised eyebrow. There was certainly something different about her. It took her a moment to figure out the difference, and she smiled inwardly when she saw what it was. "You look happy, Bellatrix," she commented. The girl frowned at her mother. Both Indy and Sissy had said the same to her, but try as she might, she herself could not figure out what looked so different about her. "What do you mean?" she asked. Drella smirked knowingly. "It's all in the eyes, dear," she replied simply. "Come along," she added as she began leading her daughters away, not giving Bellatrix a chance to respond. The girl in question shook her head and followed behind her family, her eyes narrowed in their direction. After they arrived home via the Fla network, Drella buzzed herself making tea for them all, a tradition they had adopted when the girls first came from school. It gave them a chance to catch up as a family and discuss anything that needed to be talked about that couldn't be done through letters. The matriarch of the home poured a cup for each of them before sitting at the table herself. "So, is there anything I need to know?" she asked, specifically looking at her middle daughter expectantly. Bellatrix knew her mother was trying to bleed information from her, not something she was going to give up so easy. "The dueling tournament starts next week," she offered. Drahla raised an amused eyebrow at her daughter and stirred her drink casually. "I know, myself and your father have been invited to watch," she informed her daughters. "Is that why you seem happier?" she questioned further. Bellatrix sighed inwardly. Her mother was relentless, if nothing else. Before she could answer, her mother continued. "And what about the ball?" "I'm not going," Nasasa answered. "Why ever not?" Drahla asked. "Because I volunteered to supervise some of Professor Slughun's potions for extra credit," the Blundo explained. Her mother shook her head amusedly. Nasasa had always been more dedicated to her studies than anything else, as had Bellatrix for that matter. "Undi," she inquired. Andromeda swallowed deeply. "I'm not dueling. I have my NEWTS to focus on," she began. Drahla nodded her understanding and took a sip from her tea, waiting for her eldest to continue. "But I am going to the ball," the girl added shyly. Drahla had her suspicions that her daughter was dating someone that most of the Blacks would not approve of, but she said nothing. In her mind, ignorance was bliss, and her husband now knew not to try to interfere in the personal lives of their daughters to that degree again. As far as she was concerned, the girl was only 17, and was not one to do anything foolish like announce to the world that she was dating someone deemed unworthy by the family. "So what is his name?" she asked, fully expecting the girl to not answer. "His name is Thada," Andromeda answered. "He's a Hufflepuff," Nasasa contributed with an innocent smile. "A Hufflepuff?" Drahla questioned, surprised more than just a little. "Well, he will be loyal at the very least," she offered. Andromeda nodded as she shot a death glare to her youngest sister, who continued her innocent facade. Bellatrix knew her mother would not drop this, and she shook her head in exasperation. "I'm dueling," she confirmed. "And the ball?" The girl sighed again and just nodded. The three other females looked a little surprised, but also victorious. "He asked you then," Andromeda stated. Nasasa and Drahla looked confused, as Bellatrix smiled, despite her efforts not to. "He did, and I should curse you for your interference," she replied irritably. Andromeda gave an uncharacteristic squeal as she hugged her reddening sister. "Get off, Indy," Bellatrix complained, though her smile remained. "That is the reason you look so happy," Drahla mused. "So who is it?" "It's Harry," Andromeda announced. Nasasa's eyes widened comically, and Drahla shook her head in amusement. "And how did that happen?" Drahla asked. Bellatrix looked a little sheepish, but she answered truthfully. "We've been spending quite a bit of time together since the Hugsmutta attack. He's been teaching me," she explained. "Teaching you?" Andromeda broke in. "You don't need teaching." Bellatrix shook her head. "I didn't think I needed much either until Harry gave me a few tips. He is something else with a wand. I've never seen anything like it," Bellatrix replied sincerely. "Yeah, we know that," Nasasa cut in. "He's going to win the dueling tournament easily," she added confidently. Bellatrix nodded her agreement. Harry had, of course, not shared the fact that he would not be competing with her. "How did that lead to him asking you to the ball?" Drahla asked, a hint of impatience in her tone. Bellatrix again glared at her older sister. "I guess you can blame her for that," she huffed. "Well, it worked," Andromeda pointed out. Bellatrix shook her head. "Actually, it didn't. I almost hexed his bits off when he first asked," she explained. Andromeda raised her eyebrows. "That was until he explained why he wanted to take me," Bellatrix continued, smiling again once more. "What did he say?" Bellatrix shook her head and sighed, but recounted the moment for them anyway, knowing they would not let it lie. "That is so romantic," Nasasa declared once Bellatrix had finished. "It is," Drahla agreed and found herself smiling at the thought of the boy. "Yes, but we are keeping it quiet for now," Bellatrix informed them firmly. Why? Drella questioned. I very much doubt anyone would attempt to give either of you problems. We just want to keep it for ourselves for now, Bellatrix whispered. Drella nodded her understanding. It's all new and you don't want anything to ruin it, Drella deduced. Bellatrix nodded. Have you kissed him yet? Nasasa interjected bluntly. Bellatrix flushed and shook her head. No, nothing like that. I don't even know if he would want to, she admitted. Why wouldn't he? Andromeda chipped in. He's really hard to read, and this kind of thing is really new to both of us. Neither of us know what we're doing, I think, Bellatrix returned uncertainly. Drella nodded and smiled. That's a good thing. It means you get to learn everything together, but first you need to learn about each other. Things like this don't work out if you're not comfortable and intimate emotionally before anything else, she explained. Bellatrix frowned in confusion. So what do I do? She asked, a little bit of her pent-up frustration showing through. You let things happen naturally, as they should, her mother answered. Just do what feels right and everything will work out the way it should. Bellatrix sighed and nodded once more. You are both similar in quite a lot of ways. Just give it time, dear, Drella advised. Bellatrix smiled as she felt a little of the pressure she had put on herself lift. She knew her mother was right, and all she could do was wait and see what would happen as time went by, and everything developed naturally between herself and the green-eyed boy. Break. Harry sunk gratefully into the sofa in the main parlor room after a very long day of shopping. 9 hours, he had been dragged from shop to shop for dress robes, shoes, and a number of accessories that made no sense to him. It turned out that Dora could not curb her enthusiasm enough to wait past the morning, after their return home, to drag both Harry and Sirius shopping, James having quickly made himself scarce at the mention of the idea. But Dora had not been the reason why the trip had taken so long. That Anna fell to Sirius. The boy was simply a nightmare while shopping and was extremely picky. Harry had at first found him amusing as he demanded particulars, but his amusement soon turned to irritation. It had eventually taken Harry to threaten the boy with some rather grim curses to hurry the other boy along, though he clearly did not like being rushed. He sighed as he rubbed his throbbing temples, simply relishing in some much-needed peace. I know that expression, the voice of Chullas interrupted his musings as the man entered the room. A long day of shopping courtesy of Dora. Harry shook his head. Sirius, you mean, he grumbled. Chullas chuckled. I've never met a boy like him when it comes to shopping. He's ridiculous. It took him 4 hours to pick shoes, Harry complained, causing the man to laugh. Where is he now? Upstairs, probably admiring his reflection, Harry answered irritably. Is he still moaning? Dora questioned as she too entered the room and took a seat. Harry mumbled incoherently in response. It wasn't that bad, Harry, Dora chided. Not for you two, you can see you're related, Harry returned. Doria simply shook her head and laughed. Well, it's over with now, she reminded. Thank Merlin. Harry sighed again as he found himself in the perfect situation to broach a subject he certainly did not want to discuss with James and Sirius around. Something bothering you, Harry? Charles asked. Harry swallowed and nodded nervously. I need some help with dancing, he whispered. The two grown-ups shared a knowing look, and Charles shook his head. Doria is much better than me, he explained. The woman smiled and nodded. Have you never had any dance lessons? She asked. Harry nodded. I had to go to a ball for the Triwizard tournament, but didn't learn much, he explained. Doria nodded her understanding. I'll teach you, she offered, but under one condition, she added with a mischievous smirk. What condition? Harry asked, feeling very suspicious of the woman. You tell me who it is you're taking to the ball. Harry's eyes widened at the request. Oh, I like it, Charles chuckled gleefully. But that's blackmail, Harry huffed. I know, it's a great thing, Doria returned casually. Harry shook his head. Definitely a black, he mumbled to himself. And don't you forget it. Harry sighed and dragged a hand through his hair. You have to promise not to tell anyone else, he tried, hoping the woman wouldn't go for it and that he could negotiate something else with her. Doria raised an eyebrow at him and gestured, zipping her mouth closed. Deal. Harry looked momentarily horrified before shaking his head. He had tried to bluff her and failed. I'm taking Bellatrix, he revealed after he shot a glance at the door to make sure neither James or Sirius were there. Doria smiled brightly, and Charles raised his eyebrows. That's wonderful, Harry. I'm sure you will both have a good time, Doria assured him. You'd better give her a good time, or you'll never hear the end of it, Charles muttered. Doria glared at the man. You took me to a Quidditch match in December for our first date, she hissed. I didn't know it would snow. I'm not a seer, the man replied. You're lucky I agreed to go out with you again, Doria bit back. Charles nodded his agreement. You've made that clear enough times. Good, then you'll never make that mistake again, will you? Charles shook his head seriously. I said I was sorry, he pointed out. You did, and you were very sweet, Doria conceded, her eyes softening considerably. Anyway, we can start the lessons in the morning, she added to Harry. Harry nodded. Not a word to those two, he pleaded. My lips are sealed, Doria promised. Break. As expected, the shortened holiday passed in a blur of dance lessons and homework. Before Harry knew it, he was once again sat aboard the Hogwarts Express, with the rest of the Marauders making their way back to school for the final term of the year. Peter had a similar reaction to his friends regarding the news of Remus's potion, and spent quite a sizable amount of time hugging the werewolf, congratulating the boy, and offering his own words of joy. We'll still be coming to see you after the ball, James promised. Remus shook his head. Actually, my parents are coming to get me so they can supervise the first time, just to make sure. The other boys shared a look with each other, but nodded their understanding. Then you'll take my mirror and call us as soon you can to let us know, Sirius requested firmly. Remus shook his head but smiled nonetheless. Yes, Mum, he returned cheekily. Sirius narrowed his eyes at his friend and smirked. Soon enough, the return journey to Hogwarts came to an end, and the group quickly found themselves at the Gryffindor table, enjoying the feast with Marlene, Alice, and Lily. And how did your shopping trip go? Marlene asked Sirius, causing Harry to shoot a nasty glare towards the boy. It was fine, Sirius answered simply after he noted the look he was getting. Marlene was about to question him further, but was interrupted by Dumbledore standing to address the room. Welcome back, he began with a gentle smile. Tomorrow marks the first day of the dueling tournament, and as such the rules and structure of the competition will be explained at breakfast. All in the room were silently fixed on the man. I am sure that you would have been informed by now, but parents of students have been invited to spectate the duels, and also members of the Auror Squad, and the governors will also be in attendance, so your best behavior is, as always, expected. Clearly not everyone knew this, as small amounts of hushed whispering broke out. Finally, in the interest of fairness, we have decided that you will only compete against members of your own year group, he continued. So I suggest that you all get a good night's sleep, because those competing will have their first opponent announced at breakfast tomorrow. He took a seat, and the students immediately exited the hall as advised, chatting excitedly amongst themselves. Nervous? Harry questioned both Remus and Sirius as they took their usual seats in the common room. Both boys shook their heads. I'm looking forward to it, Sirius declared. Me too. Harry smiled encouragingly at them. Just remember to not underestimate anyone and you'll both be fine, he advised. Break. Entering the Great Hall the following morning, it wasn't hard to spot that things were different. The house tables were all still there, but they had all been lengthened considerably. In addition to this, there were several more seats at the teacher's table, and the room looked as though it had been expanded also to accommodate the changes. In all of his years at Hogwarts, Harry had never seen the room this way, even during the time of the Triwizard Tournament. But then again, There had been considerably less students at Hogwarts when he had attended previously. The Marauders took seats at their house table and watched as the hall filled to capacity with the rest of the school as every student filed in during the morning meal. When the students were all sat, the room began to fill with the parents of the students as they joined their children also. Harry recognized a lot of the people here, for both good and bad reasons, but found himself smiling as Charles, Doria, Arcturus, and the parents of both Alice and Marlene joined the group. "Elbows off the table, Sirius," Doria chided, as she took a seat between Harry and James with the other parents sitting sporadically amongst them all. Sirius grumbled, but did as he was told, knowing better than to argue with his great-aunt. "Miss Evans, are your parents not coming?" Doria asked. Lily shook her head. "My father has to work and we live in Surrey. It's a long way to travel by Muggle transport," she explained. Doria nodded her understanding. "Well, we will be here to cheer you on," she offered comfortingly. Lily smiled appreciatively. The group chatted amongst themselves as they waited for the proceedings to begin. They didn't have to wait long as Dumbledore soon stood to address them. Harry noted that in the time that they had been talking, the room had filled up even more so with members of the media, a dozen or so Aurors, and several other important-looking figures that he did not recognize. "Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to begin by welcoming you all to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and thank you for sharing in our dueling festivities," the headmaster began. A smattering of applause broke out, and the man waited patiently for the noise of the crowd to die down. "To explain how the tournament will work and explain the rules, allow me to introduce our very own defense against the dark arts instructor, Professor Mortlake." Dumbledore began clapping for the man as he took his seat, allowing Mortlake to approach the podium looking his usual grouchy self. "Thank you, headmaster," he offered stiffly. "Now the rules have already been explained. 15 minutes per duel and whatever I say goes," he reminded them. "We will be using a familiar system to decide who will be opposing whom," he continued as he placed the wooden chalice on the podium that he had used to announce the class pairings at the beginning of the year. A small amount of talking broke out throughout the room, as the students explained to the parents how it would work. "We are doing it this way so that it is fair," he explained. "That means that you could be facing any person within your year, regardless of what house yourself or they are in." Sirius and Remus shared a nervous glance at this revelation. "If you lose your duel, then you are out," Mortlake continued. "And again, what I say goes. If you use spells or magic I deem unfit for the competition, you will be disqualified and may even be punished further depending on the severity," he again reminded them firmly. "Now, without further ado, let us begin." He drew his wand and pointed it at the cup, lighting a blue flame within it, eliciting an eager round of applause from those in the room. "We will begin with the fourth years," he announced as he placed several pieces of parchment into the fire. The announcement of both the fourth and fifth year initial duels passed quickly with only a few names that Harry recognized, the most prominent of course being Regulus Black, who would be taking part in the fifth year portion of the competition. It was when Mortlake announced that it was time to draw the sixth year names that Harry and those around him became much more attentive. As he had with the previous 2-year groups, the professor placed the slips of parchment into the fire and waited for the name drawing to begin. After a moment, the flames burned brighter and released the first name, which Mortlake snatched nimbly from the air. "The first competitor of the 6th-year duels is Severus Snape of Slytherin House," he announced. Harry caught sight of the boy looking smug and sharing a grin with his friends. "Mr. Snape will be facing Alice Prince of Gryffindor House," Mortlake continued once the next name had appeared. The Slytherin boy frowned at the girl, and Alice simply ignored him. The professor waited for 2 names to be spewed out of the cup before he announced the next bout. "Sirius Black of Gryffindor House will take on Thomas Avery of Slytherin." Sirius and Avery immediately glared at each other. There was certainly no love lost between the two. A few more bouts were announced that didn't concern the group, until Mortlake drew the names for the 7th duel. Lily Evans of Gryffindor House will face Marlene McKinnon, also of Gryffindor. The two girls were momentarily shocked at the announcement, but both soon adopted a smirk towards the other. They may be best friends, but Harry knew that neither would hold back against the other. Up next, we have Remus Lupin of Gryffindor House, taking on Anthony Derwent of Ravenclaw. Remus and the other boy shared a respectful nod in acknowledgement of their upcoming duel. All of Harry's friends now had their first opponents, and he found himself not at all concerned with who they had been drawn against other than Alice, who would more than have her hands full with Snape. He had just tuned out when he heard another name that piqued his interest once more. Bellatrix Black of Slytherin will take on Rabaston Lestrange of Slytherin, Mortlake announced. Harry couldn't help but notice how nervous Lestrange was now looking at the revelation of his opponent, and Harry could not blame him whatsoever. Bellatrix was simply much better in every aspect of her dueling game than the other boy, and his chances were bleak at best. Bellatrix noticed him watching and gave him a discreet smile as she sat between her parents. Much to his surprise, Bellatrix's father had attended and was shooting a knowing look of his own to Randolph Lestrange, who was not looking happy. And now on to the 7th years, Mortlake declared, once it was clear that no more names would be coming out of the cup. Bellatrix looked at Harry questioningly, but he was in no position to explain as things were. The two were sat on opposite sides of the room, so he merely offered her a shrug. The 7th-year competition was announced with only Frank Longbottom and Rudolphus Lestrange, who Harry knew of along with a slew of other students of that year. Clearly Lestrange had been put in the 7th-year category, as he was much older than his 6th-year counterparts, and Harry imagined it had been deemed unfair for him to compete with the fellow 6th years. After the last duel had been announced, Dumbledore rose, and Mortlake took his seat, looking more than happy to be doing so. "Excellent. Now as each of you are victorious, your names will be once again added to the cup to determine your next opponent," he explained. There was a small amount of murmuring to be heard at this, so the headmaster waited for it to die down before he spoke once more. "Today we will have the preliminary rounds of the 4th and 5th-year duels, but I do first of all have a further announcement to make regarding one of our own, if of course he has no objections to me sharing," he continued, his twinkling eyes finding their way to Harry. Harry sighed inwardly, but knew it would be better this way than having to explain it several times over to different people. "Now, I imagine that most of the students here are wondering why Mr. Potter, Harry, has not entered himself into the tournament." Again, a small amount of chatter could be heard, as many showed their agreement with the statement. "Mr. Potter is exempt from competing, and I am proud to announce that is because he has been selected to try out to represent Great Britain for the upcoming European Champions, the youngest person to be honored with such an opportunity in recent history." There was a brief moment of stunned silence that was suddenly broken by a deafening round of applause from the majority of those in attendance and an onslaught of camera flashes from the media. That was until both Arcturus and Charles shielded him and glared angrily at the photographers, who immediately ceased their efforts. "Yes, a very big congratulations to Mr. Potter, and we, of course, wish you the best of luck. But for now, we will have a 30-minute intermission before we proceed with our own competition." Many in the hall stood to stretch their legs for a while as many others, particularly those involved with and interested in the duels, began discussing strategy and tactics. Harry found himself swarmed by classmates and members of the public who wanted to offer their own congratulations, which he took as humbly as he could, though he still did not enjoy being the center of attention. The journalists certainly seemed to want to approach the teen also, but clearly thought better of it, as both Charles and Arcturus warned them off with little more than a further glare in their direction, when it seemed that one had mustered enough courage to do so. Cowed by the two men, those from the media sought out people who were willing to talk to them, leaving the Potters mostly alone. The welcome exclusion of the media was short-lived, however, as the group were approached by a cluster of even less welcome people. "So the bastard Potter gets rewarded for violence." The voice of Lucius Malfoy sounded from the right of the group, the boy being flanked by several others his own age, along with some Slytherin students. Harry turned and simply smirked at the older teen and shook his head amusedly. "Lucy, I'm quite sure your father would be rather upset if he knew you were attempting to provoke me," he replied coolly. Lucius narrowed his eyes and was about to retort when a firm hand found its way on his shoulder. Looking up, he saw his father with wearing and irritated scowl. "Remember the conversation we had regarding the boy," he hissed. Lucius shook his head irritably. "We are Malfoys," he returned angrily. "We do not allow any to get the better of us." "We have discussed this," Abraxas replied heatedly. "Clearly your son did not inherit your intelligence, Abraxas," Arcturus broke in. "I was the top of my year," Lucius declared smugly. "That class must have been full of morons then," Harry muttered, causing several people to laugh. Harry noted that touched a nerve as Lucius turned to glare at him once more, his eyes full of venom. "Lucius," Abraxas growled warningly, seeing that his son had lost his cool and composure. Lucius turned towards the man and shook his head in what seemed to be disappointment. "You have allowed him to embarrass us several times, no more. As your head of house, I demand that you stand down. And as a man, I refuse." Harry and the rest of the group watched the descent amongst the Malfoy patriarch and his heir with keen interest. Lucius was certainly determined to disobey his father. Abraxas shook his head and turned towards Charles, bowing formally as he did so. "Lord Potter, the House of Malfoy does not condone the attitude that one of its sons is demonstrating, and though I will not apologize for it, I do not support it at this time," he offered. Charles recognized immediately what Malfoy Sr. was doing. He may not have condoned the actions, but that did not mean the two would be friends anytime soon. All Abraxas had done was again avoid confrontation, but had managed to salvage some kind of dignity from the situation. Lucius was infuriated by the actions of his father, and as was evident by the betrayed yet murderous look his face now adorned. "This isn't over, Potter," he snarled as he turned and forced his way through the crowd. Harry chuckled to himself at how much Lucius at this age reminded him of Draco. He was little more than hot air, but could be dangerous if left unchecked, something that Harry planned on dealing with sooner rather than later. His reflection was interrupted by Dumbledore declaring that the tournament was about to begin, and as instructed, the members of the audience took their seats once again within the hall. What followed for Harry was a day of entertainment. Although the majority of the students were not particularly gifted in the art of dueling, it was fun to watch nonetheless. Regulus Black was one of the few that demonstrated any actual aptitude for it, and the boy admittedly impressed Harry, but he was not at all surprised. Regulus was a Black after all, and would have had much preparation throughout his life for such things. He did not, however, have too much time to dwell on the 4th and 5th year duels, as tomorrow would be his first day of trials at the Ministry. That would mean he would miss the opening round of his year's duels, something he had pointed out to his friends. They had all simply shrugged it off and told him to focus on what he had to do. They all understood that, even though it was a fairly big deal to them, the trials were a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Harry. Break. He woke early the next morning to prepare for his day of trials, though he had no idea what they would entail. He spent a few hours in the room of requirement, gently stretching and going through some light spell work, fully expecting that he would be put through his paces. After finishing up in the room, he returned to a near-empty Gryffindor tower to shower, the rest of the house clearly having gone to breakfast and not wanting to miss anything to do with the dueling that would be continuing today. He dressed in some loose clothing, ensuring that he had both of his wands, and picked up the dagger he had obtained in the chamber, before making his way to the Great Hall to have some breakfast and spend some time with his friends and family. He had spent a little time studying both the dagger and the ring that had belonged to Slytherin, finding no type of enchantment or even traces of magic imbued into either. It seemed they were simply what they appeared to be, but Harry was no less proud to be in possession of them. They had belonged to one of the founders after all. He was pulled from his thoughts as he reached the entrance hall and found himself being dragged into an empty classroom by a gentle grasp on his wrist. Stopping himself from drawing his wand at the last moment, he allowed himself to be steered inside where his eyes fell on a triumphant-looking Bellatrix. "Well, your disillusionment charm is improving," he offered with a gentle smile, which was returned by the girl. "Almost as good as yours, Potter," she returned with mock smugness. Harry chuckled and shook his head amusedly. "I can't deny that, Black," he conceded proudly. "Now is there a reason you're assaulting me in the halls now?" Bellatrix raised an eyebrow and folded her arms. "I was going to wish you good luck, but now I don't think I'll bother," she huffed indignantly, her eyes alight with amusement of her own. She turned to leave and smiled when she felt herself being held back. Schooling her features, she turned to face the boy once more. "You're not mad I didn't tell you?" Bellatrix snorted slightly. "I know enough about you to know that you keep almost everything yourself. I bet you didn't even tell your parents straight away." Harry rubbed the back of his neck and grimaced slightly. "Just as I thought," Bellatrix sighed. "But no, I'm not mad. I'm proud of you. If anyone can do it, it's you." "Thank you," Harry replied, feeling a little shy at the praise he was getting. "But you had better not stand me up at the ball, or I will be most displeased," Bellatrix warned. "I wouldn't dream of it," Harry promised with a grin. Bellatrix narrowed her eyes at him critically and nodded when she was satisfied he was telling the truth. "Good," she finally responded. Before Harry was aware what had happened, the girl had cleared the already small amount of space between them and planted a gentle kiss on his cheek. "Good luck, Harry," she whispered as she exited the room, her cheeks flushed with a tinge of pink. Harry simply rubbed Spot where her lips had been and smiled at the tingling sensation they had left in their wake, losing himself in his thoughts for a moment before snapping out of them and exiting the classroom to finally make his way into the Great Hall. Immediately, he was put on edge. Many people turned to stare at him, and several people at the Slytherin table were looking far too happy about something. He caught a glimpse of Bellatrix, who was looking a little nervous, and he frowned thoughtfully as he approached the Potters who were talking amongst themselves, along with the rest of the Marauders and Arcturus. "What's going on?" he asked, sensing that something was wrong. None replied, but Charles sighed and handed him the morning edition of the Daily Prophet. Harry took it and instantly saw what the problem was. "Who is Harry Potter?" By Barnabas Cuff. It was revealed yesterday, by none other than Albus Dumbledore, that 16-year-old Harry Potter has been named as a potential candidate to represent Great Britain this summer during the European Dueling Championships, the youngest possibility by far. But just who is Harry Potter? In typical Potter fashion, the boy refused to speak to the media, and when I attempted to do a little digging, I came up empty-handed. It is as though the boy simply did not exist before the summer of last year. The few sources I did manage to speak to were not exactly flattering towards their fellow classmate, one of whom, who wished to remain anonymous, offered what he knew of the teen. Potter arrived at Hogwarts in September. We were told he had been privately educated. Another, one of his fellow students, had this to say: "Potter is dangerous. In the short amount of time he has been here, he has put several people in the hospital wing and even threatened to flay one of my friends alive." Clearly, the young man in question is less than amiable with his supposed schoolmates, and the reports of him injuring several people are more than a little worrying. With the already growing threat of the Dark Lord, the appearance of this mysterious and dangerous boy is very disconcerting to this reporter. What is stopping him from joining you-know-who? Are our children no longer safe in what is supposed to be the safest place in magical Britain? I for one need reassurance that the boy is not a threat, and implore that the DMLE intervene before it is too late. Harry folded the paper and took a seat amongst his family before bursting out in laughter and shaking his head. "What is so funny?" Charles asked, frowning at the boy. "Well, it's not exactly wrong, is it, apart from me joining Voldemort?" he pointed out. "It doesn't look good though, Harry," Doria interjected. Harry frowned and felt his annoyance begin to rise. "You know why I'm here," he whispered furiously. "I'm not here to make friends with sheep that pay attention to this shit." With that said, he helped himself to some toast before sighing and exiting the hall, only to be met by Drula and Pollux Black at the front doors. "Do not pay attention the media, Mr. Potter. I know the kind of man you are becoming," the woman offered, giving him a smile and a gentle squeeze on the shoulder. Pollux scowled slightly, but nodded his head in acknowledgement. "Good luck, Potter," the man said stiffly before heading into the castle. Harry raised his eyebrows in surprise. "I believe that is my husband expressing his gratitude for what you did for our girls. It seems he has learnt from his foolishness," she mused aloud as she followed the man. Harry shook his head and made his way beyond the wards of the school before apparating to the Ministry of Magic to begin the first of his trials. Break. After Harry had exited the hall, the group situated at the Gryffindor table were rather subdued and lost in their own thoughts. "Why is Harry here?" James questioned his parents quietly. "That is not a discussion to be had outside of the family home," Doria whispered. Charles nodded his agreement, and James followed an understanding, though it didn't stop him feeling curious. He had asked Harry the same question, but had failed to receive a definitive answer from the boy. Harry had simply stated that he would tell him when he was ready. Charles suddenly growled and attempted to stand, but was quickly placated by Arcturus. The reason became very clear to the group as the man who had written the article entered the room looking particularly proud of himself. "You decorating the hall with his organs will not help," Arcturus warned. "Let me deal with Cuff," he offered, a knowing smirk adorning his face. He then left the table and approached the man, pleased that he looked nervous as the Black Patriarch stalked towards him. "Mr. Cuff, I believe we need to have a conversation," he growled, seizing the man and Frog marching him from the hall. "If you harm me, I will have you arrested," the man sputtered nervously. Arcturus smirked evilly. "Oh, Cuff, if I wanted to harm you, I wouldn't choose such a public place to do so. I would choose a much more private setting for such an occasion." Cuff gulped audibly as he was shoved into a classroom and locked in with a furious Arcturus Black. "Now, you are very stupid or very brave publishing an article like that." "The public deserve to know the truth," Cuff retorted heatedly. Arcturus growled. "You're right," he agreed. "But you made a very big mistake. You have now drawn the ire of both the Black and Potter families respectively," he informed the now trembling man. Cuff swallowed again and squirmed uncomfortably as he began to noticeably perspire. "Don't worry, Mr. Cuff. I am offering you one chance at redemption. But if you don't take it, then we may have to continue this conversation in that much more private setting I mentioned earlier." Cuff shook his head. "I will not be threatened into lying," he ground out. Arcturus shook his head. "You misunderstand me, Barnabas," Arcturus explained jovially, though the threatening undertone remained prevalent in his voice. "I'm going to give you the truth about the boy. All you have to do is be a good little journalist and write it," he continued as he straightened the man's ruffled tie. "And why would you do that?" Cuff asked disbelievingly. "Because the boy is too noble and selfless to speak out himself." Cuff shook his head. "So you're just going to give me the story I wanted in the first place?" Arcturus nodded. "What's the catch?" "There's no catch," Arcturus offered before plowing his fist into the man's stomach, dropping him to one knee. He then seized a handful of the now wheezing man's hair before speaking lowly. "But if you ever even think about writing a story about anyone in my family again, without my say, so I will make the last few hours of your life the most miserable you can imagine. Is that understood?" The journalist nodded weakly. "Now let us begin," Arcturus commanded as he pulled the man to his feet and once more straightened his disheveled appearance. Throughout the remainder of the day, Arcturus Black could be seen coming backwards and forwards into the Great Hall and exiting with certain people, members of the Hogwarts staff and students alike. Break. After arriving at the ministry and checking in with the wizard at the front desk, Harry made his way to the Department of Magical Games and Sports, as instructed, where he was greeted by Simeon Jones. "Mr. Potter," the man greeted him, offering his hand. My name is Simeon Jones, and it will be myself and my team assessing you, he explained. Harry took the offered hand and gave it a firm shake. It is nice to meet you, Mr. Jones, he replied with a slight bow. Jones smiled and began leading him through several corridors and into a large open space. We will be assessing each candidate separately, so you will have no contact with any of the others, Jones informed him. Today we will be seeing what you are made of when it comes to endurance and looking at what skills you possess. Harry nodded his understanding. What followed reminded him very much of his first day with the Unspeakables, without the continued use of the stinging hex against him. He was tested physically to begin with, and then made to demonstrate his spell repertoire against a series of different dummies, though he held back quite a few of his abilities, not wanting to give away too much. Despite this, he knew that he had done very well if the looks of surprise he was met with at the end of the day was anything to go by. You are certainly much more than I expected, Jones conceded with a disbelieving shake of his head. The teen in front of him had impressed him beyond anything he had ever seen in his many years in the job, though he could not understand how one so young had become so skilled and gifted. The boy was not only powerful, but the variety of spells, many of which he had never seen, had left him with no doubt that the young Potter was certainly a force to be reckoned with. We will see you in 3 days' time for the second part of your trial, he finished, dismissing the teen. Harry nodded and exited the ministry to return back to the school for a shower and some much-needed rest. Although the day had been considerably less strenuous than his time with Croaker, he was certainly feeling the fatigue. He returned to the castle fairly late, and all the duels for the day had been completed. He was pleased to hear that both Sirius and Remus had made it through their respective duels with apparent ease, and even more pleased that he would be able to witness the next round. The duel between Marlene and Lily had apparently been quite fierce, with the redhead eventually coming out on top, but that was where the good news ended. Snape, who by all accounts had certainly upped his game over the year, had taken out Alice quickly. The only person that any of them seemed concerned about was Bellatrix, who had, according to Sirius, completely embarrassed and destroyed Rabaston with ease, leaving the boy very much worse for wear. That did not surprise Harry at all. Bellatrix was as ruthless as she was formidable, as he himself had learned over the previous weeks of spending time with her. He smiled inwardly, feeling proud of the girl. She used to have a tendency to attempt to toy with her opponents, a habit that Harry had been working diligently to rid her of. It seemed that she was certainly taking on board what he had been teaching her, and he was looking forward to seeing the next round of the duels that would take place tomorrow with the 7th years. Break. The Potters and Arcturus once again joined the Marauders for breakfast the next morning, something that surprised the group as none of them were dueling today. The reason for them being there soon became clear, however, as the post was delivered, and many people in the hall were recipients of the Daily Prophet. Arcturus immediately snagged a copy from the table before glancing over the front page and nodding his approval, handing it to Harry when he was finished. Harry frowned suspiciously at the man, but read nonetheless, not at all expecting what the paper contained. The Real Harry Potter, by Barnabas Cuff. Loyal readers, it seems that several people who approached me on his behalf throughout today pointed out my article in yesterday's edition may have been a little presumptive and premature in regards to the mystery that is Harry Potter, as to me. According to my previous sources, the young man in question was nothing more than a dangerous lunatic, but it seems that I was wrong. One fellow student described him as very selfless and always willing to help others when he can. Professor Mortlake, the current defense against the dark arts instructor, had this to say: I don't like Potter, but I respect him, and he always finishes top in the class. After digging further into the boy, I was astounded to discover several other unknown things about him that certainly contradicts the theory that he is dark. One young lady shared an experience in which Potter saved herself, and several others in the process. When Diagon Alley was attacked by Dementors at Christmas time, it was Harry that sent them away. But when the journalist there asked him, he denied it because he doesn't like the attention. I can confirm that Mr. Potter was in fact there that day with the girl who offered this statement, and it was even pointed out by Mr. Jigger, of Slugs and Jigger's apothecary, that he was certain that it was Mr. Potter that had cast the patronus that drove the foul creatures away, an amazing achievement for one so young. After hearing such glowing reports, I felt that it was my duty to seek out the one man who would give an unbiased account of Mr. Potter, and Albus Dumbledore did not hold back. There is no doubt that Mr. Potter is one of the most gifted individuals that we have had at Hogwarts in recent years, but his academic achievements are only a small part of who he is, the headmaster began. When Hogsmeade was attacked, it was Mr. Potter along with his closest friends and brother that defended the students when the staff were not there to do so, and even though I do not agree with his tactics, we as a community owe him our gratitude for preventing further unnecessary death and bloodshed. When I prompted the headmaster to continue, he took a moment to choose his next words carefully. The young man is a little rough around the edges, but maybe we need more wizards like him. What I can categorically say with complete confidence is that Mr. Potter is a good man. He just has his own code of morals in which he abides. He is a Potter after all. So there you have it, folks, straight from those that know the boy. It seems that although the young Potter is, as Dumbledore describes, a little rough around the edges, he is a good man. I offer my sincerest apologies and gratitude to the boy for, firstly, my inaccurate assumptions about him, and secondly, for what he has done for our community on more than one occasion. It seems that Mr. Potter has been in the right place at the right time for us thus far, and I am eagerly waiting to see what it is he will do next. The first thing Harry noticed was the feeling of 1,000 pair of eyes boring into him, as though in the hall were looking towards him with mixed expressions, mostly awe and respect, but some not so pleased. He calmly folded the paper and looked towards Charles questioningly, but the man shook his head and nodded towards Arcturus, who Harry nodded was looking more than a little pleased with himself. "Why?" he asked simply. Arcturus shook his head and gestured for the teen to follow him. He knew that Harry would not be particularly pleased with the article, but he felt that he knew better in this situation. The older man led him from the hall and into the very same classroom that he had his discussion with Cuff, applying the same locking charms form the previous day. "Regardless of how you feel, you need their support, and that article would have alienated them all against you," he explained. Harry sighed, but nodded his understanding. "You have, for whatever reason, a serious issue with accepting credit and gratitude where it is due, and that will not help you with your overall goal," he continued. "So just take it for what it is. You're a good man, and I refuse to see you slandered that way," he finished firmly. Harry was not at all happy about the article, but he did understand. It would not do well for him if he were seen as some form of threat or evil, especially as he was the one making the most effort to eliminate the actual threat to wizarding Britain. "Thank you," he responded genuinely. "All I did was point out that he was mistaken. It was the others that gave the testimony," Arcturus pointed out. "All they printed was the truth. There's no denying that, is there?" Harry shook his head. "Trust me, it is much better to have them on side than against you. It will work out better in the long run." With that cleared up and Harry suitably placated, the duo made their way back to the Great Hall to enjoy the next couple of days of dueling before Harry would get to see his friends in action. The secondary reason for the Potters and Arcturus being there became clear to the green-eyed teen, as throughout the next 2 days, he spotted the two men conversing with several prevalent members of society, in what he could only assume was them garnering support for their upcoming political battle. Although they had both kept him reasonably well updated, he had almost no clue as to what they were planning. But what he did know is that it was likely to eliminate any possible threat that Tom could have politically, if they were, of course, successful in their attempt. Break. After spending the last 2 days watching the 7th-year duels and the second round of the 4th and 5th-year duels, Harry was looking forward to seeing his friends in action. He had been impressed by the level of skill shown by the 7th years in their duels, and very happy that Frank had advanced to the next round with ease, though he was not at all surprised by this. He was not so happy that Rudolphus had been equally successful, however. He once again found himself impressed with Regulus Black, also, who again had no trouble in defeating his opponent, much to the delight of Arcturus. As had become custom for the previous several days, the students were again joined by the parents for breakfast in anticipation for the announcement of the duels. When the plates had been cleared, Mortlake stood and addressed the room. "You all know how this works by now," he began. "Today will be a little different, however, as each winning student will have 2 duels, but the usual rules of elimination apply," he explained. There was a murmur of surprise at the revelation, but it soon fell silent once more as the man lit the cup and placed the names inside. The first duel will be contested between Remus Lupin of Gryffindor and Damien Mulciber of Slytherin. Mulciber glared across the room at the werewolf, who did not even acknowledge the other boy. The second duel will be between Severus Snape of Slytherin and Sirius Black of Gryffindor, Mortlake announced. The 2 boys looked murderously towards each other, and Sirius smirked evilly, looking a lot more like Arcturus than Harry would have thought possible. "I can't wait to get Snivellus one-on-one," he growled. The next duel will be Lily Evans of Gryffindor taking on Bellatrix Black of Slytherin. Harry raised his eyebrows in surprise. This would certainly be an interesting duel. Bellatrix had the experience as her biggest advantage, but Lily was probably the most creative person he had ever met when it came to dueling, and she was a very formidable witch in her own right, a duel worthy of the final in his opinion. The 2 combatants shared nothing more than a stiff nod before Mortlake finished the announcements. The duel between Remus and Mulciber was rather brief, as the werewolf simply overpowered the other boy with a myriad of blasting and cutting curses, not even allowing the Slytherin to mount any form of offense. Sirius and Snape clearly wanted nothing more than to cause each other severe harm. The 2 traded curses, and Harry found himself relieved on several occasions throughout the duel that he had taught the Marauder more advanced levels of shielding and movement, which eventually won him the bout as he felled the other boy with a powerful bludgeoning hex to his wand hand after Snape failed to break his shield with a well-placed cutting hex. The duel between Lily and Bellatrix turned out to be more than anyone in the room had expected from 2 16-year-old girls. They both began tentatively as they felt the other out, but the tentativeness didn't last long. Each girl pushed the other to their limits as Bellatrix attempted to overwhelm Lily with her speed, and Lily countered her at every turn, each frustrating the other. By the end of the duel, both were breathing heavily from their efforts, but Bellatrix eventually came out on top after Lily mistimed a dodge and was caught with a disarming charm. What did surprise most in the room, including Harry, was that Bellatrix helped the other girl to her feet before offering her back wand and a respectful bow as she left the stage. Once the room had settled down, Mortlake again took to the podium to address the crowd. "Now it is time to announce the semifinal matches for the 6th-year category." He entered the last 4 names of the year into the cup and waited for the first 2 names to be produced. The first semifinal will be contested between Remus Lupin of Gryffindor and Sirius Black, also of Gryffindor, he announced, which leaves Bellatrix Black taking on Theodore, not of Slytherin. Remus and Sirius shared a surprised look. Both knew that this would be a possibility, but they had not truly accepted the fact that this could happen. "It should be a fine fight," Arcturus declared. Both boys were clearly reluctant, but nodded their agreement. Each knew they would have their work cut out for them in the upcoming duel. "Regardless of what happens up there, it means nothing, but I am going to kick your arse, you filthy mongrel," Remus whispered as he pulled his friend into a hug. Sirius chuckled. "You bet Mooney, but I wouldn't be so sure," he returned seriously. The 2 teens broke apart, and Remus exited the hall to prepare. "Any advice?" Sirius questioned Harry, who shook his head. "I'm not getting involved, it wouldn't be fair," he replied. Sirius nodded his understanding and smirked. "I shouldn't have expected anything less," he mused. As the time of the duel drew nearer, it was clear that both Remus and Sirius were feeling nervous. Each knew that the other was more than exceptional with their wands, and Harry suspected that it would be a very close fight indeed between the two. After what seemed like an eternity to the two combatants, they were ushered on stage for the battle to begin. Both boys bowed respectfully and shook hands before Mortlake commanded them to begin. At first, the two traded spells, as was their usual approach during training before they would up the ante. It was Sirius that broke the deadlock as he caught Remus with a cutting curse on the shoulder and followed it up with a banishing curse, hopping to end the fight quickly. Remus recovered from the cutting curse quickly and sidestepped the banisher, firing off a few bone breakers and a borderline pain curse, which certainly got Sirius's attention as it caught him on the hip. The dog Animagus smirked, and the duel really turned up a few notches from there, with each of the teens firing rapidly, each spell increasing in intent with each one sent towards the opponent. The two boys enthralled the crowd as they watched them shield and dodge the onslaught from the other with expert accuracy and precision. The fight came to an abrupt end, however, as Remus hit home with a perfectly timed bone-splintering curse that hit Sirius on the collarbone of his favored arm, causing him to drop his wand, and it being summoned to the werewolf before it even hit the floor. Neither came away from the duel uninjured, as they both required medical attention for the various cuts, bruises, and broken bones they had sustained, but both were smiling and shared a tight hug after their wounds had been tended to. The two boys joined the Gryffindor table once more, and they were met with a further round of applause and congratulations for a well-fought duel. "As I expected, a damn good fight. You should both be proud of that," Arcturus praised the pair. The two Marauders offered the man a grateful smile. "But I suspect that you will have your work cut out for you, Lupin," he continued, as he nodded towards the stage in which Bellatrix had decimated, not to the point he was being stretchered off the platform. Remus grimaced as he saw the state of the other boy. Clearly Bellatrix had something against him, as both of his legs were clearly broken, and the girl was still glaring at him with intent, something that Harry noted also. Remus simply nodded and fell silent as Mortlake stood to speak to the crowd once more. "So our final for the 6th years will consist of Bellatrix Black of Slytherin facing off against Remus Lupin of Gryffindor," he informed the room. "This will take place next week alongside the other finals, but tomorrow we have the semi-finals of the 7th-year students to enjoy." With that declaration, the room began to empty, and Harry, along with the rest of the Marauders, headed back to Gryffindor Tower, where he planned on getting a good night's sleep to prepare for the second part of the trials the following morning. Break. The next day turned out to be a little anticlimactic for Harry, particularly the second part of his trial. He arrived at the Ministry and simply spent the day demonstrating his defense capabilities. It started off simple enough with an Auror-level dummy firing against him, this being increased throughout the day to determine his aptitude in shielding and dodging. He did, however, leave that day with a few injuries that would take a few days to recover from, particularly a nasty gash he had received across his stomach during the final onslaught of the dummies. He had a strong suspicion of what the final test would be, but he would wait and see. He first needed to recover from his latest assessment and enjoy the finals of the tournament at Hogwarts before he had to concern himself with that. On top of that, the fast-approaching ball was occupying his time more than anything else, and he began to feel a little nervous about this, but equally excited also to spend some time with Bellatrix, something that the pair hadn't managed much recently due to the tournament and trials. He arrived back at the castle to the news that Frank and Rudolphus would be facing each other in the 7th-year finals, along with Remus, Bellatrix, and Regulus Black also in their respective years, which he was looking forward to witnessing. The following few days passed quickly enough, with Harry spending much of the time simply relaxing and nursing his wounds in the company of the Marauders, Lily, Marlene, and Alice, who all felt the need to fawn over him after they had learnt the extent of his injuries from his latest trial at the Ministry. He managed to take it in the good humor that the gesture had been intended with, but that did not stop him feeling irritated at times, particularly with James, who was intent on coddling him every moment of the day until he knew that Harry was in fact fine. He finally got a respite from the attention when the day of the finals arrived, and the focus of the group shifted to the upcoming duels, Remus versus Bellatrix in particular. They all noticed that the boy was looking a little peaky, which was no surprise to the Marauders as the full moon was only a couple of days away. His resistance to magic would be much higher than normal, but he would tire considerably quicker also, a distinct disadvantage in a duel with someone like Bellatrix who would be exceedingly difficult to put away early. As it happened, the final duels between the 4th and 5th years were over reasonably quickly, with Regulus again coming out on top, though his opponent in this match was much more skilled than his previous two. When the time arrived for Bellatrix and Remus to meet, the boy was looking pale and sickly indeed, but Harry knew that he would give it his all and not back down from the girl. Bellatrix too noted the boy's demeanor, but simply put it down to nerves and shook her head as they were given the go-ahead to begin. Remus started out strong and Bellatrix found herself having to shield and dodge. For the first 2 minutes, she was unable to fire off a single spell, as the onslaught from the boy had been both unexpected and equally frustrating as the continuous stream of spells careened towards her. She knew that she could not keep up this game for long and had to find a way to go on the offensive before she was overpowered by the Gryffindor. He had certainly turned out to be a lot more powerful than she had imagined. Fortunately for her, the boy's onslaught began to wane, and she took advantage of the lull in the fire to put her in a position in which she could mount an offense of her own. She saw that the boy was breathing more heavily than she was and sweating from his exertions profusely, which gave her an idea. She knew that he still had a few powerful spells in him, so she quickly erected an Atlas shield, much to the surprise of the crowd, minus one boy who had taught it to her after guessing that she was capable of it. Within the shield, which was being bombarded by explosion curses, she began twirling her wand and building enough power to achieve what she wanted. Once this was done, she dropped the shield while crouching, as Harry had taught her, and directed the spell towards the boy. Remus managed to produce a shield of his own, but he was too exhausted to maintain it, and the spell broke through. The last thing he remembered before the darkness overtook him was a jet of silver light heading towards him. Bellatrix was elated and a little relieved that her plan had worked, and she whooped internally as the boy's shield fell to her concussion spell that Harry had taught her. She knew that the boy would wake soon, however, as she hadn't overpowered it, so she summoned his wand, declaring her the victor. After he had been tended to by the healers, Remus turned to be faced with sight of Bellatrix offering him his wand, which he gladly took back. "Not bad, Lupin. You almost had me a few times there," she admitted neutrally. Remus nodded. "I'd like a rematch sometime," he replied. Bellatrix smirked and nodded her agreement before leaving the stage and returning to her family. "Good show, Lupin," Arcturus praised as Remus joined them. "You pack quite a punch in your spells." Remus smiled. "She's bloody good," he conceded as he rubbed his aching head. "That she is," Arcturus agreed as he shot a knowing look towards Harry. The final duel between Frank and Rudolphus turned out to be nothing short of a two-man war. Clearly, there was a serious hate between the pair, which could be seen as they dueled in a most violent manner, causing Mortlake to intervene a few times to warn them both about using certain spells. What Harry did get from watching the fight was a firm reminder of why Frank Longbottom had grown to gain the reputation of one of the best aurors of his generation, as he managed to finally hit Rudolphus with a powerful bludgeoning hex in the face, knocking the Slytherin unconscious for several minutes. After Rudolphus had regained consciousness and had finished glaring at Frank, Dumbledore stood to address the room to conclude the formalities of the tournament. "I wish to congratulate all of the victors here today for their equally fine performances. You have all done yourselves very proud," he began, his eyes twinkling merrily. "All that is left of the festivities now is the eagerly anticipated ball that will take place tomorrow evening, which I would like to invite the champions, along with their chosen partners, to open with a formal dance. It is being held in your honor after all." Harry immediately felt sick to his stomach at the memories of opening the ball for the Triwizard Tournament, but fought it down quickly, knowing that once again he had no choice in the matter unless he stood Bellatrix up. something he had no intention of doing. I would also finally like to invite the parents here to also attend the ball, the headmaster continued. You have shared in the festivities thus far, and it would be a shame for you to miss out on the celebrations, he offered with a slight bow. Until then, you are of course welcome to spend the rest of the day here with your children if you so wish, he finished, dismissing the hall as he took his seat. It has been a long time since we attended a ball, Doria spoke up as the group exited. You're not seriously coming, James stated disbelievingly, sounding a little horrified at the prospect of his parents attending. You heard Dumbledore. It would be a shame for us to miss it, Charles returned with a smirk, freezing James in his tracks. But you hate Dumbledore. You always say that his is a twinkly-eyed old git, he reminded him. Well, he does have the occasional good idea, Charles mused, settling the matter. Harry did not mind at all that Charles and Doria would be there. For him, it was just another chance to spend a little time with them, time that he never had before. Break. After tying a note to one of the school owls for Bellatrix, explaining that he would meet her in the entrance hall at 7 p.m., Harry left the castle and grounds before apparating to the ministry for his final day of trials. Once he had completed check-in and made his way to the magical games and sports department, he was once again met by Simeon Jones, who greeted him with his usual warm handshake before leading him into the same open room Harry had become familiar with. Well, Mr. Potter, you have certainly impressed us beyond our expectations so far, Jones began sincerely. But today we will be putting you to the test in a few real duels. Harry nodded, fully expecting that this was what their day would consist of. First of all, you will duel one of our junior Aurors, and if you are successful, you will face a senior Auror, Jones explained. If you somehow manage to defeat the senior Auror, you will then face another member of staff from a specialty department. Harry again nodded and smirked inwardly at the implications. Your first opponent will be junior Auror Dawlish. Harry again smirked internally. He remembered Dawlish from the time he had attempted to arrest Dumbledore as a senior Auror. The man entered the room, walking confidently to face the teen, and gave a tilt of his head in acknowledgement, which Harry returned respectfully. You may begin when you are ready, gentlemen, Jones offered as he stepped out of the line of fire. Harry immediately flicked his wand into his hand and began firing at Dawlish, who quickly raised a shield, clearly not expecting the speed of which the spells were sent his way. The second surprise for the Auror came shortly afterwards, when the first blasting curse sent by the boy towards him destroyed his shield, leaving him vulnerable to the bone breaker that hit the left side of his rib cage and the tooth-pulling charm that removed several of his teeth, causing his eyes to water considerably. Because of this, he had no chance of stopping the Flipendo charm that sent him tumbling through the air, nor the following bludgeoner that collided with his sternum before he even hit the floor. Wincing in pain, all he could do was allow his wand to fall from his grasp in what he hoped would be a clear sign of surrender. Very good, Mr. Potter, Jones praised, but I fear your next challenge will not be so easy. Harry frowned as a red-headed woman entered the room, noting that she looked very familiar indeed, but he could not quite recognize her. Mr. Potter, this is Senior Auror Bones, Jones introduced the woman. Harry's eyes widened in recognition, as he realized he would now be facing off against the future head of the DMLE. Amelia offered him a smile, as she took her position on the opposite side of the room and readied herself. Begin, Jones commanded. Amelia went on the offensive instantly and began firing several debilitating curses towards Harry, who had to use all of his speed to dodge them. He now understood why she had been known as a fierce fighter during his previous timeline, as the spells audibly whistle by him, leaving craters and large holes in the wall and floor behind him. He continued to dodge while he attempted to figure out a pattern in which the woman worked with, but there simply wasn't one. Her spells were random and sporadic, something he had not expected from an Auror. After a few more moments of dodging, he was forced into action as a cutting curse from the woman grazed his shoulder, and he barely avoided the rupturing curse that followed. But that was when he noted something about the way she fought, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Just like Bellatrix, he mused. He began dodging again, waiting for the elaborate circular motion he could sense was coming, quickly firing a perfectly placed disarming charm when he saw it, that sent the senior Auror sprawling across the ground and her wand flying towards the teen. Harry smiled triumphantly, only to frown once more when the wand paused halfway towards him and flew back to its owner's waiting hand. Wandless summoning charm, he deduced correctly. What was clear was the woman would be very difficult to take out if she could simply summon her wand back, and he could not mount a decent offense. That was when he was hit with a sudden idea. It was unorthodox, but he was certain it would work. Before the woman, who looked like she was having too much fun for Harry's liking, could settle back into her offensive game, the teen quickly conjured a large ring of fire around himself, which dissipated immediately, leaving an empty space where the boy had been standing. To the other two occupants in the room, it looked as though he had disappeared in a burst of flames, but in actuality, he had used the brief seconds to disillusion himself and silence his footsteps, leaving him both invisible and soundless. Amelia immediately was on edge and began circling on the spot, looking for any sign of the teen, while Jones frowned in confusion. There were anti-apparition wards on the room, so there is no way he could have gone. Harry began slowly making his way towards the witch, knowing that if he moved too quickly, he would be spotted. As he got within 2 feet of the woman, she became aware of his presence, but it was too late. Harry quickly seized her wand hand and threw her expertly over his shoulder, landing on her. Amelia gasped as she found herself on her back with the wind knocked out of her, and her eyes widened as the boy appeared once more, looking victorious. It was then that she noticed he had a very firm grip on her wrist, and a silver dagger was pressed gently up against her throat. She swallowed deeply and released her wand, knowing that she had been defeated. The boy simply smiled at her and pulled her to her feet before bowing and setting her free. "It's been a long time since someone managed to land a spell on me," she sighed as she retrieved her wand. Harry chuckled. "You, like a friend of mine, have a tendency to elaborate your circular movements," Harry replied with a shake of his head. "I didn't expect the wandless summoning charm, though," he added with a frown. "It's useful to know," Amelia returned with a smirk. "We should definitely do this again. I had fun," she offered. "Tell that to my shoulder," Harry mumbled. "But it was fun," he conceded. "You should consider joining the Aurors. Merlin knows we could use more people of your caliber." Harry shook his head. "I used to want to be an Auror, but there's too many rules in that for me. I wouldn't last a year before being fired." Amelia giggled. "A typical Potter then, a rogue," she replied with a grin. "Well, my brother is planning on joining, so perhaps he can break the family tradition." Amelia smiled. "I hope to see you again soon, Mr. Potter. It certainly was a pleasure." "Call me Harry Auror Bones. Mr. Potter makes me feel older than I am." "Then it's Amelia to you, when I am off duty, of course." Harry shook his head amusedly as the woman left the room. "Damn, Potter, that was impressive," Jones broke in. "I didn't expect you to beat her, but you made her smile. Bones never smiles," he explained, clearly impressed. "Well, perhaps it takes someone proving themselves to her to do that," Harry shrugged. "Perhaps," Jones agreed. "But now that brings us to your final challenge, something I did not expect you to get to. Please wait here for a few moments while fetch them," he requested. Harry waited as instructed, healing himself and feeling elated when Jones returned with a gray-robed man in tow, a man whose gait was very familiar to him. "Fillmore," he mused. "The name of this man is unimportant, Mr. Potter. All you need to know is that you need to defeat him," Jones informed him. Harry nodded. "The boy beat Bones," Fillmore growled. "He did," Jones confirmed. "Then I expect nothing short of the best from you, kid," Fillmore continued, throwing a blood-boiling curse towards Harry the moment he had finished speaking. Harry sidestepped the curse and prepared himself for battle. He held the advantage in this situation as he knew Fillmore very well and had become accustomed to the way he fought. The man was dangerous. There was no doubt about that, and his strengths lied in deadly curses and charms, certainly the best that Harry had ever come across in this field. But he did have one weakness. Although he was certainly far beyond average in transfiguration, he was nowhere near as skilled in this branch of magic as he was everything else, and Harry already knew how to defeat him, as he had done so several times before. He continued to dodge, shield, and bat away the curses Fillmore fired at him, waiting for the man to become frustrated, as he knew he would. His moment to strike soon came as Fillmore became reckless and was focused only on cursing him, giving Harry the chance to conjure several spikes made of ice and sending them towards his now off-guard opponent. As expected, Fillmore panicked briefly and threw himself to the ground, giving Harry another chance to take the man out. He carefully aimed his wand at the man's shoes and transfigured the leather into lead, rooting the man to the ground. Fillmore was now attempting to undo the transfiguration and missed Harry, conjuring half a dozen swords above him that dropped and pinned him to the floor by his robes. Before he could comprehend what had happened, he was hit with a powerful stinging hex on the buttocks, causing him to hiss in pain. It was then he noticed that he was no longer in possession of his wand, as the teen waved it at him, smirking as he did so. Fillmore shook his head and growled as the boy undid the transfigurations and handed him his wand, pulling him to his feet once he was free. Although he hated to admit it, the boy had impressed him with his skill and intuitive dueling. "You're only 16, he asked. "Yes, sir," Harry replied out of habit. Fillmore smirked and gave the boy a nod of approval. "Don't be surprised if I come knocking for you once you graduate, kid," he grumbled as he made his way towards the door. "I learnt from the best, sir," Harry called after him, causing the man to shake his head once more before exiting the room, mumbling to himself. "That concludes your trial, Mr. Potter. We will be in touch shortly with our decision, though I'm not afraid to say that it would be a damn shock if you aren't offered it," Jones cut in. "Thank you, Mr. Jones," Harry replied respectfully before he exited the room, glad that he had not sustained any injuries. He did have a ball to attend after all. Break. He checked his reflection one final time before attempting to tousle his ever-messy hair into something more presentable, quickly giving it up as a wasted effort. He made his way into the dorm to meet up with Peter, James, and Sirius, Remus having gone home earlier in the day to experience his first transformation with the aid of the potion. He straightened out his charcoal gray fitted robes and checked they were on securely, noting that the others had also dressed. Sirius, as expected, was wearing black robes with a silver trim, James, a set of royal blue robes, and Peter some light green of his own. "You seem far more excited about finding out who I am taking than the ball itself," Harry sighed, noting that Sirius had been very restless and irritable the last few hours. "Why can't you just tell us, and then I'll leave you alone?" Sirius whined in reply. "No," Harry answered simply. "You'll see soon enough." Sirius pouted slightly and frowned. "You should be more focused on Marlene Padfoot," Peter suggested. "I am," Sirius huffed. Peter chuckled and shook his head. "I hope Mooney will be okay," James cut in, a worried expression forming on his face. "It will be the best transformation he's ever had," Harry assured him confidently. James offered him a weak but grateful smile before checking his watch. "Time to head off," he declared, immediately leading the rest of the group from the dorm and into the common room. "I need to meet Rosalina," Peter explained before exiting the tower to pick up his date. "I need to go to," Harry explained. "So she's not a Gryffindor," Sirius stated louder than necessary. Any reply Harry had was cut off by the arrival of Lily, Marlene, and Alice at the top of the girls' staircase, and he smirked before discreetly pushing Sirius towards them, making his escape after he had done so. He made his way towards the entrance hall, a few nervous butterflies in his stomach accompanying him. He reached his destination to find it packed with students, males and females alike waiting for their dates to arrive or for friends those that had already paired off. Not spotting Bellatrix, Harry made his way towards the entrance of the dungeons where she would emerge from, bumping into Ted Tonks, who was evidently waiting for Andromeda. "It's nice to see you in a more dignified setting, Tonks," he greeted the boy with a smirk. Ted flushed brightly and stammered incoherently. Harry chuckled and held up his hands in a placating manner. "I was only joking. It's good to see you," he greeted him warmly. "You too, Potter," Ted returned, breathing a sigh of relief. "Who are you meeting here?" "I'm taking Bellatrix," Harry revealed. Ted shook his head and gave a chuckle of his own. So Andy's master plan worked then? "Not exactly," Harry replied sheepishly, the memory of asking Bellatrix to the ball surfacing. "Well, you're going together, so it must have worked out in the end," Ted observed. Harry nodded and gave the boy a nudge as he noticed Bellatrix and Andromeda making their way up the stairs from the dungeon. The boy flushed again as he took in the sight of his date that had arrived in an elegant, form-fitting black dress. "You look amazing," he managed to stammer out after catching himself. "Thank you," Andromeda whispered shyly and took the arm the boy had offered her. "Have fun," she whispered to her sister before being led away. "I can't even put into words how incredible you look," Harry whispered genuinely as he took in Bellatrix's appearance. She was wearing a simple purple dress that both hugged and showed off the curves and contours of her body in all the right places. Her thick, wavy hair had been elaborately styled into an intricate bun, and she had applied very light makeup around her eyes and cheeks, not that she needed it at all. "Thank you," she replied, fighting the additional tinge of pink that was forming on her cheeks. "You certainly clean up well," she offered with a smirk. "Well, I do try," Harry responded, flicking a piece of non-existent lint from the shoulder of his robe. It was then that he noticed both James and Sirius descending from the stairs, arm in arm with Lily and Marlene. Sirius immediately began craning his neck looking for Harry, but it was James that spotted him first, a look of shock coming over him, which he schooled quickly as he nodded towards the boy. "He's over there, Sirius," he sighed, noticing that his friend was still searching the crowd. "Merlin, he's done all right for himself, there hasn't he?" Sirius noted when he first spotted Harry and his date. James laughed and shook his head amusedly. "You really shouldn't look at your cousin that way," he pointed out. "My what?" Sirius yelped as he took a closer look at whom it was Harry had brought. "Oh fuck, this isn't he good," he added in a panicked tone. Before the other three could stop him, Sirius stormed towards the pair, the others pursuing him quickly. "What the hell is this?" he asked disbelievingly as he reached the duo. "Hello, Sirius," Harry greeted him with a sigh. He knew that the boy would be shocked, but he didn't expect him to react the way he was. "You can't date her," Sirius continued firmly. "And why's that?" Harry questioned with a raised eyebrow. "I already told you about her. I warned you. She's a soulless monster," Sirius returned accusatorily, pointing at his cousin with a shaking finger. "And that is enough from you," Marlene snapped as she arrived and grabbed her date by the ear, pulling him away from Harry and Bellatrix. "But," Sirius stammered. "But nothing Sirius Black," Marlene hissed. "I will not have you ruin this night for anyone, especially me," she declared angrily. Sirius looked as though he wanted to continue his protest, but Marlene led him away, still pulling him by the ear. "Don't worry about Sirius," James sighed. "He'll get over it once the shock has worn off." Harry nodded. "You seem to be taking it well," Harry observed. James shrugged and shook his head. "I wouldn't want to be a hypocrite and judge you the way I'm going to be judged for bringing Lily," he responded. Harry nodded his understanding. Although himself, his family and friends were not concerned by blood, a large portion of the wizarding community were, and would look down on James for bringing Lily just because she was a Muggle-born and he was from a prominent pureblood family. "Anyway, have fun you too," James continued. "I'm sure Mum will be pleased," he added in a whisper so that only Harry would hear. "She already knows," Harry shrugged. "So you can tell her, but not your own brother," James mock pouted. "I didn't have a choice. She blackmailed me," Harry complained. James laughed. "Yeah, she's good at that," he sighed. "Enjoy." He then exited with Lily on his arms, leaving Harry and Bellatrix almost alone, with only the other champions of the tournament and their dates present. Frank and Alice were talking quietly to one side, while Regulus had brought someone who looked suspiciously like a girl in Ravenclaw from his own time. The last couple was two fourth years that were clearly very shy around each other. Soon enough, the doors to the Great Hall opened, and Professor McGonagall exited wearing a tartan dress. "Gather round," she commanded in her usual stern fashion. She paused, and her eyes widened slightly when she noticed Bellatrix being led towards her by a member of her own house. "There will certainly be a few surprised people when they see you two together," she mused aloud. 20 points each for house unity," she added with a smile. "Now you will enter the hall in order of year group starting with the fourth years," she instructed. "You are only required to dance once, and then the evening is yours to do as you please with," she explained. "Any questions?" The students all shook their heads. "Just remember that you are representing the school and there will be no pranks," she warned, glaring at Harry specifically, who saluted the witch in compliance. McGonagall shook her head, but smiled despite herself. "Other than that, have fun," she finished warmly, as she began leading them into the hall where the rest of the students and parents were sat at the tables surrounding the dance floor that had been placed at the front of the room. As the champions and their partners situated themselves ready to start the proceedings, a smattering of whispering could be heard, and Harry did not have to guess who it was being aimed at. "Just ignore them. This isn't about anyone except for us," he whispered as he took Bellatrix's hand, placed his hand on her hip, and offered her a genuine smile. "I was going to say the same thing," she replied, giving him a bright smile of her own as the first note played, and the two began their first dance together. "Break." "Ouch, let go. That really hurts," Sirius growled as he was dragged into the great hall by a furious Mullen who forced him into a chair. "I meant what I said, Sirius. I will not have you ruin this night for me," Mullen retorted heatedly. Sirius scowled and faced the wall, steaming in his own annoyance and anger. "What is the big deal with Harry bringing your cousin here?" Mullen asked, taking a seat next to her date. Sirius sighed and shook his head. "You don't know her like I do. She is pure evil, trust me," he implored. "Harry will only get hurt from this." "So you did it to look out for him?" Mullen questioned. "He's like a brother to me, of course I care," Sirius returned irritably. "Don't you think he is capable of looking out for himself and making these decisions for himself?" Mullen asked further. Sirius shook his head again. "He doesn't know her either." "And what makes you think that you do?" "I grew up with her. I remember how she was." Mullen sighed. "Are you surprised that she used to be like that with the father that she has? I'm surprised that you're not more tainted with the family you grew up with," she added. "I have Aunt Dora and Uncle Chullas. I've spent most of the last few years with them," Sirius explained. "And what family does your Aunt Dora come from?" "She's a black, but she's an exception," Sirius whispered as the champions made their way into the hall. "You haven't spent any time with Bellatrix in years. She's probably different," Mullen hissed. Sirius shook his head in denial. "If you don't trust her, can't you at least trust Harry? Do you think he would be here with her if she was as evil as you say?" Sirius swallowed and shook his head again as the music began to play. "Just look at them, Sirius," Mullen implored. "When have you ever seen Harry smile like that?" Reluctantly, the boy looked towards his friend and felt his heart sink as he realized the truth of what Mullen had said. Of course, he had seen Harry smile before, but not like how he was now. He seemed so relaxed, so carefree, and Sirius felt more than a twinge of guilt for his actions towards them earlier. He even noticed the similar smile that Bellatrix wore and could not deny the sincerity behind it. "Never," he finally agreed. "Merlin knows he deserves it," he added. Mullen smiled and patted his knee affectionately. It was then that Sirius caught sight of an odd movement in his peripheral vision and charged into action before even considering the consequences. He bounded across the dance floor and knocked both Harry and Bellatrix out of the way, just as a large bowl of pumpkin juice fell from high above, soaking him completely. The whole room seemed to freeze at this, and he growled as he drew his wand, immediately firing a powerful bludgeoning hex towards the perpetrator. Bellatrix Lestrange screamed in agony as the spell smashed into his sternum, leaving him wheezing on the ground and convulsing in pain. "You bastards will not ruin this for them," Sirius spat furiously, the pumpkin juice still dripping from him. James, Peter, and Frank, who all drew their wands, clearly itching to curse the Slytherins for what they had done, quickly joined him. "Enough," Dumbledore bellowed, his usual twinkle absent. "Mr. Lestrange, you will be coming with me, and there will be no more incidents like this unless you wish to find yourself in the most severe trouble," he warned as he cleared the room and seized the offending boy under the arm to remove him from the hall. The fury expressed by the headmaster was enough to cow the rest of the Slytherins, who simply sat down and tried their best to merge into the wall to avoid the glares from the rest of those in the hall. To say that Harry was surprised by what had happened in the previous 30 seconds would be a huge understatement, but he certainly appreciated Sirius's intervention, as shocking as it was. He himself had been focused on nothing more than Bellatrix and had not noticed what Ruddlefuzz was up to. Noticing that his fellow marauder was about to exit the Great Hall, he grabbed his arm and pulled him back. "You do realize that you have a beautiful girl who has been waiting for this night for weeks, expecting you to make it a night to remember," he whispered. Sirius sighed and shook his head. "It's too late for that," he pointed out, gesturing to his soaking wet robes and disheveled appearance. "It's easily fixed," Harry chuckled as he drew his wand and flicked it several times in the boy's direction to clean and dry his robes and hair. Sirius dragged his hand through his now unsoiled hair. "Why would you help me after I was such an arse?" he questioned his friend. "You did jump in front of a falling punch bowl for us," Harry returned with an amused chuckle. Sirius snorted and shook his head. "For what it is worth, I am sorry, and to you, Bellatrix, it wasn't fair for me to stick my nose in." Harry raised an eyebrow towards him. "Why the change of heart?" he asked. "I saw you smile like you were. Even I can see how much you like each other." Both Harry and Bellatrix blushed, but were luckily saved once more by Mullen. "And this is where I lead you away again," she explained as she pulled Sirius away, causing Harry to laugh at the pout his friend wore. He turned back to face Bellatrix and was greeted by that bright smile he was very fond of. "Shall we?" he asked, offering her his arm once more so they could continue their dance. Throughout the night, the pair spent the time dancing with each other or fetching drinks when they were thirsty, not allowing anyone to cut into the evening they were spending together. More than once Harry had caught sight of people watching them, most appearing to be happy at the unexpected couple. Arcturus was the first one to smile approvingly at him, his usually cold eyes alight with warmth as he led his wife around the dance floor. Drella Black gave him a knowing smirk, and the students that knew him shook their heads disbelievingly at them before smiling also. Much faster than either of them wanted it to, the end of the night quickly drew in, and Harry found himself with his arms wrapped around the girl who was content to have him so close. Her own arms draped around his neck as they simply swayed to a slow number, enjoying the warmth of one another. "Thank you for asking me to come with you," Bellatrix whispered. Harry snorted lightly. "Thank you for coming with me," he replied with a smile. Bellatrix leaned in closer and sighed gently. "What happens after tonight, though? Do we just go back to how it was?" she asked, sounding a little worried. Harry shook his head. "Why would we do that? Everyone has seen us together now," he pointed out. Bellatrix nodded. "I just thought that this would be it," she admitted quietly. "Do you want it to be?" Harry asked, pushing her gently away from him so he could look her in the eyes. Bellatrix shook her head firmly and swallowed deeply. "No, I want more times like this," she answered shyly. "So do I," Harry responded, more than a little relieved. He pulled her closer once more and continued swaying with her, not paying attention to the hall that was slowly emptying as people either made their way home or back to their dormitories. As the song ended, the two reluctantly separated, both feeling disappointed that the night had come to an end. I'll walk you back to the dungeons." Harry offered and led the girl from the room and towards the staircase, each of them walking much slower than they usually would to drag out the inevitable parting. "I guess this is it," Harry sighed as they reached the entrance to the Slytherin common room. Bellatrix nodded and allowed herself to be pulled into his arms once more. "You know it's harder to leave if you keep hugging me," Harry chuckled as he wrapped his arms around her, not at all wanting to leave. They eventually again separated and locked eyes, neither saying a word but simply basked in the gaze of the other. That was until, slowly but surely, Bellatrix closed the gap between them, this time pressing her lips gently against his, both of them erupting in butterflies and happiness as they shared their first kiss. It was chaste, unpracticed but equally perfect. With more reluctance than ever, they broke apart after a few moments and rested their foreheads against each other's, both sighing at the sudden loss of contact. "It's even harder to leave when you do that," Harry chuckled. "What if I don't want you to leave?" Bellatrix returned seriously. Harry met her eyes and could immediately see his own want and desire reflected in her violet pools. "Then I won't," he whispered. Bellatrix smiled, her eyes positively sparkling with happiness. "I didn't mean that," she giggled. Harry flushed slightly at what she was implying, but controlled it quickly before taking her hand and meeting her gaze again. "Neither did I," he responded as sincerely as possible. Bellatrix's eyes widened. "Do you really mean it?" she whispered disbelievingly. Harry simply nodded and smiled. "Then don't go," Bellatrix requested. "I won't," he assured her. The pair shared a final kiss before Harry pulled himself away from her and began heading back towards Gryffindor Tower, his heart and head feeling the lightest it ever had. Chapter 10. Revelations of a Time Traveler. Bellatrix Black sighed gently as she worried her lip, the feeling of frustration and confusion finally becoming too much to push aside, as she had been doing over the last week. A fortnight had passed since the ball, and for the most part, it had been some of the best days of her life. Herself and Harry had begun spending much more time together, growing closer with the more they did so, simply enjoying that closeness they were sharing. They met as they always had, choosing seclusion over places public. Although every person in the castle was now aware of them, they were still private people and preferred to bond in solitude. However good things had become, something was bothering the young woman. Well, in actuality, something was bothering the boy of her thoughts, and that in turn gave concern to her. She couldn't at all fathom what could be causing Harry to be the way he was. It wasn't overtly obvious that something was wrong, but Bellatrix was, if anything, very observant, and she could see the subtle shifts in his moods and demeanor. For the most part, he was his usual calm and happy self, but there were times she would catch a glimpse of someone lost, someone not quite in the moment, and someone who was hiding things. There was no doubting the kind of person that he was. She had seen that on many an occasion, but the more she pondered her doubts, the more she came to realize several things. As these thoughts crept into her mind, she saw that even though she knew the man he was becoming, she knew next to nothing about him at all, and that worried her, and she couldn't help but think that she was falling for a stranger. She only began to notice it after ball, and the pair began spending more time together, having more in-depth conversations. He seemed eager to learn all about her, and would take a keen interest in hearing all about her life, her dreams and those that meant something to her. It was when the roles were reversed that his desire to share equal part of himself was non-existent, and his curiosity tamed. Whenever she would ask about his life before Hogwarts, he would suddenly, but very briefly, look incredibly guilty before dismissing it as unimportant. At first, she had assumed that he was merely much more shy than she believed, but it soon became apparent that he simply couldn't or didn't want to share, though he constantly looked torn on the matter. She sighed again and shook her head in exasperation. To her, it seemed that what they had quickly become one-sided. She too was rather closed off usually, but she was making a genuine effort of opening up and allowing herself to become vulnerable to the boy. But she had almost lost all faith that he was willing to do the same, and she found herself questioning her own wisdom in allowing herself to share as much as she had. The fact is that it hurt feeling that a relationship between the two was an individual pursuit, that he couldn't trust her the same way she was trusting him, and that he seemed both unwilling and unable to give the same. Something had to change, and soon, because Bellatrix Black did not like feeling exposed the way she was, and it was beginning to break her heart, something she would not allow. She smiled sadly as she came to another realization. Harry either had to put as much effort into them as she was, or she would have to end it as it was, a thought that left her heart sinking into the very pit of her stomach. She wiped her eyes and schooled her emotions back into the practiced stoic mask before unrolling a sheet of parchment and beginning to write. One way or the other it would be dealt with. Break. For Harry, the 2 weeks following the ball had been spent cycling through a number of emotions. Stress, confusion, and guilt being the primary ones, but he was happy for the most part, which only added to his confusion. It was as though the negative he had been experiencing was at first merely an undercurrent, which he had been able to brush aside, but this had quickly developed into something more dominant, more taxing, and ultimately more obvious. Things had been going so well between himself and Bellatrix, but he simply had underestimated the level of closeness and openness that a relationship would involve. In any other case, this would not have been an issue, particularly based on how much he had begun to care for the girl. But the fact was, as things were, he was torn. He was feeling things he had never felt nor had he expected to, but this wasn't the issue. That honor fell to himself, how he was here and the reason for being so. Confliction. That was the only way to describe what he faced, and once more he could thank his naivety in matters of the heart for the position he now found himself in. Of course he had at times found girls appealing. His awe of Cho Chang could attest to that. But beyond aesthetic appreciation of the opposite sex, he had lacked any exposure to intimacy, true intimacy in which he had begun to know a female both inside and out. Cho had been beautiful, that he had no doubt of, but what he was feeling for Bellatrix didn't compare at the basest of levels. She was beautiful both inside and out, just another thing that confused the teen, but something he undoubtedly wanted to have more and more. For how attracted to Cho he had been, he could only compare that as a whisper in the wind to what Bellatrix did to him. The whisper that was Cho was nothing to the wind that Bellatrix was, and the thought left him sighing deeply in his frustration as he once again pondered his predicament. He rubbed his eyes tiredly and exited the room of requirement, leaving much damage and destruction in his wake, more than he usually would. The fact was that Harry Potter had been sent here for a reason, and that reason was Tom Marvolo Riddle and not Bellatrix Black, as much that thought ached him so. He shook his head and grimaced at the thought, a wave of sadness halting his step towards the common room. After few moments more of thinking, that sadness had enveloped him entirely. The fact of the matter was that no matter how close he himself got to the girl, she really knew nothing about him and never could, a thought that filled him with dread and a new pain, one that sat heavy in his chest, one that seemed to plead with him to not give up on what it was he knew he wanted more than anything else in this moment. He allowed a sad smile to tug at his lips as he thought of the girl and how patient she had been with him. Naive in much relating to females he was, but he had seen the look she would shoot him after he brushed off any attempt of her delving deeper into his past, the same look he had experienced from Hermione when the subject of the Dursleys ever came up in conversation, a look that held curiosity and a need to know more, a look Harry had become adept at avoiding. With Bellatrix, though, it felt different. He felt guilty for avoiding that look and wanted to open up to her, but what could he say? His whole life had always been one mess after the other, but well documented and believable in his own time. How could he even begin to expose even the smallest amount of the circus that it had been and expect her to either understand or find the truth in his words? He rubbed once more at his eyes while he considered his own questions. The fact was, he simply couldn't, and even if he could, she just would not understand. She was a 16-year-old girl after all, and more than that. He wanted to protect her from the craziness his life attracted, both past and present, no matter how much he wanted to see her in his future. He wanted nothing more than to kick himself for said naivety, but as things were, he simply cursed as his own logic he continued on his way. But Harry Potter was soon to learn that logic had no place when it came to matters of the heart, a lesson he would never forget. He would rue the day that he underestimated his own heart and that of the Violet-eyed witch. Soon enough, he reached his dorm, where the rest of the Marauders continued to sleep blissfully, but his attention was not on them. No, his attention had immediately been caught by the owl that began tapping on the window the moment he entered the room. He frowned as he allowed the bird entrance and relieved it of its burden before offering it a treat. He unrolled the small missive and frowned further. The note was simple and succinct. Harry, our usual place 8 p.m. BX. It was odd for Bellatrix to write him a note like this. The pair had met regularly without the need of communications such as these. It had become somewhat an unspoken agreement the days and times they would spend together, and 8 p.m. this night was one of them. He shook his head and sighed gently. Clearly, the girl wanted him to be there for a reason, but that reason eluded the boy. Whatever it was, he was sure to find out soon enough. Break. Millicent Bagnold sat behind her heavy oak desk in her office waiting for Simeon Jones to join herself and Alastair Moody, who, as always, stood with his back against the furthest wall in which he could see the entirety of the room. Things for the minister had been rather peaceful since the near tragedy that had been the attack on Hogsmeade, a peace that was certainly welcome. It seemed that the latest Dark Lord was lying low for the time being, giving the woman a respite and the chance to focus on the other responsibilities that her job brought. Today, that responsibility was to finally discuss who would be representing Great Britain in the upcoming European Championships, something that had been a blight on her since the unfortunate death of Antonin Dolohov. But that source of stress would end today. The process to select a new champion had taken longer than she had anticipated, something that did not please her, but she had every confidence in Simeon and his team. However, the selection of the champion would finally get the dueling committee off of her back. They had been insistent over the past days that she submitted the name of her representative, an insistence that had begun to irk her so. She was pulled from her musing by a smart knock on the door. "Come in," she called. Simeon Jones entered carrying a stack of parchment. The man nodded in acknowledgement to Moody before taking a seat in front of his boss. "Well, Jones, do we have a candidate?" Bagnold inquired somewhat impatiently. Simeon released a deep breath. "We do," he confirmed with a hint of hesitation. Bagnold merely raised an eyebrow at the man, inviting him to continue. "We had 6 possibilities," he began formally, as he waved the parchment still clutched in his hand. "The fact is only one would get past the first round," he sighed. "I sense a but," the minister returned with a frown. "Potter is a hell of a wizard, there's no doubting it, but he is not a duelist. He has clearly had no formal training in the sport." The minister's frown deepened. "What is it you want to say, Mr. Jones?" The man sighed once more and shook his head. "I spoke to both Amelia and the Greycloak to get their opinions, and that ended with the pair of them arguing on who was going to recruit the boy," he explained, shaking his head. "The Greycloak swore that it was certain that he'd never met the kid that he had trained him himself." "So what is the problem?" Bagnold ground out. "Potter is not a duelist, he is a fighter," Simeon offered. Moody nodded his understanding, but Bagnold huffed in annoyance. "Minister, Potter has clearly been taught to battle without the constraint of rules. The rules could be his undoing, because they would certainly put restrictions on what he could and couldn't do." Bagnold finally nodded her understanding. "So, what would you recommend, Mr. Jones?" Simeon looked between the minister and the veteran Auror, not quite believing his own conclusions. "The fact is Potter is the best we've got by far. Hell, the kid would probably give old Dumbledore a run for his galleons, and the other 5 are useless in comparison," he finished. "So Potter, then," Moody broke in. Simeon nodded. "He's unorthodox and will upset a lot of the traditionalists who expect formal customs for the event, but if we want a chance of winning, we need him," Jones responded firmly. Bagnold grimaced slightly. The formalities were an important part of the festivities and would be expected to be followed. Great Britain would be a mockery if such a thing were to pass. We still have time. Can he not be taught? Simeon simply shrugged. We have to try. What if he doesn't want to do it? Moody broke in once more. Bagnold and Jones shared a worried look, which led to the minister frowning once more. Why would he refuse? It's an honor. Aye, but it wasn't long ago you were attempting to arrest him and his friends for murder, the Auror reminded her. Bagnold closed her eyes and pinched the bridge of her nose. Do you think he could be difficult? She asked. It was Moody's turn to shrug. He knew as much about the boy as she did, but he certainly had handled himself well the last time he and the minister had met. Just don't underestimate the lad. At the worst, I'm sure he would be willing to make a compromise. If he wasn't at all interested, he wouldn't have come in the first place, he growled. Bagnold sighed, as the feeling that a hefty price for the service of Harry Potter was almost inevitable in some way. Send him an invitation for a meeting. We need to at least discuss some tuition so he can abide by the formalities, she finally conceded. Break. After exiting the portrait of the fat lady, Harry briefly checked the map before heading towards the third-floor classroom that himself and Bellatrix had taken for their own. Since the night of the ball, it seemed that the Slytherins had simply decided that anyone not within their circle no longer existed, and had kept themselves very much to themselves for the time being, certainly a welcome piece for the castle at large. However, Harry was certainly no fool, and knew that any peace would be only temporary, so had been keeping a closer eye on them. In his experience, times like these were more of a calm before a storm, and he refused to be caught off guard as he had so many times in the past. He entered the room and greeted the girl in his now usual way by sweeping her into his arms and placing a gentle kiss on her lips. The kiss he received in return was as warm and genuine as any other the pair had shared, but the smile and squeeze of the hand that followed had an edge of uncertainty, a slight reluctance, and even a hint of sadness. Harry frowned in confusion before taking a seat and looking at Bellatrix a little more closely, nodding the doubt still. What is it? Has something happened? For the first time since he had known her, she seemed to be lost for words, yet her eyes were speaking many. He rose from his seat and took her hands, a feeling of worry starting to overcome him. You know you can talk to me about anything, right? Bellatrix nibbled her lower lip in response before gathering herself. Can I, though? She asked in just above a whisper. Harry frowned slightly, but nodded, and Bellatrix pulled her hands away before turning her back on him. I'm just confused, and I don't even know, she finally offered. Confused about what? Harry questioned, he himself feeling more confused by the minute. Bellatrix turned to face him once more and offered him another sad smile. I want to know you, Harry. His frown deepened, the confusion becoming more so. You do know me. Bellatrix shook her head gently. All I know is the boy that came from nowhere last year and changed my life, the powerful wizard who does things that most would call unbelievable, and the sweetest, most gentle person I have ever met, she began. I know the protective, selfless, and even terrifying person you can be when you have to be, but I don't know you, Harry. The boy in question felt his stomach drop, and a sense of unease begin to settle in, but before he could even gather a response, Bellatrix continued. Everything about you is perfect, but people aren't born that way. Harry nodded his understanding. What is it you want to know? Everything, Harry. I want to know what has made you the way you are, and I just want to know what makes you tick. I just want to know you the way you know me, she finished almost desperately. Harry took her hands again. You do know me, he assured her. Bellatrix shook her head. I know you, but nothing about you, she returned. I understand that you're a private person, but haven't I proven that you can trust me? Harry sighed and dragged a hand through his hair. It's only been a couple of weeks, he tried. No, Bellatrix denied. This has been going on since the day we were paired together in defense. I know it hasn't always been like this, but it's been there. You know it just as well as I do. And this was something that Harry could not deny. Despite the fact that things had been up and down between the two, there had always been something there, and each had proven it in their own ways. Harry had fought for her and her family without any true obligation to, and Bellatrix had been forgiving with him and more than receptive to him. "I've told you everything there is to know about me. Can you not do the same?" Harry met her eyes and could see the pleading in them, and yet, as much as he wanted to, he just couldn't speak. It wasn't that he didn't trust her, it was because, for the first time in his life, he was scared about pushing someone away. The fact was that he could not see her understanding him or what journey he had taken to get to where he was, and even believing him for that matter. His story was fuffachud at best, and he didn't even know where to begin. "I just don't want there to be any secrets between us. I've seen that, and no matter how much you care for someone, it ruins things. Just look at my parents," she tried. The weighty, nervous feeling in Harry's stomach doubled, and he shook his head. He just didn't know what to do, but he couldn't share things. Not yet. "I can't," he whispered, the pleading look he had seen in her eyes now marring his own. Bellatrix swallowed and nodded before approaching him and kissing him gently on the cheek. "I'm sorry, Harry. I know it seems selfish, but I need more than that. I really thought you could trust me." With that, she turned and exited the room, leaving behind a Harry Potter, trying to pull together his once more broken heart. It felt similar to the night he had lost Sirius back in his own time, and his reaction matched it. He was hurt and angry and needed to vent. Without a second thought, he raced through the corridors to the 7th floor and into the room of requirement to blow off a lot of steam. Once the anger had subsided, he simply swallowed his emotions the same way he did that night, leaving him feeling hollow, just as empty and focused on one thing: the ending of Tom Mavella Riddle, by any means necessary. It was after a sleepless night that the opportunity to make some progress would come, as a letter from the ministry arrived acknowledging him as the representative of Great Britain for the upcoming championships, if he could meet certain requirements. This part of the letter had made him frown, yet a feral grin spread across his lips as he realized that he would be able to negotiate with the minister herself, and he had no doubt that he would be leaving her office with exactly what he wanted. If they required anything extra from him, then he himself had some demands they would need to meet. Break. It was 2 days later that found Harry sat in the minister's office with the lady herself, Simeon Jones and Audley Ulustke Moody, though the latter was not an unwelcome addition. The past couple of days could be described as difficult at best for the teen. Although he had managed to swallow his hurt rather well and vent it when needed, it was still there, and he knew that people around him were noticing the shift in his demeanor. Smiling through it was near impossible for him, and the fact he did not laugh certainly had alarm bells ringing, particularly with James. Harry was just pleased that the other boy had not attempted to pry information from him or press the matter, but he had caught him offering a knowing and worried smile. In truth, Harry felt miserable, angry, and just a little bit broken, and he only had himself to blame this time around. A very bitter potion to swallow indeed. Throughout his life, he had been able to point the pain he had felt towards others, but not this time. This time, Harry James Potter only had to look in the mirror to see the source of his misery. Above his own pain, that of the witch who constantly plagued his thoughts, was an entirely different wound he did not know how to handle. The only encounter the pair had shared since, that night, had been a brief glance at the emotionless mask the other wore, which spoke more volumes than the agony they were both feeling could express. Bellatrix was just as broken as himself, and he knew it, this thought only making him feel worse than ever. He had spent the past couple of days cursing his life and very existence whilst simultaneously wanting nothing more than to take her in his arms, apologize for his stupidity and fix them both, something he saw as impossible. Instead of wallowing, however, Harry used that emotion he was feeling to motivate him in wreaking havoc on Tom Riddle and those that would follow him. His training sessions were now a blur of fury, as what he had had to deny himself was at the forefront of his mind as he cast spell after spell, destroying dummy after dummy with magic that shook the room of requirement to its very core. As it was, Harry had thoroughly trained this morning so that he could be as composed as he possibly could for this meeting. He knew that he needed to come across as mature to get what he wanted. He cleared his throat before he addressed the woman in front of him, who was undoubtedly trying her best to read him, but obviously drawing a blank as she looked upon the stoic face of the young man. According to the letter you sent, I must meet certain requirements to be offered the chance to compete. Would you care to explain these? He asked, leaning back in his chair casually. Bagnold shared a look with Jones and offered the man a nod to proceed. Mr. Potter, how much formal training have you had in the art of dueling? None. Jones nodded his understanding. Well, what training have you had, lad? Moody broke in. I'm not at liberty to say exactly, Harry began, and held up a placating hand to quell any interruption. But I demonstrated to Mr. Jones what I am capable of, and I assure you there is much more where that came from. Jones raised his eyebrows almost comically. You have more than impressed me with your skill, Mr. Potter. Our only reservation is that there are certain protocols we must abide by in the formal arena. He then removed a fairly thick book and handed it to the teen, who frowned as he read the title. The Art and Etiquette of Dueling, by Tukwinmulla. As you can see, there is much to be done. It is not as simple as defeating opponents, Jones needlessly pointed out. Harry became more and more muddified as he flicked through the work and absorbed some of what would be expected by him, finally a look of disgust overcoming him. Yeah, this doesn't appeal to me at all, he decided, as he rose from the seat and placed the book on the desk before turning to exit the room. He had just reached out to grab the handle of the door when the minister finally spoke up, her voice carrying more than a hint of desperation, and with that, Harry smirked. He knew he had her. Wait, Mr. Potter, we can help you with this stuff. He schooled his features before turning back to face the trio, two of which looked worried, whereas Moody was watching him with a contemplative stare. Harry shook his head. It's a lot of work even with help, and will take up time I'm not really willing to give. What do you want, boy? Moody questioned, clearly getting the hint. Alusk had no time for irritating political games. He himself preferred straight-to-the-point talking, and his experience of the Potter lad had shown him that he appreciated the same. Harry smirked once more towards the Ura before responding. After I defended my fellow students in Hugsmudda, you all attempted to vilify me. I want assurance that won't happen again should I ever find myself in a similar situation. Moody frowned in confusion. He knew there was much more to it than that. And Harry narrowed his eyes. Burr could respect the perception that Moody offered. He hadn't climbed the Ura ranks by being a fool, that was for sure. The truth is, Moody, the only reason I came back in the first place is to protect my family from what is going on out there. Protect them from what, Mr. Potter? Bagnold interjected. You know exactly from what, Voldemort and his movement. The minister and Jones both winced at the harshness of his tone and the casual manner in which he used the man's name. That man is nothing more than a nuisance, something we are dealing with, the minister assured. Harry shook his head irritably. A nuisance that has already murdered innocent men, women and children in Hogsmeade and set a horde of Dementors on Diagon Alley, Harry returned. He is more than a nuisance, and you know it. He's a terrorist trying to seize power by any means necessary. You seem to have rather intimate knowledge of his ideas, Moody growled, the accusation clear in his voice. It doesn't really take a genius to work it out when you have the darker family children in school who can't keep their mouth shut about the coming revolution, Harry replied. Moody nodded. He is using the old and pureblood families to push his agenda. That is obvious, and it's not for the benefit of anyone but himself, he continued. Minister Bagnold sighed, clearly frustrated. As much as I agree with you, Mr. Potter, our hands are tied in this because we can't actually prove that he has had anything to do with the attacks, and the only thing that his supporters have been seen doing is having laws changed or amended through the Wisengamot. I don't involve myself in politics, but things there will be changing soon, that I can guarantee, Harry promised, offering those gathered more than a hint. Bagnold's eyebrows rose significantly, and she even looked relieved that the darker families would finally meet some resistance. If she was taking the hint, Correctly, then, it seemed as though certain people would be taking a more active political role, a thought that made her just as nervous as excited. All of this is well and good, Mr. Potter, but what exactly is it you want? Harry sighed, starting to feel the frustration settle in. More than anything, he wanted to state his desire to get the first crack at Riddle when he did surface from the shadows. But as things were, that would just raise more questions than he was able to or willing to answer. He knew he had to play his hand very carefully and begin a relationship of trust with the minister. I don't like the idea of what is happening and what will come, he began diplomatically. I just want assurance that we will not have a repeat of Hogsmeade with yourself, and your Aurors attempting to send me to Azkaban if I defend myself and those I care about by any means necessary, which I assure you I will. We can't just have you killing people, Mr. Potter. I have no desire to, but I will if myself or my family are threatened by anyone. Moody looked at him appraisingly and couldn't help but respect the young man. He was playing a very dangerous game indeed, one that was exceedingly risky. Excuse us for a moment, lad. I think we need to have a private conversation. With that said, the Auror then set up a privacy dome around himself and 2 companions. It seems as though the lad has us over a barrel, Moody growled, though there was clearly a hint of amusement in his voice. He knows that we need him for the championships, Jones contributed. Bagnold shook her head. We can't give in to him. What the hell will people? Moody shrugged. The lad will do whatever it is he plans to either way, but Albus may have had a good idea when I spoke to him about Potter. Bagnold frowned, but gestured for him to continue. He said that it would be in our best interest to use him, and I agree. He's only young, but we don't need him causing us problems. You saw what he is capable of in Hogsmeade, and it's better that we can control that and have him on side. I agree, Jones chimed in. I've seen what he's capable of firsthand, and we really do need him. The others couldn't ever hope to be half the wizard he already is. Bagnold sighed once more, but conceded the point with a reluctant nod. I don't like it at all, she reiterated. Me either, but both Bones and the Grey Cloak seem to think he's already worth recruiting, Moody pointed out. You cannot be serious, Bagnold huffed. The lad still has another year at school to complete, so we can't recruit him. But we can prime him, and getting him in unofficially in some way is the best way to keep an eye on him, Moody explained. Bagnold nodded her understanding, and Moody dropped the dome surrounding them. All right, lad, we've come up with an idea that will help all of us, Moody explained. If you compete and learn the things you need, we are willing to offer you a somewhat hands-on internship with the DMLE. Harry frowned, but waited for him to continue. You still have a year at school to complete, but I'm sure we can work it with Albus so that you can help out if needed, he elaborated, offering the teen a knowing smirk. But that cannot begin until you come of age. Harry nodded his understanding. He knew that for the moment they were simply attempting to appease him and didn't expect much at all from their so-called internship. But it was a way in and a way to start cultivating some form of relationships with those he could not afford to be on the wrong side of. He wanted more from the deal, but for now he could settle for this until things really picked up, and it was an opportunity for him to show his worth and capabilities. So when do we begin? He asked, shooting the book on the desk a distasteful glance. Break. James Potter watched Harry climb through the portrait hole for what must have been a dozen times in the last 2 weeks, a look of misery and exhaustion etched across every feature. As usual, the tired look lasted only a fleeting second before it was schooled into an expressionless mask as the boy made his way across the common room, offered his friends a brief nod, and headed up the stairs towards the dormitory. James shook his head and took a deep breath. Something was clearly bothering the other teen, and he had a good idea what that was, but Harry, just being Harry, had spoken to no one about what had him feeling so low. Even the news that he had been made the great British champion had barely brought a flicker of a smile to him, and the more the time was passing, the concern in the older Potter grew. With his mind made up, he rose from his seat and prepared himself to confront the boy. He needed to know that he wasn't alone any longer and had people he could turn to when he needed. "Where are you going, Prongs?" Sirius asked as he looked up from his Quidditch magazine. "To speak to Harry." "Want us to come with you?" James shook his head. "No, I don't even think he'll speak to me. You know how he is." Sirius nodded his understanding. "I thought he was stressed about exams, but they finished last week," Peter chimed in. "Well, whatever it is, I'm about to find out." He made his way across the common room, following Harry's footsteps until he reached the door to their room and pushed it open. Hearing the shower running, he took a seat on his bed and waited. It was about 10 minutes later that the boy in question emerged from the bathroom and made his way to his own bed, not even noticing the other boy. "So what's bothering you, Harry?" James asked, causing the unaware teen to almost jump out of his skin. Upon hearing the voice of James, Harry instinctively flicked his wand into his hand and leveled it towards him, but quickly holstered it once more when it was clear who had addressed him. "Nothing, I'm fine," he lied, not at all convincingly. James swept across the room and took a seat next to him and put a hand on his shoulder. "I know you're a private person, Harry, but something is clearly bothering you. I'm just worried, that's all. We all are." Harry offered him a weak smile, but said nothing. "You have people who care about you now, and that's what family are for. We're here to help pick the pieces up when everything goes to shit," he tried. A glimmer of warmth and appreciation met his gaze, and Harry stood from the bed and began packing as he dragged his hand through his hair. "Bellatrix broke up with me," he admitted in little more than a whisper. James frowned in confusion. "Then you must have done something very stupid or upset her really badly," he deduced. Harry himself frowned, a look of hurt and irritation marring his features. "She wouldn't have done it for no reason. Everyone could see how much you care about each other at the ball," James pointed out. Harry sighed resignedly and nodded. "She wants to know me, everything, and I can't lie to her," he replied. James frowned again. "And what is the problem with that?" "Well, I can't exactly tell her, can I? I can't just say, 'Hey Bella, I'm Harry Potter and won't be born for another few years.'" James chuckled. "Not if you put it like that. So you see the problem." James shook his head once more. "Not really," he shrugged. Harry frowned and was about to speak, but James cut him off. "You have been here almost a year now, and we both know you can't go back," he pointed out. "I know." James stood and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Do you trust her?" Harry nodded. "Then you should tell her. It won't be fun, but Merlin, you are miserable, Harry, and she clearly makes you happy, happier than I've ever seen you." "It's not that simple." "Yes, it is. We've already talked about telling Sirius you can't live the rest of your life keeping all of this to yourself. Hell, even I struggle with it," James returned hotly. "What if she doesn't understand?" "I think she will, and if she cares about you half as much as you do her, it won't matter at all." Harry shook his head. "I'm scared," he admitted. "What if she hates me or thinks I've lied to her?" "Have you?" "No," Harry denied immediately. "Then you have nothing to worry about, and at worst you just have to obliviate her," he offered with a chuckle. "I will not obliviate her." "Then you make her understand." Harry just stood staring at the other boy, a million doubts running through his mind. "If you don't do it, you'll regret it more than anything, but even if it goes bad, you have at least tried," he pointed out. Harry closed his eyes and pondered the situation. He missed the girl more than he ever imagined he could miss anyone, and wanted nothing more than for thongs to go back to how they were, or even better, without all the secrecy hanging over them. "Do you love her?" James cut in bluntly. "I don't know what that is." James felt his heart break a little at that declaration. "How would you feel if she now disappeared from your life? You'd never get to see her again, and you didn't try to make it work." That thought had his stomaching tied in knots, a heavy weight settling in, yet it left him feeling strangely empty and more than a little broken. Harry opened his eyes, and James could see the pain etched in them at the thoughts he was having. "I have to tell her," he whispered. James smiled. "Then what the hell are you doing standing here talking to me? Gio." Harry reacted immediately and charged from the room, a look of determination settling in. "That's my boy," James whispered as a bright and proud smile graced his lips. "Break." Upon exiting the dormitory, he cleared the common room in record time, before bursting through the portrait hole and realizing he had no idea where Bellatrix even was, let alone what he was going to say to her. If Harry was honest with himself, he couldn't even be sure if she would want to speak to him after the way he had acted. He took a moment to steady himself, to clear his mind as best he could, and to figure out his next step. Although he managed to calm himself somewhat, the sense of urgency and desperation to talk to her remained unwavering. Taking a very deep breath and attempting to quell the trembling in his hand, he removed the map from his pocket and activated it. A small smile graced his lips as he found her in their classroom, and he moved towards it at a more sedate pace, doubt and nervousness settling in amongst the need to see her and to explain. After what seemed only a few seconds passing, barely time to contemplate his current range of emotions, he found himself outside the closed door and placed a still shaking hand on the knob before turning it and pushing gently as not to startle the girl within. What he saw had him feeling proud, guilty, and completely awestruck. Bellatrix stood with her back towards him, but it was what was the patroness in front that had his attention, a creature he was very familiar with. This drow," he whispered. His voice caused the girl to lose focus, and the creature dissipated as she turned her wand to face him, a look of fury marring her features, a look that had his heart sinking. When she realized that it was he who was standing there, the wand dropped to her side, and the look changed to one of sadness briefly before she schooled it into one of complete impassiveness. "What do you want, Harry?" she questioned, not completely able to disguise the quiver of emotion in her voice. He sighed and dragged his hand through his hair, the nervousness creeping in once more. "Do you remember what I told you about patronesses and the form they take?" Bellatrix frowned. "They take the form of someone you care about deeply or see as protection," she recited. Harry nodded and stepped forward as he flicked his wand into his hand and held it out to her. "My wand has this drow hair in it," he explained. Bellatrix took the offered wand and studied it up close for the first time. It was a work of art. She could not doubt that, but she was confused. "That could just be a coincidence," she replied as she handed it back. "Maybe," Harry agreed, "but there's more." He then proceeded to remove his jumper, exposing his torso to the girl, something, despite how close they had become, they hadn't been reached between them. Bellatrix blushed and forced herself to look in his eyes, not at all prepared for what he had just done. "What are you doing?" she squeaked uncharacteristically. Harry smirked slightly and shook his head. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that. I just wanted to show you something else." He looked down and began marveling in the images that had been created by the Potter family magic, and smiled at each one he could see fondly. After a moment of hesitation, Bellatrix allowed her gaze to drop and follow his, gasping as she took in the form in front of her, and gasping even further as she took note of what had his attention. "When did you get tattoos?" she whispered. Harry chuckled and shook his head. "They're not really tattoos. It's a part of the way in which the Potter family magic manifests itself," he explained. Bellatrix nodded. She understood that all family magic was different and some did have side effects, but this was something she had never seen nor heard of, not that she was opposed to it. In fact, she found them more than a little striking. That thought left her blushing once more. "What do they mean?" she asked. Harry breathed deeply. "Each one of the creatures you see, and don't for now, are creatures I have an affiliation with or a bond in some way," he began. "Most I have encountered, the others are a part of my wand." Bellatrix looked at each of the exposed creatures, but still did not understand why he was showing her. The two dragons she could see were undoubtedly beautiful and more than a little intimidating, but still didn't explain just why he was doing this. Despite her confusion, she could see that Harry truly was making a visible effort by sharing something personal, so she decided to help him along. "You've encountered dragons?" she asked, a little bit of disbelief lacing her words. Harry nodded seriously, causing the girl's eyes to widen. "The iron belly is part of my wand," he explained as he indicated the large reptile on his right side. "The horntail I'm more familiar with," he added as he pointed to the scar on his left arm where it had struck him with its tail. "Why in Merlin's name did you get that close to it?" Harry shrugged. "We will get to that, but it wasn't by choice." Bellatrix nodded. "What other ones are there?" Harry rolled up the right leg of his jeans, revealing the phoenix on the back of his calf. "It saved my life," he explained cryptically. Again, Bellatrix found her eyes widening. Having not taken care of magical creatures, it wasn't exactly her expertise, but she knew enough about phoenixes to know that they didn't just offer their tears to anyone, and the person in question would have to be very close to death indeed for them to even consider it. "After I got bitten by this," Harry continued, this time removing his shoe and sock before rolling up the hem of his bottoms. "Is that a basilisk?" Bellatrix asked as she took an unconscious step backwards. Harry smiled fondly at the creature before nodding. "Sura," he answered simply. "She died, but still got me before I got her," he added as he pointed out the puncture wound on his right arm. Bellatrix shook her head. "You killed a fully grown basilisk." Her tone was filled with incredulity and not disbelief, which surprised Harry. He fully expected her to protest or claim him to be fabricating stories, just like almost everybody else had or would. "You believe me?" Her usually pale skin had somehow paled further during the last couple of minutes, but she nodded resolutely. "You're not a liar, Harry. You've only ever been honest with me." The boy felt a stab of guilt at the faith she was showing him, and he shook his head, but couldn't find how to even begin putting anything he wanted to say into words. Bellatrix again noted the internal struggle he was having and sighed slightly. "So what about the Thistral?" Harry once more found her eyes with his own and smiled softly before turning his back to face her. Upon doing so, he heard her breath hitch in her chest, and only a few seconds later felt her warm fingertips caressing his back as she took in the beauty of the creature. "Amazing," she whispered. Bellatrix seemed to catch herself and quickly pulled her hand away as she realized what she was doing. She blushed before stepping away and found herself once more staring into Harry's emerald eyes. For a moment, she felt more exposed and vulnerable than she ever had because if what he had said was true about her patroness, then it meant that she saw him as her protector, the one person she cared about more than anyone else. A thought that in the circumstances did not leave her feeling the comfort she once had with him. She shook her head and began packing. "It could be a coincidence," she tried, though even to herself she knew it was a lie. She did see Harry that way. She couldn't deny it to herself, but she wasn't ready for him to know it, not how things were between them. "It could be," he conceded, "but I don't think so." "It's just a wand core and a tattoo," she bit back. "Cast it again." Bellatrix frowned but drew her wand and closed her eyes, focusing on the happy memory that had finally brought forth the corporeal form of her patroness. Ironically, it was the memory of their first kiss after the ball. She took a deep breath as she let that emotion wash over, even though now it had become rather bittersweet in the last 2 weeks. "Expecto Patronum," she whispered. Her Thistral sprung from her wand, and she opened her eyes to see Harry staring at the creature, his own sparkling in the ethereal light it was giving off. After a moment of staring, he schooled his features and smiled almost apologetically at the girl before he transformed into the very creature he had just been looking at. Bellatrix again took an unconscious step back as she looked between to the Thistrals, one very real and the one she herself had conjured. Try as she might, she could not deny that the resemblance was nothing short of uncanny. Her realization had her wand clattering to the ground, and the patroness disappearing only a second later, leaving her staring at the creature left behind. Without her being aware of such a thing, her eyes had filled with tears, and she turned away from the boy, not wanting to feel any more weak than she did. She was a black, after all. Her sadness quickly began to give way to the famous black temper as a million thoughts at once began assaulting her senses. This boy had made her feel vulnerable, yet hopeful, and had taken it all away from her without reason. She turned to face him only to see a look of shock on his face as her fury became evident to him. "How dare you?" she asked in a dangerous whisper. Harry flinched at the expression she now wore, more than a little hint of the furious Bellatrix he had encountered in his own time showing through. "Huh," he returned dumbly. Clearly that had been the wrong thing to say, as the girl stalked towards him with narrowed eyes, before slapping him hard across the face. Harry didn't even have time to flinch, but before he could even consider his next words, he saw that the violet eyes that had been so full of fury were now full of guilt, and a fresh wave of tears as Bellatrix began sobbing uncontrollably. He couldn't find it in his heart to even be slightly angry with the girl, not knowing how much he must have put her through over that past couple of weeks without him even seemingly fighting for her. He stepped forward and wrapped his arms around her, and yet she still fought and resisted against his embrace and shook her head vigorously as she pushed him away. "You hurt me, Harry, really hurt me," she whispered, "more than I thought anyone ever could." Harry closed his eyes and nodded. "All I wanted was to know you. Is that such a bad thing?" This time, he shook his head, but still couldn't find his voice. "Why can't you just let me in? Please, I just need to understand." He opened his eyes and couldn't miss the pleading look. A fresh wave of guilt plowed against him as the pain she was feeling bored into him, leaving his heart a heavy burden once more. "It's complicated," he managed to mumble. The begging look did not falter as she stepped forward and cupped the cheek she had recently struck, seeing for the first time vulnerability in him that she never would have believed existed had she not been seeing it for herself. In this moment, he looked like a lost and even scared 16-year-old boy that he had never exposed before. He took a deep breath and steeled himself. "You know that I would never lie to you." She nodded firmly. He closed his eyes once more before he spoke once more. "I'm not from here, Bella," he whispered. Bellatrix looked at him, feeling completely confused. What does that even mean? He opened his eyes, the most severe and serious expression finding her own confused one. "Well, I am from here, but not here exactly." Bellatrix shook her. "I don't understand." Harry sighed slightly, frustrated with himself that he couldn't put into words what he wanted to say. "My name is Harry Potter. I have never lied to you about that or anything else, only where I'm from." "Where are you from?" "Here, I guess, but just not now." If anything, the girl looked even more confused. "Now I really don't understand." Harry smiled weakly. "I was born in 1980. Bellatrix frowned before her eyes widened, and she audibly choked as what he said sunk in. If not for the expression he wore, she would have assumed that this was some kind of sick joke. "But it's only 1977. Harry nodded. "You're a time traveler," she stated incredulously. "Now do you see what I mean by complicated?" Bellatrix nodded and took a seat, clearly thinking 100 different thoughts at once. "How?" she asked after a few moments of silence. "That's where it gets really complicated," he sighed. "But I was sent here. Let's just say things got really bad to the point it couldn't be fixed." Bellatrix frowned. "I don't even know what to ask," she admitted, still clearly processing the fact that Harry was a time traveler. "I don't even know where to start." Bellatrix nodded. "How about from the beginning? I'll tell you as much as I can, and you can ask anything you like. But if I don't answer, it means I really can't, or I really shouldn't for your own good." Bellatrix wanted to argue that it should be her decision on what she was allowed to know, but quickly pushed that thought aside as she noted the firm resolve etched into his features, a resolve that meant he would not compromise the stipulation put forward. She finally nodded slowly, and Harry visibly deflated as his body sagged in relief. "I was sent here to stop things getting as bad as they did," he began as he paced back and forth. "What happened at Hogsmeade is only the beginning, and if I don't stop him, then the damage he does will be irreparable to the point that we will no longer exist in less than 10 generations. Bellatrix's eyes widened at the revelation before she frowned, clearly now deep in thought. "You mean that gaunt guy?" Harry nodded, his expression steely and unwavering. "Too many people will die." Bellatrix again, pondered the situation before shaking her head. But why you? You're still only 16, right? Harry chuckled darkly. I am, he promised. He sighed as he dragged his hand through his hair. There was a prophecy. Her neatly manicured eyebrows rose this time, partly from shock, partly from skepticism. A prophecy, she choked in disbelief. You buy into that? Harry again chuckled and shook his head. Not usually, but this is different. Bellatrix frowned, but waited for him to continue. Harry went on to reveal the contents of what Trelawney had brought forth that, and the two remained silent for several minutes after. But that doesn't clearly say it has to be you, she whispered, as she played the words over in her mind. I wish it was true, he whispered in reply, but it does. He held up a hand to stop her from interrupting as a morose look took form, followed by one of resignation, and finally settling on determination. My birthday is July 31st, he began again, causing the girl to raise a single eyebrow questioningly. My parents defied him 3 times, and more than that, he came for me. He came for you, Bellatrix asked worriedly. Harry nodded. October 31st, 1981, he replied bitterly. He heard part of the prophecy and came for me. He killed my parents but couldn't kill me, but he did mark me as his equal, he explained as he lifted his fringe to show what remained of his lightning bolt scar. Bellatrix's eyes welled with tears as she traced the tarnished skin. You survived, she stated. The killing curse, he confirmed in little more than a whisper. The two remained silent and lost in their own thoughts for some time before Bellatrix spoke next. So your parents, she asked quietly. Harry smiled weakly. James and Lily Potter, he returned with pride evident in his voice. Evans. He nodded and Bellatrix groaned slightly. She had spent weeks wondering if there was something between Harry and the Evans girl. Now she felt foolish for even considering it. Do they know? James does, as do the other Potters, Dumbledore and Arcturus to an extent. My grandfather. Harry only nodded, and for a moment Bellatrix looked furious before shaking her head. I just don't know what to say. There's nothing you need to say, but you deserve an explanation of why I am the way I am. Bellatrix offered him a sad smile and squeezed his hand. So you were raised by Charles and Doria. Harry snorted. They both died before my parents did. That certainly surprised the girl, if her now gaping mouth was anything to go by. So what happened to you? Who raised you to be like how you are? Harry dragged a hand through his hair and sighed deeply. I was raised by my mum's sister and husband. Muggles, but what about your parents' friends? Surely you had godparents. I did, but my godfather was sent to Azkaban for betraying my parents even though he wasn't their secret keeper, and I didn't have a godmother from what I know, he explained a little bitterly. Bellatrix worried her lip as she was clearly absorbing what he said. That's why you know so much about the Muggle world, isn't it? I spent my first memorable years there until I got my Hogwarts letter. Before that, I didn't know anything about our world. So you've only known that you are a wizard for 6 years, she questioned disbelievingly. As hard as that is to believe, yes. Bellatrix remained silent for some time, but watched him closely as though she was finally seeing him for the first time. Did we ever meet before when I was older? She noted that his expression became rather pained, and a flash of anger became prominent before he schooled his features once more. Once, he admitted. It was not a pleasant experience, but something that won't happen again. What happened? She asked worriedly. Harry sighed, not wanting to discuss this particular subject. Let's just say that if you did marry Lestrange, then your life would have been very different. Bellatrix frowned and thought on when that possible route was changed. Christmas, she whispered. Is that why you intervened? She questioned angrily. Harry held up his hands to placate her. Partly, but mostly I wanted yourself and Sissy to be able to choose your own path and not be forced into marrying people you didn't care about. Noticing her glare, he continued. We met only once and you were completely insane. You'd spent 15 years in Azkaban, And from what we know now, you hadn't acted under your own will, and Sissy was just nothing even close to what she is now. She became nothing more than a cold trophy paraded around by Lucius Malfoy. Bellatrix deflated a little. I told you that if you choose to follow Tom, then that should be your choice. I won't even stop that now, but after spending time with you before and seeing how upset the idea of marrying Lestrange made you, I had to do something, and so I did. So you only did it to give me a choice? She questioned skeptically. Harry nodded. You can still make any choice you like, he shrugged. Bellatrix again returned to her silence, but her anger subsided. What did I do to end up in Azkaban? I don't know the ins and outs, and it doesn't matter now because it won't happen again, he assured her. Bellatrix looked as though she wanted to protest, but any argument she wanted to make died on her lips, as she accepted that it was probably best she didn't know. It was things she herself had not done, and dwelling on it would only torment her. However, she found herself looking at him once more, searching for any kind of sign that he was not being honest with her, and still she found no deception. She pondered the boy in front of her more and more, and her heart sunk at the million more questions that formed in her mind. Despite how overwhelming the evening had been so far, and despite everything she wanted to know and ask, only one thing truly mattered to her in this moment, and she knew that her very own happiness hinged on the answer. For now everything else could wait, and she could only hope that Harry Potter would stay to answer. She scolded herself for her selfishness, but only for a second, as the alternative burned into her very mind, and she couldn't care less except for herself and the boy in front of her. She took a deep breath and grasped his hand with a gentle squeeze before giving him a determined yet pleading look. What does this mean for us? She almost whispered. What happens when you've done what you need to? Won't you be going back? Harry was slightly taken aback by the vulnerability this time. Yes, he had seen a gentler side to Bellatrix, but nothing even close to this. He returned the squeeze of her hand reassuringly and gave her a weak smile. There is no going back for me. This is my life now, he answered, his eyes never leaving hers. A look of relief flooded the girl, and she choked back a sob as she threw herself into his arms to be met by his welcoming embrace. She smiled against his chest, just as she could feel the happiness radiating from him. After what only seemed a few seconds, she reluctantly pulled away and took in the boy who had given up and lost so much to be where he was today, and she shook her head. What about your friends? Won't they miss you? Harry nodded and snorted slightly. Yeah, and I miss them too, but I have the chance to be born into a world without war. They may not know what I did, but I will, and that's enough for me, he explained with sincerity. Bellatrix nodded her understanding, as she gazed into his eyes with only one other question on her mind. She needed answering. What does this mean for us? Harry chuckled and shook his head. Shouldn't I be asking you that? Bellatrix sighed gently before kissing him gently, surprising him slightly. I don't want to lose you, she whispered. You don't have to. I understand why you've been the way you have. I'm not mad, but I am a little hurt that you let it go on this long, she admitted. I know, and I am sorry. I was scared and just didn't know what to do, he offered. But there won't be any more secrets. You can ask me anything and I'll tell you, he promised. That's a very long conversation, isn't it? She asked with a little humor in her voice. You have no idea. Well then, why don't you tell me all about Harry Potter and what makes him who he is? Now. No time like the present, Bellatrix shrugged. His green eyes met her violet ones, and he saw nothing but need within them, causing him to drag his hand through his hair as he chuckled once more. It's only fair, he conceded. I guess I should start from Halloween 1981, he sighed as he flicked his wand into his hand and conjured a comfortable sofa. This will take some time, he warned as he offered her his hand. She took the offered appendage and allowed herself to be led to the chair where the two would remain for many hours, as Harry tried to put into words what had been his roller coaster of a life, until he arrived here. The night they spent in that room was both long and emotional on many levels. She held him close to her as he first explained what had happened the fateful night that Tom had marked him as his equal. and she seethed at hearing what had been done to him in the following years at the hands of his so-called family. More than once he had to restrain her from finding the Dursleys and ending them as the once familiar temper of the older Bellatrix surfaced. Though not terrifying to him, it was a sight to behold. She chided and even scolded him for his foolishness during his years at school, but pulled him ever tighter as she felt her heart break over and over for him as he explained all of those experiences and what they had done to him. She wept along with him as he explained what happened to Sirius, and even though she knew he was not revealing everything, what she saw was enough. She was astounded and in awe of the young man beside. Astounded that one could suffer so much yet remain a beautiful soul deep down, and in awe that he had the fortitude and desire to go on and become what he now was. From what she learned about said young man and the hours they spent this night only made her respect him more. Yet now she saw him as a human, one with feelings and one with flaws just like all people, and it only made her want him more. Bleary-eyed and exhausted after the night he had spent, Harry allowed his gaze to meet hers for the first time, not at all knowing what to expect to see from the girl. The smile he saw was weak and uncertain in many ways, but not false, and her eyes held a new warmth that he did not know could exist within her, and even more than that, there was a need and desire that melted him as she fell into his arms and sighed contentedly, pulling him ever closer for a passionate kiss. "Is there anything else you would like to know?" he asked tiredly, but not without a smile, and felt her head shake in response. "Nothing that won't wait," she whispered. "Well, in that case, maybe we should head to breakfast." "Breakfast?" she asked confusedly. Harry nodded and flicked his wand to cast a tempest charm to prove his point, causing Bellatrix to sigh, less contentedly this time. "Okay, just give me a minute." She removed her wand and cast a few spells on herself to tidy her hair and hide the prominent swelling under her eyes. "Ready?" Harry asked amusedly with a cocked eyebrow. Bellatrix responded with a gentle glare, but nodded. Harry took her by the hand, and with a wave of his wand, he undid the wards and locking charms he had placed on the room before leading her towards the great hall, pausing just out of sight of the door. "I'm sorry," he whispered genuinely, "for letting things get how they did." Bellatrix huffed gently and frowned before leaning into him for a final kiss. "I understand, just don't shut me out," she almost pleaded. "And remember, you're not alone anymore. You have people who care for you, me especially." Harry smiled softly at the sincerity of her words, the weight he had been carrying all these months having been lifted considerably. "That doesn't mean you're off the hook yet, though, Potter. You still have lots of making up to do," she warned with a mischievous smirk as she led him through the doors, kissing him one last time and making her way to the Slytherin table, leaving a dumbfounded Harry Potter in her wake. After shaking himself from his thoughts, he made his own way to his house table, only to be met with an expectant look from James, who was sat with the rest of the Marauders, Lily, Marlene, and Alice. "Well," Harry simply nodded and sunk into the vacant seat next to him, receiving a pat on the back as he did so. "No curses." Harry frowned and shook his head this time. "It was a close thing, though," he admitted. James smirked triumphantly and held out his hand in the direction of Sirius, who dejectedly handed over 5 galleons. "I thought he'd at least be hexed," he grumbled. "You were betting on my relationship?" Harry asked disbelievingly. "Yep," James replied, pocketing the coins before being slapped on the back of the head by an angry Lily. "Prats," she hissed at the 4 other boys, who at least had the decency to look slightly ashamed. Harry chuckled and began buttering some toast, knowing he shouldn't have expected anything less from the others, but offered Lily a grateful smile for her support. Sirius sulkily speared a sausage on the end of his fork and took a more than aggressive bite from the Met while glaring at James. "Oh, cheer up, Padfoot, fair and square. How the bloody hell did you not get cursed?" he whined, pointing his half-sausage at Harry. "Because I'm not a filthy mongrel like you and choose my words carefully," he retorted with a shrug. Sirius scowled and went back to eating his food, still mumbling to himself. Or maybe he's just jealous that he wanted Bellatrix for himself. Merlin knows he's gone through near enough every available witch in this school, And it's not like the Blacks aren't known for stirring their own cauldrons. Peter piped up casually, earning a disgusted glare from the boy in question. A split second of silence followed his statement before Sirius found himself being sprayed by the contents of Remus's mouth. Thankfully, only pumpkin juice, which nonetheless had the rest of the table laughing also. Or maybe it's Harry he wants, James offered. I do still hear rumors about you. But he has calmed down with the cologne, thank Merlin, although those trousers are still worryingly tight, Harry broke in. Sorry, Sirius, I told you at the beginning of summer, you're just not my type. Before the boy could reply, the hall was interrupted by the arrival of the morning post, as 100 or so owls swept across the room to deliver packages, and what not the staff and students alike. Harry took advantage of the distraction and leaned in closer to James. We will tell him when we get home, he said, nodding towards Sirius. Probably Remus and Peter too. James visibly sagged in relief and placed a grateful hand on his shoulder before giving it a squeeze. The two were dragged from their moment, as an eerie silence fell amongst them, causing them both to look around only to find students sharing worried looks as they took in the headline of the morning paper. Harry frowned and pulled a copy closer to himself so that he could see what had caused such a reaction. What he read left him shocked and cold, with his fury starting to take precedence over all other emotion. He had been expecting it to happen, not this exactly and not so soon, but he knew it was a strong possibility. He glanced at the picture accompanying the article and began to seethe, already plotting his next cause of action in retaliation for what Tom had done. The man had been quiet for too long, but now his silence was over and he had announced himself in a huge way. A way that left Harry feeling uncertain for the first time since he had arrived. He desperately racked his brains for any knowledge of this incident, and yet he knew that this had not happened before, and he was now in the waters of uncertainty and unknown. He caught the fearful glances of his friends around him, and even the look of deep concern from Bellatrix, as the paper began to smolder in his furious hands. He looked upon the picture of several people hanging from shop signs by crude nooses, and the figure stood in the middle of the street, surrounded by dozens of corpses, his glowing red eyes prominent even in the black and gray image. He took a final look at the headline before it disintegrated in his hands, his face, now a pure mask of hatred and promised vengeance. I am Lord Voldemort. From the moment that the revelation of Voldemort had been digested, a palpable tension had fallen prevalent within the castle. The staff, in their more advanced years, had managed to accept the news with a more mature and collected reaction than that demonstrated by those under their tutelage. Some were clearly gleeful that their exalted idol had finally emerged from the obscurity that surrounded him. Their knowing grins told of such happiness. The majority of these were adorned in the silver and green of the Serpent House, but they were not alone in their joy. There were also others not of their kin that shared similar anticipatory looks that were noted by their peers. These peers did not rejoice in the glory of the Dark Lord. Many simply swallowed. They had been expecting this since they had come under attack in Hogsmeade, yet the reality of such a revelation far exceeded the nervousness and fear they felt set in. Upon noting the variety and degree of reactions many did what comes natural when fear creeps in, they began to look for solace, for protection. Some began to look towards the staff. These were the older students who held more understanding of what was to come. Others sought the protection of their siblings. These were the younger years that could not fully understand the ramifications of such a move, but could recognize danger when it was this apparent. When it became clear that their own fear was reflected in the eyes and body language of those siblings, the eyes searched elsewhere. Many found their gaze shifting towards the staff table also, mirroring the actions of their brothers and sisters. But many eyes sought out the one person that had been there for them already, the one that had proven that he and his friends could combat this darkness. Their eyes found Harry James Potter, and what they saw was different from any reaction seen so far. Fury. The young man was trembling with rage, eyes glowing though narrowed and breathing labored. The newspaper he clutched tightly in his hand simply burst into flames as he stood. He spared none a glance as he exited the hall to alleviate his anger. Mercifully, the final days of term passed quickly before said tensions could boil over to more than predatory grins, veiled threats, and boisterous altercations within the corridors of the school. What became clear is that things had shifted and had done so unfavorably. Friends and acquaintances became suspicious of one another, and those thought to once be enemies, or at least at odds, seemed to find common ground in which to build something akin to civility on. Those pure of blood became much more sure of themselves, even more so than usual. They had nothing to fear after all. Those of Muggle parentage quickly did everything possible to merge within the shadows, not wanting to draw the ire of the Dark Lord towards them or their families. Only few continued as they always had, refusing to be ruled by fear. These, however, were few and far between, but those who crossed their path looked upon them with awe and respect, those who had given in to the fear at least. Those who had found their confidence simply sneered at this small group. Confident they may have become, but it seemed they had learnt from their previous transgressions against certain members of the group. None were particularly keen to cross wands with Harry Potter or Bellatrix Black, any member of their circle if truth be told. Not that they traveled alone now, even Bellatrix was scarcely seen unescorted. For now, all seemed content to allow the term to come to an end and wait and see what would come next. Regardless of the wordless truce of sorts, it was abundantly obvious that the coming school year would be different. The lines had now been drawn. All that was left was to wait and see would cross them first. Break. Harry breathed a deep sigh of relief as he stepped aboard the Hogwarts Express and began making his way down the corridor to locate his friends. He had spent the remainder of the term in a state of frustration at what had transpired, immediately seeking out the room of requirement to blow off some steam. He had truly been furious, and he knew he needed to allow the rage he felt abate before he simply acted on the impulse to hunt Tom and his followers down, something he had to fight the urge to do the moment he laid eyes on the article. A few hours of destructive magic and a certainly quickly quilled note from Charles allowed him to consider his options more coherently. He had been told to exercise restraint by the older Potter before acting, and advised that himself and Arcturus were almost ready to move forward with their own plans. After some time, he managed to once again resign himself to playing the waiting game, a game he was quickly becoming to despise. His advantage had all but vanished overnight, and he took a little time to reflect on what had come to pass since he had arrived. He had changed much, there was no doubt about that, and those changes had led to where he found himself now. He once had an idea of what was coming, but he was now facing uncertainty, and he knew he would need to be much more cautious in his approach. This did not satiate his frustration, however. He had felt like a caged animal over the passing days and could only ensure those in the castle would remain safe for now. Though tensions had been high, it seemed that he wasn't the only one feeling the onset uncertainty of what was to come and pass, no matter how smug the grins of certain groups had become. But finally, the end of term had arrived, and it would give him the opportunity to take stock of the situation and plan accordingly to bring the end of Tom Riddle as soon as possible. But for this, he had to wait and see exactly what Charles and Arcturus had up their sleeves. He paused as he came upon a compartment occupied by only one person. Regulus Black was rolling his wand between his fingers, his eyes distant with thoughts elsewhere. His reverie broke as his gaze snapped upwards, his wand following suit and being pointed at the intruder before the door had been fully opened. "Nice reflexes," Harry praised. Regulus immediately felt nervous, but lowered his wand nonetheless. Potter had never even uttered a harsh word in his direction, and he knew he had not personally done anything to provoke his ire. "It seems that fast reflexes are going to be needed now," he murmured in response. Harry nodded as he closed the door and took a seat opposite the boy. "Is this the part where you try to convince me to not join the Dark Lord?" Harry frowned and shook his head. "Your choices are your own," he replied with a shrug. Regulus raised his eyebrows in response, but quickly schooled his features. "Then why are you here?" "Regardless of what choices you decide to make for yourself, I did promise your grandfather I would look in on you from time to time." The younger boy snorted in response and shook his head. Not necessary, Regulus waved him off dismissively. I can handle myself. Harry chuckled. I have no doubt about that. You are a black after all. Regulus nodded and sighed. My name is the only reason I've been left alone so far, but that won't last forever. We will all be forced to choose a side. Harry gave the boy a sympathetic smile. He could understand the precarious position of the other boy. A black he was, but he was still a Slytherin in such dire times. You have to live with the choices you make, Regulus. They are on you. But there is always someone to turn to, he offered. I promised your grandfather that I would look in on you, and that is a promise I will keep no matter what, but you are not now, or will ever be alone. You just have to ask for help when you need it. The boy nodded and suddenly looked tired. Severus and Rudolphus said the same. Harry grimaced slightly at the mention of the pair. I do have to warn you, though. Regulus met his gaze once more and swallowed nervously. I know what has to be done to take that mark: rape, murder, and torture. You will become nothing more than a slave to that madman, and I can assure you you will either die or end up in Azkaban. Regulus swallowed once more. I'm not asking you to join me. I'm not looking for followers. But if you take that mark or I come across you on one of their raids, then I will treat you as I would any of them, he finished. Regulus visibly shuddered at the sight of the now glowing green orbs, but was cut off from replying. If you don't want to fight against them or myself, then stay neutral. Please do not make me kill you. There was almost a pleading tone to his voice, and Regulus could feel the sincerity coming from the older boy. Then either way I am dead or in prison, he chuckled darkly. Harry shook his head. The best advice I can give is to speak to your father and grandfather. They will protect you if you need it. The boy rubbed his eyes tiredly. I've heard the things that he is capable of, he said just above a whisper. Can he truly be beaten? The glowing in Harry's eyes intensified as his magic thrummed throughout his every fiber. I will personally kill that bastard if it costs me my own life, he spat. Why do you think I'm here? Regulus shivered at the declaration and vehemence in his voice, his own sticking in his throat. You need to think very long and hard about what it is you want to do, Regulus. Only you can make those decisions. Harry spoke again, his more demure countenance in place. Regulus nodded. I will, and thanks, Potter. Harry nodded as he exited the compartment, offering the boy a final speculative glance before continuing on his way to find his own friends. Thoughts of the boy left in his wake. Thoughts that soon left him as he entered the carriage that held the Marauders, Lily, Frank, Alice, Marlene, and Bellatrix. Thank Merlin we are out of there, Sirius proclaimed. I couldn't take much more of that. It will only get worse, Harry warned as he took a seat next to Bellatrix. It will, James agreed. Whether we like it or not, it will get worse. The journey passed pleasantly enough with most of the group lost in their own thoughts for the duration. As usual, Charles, Doria, and Arcturus were there to greet the teens as they exited the train onto the platform. If the atmosphere in school was tense, it was nothing compared to the frosty feeling on 9¾ The parents of children were maintaining a suspicious distance from each other, only sharing the occasional passing stare, all leaving immediately when their respective children had found them amongst the crowd. Myself and Arcturus will be escorting Miss Evans to her parents, Charles informed them. No arguments, James, he added when it appeared that his son would protest. We will explain everything when we are home. James huffed slightly, but conceded with a nod. He wrapped the girl in his arms and gave her a chaste kiss before she was led away by the two men. Bellatrix spotted her parents and followed suit after giving Harry a promise that she would see him very soon. Harry could only grin at her retreating form before he was pulled from his thoughts by the sound of Doria coughing amusedly. Going well, is it, Harry? She asked, the amusement increasing more so. Harry frowned slightly, but couldn't wipe the smile off his face. It's still weird, Sirius cut in. If it wasn't you, I'd swear she'd enchanted you, especially with that stupid little smirk you always have, he added with a shake of his head. What's wrong, Sirius? Marlene not keeping you happy, Harry returned. I think you'll find I have no problems keeping him happy, Marlene interjected hotly, a bright flush appearing on her face once she realized what she had said. Sirius blushed, also before attempting to stammer out a reply himself. We really don't want to know what weird stuff you two get up to, Harry pointed out. One could only imagine, Frank added with a shudder. You're not the head boy anymore, Longbottom. Don't think I won't curse you now like I would any of these idiots, Sirius threatened. Frank simply chuckled, before patting the other boy on his head. One day, little Black, you may stand a chance, he added condescendingly. Sirius growled and pulled away from Frank's hand grumpily. Anyway, guys, you all stay in touch, and I will see you soon for the tournament, he offered by ways of goodbye before he led Alice away to find their parents. We should go too, Remus explained. I think our parents are over there. The teens finished their final farewells, knowing that they would all be together again soon. Once Remus and Peter had left, Doria took Sirius, James, and Harry to Apparition Point to head home themselves to begin the summer holidays. Break. Lily found herself flanked on either side by the two men through to the Muggle part of the station, each of them with their hands on their wands, scanning the area meticulously as they went. We have to advise you to be extra vigilant, Miss Evans. You in particular find yourself in a uniquely compromised position, Charles warned. What do you mean? The girl questioned worriedly. Things are changing each day, becoming more dangerous, Arcturus answered cryptically. And we are about to begin making waves, he added, gesturing between himself and the other man. I don't understand, Lily mumbled, quietly feeling a sense of unease settling in. Charles paused the trio and took the teens by the shoulders. You are a Muggle-born dadding the heir of a very prominent pureblood family, he began. He held up a placating hand, gesturing for her to let him continue. Myself and my family hold no prejudices against you, but there will be many who will see that as nothing less than a slight against them. They believe that as a pureblood heir, James should be with and marry from another prominent family. Lily looked more than a little hurt by that statement. Miss Evans, I wouldn't dream of interfering in either of my sons' love life. I just need you to fully understand your position, he explained, gently. Lily nodded and waited for him to elaborate. With what we have planned, there is a chance you will be targeted, but we have things set in motion that will see you safe. It will just take a little time for us to get the approval we need. We are waiting for a permit to ward your family home, Arcturus continued. As things stand, we haven't received it yet, and if we put any up now, the ministry would be there in moments to take them down. Lily nodded her understanding, but frowned slightly. No offense, Lord Black, but I thought you despised Muggles. Arcturus shrugged. I have no love for them, but James is my nephew, and he is a Potter, not a Black, he explained a little bitterly. I've been warned by my sister that it is to be his choice whom he is with, he finished with a little distaste in his tone. Charles laughed. Even Arcturus here knows not to upset my wife. Lily smirked slightly at the grimace of the elder Black male. Anyway, we just wanted you to have this for the time being, Charles explained, handing the girl a ring. Each of us, including Harry and James, will have a matching one, so if at any point you are in danger, simply turn it 3 times, and we will get to you as soon as possible. Lily raised an eyebrow as she accepted the gold band. That's really advanced charms work, she muttered as she placed it on the forefinger of her right hand. You can thank my wife for that. She is a dab hand at charms, Charles said with more than a little pride in his voice. Thank you, Lily offered sincerely. Charles offered the girl a smile, whilst Arcturus continued to watch the swarms of people passing them by. Use it if you need to, or send a patroness. I do believe Harry has taught you. Lily nodded and smiled slightly. Good, we shall be in touch soon, and collect you personally to attend the tournament and perhaps spend some time with ourselves for some of the summer if you like. That would be nice. Thank you again, Lord Potter. Charles chuckled and shook his head. Charles is fine, Miss Evans. Now I do believe your family are waiting," he finished, gesturing over the girl's shoulder. Lily turned to see her mum and dad watching her, both wearing looks of excitement at seeing their daughter again. "Well, she is at least attempting to adopt our ways," Arcturus conceded as the girl parted their company. "She is indeed," Charles returned, the beginnings of a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Break. The remaining Potters and Sirius arrived at the manor and made themselves comfortable, a somewhat tense and expectant silence permeating around them. From the moment they had been in the elders' company, the teens quickly became aware that something was happening, though none could quite put their finger on it. The first to break the silence was James, who looked more than mildly concerned at the demeanor shown by his parents and uncle. "What's going on?" he asked his mother, a curious frown adorning his features. Doria shook her head apologetically. "I don't know entirely," she replied. "Since the first attack, your father and Arcturus have been more busy than usual." James nodded his understanding. "First attack?" Harry questioned. Again, Doria nodded. "There's been a few others since, but they haven't been made public knowledge for some reason. It seems that the Ministry are, for whatever reason, keen to keep it all quiet." Harry growled irritably. "Sounds about right," he grumbled. It certainly seemed that regardless of the severity of the situation, the Ministry was just as willing as always to leave everyone in the dark. The four stayed lost in their own thoughts until both Charles and Arcturus arrived and sat down amongst them, both looking more tired and severe than they usually did. Charles stretched and groaned as he took his seat, sighing at the comfort he now felt. "Well, that's one thing done. Let us just hope that the permit comes through quickly, then we can get the wards up." "Dad, what is going on?" James asked, his impatience getting the better of him. Charles shared a look with Arcturus, who gestured for him to explain. "With what is to come, we felt that it is necessary to put some form of protection in place for Miss Evans and her family," he began. "What do you mean?" "Things are becoming exceedingly dangerous and will even more so in the coming days. The attack in the paper was only the beginning. We know of 4 others for certain that have taken place since, and we fear that it may well be even more than that. From what we have been able to gather from our sources, the attacks have involved werewolves, dementors, and even a few vampires," Arcturus explained. "It seems as though our Dark Lord friend is making his move for power." "How can it get more dangerous than that?" a now pale Sirius questioned. A rather sickly smirk appeared on his grandfather's face. "Because we are going to make our move too," he answered simply. Sirius wore a look of confusion, but was cut off by Charles before he could speak once more. "We have it on good authority that certain members of the Wisengamot are going to use these attacks to put further legislation in place that would be detrimental to the werewolves and other dark creatures." The 3 teens in the room were both furious and worried, thoughts of their friend at the front of their minds. "But surely that would just make them join him even more," James pointed out. "That does seem to be their plan," Arcturus agreed. "Such legislation could cause real issues with all creatures, including the goblins, and we all know how delicate that situation would become." James dragged a hand through his hair and sighed. "What the hell are we going to do?" Charles was smirking smugly now, looking very proud of himself indeed. "We have been very busy," he responded cryptically. "We have been calling in favors and cultivating alliances the last few months, and have managed to amass ourselves quite the power block to oppose anything put to the Wisengamot." Both James and Sirius wore matching looks of surprise, while Harry smiled knowingly. "But you both hate the Wisengamot," Sirius broke in. Both men nodded. "But as it stands, it is of paramount importance," Arcturus returned. "We would both much rather deal with this head-on, but that's not possible without furthering their own cause." Sirius and James both frowned at this. "What do you mean?" the latter asked. "As things stand, the outward agenda of his followers is to preserve our traditions from the threat of Muggle-borns and half-bloods who, with the legislation passed by the Wisengamot, have slowly been attaining more rights over the last few decades." the elder Potter explained. James nodded his understanding. This Voldemort is using propaganda to push the idea and belief that they are a significant threat to our ways, and that more sanctions should be placed on them. Sanctions that would be extremely prejudiced. He is proclaiming that they are a threat and that they are systematically creating an uprising to usurp the pureblood power. I can see why a lot of people would buy into that, James mumbled. Exactly, Arcturus cut in. But we know based on his own blood that he is just using this as a front to gain power for himself, he added with a shake of his head. He wants to create the illusion of a blood war when in reality, it is nothing of the sort. Surely people can see that though, Sirius piped up exasperatedly. Of course, Arcturus agreed. But he is a very powerful man, and the non-purebloods are slowly losing power, Arcturus returned bitterly. They now can't outright pass legislation without underhand techniques. That's why he is using the werewolves, James mumbled. No one will vote against something that will keep their families safe. Arcturus nodded. But if the legislation passes, then all we will do is bolster his numbers. They will flock to him to get rid of the power that is against them. Then why don't we just kill the bastards? James questioned coldly. Charles shook his head. What happens when prominent purebloods start turning up dead? James frowned. We would just be confirming their propaganda, Harry whispered. They would use that to blame on the Muggle-borns and half-bloods. Now you see our issue, Charles deadpanned. That is why we need to hinder them politically and be reactive as much as possible until the Ministry recognizes this group for the threat they truly are. Harry huffed in frustration. It was bad enough being stuck in school, but now being told there was nothing that could be done as things were grated on his nerves to no end. So we do nothing, James broke in angrily. Charles sighed. No, James, we simply have to be patient. Politics is a major part of any war, and this one won't be any different. Then why don't I just kill the bastard now? Harry broke in. Both Charles and Arcturus chuckled, whilst James and Sirius glanced at him with both surprise and worry. Go ahead if you can find him, Arcturus shrugged. Regardless of what you think, the Ministry have their very best attempting to locate him, and not a trace can be found. Harry dragged a hand through his hair and sighed. He was under no illusion that Voldemort was an exceedingly gifted wizard and would not be found if he didn't want to be. He wasn't even certain that he was able to match him with a wand at this stage, something he certainly held doubts about. Seeing the frustration of the boy, Charles attempted to placate him by placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. We will do absolutely everything we can to hinder him. For now you need to focus on training and the tournament just around the corner, he reminded the teen. I know, Harry conceded, though he was clearly not very happy about it. One last thing, Charles interrupted, as he removed a small box from his pocket. Because of Miss Evans' association with you, there is a chance she could become a target, so we have taken steps to ensure her safety. Why would Lily become a target? James bit back angrily. She is a Muggle-born. She is dadding the heir of a very prominent family, and we are about to ruffle some feathers. Arcturus listed off. The rest of your friends all live under powerful enough wards to at least get warning of an attack, so we gave her something to alert us if she is in danger. Charles handed the three teens each a plain silver ring. These will heat up if Miss Evans needs our assistance, he explained. They will act as a portkey and take us as close to her as possible. Each of the three boys were looking very concerned at the unexpected concession. It is just a precaution, Charles assured them. We are certain that she is in no danger, but we want to cover all bases and leave nothing to chance. We all know how unsavory these people are, and we can't afford laxity in any way. You have thought of everything, Harry praised. Charles nodded and smirked. As I said, we have been very busy these past few months. Harry offered the man an appreciative smile. Now that is out of the way, you can at least try to enjoy your summer, Doria spoke dryly. I'm sure the ladies in your life wouldn't want you locked away training all the time. No, they'd sooner be training with us, Sirius muttered, an amused smile gracing his lips. Charles chuckled at the boy, but felt a slight pang of sadness. It was bad enough that Harry was subjecting himself to such a way life, but to see both James and Sirius following in his footsteps was more than a little disconcerting. He accepted that as things were, it was a necessity to prepare them for what was coming, but that did not make it any easier on the man. It did, however, strengthen his resolve to do everything possible to end the threat that loomed over them all. He shot Arcturus a resolved look which the man returned, both clearly having similar thoughts. He nodded and gestured for the man to follow. It would be prudent to go over their plans one last time, just to be that more certain, of course. "I want all three of you on the Quidditch pitch in two," he instructed firmly. The three boys frowned, but it was James who spoke first. "Why?" he asked with a confused look. Charles smirked. "We want to see how far you have all come this year, and see if Harry is really ready for this tournament. You're representing our family after all," he added with an edgy but teasing tone. A slight tug of the lips in amusement was all that Harry gave away, but his eyes turned to steel. If Charles wanted to see what he could do, who was he to disappoint the man? Break. Lord Voldemort sat in his private room at the Hog's Head, gently swirling the wine in his goblet as he reflected on the past few weeks and how far his movement had progressed in such a short amount of time. Recruitment had increased tenfold since he had revealed himself. Although most of his new people were mediocre at best, they could all serve a purpose in some way. Amongst the dregs, however, he had managed to add some considerable resource also. He now had ministry workers, a few curse-breakers, and even some aurors, to name just few, and these were certainly welcome additions to his quickly swelling ranks. He had managed to sway the werewolf clans, which under the leadership of Greyback were growing more so each day. Though he loathed the creatures personally, he could certainly use their assistance for the more savage needs of his cause. Negotiations with the giants and vampires were coming along at a more sedate pace than he would like, but progress was being made. This particular piece of news had warranted a genuine smile from the man. A powerful wizard he was and charismatic to a fault, but he had no patience in dealing with creatures beneath him, so chose to delegate that particular task to a very keen Walden McNair. The man was certainly proving his worth already, and would without doubt make his way up the ranks very quickly if he continued to impress. Overall, the Dark Lord was extremely happy with his lot for now, even if the past several months had been shaky at best. He grimaced in remembrance at how badly things had gone. It all began when he failed to secure the allegiance of the Black family on Boxing Day, and subsequently lost his most skilled fighter because of the foolish actions of those that serve him. He shook his head distastefully. It was easy to blame the fools for their mishaps, but he too had been unprepared for the uncommon denominator in the equation, Harry Potter. Not only had the boy been the cause of both the fate of Antonin and the failure to secure the Black support, but he had also thwarted his attempts to create panic amongst the masses, with the strategic attack on Hogsmeade becoming a monumental failure. He shook his head again and sighed deeply. He had heard nothing from the boy since he wrote to him all those months ago, and he suspected now that he wouldn't. In fact, his recent success had not given him time to ponder the boy. He was only one person after all, not worth wasting time on, though he certainly could be an asset indeed. He reflected back to the day in which the prophet had announced the boy as their champion to represent Great Britain in the upcoming European tournament, and the mixed emotions he felt. He was certainly annoyed that he had taken Antonin's place as the one who had also killed him, but he also felt rather proud of the teen. He demonstrated ambition and tenacity, two things that he could certainly respect. It took a certain talent to ever reach such a level, and the boy had managed it at only 16 years old, something he himself had not managed. This thought had brought him pause. If he was already at such a level, then how far could the boy really go? That thought alone would worry him if he weren't the Dark Lord. People were falling at his feet, basking in his power. This boy could never be a match for him in any way, so he was of no concern in the greater scheme of things. That didn't change the fact that he would much rather have the boy on side, but he was content that his plans were moving forward without a hitch now. If the boy maintained his distance and didn't involve himself, the Dark Lord was happy to leave things neutral between them for now. He had made the overtures, and it was now in Harry Potter's hands to make the next move. Break. Harry threw himself heavily onto his bed and stretched deeply, allowing his eyes to close as his aching body relaxed into the mattress. The day had been nothing short of brutal, as both Charles and Arcturus had pulled no punches in their duels with the teens. Both James and Sirius had held themselves well, but it was a harsh lesson for them both as the older men eventually bested them. Harry had fared much better and had beaten them both, but it had not come easily. He was certainly more powerful than the duo, and had an arguably much more diverse spell repertoire, but the ruthlessness and creativity of both the elder Black and Potter almost caught him off guard several times, with neither being a slouch in the power department either. It was plain to see why these men were feared and respected amongst their peers, and Harry gratefully accepted the help he had gotten from them, and could say without doubt that they far outstripped any other opponents he had crossed wands with thus far. Charles was equally aggressive and creative. His mixture of transfiguration and battle magic was terrifying. Holding nothing back, he had Harry revering his creations, and dodging more than the younger Potter was neither comfortable with nor accustomed to. His onslaught had been destructive and relentless, and Harry had no doubt that had he faced the man when he first arrived, he would have stood no chance. His eyes glowed eerily as he bombarded the teen with an array of spells, designed for nothing more than obliteration, which made Harry more than a little nervous. But he held his own. His reserves were much higher than the older man, and he eventually managed to overwhelm Charles with a barrage of his own to render the man an unconscious mess. He was at first hesitant to fire off anything permanently debilitating, but seeing that his opponent was holding nothing back, he kindly returned the favor. When all was said and done, Charles was left in rather poor condition. A few healing potions and charms later, he was on his feet again courtesy of Doria, who, along with the medical aide, gave him a disapproving look. Arcturus fought exactly how Harry had expected him to. In true Black fashion, he bombarded him with what must have been close to every horrific curse in his arsenal, many of which Harry had never heard of nor seen. Harry was wary of Arcturus, particularly when he noted the look of glee he wore as he attempted to pulverize him by any means necessary. The older man was smooth and slick in his approach to fighting. He transitioned seamlessly from one lethal curse to the other, each spell becoming more deadly, the glint in his eye becoming more prominent. Eventually, Harry managed to subdue him with an asphyxiation curse, but even then the older man continued to fight until he lost consciousness a few minutes later, much to the relief of Harry. Arcturus simply could not reverse the curse, try as he might. The power behind the spell was too much for his already depleted magic. Harry winced slightly as he shook his head. He certainly had not come away unscathed, as both men had caught him more than he would have liked with some of their spells, fortunately nothing immediately fatal. He was pulled from his thoughts by a gentle knock on his door. "Come in," he groaned. James limped into the room, demonstrating his own share of injuries from the day, and took a seat on the end of the bed. He said nothing at first, but his eyes scanned the other boy, evidently pondering what it was he wanted to get off his chest. He eventually spoke, his voice resigned yet hopeful for denial. "That's why you came back, isn't it?" he asked in little more than a murmur. Harry could do little more than look confused by the question. Before he could speak, however, James continued with a sigh. "You asked Dad and Uncle Arcturus if you should just kill him now," he pointed out. "You meant Voldemort." His final words were not questioning, nor were they accusatory. They were merely said with conviction, but not accepting. Harry dragged a hand through his hair and sighed in frustration. This was not a conversation he particularly wanted to have, but in this moment, he knew it was inevitable. The day itself had taken its toll on him physically, and keeping everything to himself for such a long time on top of this caused him to reflect on his position. He had promised the boy in front of him that he would have his explanation in due course, but was it prudent right now? No, it truly wasn't, but when would a time be right? He knew that such a time would not come to fruition. So with a final swallow and nod, he confirmed the other's suspicion. James visibly sagged and put his head in his hands, as though that nod had taken the final vestige of hope he held. Harry said nothing. He continued to watch the other boy, attempting to gauge where his mind currently resided. It was a few moments later that James extricated himself, his eyes shining with unshed tears, a broken look marring his face. "Why?" he asked weakly. "Why does it have to be you?" "Because I'm the only one who can," Harry whispered, slightly apologetic. James audibly swallowed and shook his head. "There's more to it than that," he returned firmly. "It's not that simple." Harry rubbed his eyes, tiredly, knowing full well James would not be satisfied with anything but the truth. He snorted before replying. "It has to be me." He held up a hand, stopping the other boy from interrupting. "I'll tell you," he promised. "It would be an insult to the man you became if I couldn't trust you. You did give your life for me at some point after all." James gave a watery chuckle before smiling. "I'd do it again if I had to," he offered sincerely. Harry shook his head firmly. "I won't allow that to happen. That's what I'm trying to stop." The pair remained lost in their own thoughts before James once more broke the silence. "Then why is it that it has to be you?" he asked heatedly. "You're only 16 for Merlin's sake." Harry stood and began packing, shooting the occasional furtive glance towards the other boy. "It's complicated," he finally sighed. "It all started before I was born." James frowned in confusion, but waited for Harry to continue. "There was a prophecy." "A prophecy?" James questioned, folding his arms and raising an eyebrow in skepticism. Harry nodded, and James narrowed his eyes angrily. "You're doing this because of the words of a nutter who think they can see into the future." Harry chuckled and shook his head. "Partly," he admitted, "but she has been right before when it mattered." James stood mouth agape but quickly firmed his jaw, his eyes burning more furiously. "And what the hell does this prophecy say? When was it made?" Harry recounted the words of the prophecy, watching as James tried to discern its meaning. "I don't know exactly when it was made, but since the person who made it is not the divination professor, I can assume it hasn't happened yet." James huffed and pierced Harry with a withering glare. "So it's not even relevant now," he pointed out. "It doesn't even exist and might never do for all we know." "It's relevant to me," Harry returned firmly, a little of his frustration surfacing. "You don't have to do this," James hissed. "He will never know it's you now." Harry snorted. "Then he will look elsewhere and go after someone else." "Then let him do that," James countered. "What does it matter to you? You're free, Harry, you can live your life." It was clear that James was worried and was trying to find a way in which Harry did not have to act or place himself in danger. "It's not just about the prophecy," Harry replied, his demeanor darkening considerably. James frowned, but held his tongue as Harry elaborated. "I have to do this. He took everything from me." "So you're willing to die for revenge?" James surmised disbelievingly. "Why does any of that matter now? You have us all, we are right here, Harry." "Because I want him dead by my hand," Harry spat in reply, his eyes glowing, trembling in rage and a positively feral look overcoming him. "He murdered my parents in front of me," he added, his voice becoming louder. "He is the reason I grew up with those bastards. He is the reason I have had to watch friends die, and he is the reason I am the way I am." James was surprised by the usually calm boy's sudden outburst, but it did nothing to quell his doubts. The anger Harry felt was righteous, that he could not deny, but he could not understand the level of desire of vengeance he felt. He, however, knew full well that he had yet faced anything compared to what Harry had been through, so he was aware that he could not understand what the other boy was truly feeling, how deep-set that need for vengeance had become. He could easily admit to himself that seeing Harry this way hurt him so, and he again had to push away the guilt of an older self for dying instead of being around to raise the teen in front of him. He nodded at what little understanding he had. "But what about us?" he questioned hoarsely. "Me, serious, Mum and Dad, and I never thought I'd say this, but what about Bellatrix?" "That's a low blow." "It needed to be said, because clearly you're not thinking of us." Harry felt a stab of pain at James's words, and the look of hurt did not go unnoticed by the other boy. "You're not alone anymore, Harry," he spoke much more softly. "You have people who love you, who care about you, and who will do anything to keep you safe. Just don't forget that while you're doing what you feel like you have to." Harry nodded appreciatively, as he felt a sense of warmth spread throughout him. "When did you grow up so much?" Harry muttered. James smirked and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Right about the time I was told I had a 16-year-old son," he offered humorously. "Something that people can't know," Harry reminded him. "The ones that matter can," James returned sincerely. "Regardless of everything, the whole charade we have to put on for everyone, you are my son Harry, and I can't look at you in any other way." A momentary look of surprise passed across Harry's features, but he smiled gratefully. "I couldn't be more proud of you, and what you've achieved despite everything." "I thought you'd be a bit jealous of me," Harry admitted. "I am very jealous of you and what you can do. But when I feel that envy, I just remind myself that half of you is me, and I'm just proud again." Harry found himself beaming in pride. All he ever wanted was his parents to be proud of him, and now he had that in some way, no matter how strange the circumstances. "We really should talk to Padfoot, though. I hate keeping things from him," James broke in. "We will tomorrow," Harry promised. "Break." On the other side of the door, Sirius Black wore a look of shock and confusion. He had heard raised voices between the other boys in the house and had come to see if everything was okay. He certainly got more than he bargained for. He felt as though he was caught in a very surreal yet vivid dream as he heard the conversation between the two Potters, and yet he knew he had heard correctly despite the concussion he had received from the day's training. He shook his head as his feet carried him back to his own room, his mind in a complete haze. He could neither comprehend what to think or what to do. All he knew was that he needed to be alone and think, though he knew it wouldn't do much good. A large part of him wanted to simply blast the door of its hinges and demand to know what on earth was going on, but the smaller voice in his head prevailed and had willed his legs to pull him away. He took a deep, labored breath as he closed his door behind him and slumped upon it for support. "What the fuck?" he muttered, still not able to process what he had just heard. Break. Lucius Malfoy arrived at Spinner's End, the home address of his next potential recruit, one Severus Snape. The boy had been pointed out to him by Rudolphus Lestrange as a person of interest, despite the fact that he was merely a half-blood. According to Rudolphus, Snape was a prodigy in potions, something that was a rare yet much sought-after gift. Not many people had the aptitude nor patience to be a competent brewer, and if indeed Severus Snape was as good as he was led to believe, then he would be a welcome addition to the ranks. Lucius flared his nostrils in distaste at the muggle surroundings as he approached the front door and knocked sharply. He only had to wait a moment before it was flung open by a disheveled man who was clearly a muggle, easy to deduce by the way he was dressed and the look of disgust he greeted his guest with. "What?" the man questioned harshly. Lucius swallowed down the annoyance he felt and composed himself before replying. "Good afternoon, Mr. Snape. May I have a word with Severus?" The man sneered in his direction and looked him up and down in disgust. "One of their lot are," he growled. Lucius again fought down his irritation and nodded. No longer trusting himself to speak less, he drew his wand and cursed the man in front of him. Tobias Snape grunted as he jerked his head in a general direction behind himself and stepped aside to allow the younger man in. "Room furthest at the back," he grumbled as he went back to whatever he was doing before being interrupted. Lucius wrinkled his nose as the man left him in the front hall. Shaking his head, he quickly made his way through the house and found the room in question. He knocked and waited for a reply. Break. Severus Snape had had a bad year, both on a personal and on an academic level. In regards to the former, he had failed to earn Lily's forgiveness after his moment of foolishness, in which he uttered the most offensive expletive possible in his moment of rage at Potter. He knew that he had upset the girl with his mudblood remark, and that it would take something exceptional for her to even consider his apology genuine. He had distanced himself, allowed her the previous summer to begin to calm down, but he had planned on reconciliation once they were back at Hogwarts. It was not to be, however. With the arrival of the new Potter, and the fact that she had somehow managed to find herself in a relationship with the aforementioned one, things had changed for the worst. Not only was forgiveness nigh impossible, it wasn't something he craved any longer. He mourned his friendship, and he mourned the loss of the sweet little redhead in which he had acquainted himself with all those years ago, long before they had attended Hogwarts. Lily Evans was no longer that same girl. She had emerged from the shell of the shy little girl he once knew, and was now confident, brave, and slightly arrogant in his opinion. She had become rather conceited since she and Potter had become dated, and there was no place in her life for someone like him. In fact, there was no place for someone in which she had become in his. He detested such traits. He basked in his achievements in seclusion and treasured them so. It was not the concern of any other what he himself was capable of and what he was on his way to fulfilling. But this had been set back considerably, and he could once again lie blame at the name Potter. He had been well on his way to becoming the youngest potions master seen in recent history, and now, that accolade was fading. The use of his Sectum Sempra curse on James Potter had seen to that. Slughorn had been both furious and disappointed with his actions, and decided that Severus would not be completing his newt in potions a year early, regardless of how good he was. He even explained that he was not certain that he wanted the young man to apprentice under him to obtain said mastery. This had caused Severus to consider his position. Not only had he now lost the most important person to himself, he had also lost the opportunity to reach his potential at Hogwarts. He had no doubt that Slughorn would supervise him through his studies. The man was far too prone to taking opportunities to gloat and share in the success of the more talent than he himself could ever be, but beyond that, he had no idea in what his future held. He once dreamed that Lily would realize her love for him, and that they would be together, but now he understood that it was a foolish, childish dream, and one that would never come to be. Even the thought of now kissing her sickened him slightly, knowing that Potter had been there first. Instead, he would find an opportunity where he could truly showcase his talents. He would prove to all that he was worth something: Slughorn, his father and mother, and even Lily Evans. He was pulled from his thoughts as the sound of knocking caught his attention. He frowned as he opened the door to be faced with Lucius Malfoy, an upperclassman of which he hadn't seen for several years since he had graduated. "I assume you know who I am," Lucius stated, his self-importance shining through. The frown never left Snape's face as he nodded, wondering what on earth Malfoy wanted with him. Despite this, however, he stepped aside and gestured for the man to take a seat. Lucius seemed to stare at him for a moment or two as if he was appraising him. He fought down the discomfort he felt and kept his expression neutral, waiting for him to speak. He eventually nodded as though satisfied by his observations. "Now I am sure you're wondering what it is that has brought me here today." Severus merely raised an eyebrow, causing Lucius to smirk in response. "Straight to the point, I see," he continued. "I have it on good authority that you are somewhat proficient in the art of potions, and someone who can also handle themselves if the situation calls for it." Lucius could not help but notice the gleam in the younger boy's eyes as he preened slightly under the compliment. The apparent gleam was there for but a split second, quickly replaced once more by a stoic expression. "I'm sure that a young man as sharp as yourself is aware of what is happening in our world." Snape frowned slightly, but nodded his understanding. "It's hard to miss with people such as Rudolphus spewing his vitriol," he drawled in return, causing Lucius to chuckle awkwardly. "The Lestrange family are not known for their ability to hold their tongues," he conceded. "However, I can assure you that they sit at the bottom of the pile in what we are achieving." Snape again remained quiet. He had already figured why the man had come to see him, but he was not going to make it an easy task. Being honey-tongued with him would not win him over, and it certainly would not be Lucius Malfoy who would either. His thoughts were interrupted by the blonde speaking once more. "We need people like you, Mr. Snape. Severus found his lips curling. He was waiting for the more direct approach. He had no time for Slytherin games or attempts at manipulation. "I am merely a 16-year-old boy," he pointed out. "You are a part of the future of our world," Malfoy returned. "You will be a part of reshaping it, molding it into something that we can be proud of. I am a half-blood, one that has a future as things stand in whatever I choose to do. What am I to gain from joining your cause?" Lucius smirked once more. He liked this boy. He was not inclined to be persuaded simply by words which demonstrated intelligence and individual thought, something that he could certainly respect. "Well, Mr. Snape, the possibilities are endless. It could be that you would be allowed to research and practice any magic you wish. It could be that you could be given access to potions, both past and present, that you would never get to work with." Again, the gleam in Snape's eyes became prominent. There was much that he would admittedly like to research and practice, yet current legislation would not allow such a thing. "You could get revenge on those that have wronged you," Lucius continued. Now he was getting to the secondary reason for being here. The boy had spent the past year in the castle with Harry Potter, the boy that had caused himself and his family embarrassment on more than one occasion. Snape shook his head. "Revenge. Potter attacked you, did he not?" Snape grimaced at the reminder. "Because I attacked his brother," Snape explained. "Not the best idea Rudolphus had," he muttered. "Then why do it?" Snape smirked. He was a realist and pragmatic. This allowed his cool logic to prevail. "I was not aware that the other Potter was so ruthless or dangerous, a mistake I will not make again." Lucius frowned. Perhaps he had made a mistake. He had spoken to both Rudolphus and Rabastan at length about the Potter boy, and had gleaned nothing more than the boy was a blood traitor, and had gotten lucky thus far in their confrontations. "Make no mistake, the younger Potter is very dangerous, and I certainly do not wish to be on the other end of his wand again," Snape offered with a grudging respect that Lucius picked up on. "You respect him?" he questioned with narrowed eyes. "Not him, but his ambition, as any true Slytherin would. He has clearly put much effort into his abilities, and to underestimate him would be foolish. I doubt there are few alive that hold such potential and raw power as Potter," he conceded. "Then how would you deal with him?" "I would not attack him directly. Your chances of survival would be slim. He killed several fully grown wizards in Hogsmeade, and even Antonin Dolohov, if the words of Rudolphus can be trusted." Lucius, too, had heard this via a conversation his father had with his mother, though he couldn't validate such a thing personally. He accepted the words of the other boy with a nod. It would be amateurish to not heed them at the very least. He had proven himself much more intelligent than either of the Lestrange brothers thus far. He rose from his seat and withdrew a card he had been given by the Dark Lord. "We truly could use a man of your caliber," he spoke sincerely as he placed the card on the desk nearby. "There is a meeting in 3 days' time. All you have to do is allow the card to transport you there, listen to what is said, and then you are free to make a decision." Snape nodded. "Be warned, however, this meeting will be heavily regulated and supervised. You must keep this a secret. You do not want to make an enemy of the Dark Lord, am I clear?" Again, Severus nodded his understanding. 2 p.m., 3 days from now. It was nice meeting you, Mr. Snape, and I truly hope to see you there," he finished, offering the younger boy his hand. Snape took the proffered and shook it firmly, maintaining eye contact with the man. Lucius left the room in a contemplative mood. Snape was very different from any other he had attempted to recruit. He was much brighter, of course, but there was something within that set him apart from the usual pureblood maniacs he dealt with. There was a quiet confidence about him. He understood his self-worth and clearly had goals that he was willing to work for. He smirked. Severus Snape would either be an excellent recruit, amongst the best the Dark Lord would have to offer, or he would be little more than an overall disappointment, depending on what choices he made. Of course, only time would tell. Lucius had not gotten what he sought from the boy, but he had given him much to think on in regards to the Potter boy. It was time to become more Slytherin in his approach. He needed to consider all options, look into the matter as much as possible before he would take action. His own honor would not allow the boy to get away with the transgressions against him and his family. Lucius Malfoy would not be embarrassed by anyone and allow them to get away with it. Break. The professors of Hogwarts found themselves seated in the Great Hall for the inevitable end-of-year meeting, the final meeting they would hold before they could each enjoy the summer break they had earned. 3 of the 4 house tables had been moved aside, leaving one in the very center in which they had gathered round, waiting for the headmaster to make his appearance. The year had been a long and difficult one, and each member of staff knew that the next would be even more so. It was only a few moments later that Dumbledore entered the room with his phoenix sat upon his shoulder. He offered them a greeting with a nod and a smile, the seemingly everlasting twinkle in his eyes as prominent as always. He breathed a long sigh of relief as he took the seat and basked in the silence of the castle. He found nothing more satisfying than being a professor, yet the silence of the castle was always welcoming at the end of an academic year. "Thank Merlin they have gone," Minerva proclaimed. "I was certain we would have chaos within these walls before the term ended." "I can assure you, Minerva, that this is the calm before the storm. Next year will not be so peaceful," Flitwick responded gravely. "Let us hope it does not come to that, my friends," Dumbledore broke in. "But I fear that Phileas is right. This summer is going to be very detrimental to our next year here." An imposing silence fell upon those gathered, none doubting the words of the wizened headmaster. "Well, what can we do about it?" Slughorn finally asked. "We cannot allow what is happening outside to influence the running of this castle," Professor Kettleburn answered. Mortlake chuckled. "And how do you suppose you can achieve that?" The men and women looked to each other for any ideas. "War is coming, we all know that," Mortlake continued. "And it will spill to within this very school, you mark my words." Dumbledore nodded his agreement. "Indeed, then we must put steps in place to minimize it as best we can. What say you, Edward? What would you do?" "Firstly, if you can't get rid of the Lestranges and their cohorts, you need to limit their contact with the other houses, the Gryffindors in particular," Mortlake replied without hesitation. "I wouldn't put it past Potter to actually kill them next year." "We can't just throw them out even if they are the instigators. We have no proof of any wrongdoing," Dumbledore reminded him. Mortlake shrugged. "It is not my problem, Albus. I promised you 1 more year, and I have fulfilled my obligation. As I said, war is coming, and my place is not behind a desk teaching teenagers." Dumbledore nodded his understanding. He had expected this. "Where are you heading, Edward?" Phileas questioned. "To the Aurors. I believe they will soon have need for every capable wand." Dumbledore smiled and offered the man a respectful nod. He certainly could not expect a man of Mortlake's talent or morals to sit out the war in a castle. "Then I wish you the best of luck, Edward," Dumbledore stated sincerely. "Though it seems that I now must find a new defense against the dark arts professor," he added with a frown. "Any ideas?" Slughorn asked. Mortlake snorted. "Just ask Potter to do it," he suggested half-jokingly. The rest of the staff found the humor in the suggestion. "I am certain that Mr. Potter would do an admirable job, but I think not. He is still a student regardless of his experience." "Then who?" Minerva broke in. "Something to ponder, I believe," Dumbledore answered as he stroked his beard absent-mindedly. "Then perhaps we should be discussing the appointment of prefects and our head boy and girl," Minerva responded. Dumbledore nodded seriously. "Something of paramount importance for this year in particular," he agreed. Break. Sirius Black awoke, his head pounding within his skull. The pounding could be attributed to several things. It was possible that it was merely the after-effects of the amount of curses he had been hit with the previous day, particularly the nasty concussion curses Charles was rather keen on throwing around. Or it was the snippet of conversation he had overheard coming from Harry's room between the 2 other teens in the house. This, he was certain, was the cause of said headache. He sighed as he shook his head, mulling over what it was he heard. According to the conversation, Somehow James was Harry's father, though he did not know how that was possible, and thinking about it only caused his head to throb more so, and his confusion to increase tenfold. "What the hell is going on?" he muttered. He was certain that he had not been dreaming when he heard the words between the boys, but how could any of this be true? He shook his head to clear his thoughts. He didn't know what was going on, but he would find out. He dragged himself from his bed and proceeded to dress himself in a completely mute state, the look of confusion remaining in place. He eventually had enough clarity to make his way to the kitchen, where the rest of the Potters were already sat, each of them eating breakfast and sharing light conversation. "Ah, the sleepy one rises. How's the head, Padfoot?" James questioned before taking a long gulp of orange juice. Sirius could only shrug in reply as he took his seat, massaging his throbbing temples as he did so. "Here," Doria spoke, offering the boy a pain relief potion. "That should take the edge of it." Sirius drained the potion gratefully and immediately felt his heavy head lighten a little. "What are you boys doing today?" Charles questioned. "Training and Quidditch," James answered with a smile. "It's been so long since we've been able to play." Harry couldn't help but grin at the plan. None of the teens had been able to fly much this year. "Sirius?" The boy in question looked up at the sound of his name and glanced at each of the Potters, his already fraying temper finally breaking. "Well, I was planning on figuring out how it is that he is his son," he spat, pointing between James and Harry respectfully. Their silence said it all, and the worried looks they shared only confirmed what he already knew, though it did not stop the stab of betrayal he felt when they failed to placate him with any denial. It was quite some time before anyone spoke, but it was Charles who attempted to calm the seething Black. "Let me explain," he tried with a deep sigh. Sirius shot to his feet and slammed his hand on the table before turning a venomous glare towards James. "You promised the day he came here that you'd never lie to me again, that you wouldn't keep anything from me." James was visibly stricken by his words, but he did not cower. I had to protect him," he returned hotly, but he could not hide the sadness in his voice. "Protect him from what? I just don't understand." "Let me explain, Sirius, please," Harry cut in. Sirius turned his gaze to him and could only look upon the boy as a stranger. It pained him to do so, but he didn't even know if he knew him anymore. He acquiesced his request with a nod and took his seat once more. It took some time for Harry to explain with the help of the other Potters when it was necessary. Throughout his words, Sirius remained largely stoic, though his eyes betrayed him several times. All he knew was that when the talking had finished, he was mentally exhausted. The morning truly had taken its toll on him. "So you time-traveled here 20 years from the future?" Sirius finally asked. Harry nodded in reply. "And you are really his father?" he asked, turning his attention to James. "I am," he confirmed. "I just don't know what to say," Sirius mumbled. "I'm sorry, Padfoot," James tried, his voice laced with hurt and sincerity. "I think I just need to be alone now," he muttered as he exited the room. James made to go after him, but was held back by Harry. "I'll go." James nodded and slumped into his chair, dejection written all over his face. Harry made his way up the stairs and found Sirius in his room packing his trunk. "Where are you going?" he asked worriedly. He really didn't want the other boy to leave. "I just need to get away from here for a while," was the reply he received, not even being graced with a glance from Sirius. "It's my fault. I told them to keep it from you." Sirius slammed the lid of his trunk with more force than necessary and bored his eyes into Harry. "Almost a year you kept all this from me. Did I not prove you could trust me?" Harry swallowed deeply and took a breath. "I trusted you more than anyone else before I came here," he admitted. Sirius was taken aback by the words. "Then what changed?" "You did, Sirius," Harry answered with a smile. "You're not the same man I knew. You are just a 17-year-old kid." Sirius frowned, but Harry cut him off before he could speak. "I lost my parents when I was a year old and had no one until you came into my life when I was 13. You were the father figure I never had." Despite his anger, Sirius was curious, and he wanted that satiated before he left. What happened? Voldemort, Harry replied with a shrug. He killed them both and things didn't work out for you too well. What happened? Sirius asked again a little more heatedly. You were my godfather. Sirius snorted but frowned, when only more questions formed in his mind. If I was your godfather, then why the hell didn't I take care of you? You went after the man who betrayed them and got yourself locked up until my 3rd year. He didn't feel the need to explain the details. It could only add to the confusion and make the conversation more awkward than it had already become. But you came into my life and was there for me when I needed you, he continued with a fond smile. So why did you come back? Won't future me be worried about you? He couldn't help but grimace at the situation, the bitter taste of the morning still fresh. Harry couldn't look away from the steel-gray eyes and knew he could not lie to the boy. He owed him that much. You died. Sirius looked more than a little alarmed by this, as evident by the shock on his face. Died how? He almost yelped. Protecting me, Harry choked. I did something stupid and you came to save me. Sirius could not even formulate what he wanted to say. He couldn't even fathom a reply to the revelation of his own mortality to the boy who had seen him die. I am sorry for everything, Harry spoke again. His voice was clearer this time, but the tears in his eyes could not be mistaken for anything other than genuine. I just need time to get my head around this. Harry understood and conceded with a defeated nod. If anyone is to blame for this, it's me. I asked them to keep it to themselves until I was ready. I know, Sirius sighed. I just hate being kept in the dark. The two remained silent for several minutes whilst he checked that he had packed everything he needed. It wasn't that he wanted to leave. He knew he needed to for some time to fully digest what he had learned. He was pulled from his thoughts by a hand being placed on his shoulder. He turned to be faced by Harry, who clearly had more that he wanted to say. It seemed almost painful for him to keep it in now. It broke me when I lost you, he whispered. And when I knew I was coming back, it wasn't my parents or anyone else in my family I thought of seeing. It was you first. Sirius could not doubt the honesty in either his words or eyes as he spoke. So we were really close then. Harry nodded. Like I said, you were the only father figure I really had. Sirius smiled, despite the raw wounds the morning had left. For what it's worth, Pudst, I truly am sorry, and this place won't be the same without you. I'll be back, he promised, just not yet. With that said, he levitated the trunk and exited the room, leaving a thoughtful and upset Harry in his wake. He stood for several moments wondering if the secrecy he had insisted on had been worth it. He knew at the moment he was upset by the departure of the other boy, but he stood firm in his belief that keeping his true self hidden had been the right course of action. He knew that Sirius would eventually accept and get over what had happened once he had time to figure it out, but that did little alleviate the sting he was feeling now. He made his way back to the kitchen and sat once more with his family. He left then, James questioned unnecessarily. Harry nodded. He will be back, though. I know he will. Sirius Black stood at the gate to Potter Manor and smiled sadly. He wanted nothing more than to just head back in and pretend the day had never happened, but he knew he couldn't. He already missed them all, but did not feel able to be around them until he had taken everything in and put everything into perspective. He had learnt a lot today. He sighed as he pocketed his trunk and apparated away. It was about time he spent some time with his grandfather after all. Break. Andromeda Black cast the charm a final time and felt her stomach sink as the pink glow remained where her wand was pointed. Oh shit, she cursed. Her parents were actually going to kill her. She needed to get out of here before they could find out. In her panic, to flee the room, she ran headlong into Bellatrix, who frowned at her spooked visage. What's wrong, Undy? She questioned with a frown. And nothing, the other girls squeaked uncharacteristically. Bellatrix raised an eyebrow, seized the other girl by the wrist, and pulled her into her room. Don't lie to me, she hissed. You look like you've just seen a ghost. Andromeda was visibly shaking, now feeling both nervous and terrified under the glare of her sister. She didn't know what made her tell her. Perhaps the nerves got the better of her, or maybe, just maybe, her sister would help her. All she knew was that her mouth moved before her head could prevent it. "I'm pregnant," she whispered. Whatever she was expecting, it certainly had not been that. Bellatrix could only look between the scared eyes and stomach of her sister. A part of her was ecstatic for her, the other part fearful. She knew the father was the Tunks boy who would not get the approval of the family. Adding the fact they were fresh out of school made it just that more difficult. "Oh shit," Bellatrix muttered, Chapter 12, Summertime Part 2. It was a few days after Sirius had departed his home that found Chullas waiting in the atrium of the Ministry of Magic, clad in his Wazungamut robes for the first time in many years. He frowned in remembrance at the giggling of his wife as he put on his attire that morning. Much to his consternation, the robes had been much more snug around the midriff than he remembered. He was certainly not the lithe, 22-year-old he once was the last time he had worn them. He smiled fondly at the idealistic man he was in his youth. He had visions of changing the world, of being a revolutionary. That had not been the case. He had been naive and optimistic, and the reality of the proceedings had been lacking and had left a bitter taste in his mouth. It was boring, repetitive, and nothing ever seemed to be changed or solved unless something monumental happened within their world. His father had warned him of this throughout the lessons in politics he had been subjected to, but Chullas had not listened. He did not believe that things were so stagnant, and yet he had been proved wrong quickly. His previous career in the field had been short and rather lackluster at best. In his frustration, he had simply appointed a proxy and stepped out of the political arena for what he thought was good. But things had changed over the passing months. Something needed to be done, and he was now at the forefront of these desired changes. He chuckled to himself. Himself and Arcturus in particular had worked tirelessly to create what they now had, and the moment to put into practice what they had worked for had arrived. He was pulled from his thoughts by the arrival of the Lord Black. "Chullas," Arcturus greeted him with a nod. "Are we ready?" Chullas asked, the excitement clear in his eyes. "We are," Arcturus confirmed. "I instructed the others to arrive and sit as they always have. We don't want them to think we are attempting a coup." Chullas nodded. "Good thinking," he observed. The two began making their way to the lower levels of the ministry, where the meeting were held, attracting more than their fair share of stares and whispers. "Is there any particular reason that my heir is currently residing with myself and my wife?" Arcturus questioned. "Your heir? Sirius will be the head of the family after me," Arcturus confirmed. "Orion is no politician, and he agrees he should not be Lord Black." "I imagine Wulbaga will be pleased," Chullas replied sarcastically. "That sow has no say in anything," Arcturus growled. "Even Regulus is clearly tiring of her ways, as he too has decided to stay with us for the summer." Chullas raised his eyebrows at that and snorted slightly. "Melania must be in heaven with two of them to spoil." Arcturus demonstrated a rare smile as he nodded. "We are both pleased to have them, though you still haven't explained why Sirius is not with you." Charles sighed and dragged a hand through his hair. "He knows about Harry. He wasn't particularly pleased that it had been kept from him," he explained. "I imagine not. He has never liked being kept in the dark." "The place isn't the same without him," Charles admitted with a drawn-out breath. "We all miss him in our own ways. I just hope he doesn't hold it against us forever." "He will be all right, but for now we have more pressing issues," Arcturus reminded him as they entered the large chamber, the majority of the seats already filled. They strode through the room with purpose, their previous conversation pushed to the back of their minds as they adopted a businesslike, yet stoic expression. The entrance had garnered the attention of many in the room, and they quickly became the subject of speculative whispering, the other family heads clearly wondering why they were there. Those in attendance became more shocked when neither headed for the lighter families section nor the darker, but chose to take seats amongst the neutral faction together, already taking away significant impact and votes from the other blocks. Again, The whispering ensued, but the two men chose to ignore it in favor of taking in their surroundings. Everything was just as each remembered from the daycare, to where each family head had sat previously. "Stagnant indeed," Charles mumbled as he began meeting the eyes of the other heads of families unflinchingly, readying himself to tear strips out of them if necessary. Arcturus, too, was preparing, though he felt no need to look upon the others. They were not worth his attention unless they provoked his ire, which was an inevitably, as he well knew. He looked forward to it, however, and felt a small rush of anticipation, silently daring any to anger him. The room did not have to wait long until the minister arrived with her closest advisors in tow, followed also by the chief warlock, who took his seat and allowed a brief look of surprise cross his features as he noticed the lords of Black and Potter in attendance. Nonetheless, he banged his gavel to gather the attention of the lords and ladies before addressing them. "I call to order the summer meeting of the Wisengamot year 1977, he began formally. "There are many points up for discussion today, so we shall proceed immediately, beginning with Lord Meadows, who has a proposal regarding the use of charmed paper instead of owls within the ministry building." Charles shook his head and sunk into his chair. It was going to be a long day. Break. Bellatrix found herself seated at the breakfast table along with her two sisters and mother. Pollux had left early for a business meeting, which was not an unusual occurrence. For the past few days, she had spent much time with her sister in an attempt to convince not to run away, and had as far managed to keep the girl level-headed, though she was constantly on edge. After several long discussions, she had managed to ascertain that, as she suspected, the father of the baby was indeed Theodore Tonks, the Muggle-born Andromeda had been pursuing a relationship with. Bad news indeed for both parents, as there was no doubt in Bellatrix's mind that trouble was on the horizon. Her family could simply decide to murder the boy in an attempt to save face, or even perhaps both, even though the teen was certain that her grandfather would not allow such a reaction. He valued the blood of his family far too much, but she certainly would not put it past Walburga to attempt such a thing. She sighed at the predicament her sister found herself in. She was by no means as bigoted as the rest of the Blacks, but she too felt her sister could have found a better match, one that understood what it truly was he would find himself involved in. Drula had been watching her two eldest since they had returned from Hogwarts, and she knew something was amiss. They had spent much more time than usual together, holed up in either of their rooms, and only came out for meals, quickly returning to whatever it was they had been doing. Although she had no evidence, her motherly intuition told her something was going on, and she was growing steadily tired of the secrecy. She placed her china cup on the saucer with a clatter, gaining the attention of her three daughters. She gave them all a penetrating stare before holding the gaze of her firstborn. "Is there anything you wish to tell me, Andromeda?" she asked casually, a little too casually for the teen's liking. Andromeda immediately looked as though she had been caught doing something she shouldn't have been, and glanced towards the middle sister with an accusatory glare. Bellatrix merely shook her head, protesting her innocence in response. Drula frowned. She now knew to whom the issue related to, but was no closer to any details. "Andromeda Black," she prompted firmly. The girl in question merely dropped her gaze to the top of the breakfast table, as though it was the most interesting thing she had ever seen. "It's better you tell her, Andy," Bellatrix encouraged. "It's not as though you can hide it forever." Andromeda sighed and swallowed deeply. "I'm pregnant," she mumbled barely audibly. "Come again," her mother replied. "I'm pregnant," the girl returned a little louder. Drula was shocked, that very emotion forming on her face. Her lips immediately became a tight line, and she seemed to growl in fury. "Are you really so stupid, daughter?" she hissed. Although the eldest Black daughter had expected such a reaction, she recoiled at the venom nonetheless. "It's not like I planned for this to happen," she bit back defensively. Drula simply shook her head, though now she looked more worried than anything else. "Do you have any idea how your father is going to react? The rest of the family, for that matter," she tried. "You have just finished school, you have no career, and you are not married." I know, Andromeda near-wailed. I made a mistake. You were careless. We always used a potion and a charm, the girl explained. So you at least know who the father is, Drula stated mockingly. Andromeda was hurt by that, and Drula immediately regretted her words. Do you think so little of me? Drula sighed and pulled the girl into a hug. Of course not, I'm just scared for you. You know what this will do to the family. I didn't mean for this to happen. Drula just held the girl close to her. She couldn't help but feel disappointed in her, but she was her daughter, and she wished more than anything that she could make things okay for her. Have you at least spoken to the father? Andromeda shook her head. Better get to it then before father and grandfather murder him, Narcissa piped up. He was such a nice boy, she sighed. Be quiet, Narcissa, Drula demanded. You will speak of this to no one. Hearing her mother use her full name quelled her petulance, and she nodded her understanding. You need to tell him, Andy, Bellatrix broke in. I will. If only to give him a head start, she added with a chuckle. It's not funny, Bella, her mother chastised. Bellatrix held up her hands to placate the woman. I'm being serious. The fact that you are pregnant is bad enough, but when they find out he's a muggle-born, he is a dead man. A mudblood, Drula questioned dangerously. When Andromeda met her gaze, she could see the truth in what her middle child had said. Just because you managed to avoid the marriage contract your father set up, it did not give you carte blanche to cavort with the filth of society, she spat. Andromeda was once again stricken by the demeanor of her mother. Just get out of my sight, I need to think, she commanded her 3 daughters. And you had better be prepared to face the consequences of what you have done, Andromeda. I may not kill you or him, but the rest of the family will not be so lenient. The girls all but fled from the room and followed Andromeda, who immediately began piling her belongings into her trunk. What are you doing? Bellatrix asked. I'm getting out of here. I need to tell Ted and get him somewhere safe, Andromeda replied, not breaking stride in her efforts. Andy, Bellatrix hissed as she pulled her sister by the arm and turned her so they were face to face. Calm down. I won't let anything happen to you or him. That's easy for you to say. You're not the one they are going to kill, and our family isn't scared of my boyfriend. Narcissa chuckled at that, but withered under the glare of her older sisters. Go speak to him, Andy, and I will think of something to calm all of this down, Bellatrix assured her. Andromeda offered her a weak smile before leaving. What are you going to do? Narcissa asked. They will kill him and cast her out. Bellatrix sighed. I don't know, she admitted. But maybe Harry will, she whispered to herself. Break. Harry and James circled each other in the dueling room at Potter Manor, both sweating profusely, with James limping gingerly on one leg, his body battered and bruised from the onslaught he had received from the other boy. Though Harry fared much better, he was breathing heavily from the broken ribs that had been James's retaliation. He smirked, knowing that the other boy was at his mercy. Instead of firing off a spell to finish off the duel in a violent manner, he sent a flurry of charms and transfigurations that, in his state, was unavoidable by his father. He screamed as the magic took effect. His voice had become much higher-pitched, and his chest swelled with 2 over-exaggerated lumps. The trouser he wore became a dress as his hair lengthened considerably. What the hell? He squeaked before he frowned and charged the other boy, the wand in his hand all but forgotten. Harry's eyes widened as James bulldozed towards him and knocked him off his feet. The 2 rolled around in a heap and began wrestling for position. Unfortunately for them, this was how Bellatrix found them. She interrupted the pair with a cough and raised an eyebrow in amusement at the look of shock each wore at being found in this predicament. It's not what it looks like, Harry denied immediately. So you're not fighting a girl who looks a lot like your father? She questioned. The 2 boys looked sheepish at this, but laughed at the ridiculousness of the situation. Great, I'm dating an 8-year-old, Bellatrix mumbled. I heard that, Harry replied. And, Bellatrix asked with a raised eyebrow. Lighten up, Trixie, James cut in. "It's just a bit of fun." Bellatrix glared at the boy venomously, but smiled. James did not know the nature of that particular grin and sighed in relief at dodging the metaphorical bullet. Harry, however, grimaced in sympathy for the boy. He knew this look well. "Oh, I'm all for a bit of fun, Potter," she cooed as she traced her wand across his jawline. "But now is not the time." James swallowed and chuckled nervously. "And if you ever call me Trixie again, I will make sure Evans is a very unsatisfied woman. Understood?" James nodded and breathed a sigh of relief as she removed her wand. "And people think Dad and Harry are bright," he murmured. "The pair of them are nuts getting involved with the Blacks." "Something to say, Potter?" "Not at all, my lady," James quipped, offering an elaborate bow. Bellatrix simply stared blankly at him. "Aren't you supposed to be earning my approval? I am his father after all," James continued, standing a little straighter and adopting a mock seriousness. Harry facepalmed and shook his head in exasperation. James had chosen the least opportune moment for this. He was dressed as a girl and sporting a rather impressive set of breasts. "Quit while your head prongs," he advised. Bellatrix merely looked the boy up and down and gave a disapproving tut. "The day I need your approval, Potter, will be the day mine are bigger than yours," she returned, gesturing to his voluptuous chest. Harry roared with laughter, and James raised his eyebrows in appreciation at the humor. "Damn," he muttered. "She got you there," Harry pointed out. "Laugh it up, you're the idiot dadding her." Harry was about to reply, but was cut off by the aforementioned girl. "As much as the arguing of morons amuse me, I have something I need your help with." "What's happened?" Harry asked worriedly. "I'll give you your space," James broke in. "No need," Bellatrix dismissed. "It might be useful having the input of another woman." "For Merlin's sake, Harry, will you get rid of these?" he demanded as the boy broke down in peals of laughter. He nonetheless summoned his wand and complied. "Thank you," James huffed. "I was scared I might start my monthlies if I was left like that any longer." "So what's wrong?" Harry inquired once more. Bellatrix sighed. "Andy is pregnant." Harry wore a knowing smirk, and his eyes twinkled in happiness as fond memories of the pink-haired Auror came to the forefront of his mind. James, however, looked shocked and shook his head in understanding. "They'll kill him," he interjected knowingly. Bellatrix ignored him for the moment in favor of narrowing her eyes at her boyfriend. "What do you know?" "I'm not going to ruin the surprise," he replied firmly. "It's a good one," he assured the girl who was now flaring her nostrils at him. "Harry, this is serious. I don't know what to do," she returned desperately. Harry dragged a hand through his hair as he attempted to remember everything he could about Tonks. He knew that Andromeda had fled her family and was cast out, but that was it. He didn't have any other knowledge on the situation. "Your grandfather would be your best hope," he mused. "I think I can make him see sense. It will at least not get them killed." "Thank you," she replied gratefully, placing a gentle kiss on his lips. Harry just grinned stupidly. "You had better do it soon, though," he warned. "The sooner the better." Bellatrix nodded. "I'll speak to Andy, but you will have to be there just in case he tries to kill her." "He won't, but I will be there," he promised. Bellatrix simply kissed him again and smiled. "Ah, young love," James piped up. Harry fired a stinging hex towards the boy, who yelped and hightailed it from the room as quickly as his legs would carry him in their injured state. "So you only came to see me so I could save your sister's arse?" Harry asked. Bellatrix shook her head and smiled. "I missed you," she stated bluntly. Harry found himself grinning again as he melted into another kiss, content to just spend some much-needed time with the girl. Break. The morning had dragged for both Arcturus and Charles, who had endured a debate on charmed paper and also the correct disposal of used quills. Such subjects did nothing but grate on their already fraying nerves, and each were reminded why they had left the politicking behind them all those years ago. If I wanted to be so bored out of my skull, I would discuss the finer points of Warlburga's social gatherings, Arcturus muttered, causing Charles to snort in amusement. Just be grateful we aren't discussing the correct thickness of cauldron bottoms. What a waste of 9 hours that was, he deadpanned. Arcturus grimaced. He remembered that day very well and was certain that it had been the cause of his first gray hair appearing. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, the two were offered a reprieve in the form of Dumbledore banging his gavel once more to bring the discussion to an end. "We have one final bill to discuss," he announced. "Lord Bowl would like to introduce amendments to Decree 114G in regards to sanctions placed on those suffering with lycanthropy." He continued with a disapproving look towards the man. "Lord Bowl, you may proceed." Said man stood tall and proud as he looked upon his colleagues, his countenance exuding confidence and eagerness. He cleared his throat as he flipped through a few pages of parchment before speaking in a well-rehearsed manner. "My fellow lords and ladies," he began with a slight bow, meeting the eyes of a few within the room. "It is more often than not that we find ourselves at odds within these very walls when we are discussing ways in which to better our society. Our views and beliefs differ on many agendas, be it something as trivial as owl use within the ministry or something of detriment, such as what spells we can and cannot use," he continued diplomatically. "However, there is one thing I can state with complete certainty we all agree on, and that is the safety of our loved ones taking precedence over all else." There were some murmurs of agreement at that, and the man paused to let them pass. "With that being said, there is something that must be addressed, something that has recently been plaguing our community, and something that is an imminent threat to us all and those we care for." He reached down and placed a briefcase on the desk in front of him, snapped it open, and removed a stack of newspapers. "Within the last month, there has been an alarming increase in werewolf attacks. Swindon, Reading, Hull, and Oxford have all been struck by these creatures, wreaking havoc and leaving many either dead or turned in their wake." He placed a corresponding report of each attack on his desk as he listed off the locations one by one. "Clearly, the restrictions we have placed on the beasts are no longer sufficient, and now further action is required. I offer praise to our Department of Magical Law Enforcement for their efforts, but why waste resources on apprehending these creatures when the majority of such an issue can be dealt with a few simple amendments to current laws?" He questioned. "And what is it you would suggest?" Dumbledore questioned with a frown. "An excellent question, Chief Warlock," Bowl praised with a forced smile. "I recommend that we impose much stricter control on their movements, what jobs they can take, and most importantly, a publicly available register, so that information on where sufferers dwell is at hand." Arcturus swore under his breath. "He wants the public to target them and turf them out," he whispered. Charles nodded his agreement. "They run away, have nowhere to go and turn to the one person promising to help them," he deduced. "Exactly," Arcturus concurred. As previously discussed amongst the new allies, it was Francis Longbottom SR that stood first to address the proposed amendments. "I can understand and appreciate your concerns, Lord Bowl," he began with a bow. "But surely what you are suggesting would be counterproductive in the circumstances." His counterpart merely frowned, but did not reply. "The sanctions on them are oppressive enough. If we add to these further, then we will only alienate them more so, and give them further reason to attack." "I agree with Lord Longbottom," Fenton McKinnon declared as he rose from his seat. "There is already plenty of sanctions on them in regards to available work. Anything else would make even more of an enemy of sufferers." "So you would just allow these attacks to continue at the risk of your loved ones?" Bowl questioned both men heatedly. "There hasn't been a spate of werewolf attacks in over a decade since Greyback left our shores," Longbottom returned. "There is not an alpha strong enough to command nor leads the packs, so something else is clearly afoot." "Are you actually suggesting that these attacks are organized?" Bowl asked disbelievingly, his voice taking on a nervous edge. "That is exactly what is happening," Arcturus broke in as he stood. Most within the room were more than a little surprised to see the Lord Black agreeing with McKinnon and Longbottom over Bowl. The man waited patiently for the whispers to die down before he continued. albeit for me to do the job of our aurors, but I have looked into the matter with quite a lot of vigor. It is after all a rather alarming chain of events," he added smoothly. "And what is it that you have discovered, Lord Black?" Dumbledore inquired, his eyes twinkling in their usual manner. Arcturus sneered slightly at the man, but fought the bile down at the thought of actually siding with him. "I would like to firstly turn our attention to the attack on Hogsmeade that occurred earlier this year." "Unrelated and irrelevant, Black," Lord Yaxley spat. "It has already been determined that the events of that day transpired because Potter's children and your family members murdered some protesters who had only aimed to create a little discord within the village." Arcturus smirked evilly at the man. "Well, the memories of my nephews, grandson and granddaughters paint a very different picture, Yaxley. Each one of them would be more than happy to provide them as evidence is necessary," he replied venomously. "I believe we are quickly getting off topic," Dumbledore interjected. "Is there a point to this, Lord Black?" "Of course," he bit back irritably. "The trespassers on the village were all dressed in black robes, each one adorning a white mask, correct?" "That is an established fact," Dumbledore agreed. "But what of it?" "Well, upon my investigation into these attacks, I happened across a few witnesses who had quite the interesting memories to view. May I?" he inquired as he removed a few vials from within his robes. Dumbledore waved him forward and sat back, waiting for the man to present the memories to the room. Bowl and his associates did not look impressed by this unexpected turn of events, the former gritting his teeth in fury. Arcturus approached Barty Crouch and handed him the memories. "I believe as the head of the DMLE, it is within your job description to ascertain the accuracy of memories and ascertain that they have not been tampered with," he stated questioningly. Crouch mutely nodded before accepting the vials. He drew his wand and began casting spells on the glass in a murmur. Each of them glowed a gentle blue, and the man nodded, satisfied they were indeed genuine. "I will let the memories speak for themselves," Arcturus announced as he approached the pensive, emptied the contents in and tapped the side with his wand. The memory began in a darkened room, the full moon pouring in through the window. It was a peaceful night with only the sound of light traffic being heard from outside. That peace was broken, however, by the unearthly howl of a wolf, followed by around a dozen more. What made the noise much more harrowing was the fact that wolves are no longer native in Britain, so the sound of such creatures in close proximity was equally confusing and worrying. An eerie silence fell once more, as the beasts fell silent, though a sense of trepidation and anticipation ensued in its wake. A piercing female scream was the next disturbance to be heard from somewhere in the distance, setting the tone of the night even more so. The first gave way to more screams, each varying in pitch and indication. Some were those of terror, others born of pain and suffering. What was clear, however, was that a massacre was taking place. The scene changed somewhat, and the view outside the window became available. They could be heard before they came into view. Deep snarling and howls, much closer this time, were heard, quickly followed by the padding of heavy feet as the beasts drew closer. The first came into view, but it was not the creature that had those viewing the memory confused. The beast appeared to be being directed by an individual in a black as night robe, the adorned white mask the only thing that truly confirmed the human presence. More and more followed suit, and soon the memory was full of werewolves and cloaked figures that were adding their own mix of mayhem to the chaos. Spells erupted from their wands as they allowed the beasts' entrance to the homes of the innocents with blasting curses and tumultuous cheers, as each occupant was met with baying, snarling, and blood-dripping jaws before they too were claimed. Mercifully, it was a few moments later that a reprieve came in the form of appearing men and women in red robes. "Horrors!" one roared as the group began going house to house further up the street to begin the morbid tallying of those fallen. By the time they had reached the final house, the werewolves had disappeared into the night, those in the black cloaks too leaving no evidence that they were ever there. The memory ended, and many in the room were visibly pale and shaken by what they had seen. It did not escape the notice of many that Bowl and his associates were whispering furiously amongst themselves. "Shall we continue with the next one?" Arcturus asked coldly. Dumbledore stood and shook his head. "I do not believe that is necessary, Lord Black. I think you have made your point sufficiently." Arcturus bowed to the man and returned to his seat. "Bloody hell, Arcturus, was that really necessary?" Charles whispered. "Yes," he replied bluntly. "They need to understand what it is we are dealing with." The room had fallen into quite the solemn silence, those in attendance trying to process what they had just witnessed. Arcturus knew that his move had been risky, but he felt that the risk was necessary. They needed to see that if Bowl were to be listened to, then they would only be bolstering the numbers of the Dark Lord, ensuring that attacks like this would only become more common and ferocious. As you all saw for yourself, this was not the act of an independent werewolf pack. This was orchestrated and carried out by wizards, a group of wizards who are responsible for the death of 11 children during the Hogsmeade attack. Arcturus spoke again. His words were met with a wall of silence, each lord and lady to contemplating what it was they had seen. If we add to the already oppressive laws, we will merely be giving them further reason to side with the Dark Lord, and these attacks will only increase and become even more disastrous. He finished with a resolute nod. "Then what do you suggest, Lord Black?" Edgar Bones demanded. "We make appropriate overtures to lycanthropy sufferers." A cacophony of noise erupted at his statement. Many were clearly not in agreement with the man, but he nonetheless held up a hand, commanding silence so that he could elaborate. "We now have a potion available to us that can alleviate their transformations. Make this readily procurable to them, give them some damn job prospects, and stop pissing on them from a great height, and most of the problem is solved." "And you expect these beasts to simply accept this and fall into line?" Lord Rookwood spat. "Not all of them," Arcturus admitted. "But the majority will. They want nothing more than an opportunity to live as normally as possible, and this cannot happen with laws that have been in place for hundreds of years." He sighed before continuing once more. "These laws were put in place to supposedly protect us. Now we have something that can give us this protection, but the werewolves will not accept this unless we give them a reason to," he pointed out. "Give them a fair shake to earn a living and be at peace, and I can promise that not only will they at least remain neutral, we will no longer have to cower in fear at the full moon when it arrives each month." "And what about the ones that do not accept?" Crouch SR growled. "Then they should be treated the same way any murderer should, either locked up in Azkaban for the rest of their days or thrown through the veil." A few nods agreement followed this statement. Dark Lords have thrived on the laws in place to oppress the werewolves. They have used them to their advantage, and if we make the amendments I have suggested, then we are once and for all taking away a powerful ally of them. I am not saying they will align with us. It would be foolish to think so. But neutral packs of mostly human but potentially dangerous creatures serve no purpose as enemies. A small smattering of applause was heard as the man took his seat once more, breathing a sigh of relief that many could see his point of view. "They are disgusting beasts that should be put to death for their crimes," the voice of Lady Danvers screeched. Arcturus stood once more and glared at the woman. "Then perhaps we should all be thrown through the veil for the crimes that a minority of witches and wizards are currently committing, Lady Danvers," he stated icily. The woman began sputtering incoherently, but was cut off by Charles. "You are tarring them all with one brush, Lady Danvers. You yourself saw that it was only a dozen or so that carried out that attack. Where were the other hundreds of sufferers? More than likely in a barred room somewhere, ensuring that they could not attack innocent people." He shook his head dispassionately at the woman and those who seemed to agree with her. "Most sufferers are not born with the condition, but have been turned at some point in their life either by a careless werewolf or one who had purposely put themselves in a position to carry out such a thing," he explained knowingly. "These people are not looking to turn others, to have other innocents experience the horrific nature of their disease, so they plan accordingly and take appropriate measures to ensure that that does not happen." Lady Danvers gave him a resentful look, but sat down. "I believe that Lord Black speaks sense," Charles clarified. Even if we trial these proposals for a time, I believe his words will ring true." "I think that the idea of a trial holds merit," Lord Greengrass agreed. "At worst, we can reconvene at a later date and certainly discuss it further if necessary. This is rather a bold move we would be making. I don't think a permanent decision can be made without evidence of positive results." Charles offered the man a nod of thanks. "And what would be wrong with provisionally attempting the proposal of Lord Bowl?" Abraxas Malfoy questioned irritably. "It is the responsibility of the Wisengamot to make progress in our world, where possible, as it is the responsibility of our potioneers and masters in all fields to do so equally," Lord Meadows returned. "What Lord Bowl's proposal represents is regression, and regression is not what we aim for in our capacity as lords and ladies of our land." "I didn't expect Meadows to back us like that," Charles muttered. "He is Dumbledore's man, and he has made his view quite obvious," Arcturus replied. Charles chuckled. "I bet you never thought you'd see the day that you were here, and championing something that the old goat would agree to." Arcturus grimaced. "You hate the man even more than I," Arcturus retorted. "True," Charles acknowledged, "but I unfortunately find myself agreeing with him more than I care to admit, whereas you will always disagree with him purely out of principle," he pointed out smugly. Arcturus shook his head. "Shut up, Charles," he grumbled. The vote went ahead and resulted in the trial being granted, though the minor details would all have to be hashed out and agreed upon. But the day had been a victory for Charles, Arcturus, and their allies, much to their delight, of course. With the meeting quickly drawn to an end, the lords and ladies of the Wisengamot disbanded, some in much better spirit than others. The most poignant point now was to decide which of Bowl or his own allies would break the bad news to their lord. The man expected good results from the day, and would be furious that it had not come to be. "Break." Severus Snape sighed as he eyed the card that Lucius Malfoy had left on his desk during his visit. He had spent countless hours contemplating the man's offer, but was no nearer to making a decision on what he himself wanted to do. Lucius had, of course, made salient points during their talk, and Severus could not help but be tempted by the prospect of access to potions, and knowledge he would be denied should he decline the opportunity before him. He was, however, aware that Lucius was a very smooth and silver-tongued man, who at no point made any guarantees during the course of his time with the younger teen, and Severus Snape could not be swayed by words that held no promise. The clock on his desk read 13:55, and Severus shook himself from his thoughts. Although the words of a Malfoy had to be taken with a pinch of salt, that did not abate the curiosity that Severus was feeling, however. He had heard of the power that the Dark Lord wielded from several members of his house, and he had seen for himself the devastation the man wrought in the Daily Prophet. To be a part of such a movement held a certain appeal for the greasy teenager, but he couldn't quite figure out why. Was it the fact that he felt the need to prove himself to his peers that had mostly shunned, or the very least looked down upon him because of his blood status? Was it that he did not want to limit it in what he was allowed to study? Or was it the very fact that Severus Snape felt that he had nothing to lose any longer now that his one beacon in life had turned away from him? He could not be at all sure what made him reach for that card when the hour struck, but he did so anyway, knowing that if he did not grasp the opportunity now, it may never have presented itself again. After the sensation of the portkey ended, he found himself in what appeared to be an abandoned warehouse of sorts. Before he could truly take in his surroundings, however, he was pulled from his observations by a gruff voice. "Card," the man demanded simply. Severus handed it over and waited, whilst the man seemed to expect it. After only a moment he nodded, clearly satisfied the boy had been invited. "You will wear this hood and submit your wand to me," the man demanded, as he handed Severus a black hood with a plain white mask for a face. He frowned. He did not like the idea of submitting his only form of defense. The man, feeling his discomfort, placed a hand on his shoulder before speaking once more. "You are among friends here," he assured him. "Taking your wands is merely precautionary, and it will be returned to you once you leave," he promised. Severus nodded his understanding, before reluctantly handing his wand over, immediately feeling vulnerable without it. Nobody is allowed their wand whilst they meet the master for the first time. Only he himself will carry his, the man added. Severus again nodded. You are to proceed through the door behind me, and for now tell no one your name, the man continued. Our anonymity is paramount until your membership is accepted, and this will only happen if you prove your worth. Is that understood? Indeed, Severus replied. Good, you now may make your way through, the stranger granted. After being dismissed by the man, he made his way through the aforementioned door to find himself in a much more intimate setting, well as intimate as can be for around 50 people wearing similar attire to himself. A few within the group were mingling and having discussions in hushed whispers, but the majority had erred on the side of caution and kept themselves isolated, as Severus had decided to do. It was not such a long wait to endure before a door on the other side of the room opened to reveal the man that had been plaguing the headlines for a number of weeks now. Just as tall but more imposing than Severus imagined, he seemed to glide into the room effortlessly, his face devoid of any emotion and his red eyes scanning everyone present, each feeling a chill down their spine as they were found by them. It did not seem possible for this man to smile, but he defied the expectations of those gathered with a broad one as he gestured them all closer. It was with a slight hesitance that they did so, but they seemed to automatically obey in spite of the nervousness felt within the room. There is nothing to fear, my friends, Voldemort assured them, his smile still present. A little of the trepidation seemed to evaporate as the man spoke in a gentle, almost benign voice, and the guests moved forward with a little more confidence than they had previously felt. Now I am sure you are all wondering why you are here, he questioned rhetorically. Well, I will tell you, he answered before any could even consider doing so. You have all been chosen because each of you have something to offer to our cause. You have been chosen because you are amongst the brightest and most powerful of your peers, and you have all been chosen because you are reliable and people that myself and my associates believe can be trustworthy. He slowly walked a circle around the gathered witches, and wizards giving the occasional nod of approval to some as he passed. Amongst you now stand our future politicians, our future potion masters, and those that would stand at the forefront of the new world we will create. He spoke again passionately. What is in it for us? A voice called out. Our own futures are almost assured, so why would we rock the boat whilst we can live in what we have with ease? The Dark Lord appeared mildly annoyed by the voice, but his expression remained neutral. I can offer you knowledge that would never be made available to you. I can offer you the opportunity to further your wealth and influence. But most importantly, I can offer you the honor of standing above even the names of your great families, leaving all of your ancestors and predecessors in your shadow as you stand atop a new world, a world in which you have helped create. And what is the catch for such honor? The same voice questioned. Voldemort smiled. The only thing I ask of you is to devote yourself to the cause. Make yourself and your skills available to me when they are needed, and for such devotion, the rewards will be spectacular. Severus nodded along with many of the others. The Dark Lord was doing a more than adequate job at selling himself to those gathered. Before Voldemort could continue with his spiel, the door he entered from opened once more, revealing an individual dressed all in black with a silver mask. He approached the Dark Lord and bowed low before whispering in his ear. Whatever the news was clearly displeased the man as his eyes narrowed in unbridled fury. He quickly schooled his features once more when he became aware that his guests were watching with rapt attention. He nodded a few times and dismissed the now cowering man with a wave of his hand before addressing them once more. I apologize, my friends, something of paramount detriment has arisen, and it requires my immediate attention, he sighed. I would very much like to continue this meeting soon, but please use the time wisely and consider what it is we have discussed today. There were more than a few nods and murmurs of agreements as the man rose. Your wands can be retrieved the way you came in, and the same portkeys will be provided to you. They will take you to a new location 2 days from now at the same time, he explained. He then made his way from the room, leaving his new potential recruits behind. He makes a fine argument. One spoke up once the door had closed behind the man. He does, another agreed. Then we shall have to return as asked to see, a third shrugged. Severus remained silent. He could reluctantly admit that the man had indeed come forth with a convincing vitriol, but the actions of the man that had interrupted set the seeds of doubt within him. He had no intention or ambition to become a cowering sycophant. He was Severus Snape, and he bowed to no man, especially when the cons outweighed the pros. He was not from a family of importance, and nor was he one who cared for riches. He wanted to be the best potions master he could be, but he would not sell himself into slavery to do so. No, Severus Snape was not at all convinced to don a black robe and mask in the name of a man who could offer him next to nothing, but he knew a simple rejection would not be so easy. Most of those within his house would become one of those men, and pressure would be applied to those not willing, or they would become targets of their ire. Severus shook his head as the portkey returned him to his room. He was a Slytherin after all, and his sense of self-preservation was crying out for him to join against the protests of his thought process. All he could be certain of was that here and now, he didn't know what it was he should do. Should he remain true to himself at the risk of becoming targeted? Or should he bend the knee and just hope he could leave himself unimportant enough to not be required all too often? He sighed as he sat at his desk and contemplated his options. Whatever the choice, he knew that his life would change uncomfortably. All that he had to decide was how uncomfortable it would become and how long such a discomfort would last. Break. Lord Voldemort stormed from the room in a towering temper. Not only had Bull and the rest of his men failed to secure the opportunity for further recruitment amongst the werewolves, the fool had the audacity to bring him the news while speaking to the potential new recruits. Crucio, he spat, aiming his wand at the man as his rage got the better of him. The man slumped to ground in a twitching, screaming mess, just praying that his master would relent from the onslaught. After what felt an eternity, the spell was released and Bull panted heavily, his mouth oozing blood from where he had bitten into his tongue. "You are a fool, Bull, and my patience has truly been tested with you," Voldemort hissed. "Black and his cohorts will pay for what they have done when the time is right, but you, Bull, will atone for your crimes immediately." Before the man could even whimper in protest, he was once more subjected to the torture of his master. This time he couldn't be sure how long it lasted. All he knew was that he lost consciousness, and that when he woke, his master was gone and he could barely walk without leaning heavily on the wall for assistance. Break. It was a couple of weeks later that Lily joined the Potters at their home for the remainder of the summer as planned, though much to James's chagrin she had been given a separate bedroom from his own. Thankfully, the permit for the wards had been approved, and the Potter parents along with Arcturus had placed adequate protections around the Evans home as they had collected her. It had only taken a brief explanation to the girl's parents to convince them to allow such measures, and the charmed ring had not been needed, much to the relief of everyone. Harry was in the training room working on his strict duel etiquette, much to his own annoyance at having to do such thing. It wasn't until he had read the rules of the tournament itself did he realize how inhibited he would be. Much of his spells could not be used due to the nature of them, and there had been a blanket ban on the use of mind arts and family magic. Essentially, any edge he would hold over the competition had been voided, and he would have to rely on his pure dueling skill, which he himself would freely admit was very limited. The only formal training he had received had been from Lockhart during his second year, and it was unanimously agreed that it was useless. Charles, however, had helped him along the way with several mock duels and advice where he felt the boy would need it, leaving Harry feeling much more confident than he would be without it. He now felt that he stood a fair chance in doing well. His instincts were on point, and his speed and stamina were above and beyond any he had dueled thus far. But he was not delusional. He knew that he would be up against the very best each respective country had to offer. Regardless of this, he was very much looking forward to the challenge. He saw it as a solid practice for when the real thing would come along, which it undoubtedly would. He was working through some of his spell chains when the door opened, and he was practically assaulted by a red female who seemed to attempt to squeeze the life out of him. "Bloody hell, Lily, I do need to breathe," he wheezed. The girl pulled away, blushing a little, as she smiled at him. "Merlin knows what you did to that idiot when you saw him," he muttered as James entered the room. "Nothing that a little skeelgrow won't fix," James replied happily. Lily swatted him on the arm, but giggled nonetheless. "What are you working on?" she asked Harry. "Just a few spell chains for the tournament. You wouldn't believe the stupid rules they've introduced," he grumbled. "I guess they want to bring the death toll down," James mused aloud. "It's been pretty high the last few decades." "More than likely," Harry agreed. "Show me what you're working on," Lily requested. Harry nodded, and once again began firing strings of spells. Instead of a stunner after the leg locker, why not use a shield breaker first? It would fit nicely in between, Lily suggested after watching him for a few moments. Harry scratched his chin thoughtfully. "Not a bad idea," he observed. "And after the breaker, I could use a bludgeoner aimed at the legs. If the locker misses, that'll do nicely, and even if it lands, then it's pretty certain to break at least one of their legs." James shook his head. "You're quite a sadist, aren't you?" he chuckled. "Must be a genetic thing," Harry returned with a grin. The trio spent a large portion of the afternoon working on spell chains that could be used during the tournament, and only came to stop when Bellatrix arrived. She gave Harry a passionate kiss as she came in, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Black," Lily greeted her stiffly. "Evans," the girl replied evenly, not acknowledging her with a look. James and Harry simply shook their heads at the pair. For whatever reason, not known to any of their group of friends. Lily and Bellatrix just did not get along, which was quite the surprise to Harry. Both were exceedingly talented and bright witches, but it seemed that neither was willing to try to even get along. Surprisingly, it had been Lily to exhibit an aloof and even cold front towards the other girl, and Bellatrix gave the same in response. "How about we go and see what's for dinner?" James suggested as he led Lily from the room. The girl said nothing, but nodded her agreement. "I don't understand what your problem with Lily is," Harry sighed once the couple had left. "My problem?" Bellatrix questioned heatedly. "She is the one with the attitude. I didn't start it." Harry shook his head. "I know, but she is an important person to me, Bella. Please just try to get along with her." Bellatrix huffed a little but nodded. "You're lucky I know she is your mother," she whispered as she melted into his arms. "A girl could be very jealous at your closeness if not." Harry chuckled. "Awa, I didn't know you were the jealous type," he teased. Bellatrix turned her nose up at him. "I do not share," she said bluntly. "I would cause a lot of suffering to any who would try to take what's mine, and if you were to even entertain such a thing, I would take these," she threatened, as she gave him a less than comfortable squeeze in the nether regions. Harry grimaced, but she thankfully released him quickly. "You know, I think the general opinion about the Blacks is right," he muttered. "You're all insane," he accused jokingly. Bellatrix responded by kissing his jawline tenderly. "Of course we are," she agreed, "but that is one of the things you like about me." Harry just grinned stupidly in response. A big part of him liked the possessiveness of the girl, and both knew that neither would stray. It was just not in the nature of either. "Andy has agreed that we will speak to Grandfather tonight," Bellatrix whispered. Harry nodded. "You do realize that this is going to be a shit storm." "I know," Bellatrix whispered, "but it's better to get it done now than later." "Let's have dinner first, and then we will get her," he suggested. She nodded her agreement. "It's going to be a long night," she sighed in response. "Break. Do you have some kind of problem with Bellatrix?" James asked as he exited the room with Lily in tow. Lily huffed slightly. "No, not really," she denied. "I just don't think she's right for Harry." "Not right for him." Lily shrugged and shook her head. "I don't know James. I just can't help but think he can do better." James chuckled as he led her towards the kitchen. "You do realize that she is just as intelligent as you and just as talented," he stated. Lily simply glared at him, causing him to raise a hand. Everyone can see that they are happy together. Why can't you? I can't really explain it. It just seems like he's too young to be in a relationship like that, she whispered. James laughed, causing her glare to intensify. He is the same age as we are, he pointed out. I know that, James, she growled. It's just the way I feel. I can't help it. James pulled her into a hug as he nodded understandably. He had noticed since Harry arrived that Lily would fret about him and, without realizing it, fuss over him and such. He found it rather endearing, of course, but it frustrated him also knowing that she was his mother and was unknowingly acting like it. One day she will hopefully know the truth, he sighed internally. Break. For the past week and a half, Severus Snape had felt a sense of paranoia seep in. It had all begun the afternoon in which he was supposed to attend a second meeting with the Dark Lord, but had ultimately decided against doing so. He had his dreams and ambition, just as anyone else did, but the majority of his ambition would not be fulfilled by subjecting himself to the whims of the man. He was more than capable of achieving what he desired on his own merit and with his own hard work. He certainly did not need to join an extremist group who would look down on him to do so. He knew that he had made his life more difficult than it had always been, but he was hopeful that keeping a neutral stance would aid him in avoiding the wrath of the Dark Lord and his followers, particularly those still at Hogwarts. The hope within him was small, however. He knew that should it come to light that he rejected the offered opportunity, then he would be a martyr within his house, and could possibly even be branded an enemy. He knew that the coming months would be telling, and he would have to keep his wits about him. If he sensed himself in danger or even felt it approaching, then he would take any necessary action to prevent it. There were other schools, after all, if the worst were to happen, but he was praying that it wouldn't come to that. He didn't want to be forced to leave his home, but he was more than willing to do so should such action save his life, the one thing he held on to most dearly. Break. Harry, Bellatrix, and a very apprehensive Andromeda arrived at the home of Arcturus Black, a hushed but furious conversation taking place between the trio. Although Andromeda had initially agreed to tell her grandfather about the situation, it was clear that she was now having second thoughts. It had taken Bellatrix's threat of stunning her and levitating her to the house of her grandparents to quell much of her reluctance, though that did not stop her switching from cursing her sibling under her breath to attempting to psyche herself up for the inevitable explosion that was coming. Harry was the least nervous of the teens. He was well aware that Arcturus would not take the news well. He did, however, believe that he could calm the man sufficiently to at least think rationally about the situation. It did help, of course, that he had knowledge of what the child would become, and he could certainly use that as a powerful tool to abate the man. They were sat, waiting in an informal reception room for the man to make his appearance after being allowed entry by one of the house elves. It was a few anxious minutes later that the man himself entered the room and gestured for the three to follow him. They found themselves in his personal study, a cozy room taken up mostly by an ornate mahogany desk. A few shelves of books adorned the green-colored walls, and the floor was covered in a dark gray carpet. Arcturus took his seat behind the desks and invited the teens to do the same opposite him. As much as I love having a visit from the family, something tells me this isn't a social call, he stated as his gaze switched between the three. Both Harry and Bellatrix looked towards Andromeda expectantly, but the girl seemed to have frozen in place. Her usually pale skin had paled further, and her eyes were wide in fear as she met the stare of her grandfather. Bellatrix dug her in the ribs with an elbow, achieving nothing more than the girl next to her starting to tremble violently. The move did not go unnoticed by the older man, and he continued to stare at the girl with a penetrating gaze, waiting for her to speak. When her silence continued, he shook his head and sighed. "Are you so frightened of me that you can't tell me what's wrong?" he asked. Andromeda managed a slight nod. "Has somebody hurt you?" She shook her head in response. "Have you done something illegal?" She again shook her head. "I can't help you if you don't tell me," he pointed out. "I'm pregnant," she whispered after a moment of further silence. The temperature of the room seemed to drop immediately as the words were uttered. Arcturus shot to his feet and began packing back and forth, pausing occasionally to glare at his granddaughter. Harry could sense the man's magic reacting with his temper, and he quickly ushered both girls outside and placed a silencing charm on the door. He turned to face Arcturus once more, who had managed to turn a deep puce color and large vein told of his apoplectic rage he was barely containing. "Arcturus," Harry called firmly. The man turned his glare upon him and growled. It was as though a wild beast was possessing him. "You need to calm down," Harry continued. "If you let your anger get the better of you now, you will regret it." "Regret it?" the man hissed in reply. "The girl has gotten herself pregnant outside of wedlock. I never even considered she could be so foolish." Harry dragged a hand through his hair in frustration. "You once told me that you see me as an equal, correct?" Arcturus nodded begrudgingly. "Then you need to listen to me, because if you don't, then you will lose her. I can promise you that. She is going to have this baby regardless of whether you offer your support, and I know for a fact that all 3 of your granddaughters mean the world to you. The last thing you want is for your moment of anger to ruin what you have with her." Arcturus took a deep breath and deflated visibly. "The scandal this will cause will be sensational," he grumbled. "Not just from outside there," he spat as he pointed out of the window, "but within the family too. And when have you ever cared about what lesser families think?" "I don't," the older man dunned. "Then the only worry you have is dealing with the family members. That will potentially be a problem." Arcturus nodded. "Wulbaga and Pollux," he growled. "Wulbaga most definitely," Harry agreed. "Pollux has hopefully learned his lesson from last time." Arcturus shook his head. "The man is a hot-headed idiot, but I can control him if necessary. Wulbaga just cannot shut up at the best of times," he grumbled. "Well, from what I can see, she has no say in anything, and if she attempts anything against your wishes, then the old cow will be dealt with," Harry supplied threateningly. "What a fucking mess," Arcturus returned. Harry nodded his agreement. "Andromeda made a mistake, but trust me on this, Arcturus. That child will be a credit to yourself and your family." "What do you know, Harry?" the man questioned with an accusatory glare. The boy snorted in reply. "You must have figured out by now that I am a half-blood," he stated. Arcturus frowned. "I had my suspicions," he allowed. "And you can see what I have achieved and how powerful I am," he continued without modesty. Arcturus gave an impassive shrug, not quite catching on. "Then imagine what could happen if the inbreeding of the blacks was somewhat cleansed somewhere down the line." Arcturus glared at him venomously. "Are you saying that she has been gallivanting with mudbloods?" he roared, his fury boiling over once more. Harry shot the man a stony glare of his own. "My mother is what you would call a mudblood," he hissed in reply. "This cannot be happening," the man whispered, ignoring the anger of the boy. "Well, it is," Harry confirmed bluntly. "And if you don't want to push your granddaughter away for good, then you need to accept it." The older man placed his hands over his face and huffed tiredly. "I am only trying to help you and her," Harry broke in once more. "And as I said, that child will be a credit to you. I had the pleasure of meeting and spending some time with them in my own time, and you should be damn proud that you have the opportunity to be there from the start." "This is difficult for me, Harry," the man mumbled. "I was raised in a time that purebloods married other purebloods, and they only had children when they were married. This is not something I know how to deal with," he admitted. "Then just be there for her, Arcturus," Harry advised. "Just do the best you can by her as you always have, and I can promise that you will not regret it." Arcturus nodded. "I will try," he finally agreed, "but it won't be easy." "That's all I ask of you." Arcturus shook his head. "Why is it that ever since you arrived here that my life has become considerably more stressful?" he asked, with a frown marring his features. Harry offered the man a grin. "I seem to have a tendency to attract trouble. I always have," he returned with a shrug. Arcturus merely sighed. "Can you be trusted? not to start throwing curses if I go and get her." The man glared at the younger and shook his head. "I dare say that even if I attempted it yourself, and Bellatrix would stop me." Harry laughed as he opened the door and gestured for the two girls to re-enter the room. Andromeda was still shaking and very pale as she tentatively crossed the threshold. Arcturus, nodding the still prevalent fear in her eyes, swept across the room and pulled her into a tight hug that the girls sagged into gratefully. "I'm not going to pretend that I am not angry or disappointed in you," he began honestly. "But I love you, and you are my granddaughter." The girls swallowed deeply and nodded her understanding. "How far along are you?" he asked. "Only a few weeks, I think," she replied quietly. Arcturus nodded. "Then we have some time to make necessary preparations," he mused. "And I still have to meet this boy and make sure he is up to the task of caring for you and a child." "I'm sure he is," Harry interjected as he gave Andromeda a wink. "For now, keep this between us," Arcturus advised. "Does your mother know?" "And Sissy, but neither will say anything," Andromeda answered. "Keep it that way. I will have to do a lot of damage control with this, but I will make sure you are all right, no matter what," he promised. "Thank you," the girl replied as tears of relief made their way down her cheeks. "Now, are you ready for the tournament, Harry?" "As ready as I'm going to be," the boy answered. Arcturus smirked. "Now, if it is not too much trouble, I have things I need to do," he stated dismissively. "So does Indy. She has a boy to go and scare the life out of," Bellatrix replied with a smirk. The girls simply paled once more as the reality of breaking the news to Ted set in. Break. Since leaving the Potter property and arriving at the home of his grandparents, Sirius Black had surprisingly been enjoying his summer. His homework had already been completed, and he spent much of his time either on his broom or visiting with Mullen. The only real bad point for him had been when he learnt that Regulus would be spending the summer at the house too, but it was big enough that they barely came into contact with one another, much to his relief. They only spoke at the dinner table, and that was only to exchange pleasantries that were expected of them by Arcturus and Malanoa. Other than this, it seemed that both of the black teens were content with pretending that the other did not exist, as they had for several years now. However, as much fun as he was having here, he could not help but miss the Potters, despite how upset and angry he was with them. He couldn't help but dwell on the thoughts of what they would all be doing this summer, whether that was playing Quidditch, making jokes at the breakfast table, or just spending time with both Harry and James. The truth was that Sirius missed them all dearly, and he had no doubt that things would work out. He just couldn't find it in himself to forgive them yet, no matter how much he wanted to. He was pulled from his thoughts by a gentle knocking at his door. Dinner had already passed, and he frowned as he approached the door, wondering why he would be disturbed at this time. His frown only deepened when he came face to face with his younger brother. "Yes?" he questioned coldly. The younger boy sighed. "Could I speak to you?" Sirius allowed the boy into the room, and he folded his arms expectantly. "How did you do it?" Regulus asked. Sirius shook his head. "Do what?" he returned in confusion. "How did you manage to get away from Mum and her madness?" Sirius chuckled darkly. "She has hated me the moment I was sorted into Gruffunda," he reminded the other boy. Regulus nodded. "She writes to me every day, wanting me to go home so I can be a proper pureblood son." "So she can fill your head with all her pureblood crap more like," Sirius muttered in response. "Why are you here anyway?" "I just needed space to think more than anything," Regulus shrugged. "About what exactly? It's not like your life is too hard. You are the perfect son," Sirius sneered. "Only when I do whatever Mother wants me to," Regulus grumbled. "She's expecting me to join the Dark Lord," he explained. Sirius laughed. "She is going to get herself cast out or killed," he replied gleefully. Regulus shrugged. "I don't want to join anyone. I just want to be left alone." "Well, you being in Slytherin won't help with that," Sirius retorted. "They won't allow you to be neutral. You will have to stand up for yourself." "I'm not you serious," Regulus muttered. I don't want to have any part in any of this. I just want to study and do well for myself. Sirius nodded his understanding. Then speak to grandfather, he suggested. I'm sure he can come up with something. I already did, and the only thing he told me to do was what I feel is right. Sounds like him, Sirius agreed. Well, joining the Dark Lord would be a very bad idea. Harry is out for any of the idiots, and there's only so much that the name Black will do for you. He told me that already, Regulus sighed. Why not transfer schools? Regulus frowned and shook his head. Mother would never allow it. Mother will have no say in the matter. If you can convince grandfather, it's a good idea. How do I do that? He won't be keen on me being away during a war. What happens if it spreads beyond Britain? Well, that is the only idea I have, Sirius shrugged. Regulus nodded. Thanks, sorry, he said genuinely as he exited the room, a thoughtful look on his face. Sirius shook his head, the strangeness of the situation. The two boys had barely exchanged a word in years, and yet they just managed a conversation in which Sirius actually offered his younger brother some advice. Break. P. Pregnant, Ted Tonks sputtered in disbelief as Andromeda broke the news to him. How? When? He asked, clearly in shock. Well, Ted, Andromeda bit back irritably. I imagine it happened somewhere between we should probably stop now, and we should have stopped when you said. Oh, Merlin, I'm so sorry, Andy, the boy whispered. Andromeda sighed. It's not like I wanted you to stop, she replied. What are we going to do? He asked nervously. What do you think we should do? Andromeda returned. Ted met her gaze and stood a little straighter. I will be there for you no matter what, he declared proudly. Both of you, he added as he placed a gentle hand on the girl's stomach. Andromeda smiled and pulled him into a hug. That's all I wanted to hear, she sighed. Break. The days leading up to the opening of the tournament had seen Harry very busy with his last-minute preparations, and as the big day arrived, his nerves had made an appearance also. He had spent days drilling on dodging and shielding, hour after hour on hunting his spell chains to perfection, and the remaining time working on his physical fitness in between. He truly was as ready as he would ever be, but it was certainly more trying on the nerves than any Quidditch match at Hogwarts could ever be. Not only was it the nation depending on him, but also, more importantly, his friends and family. James, Lily, and Bellatrix had all spent most of their time with him over the previous few days, simply keeping him calm in his moments of worry and helping keeping him as busy as possible to distract him from what was coming. Their gestures were, of course, much appreciated by the boy, but no matter how much they tried, the nerves were completely unavoidable. Are you ready for this? Charles asked as he took a seat at the breakfast table. Harry could only nod in response, causing the man to chuckle. You have faced a basilisk and a dragon, and yet this is the thing to bother you. Harry merely shrugged and helped himself to some toast. You will be fine, Harry. We all have complete faith in you. Harry smiled gratefully as both James and Lily entered the kitchen with their suitcases in tow. The rest of their friends would be meeting them in Paris later in the day, but Harry had to arrive early for the registration. After they had all ate their fill, they took the flu to the ministry where they would take the portkey to France. Once had exited the fireplace, Harry was surprised to see a congregation of witches and wizards waiting to greet him. The crowd ranged from ministry workers from various departments and members of the public who began cheering him upon his arrival. It did warm him that he had so much support from his fellow countrymen, but he kept his expression stoic, offering only nods of gratitude to some as he made his way through the throngs of people. He felt his arm being tugged as he neared the golden elevator, only to turn and be faced by a gray cloak without a face of its own visible. Good luck, kid, the man wished him in a gravelly voice, a voice Harry only knew too well. He smiled briefly at Fillmore before entering the elevator, the other 3 Potters and Lily in tow. Look at that, famous already, James sighed mockingly as he wiped away an imaginary tear. Great, Harry grumbled sarcastically. The group managed to reach the portkey collection point with little more than a few well-wishers offering Harry words of encouragement, and quickly obtained the device with a few minutes to spare. A sharp tug at the navel was the only warning given as they were each sucked into the familiar discomfort of portkey travel. They all managed to stay on their feet, however, and found themselves outside a large stadium, much like the one Harry had been in during the World Cup. "Shall we get you registered and then to the hotel?" Charles questioned. Harry nodded his agreement, and the group made their way inside to fill out the necessary forms and collect anything that was needed. "Okay, according to this you have to be back here by 1 p.m. for the wand weighing and the drawing of the group stages," Charles explained as he rifled through the mountain of paperwork they had received. "Is there anything you want to do in the meantime?" "Just go and unpack, I guess," Harry shrugged in response. "We could go for lunch after." "Sounds good," Charles agreed. As they reached the hotel, they would be spending the remainder of their trip staying in. "Why don't we all unpack and meet back here in 30 minutes? Doria suggested after they had obtained the room keys. Harry accepted his and made his way to his own room. He unpacked his trunk quickly and made his way back to the lobby to wait for the others, not wanting to be left with his thoughts for too long. He thankfully did not have to wait long for the others to join him once more, and it was Doria that led them from the hotel to a restaurant nearby. "We ate here often on our honeymoon," she explained to the teens with a dreamy smile. Charles smirked and looked at his wife fondly. "Erg, we are about to eat," James grumbled. "What's so wrong about hearing that your mum and dad had a good time on their honeymoon?" Doria questioned playfully. "Mum," James whined as he blushed slightly, his tone scandalous. Harry snorted at his discomfort, whilst Lily blushed slightly also. "Laugh it up, Harry, you got here the same way," James pointed out. The laughter quickly stopped from the boy, and he found himself grimacing instead, as James adopted a look of smug triumph, his eyebrows wiggling suggestively. "Enough, boys," Doria chided lightly. "We only have an hour before we have to be back at the stadium," she reminded them. This resulted in the lunch being slightly rushed, but enjoyable nonetheless, and they managed to reach the venue with time to spare for Harry to have his wand checked. It was the first time that he had seen any of his upcoming opponents, as he was shown to the room in which his wand would be inspected, and he couldn't help but notice that he was the youngest one there by at least a decade, likely more. This fact was also noticed by these men and women, and each sneered at him in an attempt to intimidate him or simply paid him no mind, dismissing him immediately. This only served to irritate him and become even more determined to prove himself against these people. He found it slightly amusing that they were so dismissive. This meant that they would underestimate him, at first at least. A large, balding Frenchman, who said nothing, but gestured for the boy to hand his wand over, eventually called him forward. He ran his own over it before placing it on what seemed to be an old-fashioned set of Muggle weighing scales. After a few seconds, a white smoke began pouring out of the end of his wand, and the man snatched it back, the smoke solidifying into a piece of parchment as he did so. His eyebrows rose as he read what was written on the parchment and gave the teen a speculative stare. "Rare ingredients indeed," he seemed to praise. "I will be watching you very closely, Monsieur Potter," he added in accented English. Harry offered the man a bow once his wand had been returned and left the room to see the rest of the group waiting for him. "How did it go?" Charles questioned. Harry nodded. "It was fine," he assured them. "We just have to wait to be called in for the draw now." "Let us find somewhere for us to sit then," Doria suggested. "Arcturus will be arriving soon with the rest of the Blacks." James visibly cringed at that. "Thank Merlin Remus, Peter and the others are coming," he mumbled. They managed to find an area to themselves despite the fact that the place was rather packed and such space was sparse. They were only sat for around 15 minutes when Arcturus arrived with Melania, Regulus, Sirius, and Cassiopeia in tow. Pollux, Drula, and the 3 younger black females followed them momentarily later. "Are you all set?" the patriarch of the family asked. Harry nodded. "The wand weighing has been done. We're just waiting for the groups to be drawn. It will come up on the big screen." Charles explained as he pointed out said screen. The waiting is the worst, Pollux broke in. This is hardly the domestic circuit, Cassie replied coldly. It was clear that the woman had yet to forgive him for his stunt at Christmas, if the glare aimed at the man was anything to go by. No, but I at least have an idea of what he is going through, Pollux bit back. Not all of us have spent our lives in dusty rooms full of books, tinkering with useless items. Enough, Arcturus interrupted sternly. We are not here to take shots at each other, he reminded them. You are right, Father, Pollux conceded. You have my apologies, Mr. Potter. It's fine, Mr. Black, Harry waved the man off dismissively. Thank you for coming. My pleasure. I do have to see if there are any weaknesses in your game after all. Just in case you upset my daughter and we find ourselves at odds with one another. Ha, James interjected. She'd kill him herself if he did. Bellatrix smirked at that as she wrapped her arms around Harry's neck. I'm sure he already knows that, she muttered, her gaze boring into his own. And it is nice to see you without the assets this time, she added. James blushed furiously and began muttering under his breath. What assets? Arcturus questioned. Oh, Harry practically turned him into a woman, Bellatrix explained, making the appropriate gestures to demonstrate what she meant. Sirius roared in laughter at that. Nice one, Harry. It's about time someone got him with that, he praised. Harry offered the boy a smile that he returned with a nod. It was in no way a declaration of forgiveness, but it was a start. Harry, gender transfiguration is very dangerous, Doria chided, though it was clear that she herself was trying to contain her mirth. But hilarious if done correctly, Charles corrected. Doria swatted him across the arm and gave the man a glare. He, however, did not lose his smile. It was then that Harry found himself on the receiving end of a headlock complete, with Knuckles being dragged furiously across his head. Bloody hell, Longbottom, are you trying to soften him up for the other countries, you traitorous git? Sirius questioned. That's trainee or Longbottom to you, Black, Frank corrected with a grin. Looks like they're taking in all kinds of riffraff these days, Sirius replied. Then you yourself will have no problems, he quipped, causing the group to break out in laughter. First he's head boy and now going to be an Auror, Sirius grumbled. I might just emigrate. Congratulations, Frank, Harry offered sincerely. Thanks, little Potter, he returned with a proud grin. Marlene and Alice had arrived with Frank and gave Harry a kiss on the cheek for luck. Marlene headed straight for Sirius afterwards and threw herself in his arms. And is this the young lady that you are courting, Sirius? Arcturus questioned. Sirius nodded. This is Marlene McKinnon, he introduced the girl. And this is my grandfather, Lord Black, he added formally. We have met briefly, sir, Marlene reminded. Arcturus took her offered hand and placed a kiss on her knuckles. We have indeed, he stated. I do hope my grandson is treating you with the proper respect. Marlene smiled. He has treated me as a gentleman should, Lord Black, she proclaimed. Both of them are filthy liars, Alice muttered, only loudly enough for Frank to hear. The boy chuckled and shook his head in amusement. And here comes the last two members of the Idiot Club, Frank announced as Peter and Remus came into view. Sorry we are late, Remus apologized. We got held up at the Portkey office. It's not a problem, boys. You haven't missed anything yet, Charles assured them. But the group announcements should be starting soon. How are you, Mr. Lupin? Arcturus asked, offering the boy a genuine smile. I'm very well, thank you, Lord Black, the boy replied with a bow. I'm pleased to see you looking well, Arcturus returned. Remus smiled. Both knew what they were referring to, and Remus was pleased that the man did not feel the need to say it out loud. It's starting, Charles called as the screen came to life. The group all took their seats and waited for the draw to begin. Two men and a lady in official-looking black robes appeared on the screen in front of a large oak podium complete with a large bronze microphone. Hovering in front of them was a large glass orb that had several pieces of parchment floating within. One of the men, his robes trimmed with gold, smiled widely at those gathered in the room before he addressed them. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began in a heavy Eastern European accent, "I would like to welcome you all to the European Dueling Tournament of the year 1977, he announced, eliciting a smattering of applause by those gathered. "Without further ado, we shall now draw the names for the group stages. Each group will consist of 4 countries, and the winner of each group will be determined on a point system basis. A win will earn your country 3 points, a draw will give you 1, and a loss scores nothing," he explained. "Each competitor will duel all of those drawn into their group, and the winners will advance to the quarter-finals." Harry nodded his understanding, his focus solely on the screen. "How can everyone understand him?" James questioned as he pointed to the screen. "The microphone has translation charms and runes on it," Lily explained. "Ah," James deadpanned, "I should have known." The draw began, and as each country was called and added to a group, the representative of said country would stand to let their presence be known. Harry was again reminded that he was the youngest here by several years, but he did not allow himself to be intimidated by such thoughts. "The first country in Group C will be Spain," the man announced after the lady had drawn a slip of parchment and handed it to him. He then held it up so the name of the country was visible to all in the room. The Spanish representative stood and acknowledging her calling with a slight bow before resuming her seat to a round of applause. "Joining Spain in Group C is France," the announcer resumed. An eruption of applause sounded for the Frenchman as he stood. He did not bow, however, but glared maliciously at the Spanish duelist, intent clear in his eyes. He was clearly not keen on losing in his home country. He swaggered around his associates as though he was a prized bull of sorts. He was a tall and largely built man, his light brown hair slicked back perfectly with icy, piercing blue eyes. "What a pompous prick," Frank observed distastefully. "Joining the competitors from France and Spain will be Luxembourg," the man continued when the French competitor finally took his seat once more. The man from Luxembourg merely stood for a brief moment to acknowledge his grouping. He, too, was a large man, but bald with near black eyes. He had a large handlebar mustache made up of thick black hair that he was currently grooming with a small comb. "The final competitor in Group C will be the representative of Great Britain," the official declared. Harry rose from his seat as those around him burst into applause and cheers. "Ha!" the Frenchman scoffed loudly, loud enough to get much of the attention of the room on him once more. "I will send what is left of you back to your mammon, little boy. You should not have come." Harry smirked evilly at the man and allowed a little of his anger to surface, but said nothing in reply. The two simply glared at one another for quite some time. The Frenchman was eventually pulled away by one of his group members, and Harry took his seat. "I don't care if you lose against any of them, but the Frenchman gets it," James whispered furiously. Harry nodded his understanding. The rest of the groups were announced fairly quickly, and Harry had a couple of hours to prepare for his first duel against the man from Luxembourg. The Potters, the Blacks, and the teens that had accompanied them spent the time keeping him occupied. He had been given his own dressing room, much to his relief. He wasn't keen on sharing a room with the others whilst he prepared himself. He ensured that he was dressed in the dueling robes that had been provided in plenty of time, and waited to be collected by one of the referees of the match. His friends and family had stayed with him until the last possible moment and had left to find their seats, leaving him alone to prepare for his first duel of the tournament. Each had either given a hug, a handshake, and some words of encouragement before parting, and Bella had promised him that she would be there to help him relax once he had finished. It was these thoughts that were interrupted as the referee, the same Frenchman that had checked his wand, entered his room and beckoned him to follow. "As a French citizen, I should be against you in this now, but as a man I cannot stand Monsieur Bastien. Humble him, my friend," he requested in a light tone. Harry chuckled in amusement and nodded. "I have the Luxembourg man first, but I plan on leaving a lot of upset French people once I am finished with your champion." The man laughed and patted Harry on the shoulder before halting him. "We must wait for you to be announced," the man informed him. "You will then enter the platform and be scanned to ensure you have no hidden weapons or enchantments. You will be tested to ensure you have not taken any potions before each duel." Harry nodded his understanding. He had expected this. "You are the underdog in this, Monsieur Potter, but there is something about you. If it were not against the rules for myself to place a bet, I would be inclined to put a few galleons on you. I believe that I would not be as disappointed as many would expect." Harry merely raised an eyebrow in response. The teen's opponent was announced first. The man entered from the opposite side of the stadium and made his way to the center of the platform, another official leading the way. "And his opponent representing Great Britain and our youngest competitor, Harry Potter," the announcer roared. Harry blocked out the capacity crowd and followed the French official onto the platform. He too made his way to the center and waited for the mentioned checks to be complete. The female he had seen on the screen approached him and began waving her wand over his robes. All in all, it took around 30 seconds to nod her satisfaction to the main official. She then took her place beside him whilst the man addressed them. "Gentlemen, you know the rules," he stated. "You will receive only one warning if they are breached and will be disqualified for a second offense. My word is final," he added firmly. "Shake hands if you wish and take your positions." The man from Luxembourg offered his hand, which was accepted by Harry. Each nodded before heading to their end of the platform and waiting for their portion of the competition to begin. Harry took a deep breath. "Are you ready?" The referee questioned both men once they were in position. Each nodded that they were. "Begin," he commanded. His opponent began by firing off a basic spell chain consisting of a couple of stunners, a disarming charm, and a cutting curse which Harry simply dodged, not wanting to waste energy with shields unless necessary. It was clear that the man was only warming up, attempting to gauge how he would react. He returned fire with a chain of his own, a blood-boiling curse, a bludgeoner, 2 cutters, and a bone breaker that left his wand much quicker than his opponent expected. He managed to dodge the first 2, but was clipped by both cutters whilst doing so, one to the shoulder and one to the thigh on his right-hand side. He managed to shield the bone breaker at the end, and his eyes narrowed. He knew now that Harry was not pulling any punches. He offered the teen a respectful nod and began firing back, this time with much more dangerous magic. Blasting curses, cutters, and an array of borderline spells left his wand with the intent of putting the newcomer in his place. His focus was primarily on casting that he did not see the boy had already fought back. The man felt a spell impact against his knee, and he staggered, only to be caught by a second spell that took him off of his feet. He rolled away from a blasting curse that had been aimed at his prone form and managed to get back to his feet, the teen completely untouched by his previous onslaught. He growled irritably. He had not expected the boy to be so fast, let alone so composed in such a situation. He was barely a man, and yet it seemed as though he had been doing this for years. He whipped his wand in an upward slashing motion, pulling a large section of the platform clear before twirling his wand and transfiguring it into a crude golem. He quickly added several protection spells to the behemoth and sent it on its way towards his opponent. He didn't expect it to last any longer than a couple of minutes, but that was ample time to prepare his next set of spells and give them a powerful, much-needed boost. He had barely been at work a few seconds when what seemed to be a cannon blast sounded. He felt a powerful wave of hot air overcome him as his eyes widened in horror. Not only had the boy destroyed his creation with a single spell, the debris were heading towards him, having been banished afterwards. He attempted to hastily erect a shield, but he already knew he was too late. He braced himself, and as expected, he felt the pain of a dozen or so thick splinters enter his flesh at various points of his body. He managed a muffled scream before he collapsed heavily onto the platform, his wand rolling out of his grip on impact. It was only a few agony-filled seconds later that he heard the inevitable outcome. "Winner, Great Britain," the referee declared. The crowd roared in appreciation as Harry made his way over to his downed opponent to hand his wand back. He reached him a moment after the medical staff that were already working on making him more comfortable before taking him to the medical tent. "Your wand, sir," Harry explained as he placed it up the man's sleeve and gave him a bow. He received a grateful nod in reply before he was stretchered off to be treated. He himself exited the dueling area feeling much more confident in his chances here. He knew, though, that his first opponent had underestimated him, and he doubted that would happen again. Nonetheless, it was a relief to get a win under his belt on such a large stage. "That was amazing," Bellatrix praised as he entered his room. He smiled and pulled the girl into a hug, whilst he was subject to many pats on the back and having his hair ruffled. "I bet most of them will be shitting themselves after seeing the power of your blasting curse," Peter piped up. The others nodded in agreement. "We could feel the vibrations from where we were," Lily confirmed with a little bit of awe. Harry smiled. "How did the others do?" he asked. "The French Ponce beat the Spaniard," Remus confirmed. "She's bloody quick, though. But has no power. Her shields won't stand up to any of your impact spells," Arcturus pointed out. "I don't plan on underestimating anyone," Harry replied. "And so you shouldn't," Charles warned. "I've got a few hours before my next match. I need to eat, and a shower would be nice." "We will give you some time and meet you out front," Doria offered with a smile. "I'm so proud of you, Harry," she whispered as she pulled him into a hug. Break. The following morning had dawned dry and bright. Harry had woken up feeling fresh and ready for his second day of dueling. His constant training over the past year had truly paid off, and he felt no strain from the previous day's activities. His second round against the Spaniard had ended quickly, and the words of Arcturus had held true. The woman had been quick on the draw, and her dodging was more than adept, but her shields could not stand up to the faster and more powerful Harry. She had accepted her defeat with grace, however, and had even congratulated him on his performance. Harry had left the stadium on a high and had spent his evening with Bellatrix, who, as promised, had helped him to relax in preparation for today. His morning had thus far been spent in the company of his friends and family eating breakfast and just chatting the hours away. However, his mod had now shifted completely. He was taking the now familiar walk to the middle of the platform to face the Frenchman. Himself and said man had both won their first 2 duels, leaving this as the decider of who would advance to the quarter-finals. The words of the official did not even register to Harry, who only had eyes for his opponent. The man had been insufferable the previous day, proclaiming his greatness to all that would listen and treating both of his first opponents with utter disrespect. Already, Harry could see that he too would receive the same treatment, and he mentally prepared himself to tear the man to pieces. There would be no grace period. There would be no holding back. Harry planned on embarrassing the man and proving that he was nothing spectacular. The man sneered in his direction as the referee offered the two the opportunity to shake hands. Harry immediately stepped back, not willing to give the man such a courtesy. He took position at his end of the platform and awaited the signal from the referee, his chosen opening spell already causing the tip of his wand to glow an eerie purple color. "Begin," the official roared. Both men released their first spells. They collided in the center of the platform and exploded into a series of rainbow sparks. Harry did not hesitate as he fired spell after spell. Powerful blasting curses gave way to bursts of fire and a series of sharp icicles, each leaving his wand with the intent of causing grievous injury. A loud whistle shrilled, and a golden shield appeared in front of both men, cutting off any ability to cast further. "Warning, Great Britain," the referee announced, much to the displeasure of the crowd. Harry gritted his teeth. He had thrown nothing against the rules towards his opponent, who had to shield his onslaught when he could not dodge. The Frenchman smirked, grating on the teen's nerves further. "Keep it clean," the official warned. "Begin," he shouted again. His opponent took the offensive this time, throwing spells that escalated quickly into borderline magic. Much more dangerous than Harry himself had been casting only a moment before. He gave the referee a pointed look from behind his shield, but the man simply shrugged and turned away from him in indifference. Harry was furious as he cast his Atlas shield, whilst he considered his next move. He smirked in triumph as an idea formulated, and he dropped his shield, rolling to his right-hand side as he did so to avoid the incoming spells. "Expecto Patronum," he whispered. His smirk intensified as a large dragon coalesced from the vapors streaming from his wand and took to the sky. The Frenchman's eyes widened at the sight of the beast, and he halted his onslaught in favor of producing his most powerful shield as the large reptile headed straight for him from above. He closed his eyes as he braced himself for an impact that never came. After a brief second, he opened them once more to feel his shield shatter around him and the force of a bone breaker careening into his shoulder. He had no time to truly register this, though but hissed in pain and fury nonetheless. Less than half a second later, he found himself dangling upside down by one leg. His instincts allowed him to fire off a couple of cutting curses before he managed to right himself, but he landed heavily on his left leg, hindering his maneuverability significantly. He took pleasure in seeing one of his cutting curses graze the face of the boy as he turned to avoid it. His pleasure, however, quickly turned to pain almost immediately as a pink spell crashed into his already injured appendage. He managed a hop to avoid the next spell, but it only served to put him in the path of the next. He grunted in pain as he felt his ribs and sternum break, and he once again hit the floor in a heap, gasping for air, each inhale causing him to grimace in pain. It was not the pain that took precedence in his thoughts, though. His fury outshone this as he rolled onto his front to avoid the next series of spells and roared, a stream of pure black fire erupting from his wand as he did so. Harry managed to roll under the flames, but did not escape unscathed. The spell had managed to eat through the left shoulder of his robes and cause his flesh to sizzle as it fell victim to its effects. He again found himself surrounded by a golden shield as the official stepped forward. "Warning, France," he called. This allowed the Frenchman to gingerly make his way to his feet and place a few numbing charms on himself. Harry gritted his teeth once more in the direction of the referee. He sensed the man had only interfered to allow his fellow countrymen a reprieve, despite the fact he had to warn him. "Begin," he demanded once more. Harry held nothing back this time as he fired a concussion hex, followed by two cutters that whistled down the length of the platform, finally crashing into another hastily formed shield. The sting in his shoulder was increasing, and he could smell his own cooked flesh protesting against any movement as it became tighter and less mobile. He growled slightly as he pondered a way to end this, dodging the now much slower spells of his opponent. He had to admit that the man certainly had fortitude about him, despite the fact that he was possibly the most arrogant person he had ever met. But this did not serve to afford him any modicum of respect as Harry began twirling his wand between his fingers, leering at the cocky man who now looked mildly concerned. With a few muttered incantations, he conjured 5 balls of near-invisible magic and focused on directing them towards his opponent, a sadistic smile tugging at his lips. This was a spell he had modified himself after witnessing Fillmore do something similar with a single ball. The Frenchman paused, a look of confusion marring his features, as the magic seemed to float lazily towards him. It was strangely calming and reassuring in a way, but he quickly fought such foolish notions. Nothing in a competition such as this could have good intentions. He attempted to fire off a few spells of his own towards them, but they simply floated to one side as the spells neared. He then turned his attention to the boy, but was again shocked by his abilities as he conjured a wandless shield. It was not as strong as would usually be sufficient, but in his weakened state, he could not muster enough strength to break it. Although his opponent was now physically sweating from his efforts, his attention was still firmly on the balls of magic his sending in his direction. Without warning, Harry flicked his wand, and the balls of magic were no longer content with only floating towards their target. They seemed to pause for a split second before blitzing towards him with an ear-splitting screech. The Frenchman hastily brought forth another shield, but it was not enough. He felt the magic collide with it, but something passed, though, and before he could comprehend what had happened, he found himself on his back being constricted painfully by a large python that was poised and ready to strike. The official hesitated for as long as possible before he proclaimed Harry the winner, with reluctance clear in his voice. Harry immediately left the platform and heard the crowd burst into a cacophony of applause and cheering. He acknowledged them with a wave and was pleased to see that even a large part of the French fans were affording him the same level of praise as the rest of the stadium. "What the hell was that spell?" Frank questioned as he clapped enthusiastically for his friend. "I have no idea," James responded as he looked towards Bellatrix for clarification. The girl chuckled and shrugged. "I very much doubt we get to be privy to everything he knows." James and Frank both shared a look and shrugged. "I'm just glad he's not out to get me," Frank declared. Break. The following day had been given as a break for the competitors before the quarterfinals were to begin. Harry had mostly spent the day nursing the burn on his shoulder. Although the skin had been blackened, there was no long-term or permanent damage, to which he was of course grateful. Other than relaxing and applying burn paste sporadically throughout the day, he had managed to spend some time with his friends and family also, all of who were content to have a relaxing day after the busy nature of the previous two. The day passed much quicker than Harry would have liked and sooner than he was ready for. He had found himself once again face to face with his next opponent, this one from Denmark. The man had come from what he learnt had been the weakest of the groups, and it certainly showed. The duel lasted less than 3 minutes with Harry escaping unscathed, and the man being stretchered from the arena having fallen victim to a volley of bludgeoners and a well-placed borderline pain curse that had hit the man in the face, causing him to drop his wand. Harry had quickly summoned the implement, bringing the match to an end. He had then been allowed to spend the remainder of the day with Bellatrix, for which he was grateful. The rest of the group had taken advantage of the fact that they were in fact in Paris, and had each taken the opportunity to shop or visit the attractions at their leisure. Harry had taken advantage of the time to get an early night in preparation for his semi-final match against the representative from Croatia. He had been warned by several of his friends and Arcturus that the man was exceptionally better than any he had faced thus far, and had taken full advantage of the warning system in place. He had been seen to use curses that could potentially leave people in a rather poor state for quite some time, 2 of his opponents having had to be transferred to a nearby hospital, as the healers here were not equipped to deal with such damage already. He was ready but wary as the official signaled for the duel to commence, immediately finding himself having to shield against the powerful spells sent his way. The man was certainly considerably more powerful than his previous opponents. His defenses held firm, but his wand bucked violently in his hand, with each pounding the shield received. He was confident, however, that he could endure, and that nothing short of an unforgivable or something way beyond the rules of the competition could cause him to falter in his efforts. His hand vibrating painfully by the time the onslaught had ceased, and he allowed his shield to drop. The man opposite him was sweating copiously and glaring in his direction with venom. Harry, however, took it in his stride as he returned the favor, presenting the man with an offering of his own. He pummeled the Croat's shield perpetually, and with more vigor than the man had managed. Spell after spell left his wand as he aimed to tire his foe as much as possible. Although he would be content at sitting behind his own shield and allowing the man to tire himself that way. It was not in his nature to take such an action. He was much more comfortable firing spells and dodging when necessary. His spells came at a speed that did not allow his opponent any respite, let alone the opportunity to fire back, and when he could see the defenses start to fracture, he was still only finding his rhythm, and he knew he could outlast the man in a battle of attrition. The shield eventually crumbled with a gong-like sound, and the Croat threw himself to the ground, rolling away to avoid the following spells. He sprung to his feet quickly and fired off a chain of his own while he found his footing once more, breathing heavily from the ferocity of the duel. The teen had proven to be much more than he had expected, and far beyond the opponents he had faced during the tournament thus far, leaving him frustrated and feeling embarrassed that he was being bested by little more than a child less than half his own years. He snarled in fury as he sidestepped another chain of spells, contemplating what it would take to end the youth. His pride would not allow him to yield an inch, and yet anything that came to the forefront of his mind would have him forfeit the competition. His mind continued to draw a blank as he dodged curse after curse, and he eventually settled on a consequences be damned approach. He had yet to receive his warning for this round, and he was now relying on his next spell to debilitate his opponent enough to edge himself a win with a follow-up flurry. "Crucio!" he screamed and watched in satisfaction as the bolt of red smashed into the clearly surprised teen. He poured as much magic as possible into the spell, but found himself shocked that the boy did not utter a sound and managed to sustain the curse whilst only falling to one knee. Harry bit deeply into his lip as the curse slammed into him, causing his mind to swim in agony. It hurt beyond anything he had experienced in quite some time, but the man had nothing on basilisk venom or Voldemort's use of the same spell. He endured, waiting for the official to step in, but it seemed every second was an eternity. His thoughts remained clouded as he willed for an intervention, but he could not help but think that one would not come. With every ounce of effort he could muster, he managed to raise his own wand and point it into the direction of his torturer. "Croatia, end your spell," the referee demanded after he had shaken himself from the shock of seeing such a thing cast during a competition. The man did not heed his advice, however, and the look of sadistic pleasure remained. The golden shields had risen already, but as all magical shields, this could not block the unforgivable either. The official had seen enough and drew his wand to intervene, but it became quickly apparent that that was not necessary. A stream of bright gold flames erupted from the wand of the victim and grazed across the face of the attacker. He screamed in agony as he was forced to abandon his spell. The referee found himself shocked into a frozen state as the teen stood, his eyes glowing in uncontrolled fury, his hair dancing and the magic leaking from his body. Harry could only see red as the curse lifted, and he stalked towards his opponent, all thoughts of the competition gone from his mind, any awareness of the crowd completely absent. "You dare!" he hissed as he made his way further down the platform. The Croat attempted to fire a curse, but found it batted aside as though it was little more than an irritant. "Break!" The mood in the crowd had shifted from one of merriment at the show. They were receiving to one of horror, as they watched the young competitor be subjected to the unforgivable curse. Many shouts sounded throughout the stadium, urging the officials to intervene, and the block containing the Potters, the Blacks, and the rest of Harry's supporters were fuming. All of them had risen to their feet in fury intent on ending what they were seeing by any means necessary, but each were shocked into silence as the flames left Harry's wand and he rose to his feet. Only those who had seen him when James had been attacked were aware of his state of mind, but none could find it within themselves to intervene. They were all aware that they could do nothing even if they wanted to, and could only watch as Harry began his predatory walk towards the man who had the temerity to use such a spell. "He's going to kill him," Lily whispered worriedly. "No more than the bastard deserves," Arcturus growled. Charles nodded his agreement. "If he doesn't, then I will," he spat. Doria looked between her husband and brother and shuddered. Arcturus had always been quick to anger, but his eyes spoke of a special kind of fury in this moment. She had never seen her husband in such a state, and the man before her was little more than a feral beast baying for blood. His eyes glowed as he snarled in the direction of the individual who would dare assault one of her boys in such a disgusting manner. She too found herself smirking evilly, a look mirrored by all three of her great-nieces and sister. "He deserves whatever is coming," she agreed. "Break." Harry fired off a bone breaker that destroyed the Croat's hand, leaving him whimpering even more as he endured further pain to go along with his burns. His wand fell to the floor, and Harry swept forward before letting loose a solid left hook that dropped him, his jaw popping audibly from the fist. Harry was not finished, however. He flicked his wand in the direction of his downed adversary, causing him to hover upright in front of him. "You should have used the killing curse," he spat angrily. He allowed his magic to simply take over, and the man screamed in agony as his received his justice. Both of his arms were pulled from the sockets, and his nose and ears began to bleed heavily as the magic overwhelmed and started to consume every fiber of his being. "Great Britain, stand down," the referee demanded furiously. Harry ignored the man and wandlessly parried the stunning spell that followed. The Croat began turning a vivid shade of purple, and his veins became prominent as his air supply was completely cut off. "Potter, that is enough," the official tried once more. Harry glared at the man, but found himself thinking a little more clearly as what he was doing began to settle on his conscience. He wanted the man dead. His fury demanded it, but he knew carrying out this act would only end badly for him. He growled as he allowed the man to crumple once more in a heap on the ground, coughing violently as he did so. The medical teams quickly made their way onto the platform, but Harry waved them off irritably. "He needs it more than I do," he pointed out unnecessarily. As the adrenaline of the situation started to settle, he began to tremble uncontrollably as the pain he had experienced made itself known once more. He sighed and dragged a hand through his hair as he took his place on his portion of the platform for the contest to formally be brought to a close. It took much longer than he had become accustomed to, but the announcement finally came. "After much deliberation, it has been decided that both competitors have been disqualified due to gross misconduct," he declared, though he sounded annoyed by the decision himself. What followed was a wave of booing and jeering from the crowd who did not approve of the decision. But the word of the officials was final regardless of the negative reactions. Both competitors failed to stop their attacks when instructed to do so by our judge, therefore. The second semifinal has been promoted to our final, he continued amidst another wave of booing. Harry shook his head and began exiting the arena. He was, of course, disappointed in the decision, but found that he did not truly care all that much. He had no intentions of becoming a full-time duelist in any respect, but he had gained some vital experience in combat, the one thing he had expected to obtain from his endeavor here. He was, however, stunned as almost every member of the crowd began cheering his name, and he could not help but smile at the show of support. They all knew and understood why he had retaliated the way he had, and his method had surprisingly earned their approval. He gave an appreciative wave and smile as he ducked out of the stadium. The only thoughts on his mind now were to enjoy what was left of his summer before returning back to Hogwarts for what would be his final year. He was quickly joined by those that had accompanied him to France, and after assuring them all that he was mostly fine, began the process of readying himself to return home, something he was looking forward to very much despite how much he had enjoyed his time in the French capital. Chapter 13. A Throw of the Dice. The controversy surrounding the semi-final duel between Harry and the Croat had caused an astronomical uproar to ensue in the aftermath. Both the British public and the Ministry of Magic had been extremely displeased and vocal at the disqualification of their champion, resulting in their ire being aimed at the French in charge of officiating the match and also the Croat for his actions. Despite the protests, however, very little could be done. French insisted that although the Croat had indeed used a banned spell and refused to lift it when instructed, Harry had equally broken the rules. According to the official, the golden flames that erupted from Harry's wand was not an internationally recognized spell, thus they deemed it illegal for tournament use. Adding to that, Harry had also failed to cease his follow-up attack when commanded, meaning that the decision would stand, much to the protest of several other nations who sympathized with the Brits. The Croatians had further denied any wrongdoing, stating that the unforgivable curse may be frowned upon within their country, but it was not technically illegal, and they would not be punishing their champion any further. The ICW had agreed with them also, essentially closing the matter. According to them, the Cruciatus was banned during competitions only because certain nations would refuse to compete had it not. Harry found he had stopped caring altogether as things escalated further and further. He had seen enough of working politics in his life, and he expected nothing less from the protests. He had, however, returned home a hero in the eyes of the British people. Many had waited to greet the boy on his return, and had cheered him upon his arrival, with many looking at him with a sense of awe. Very few, if any other, would be capable of defending themselves from the spell in such a way as many stated throughout the first days back home. He had received a myriad of fan mail and gifts from the public, which he had accepted humbly as Charles had advised. The man had also arranged for a statement to be printed in the Prophet from Harry to thank everyone for the support they had shown. The teen was pleased once the furor of the event had died down, and he could get back to simply living his life. It had taken a few days for the effects of the curse to finally wear off, and he now had a little time to enjoy the final days of his summer break before returning back to Hogwarts. He was currently doing something he felt he had not done in the longest of time, taking a few days to himself to relax. James and Lily had gone shopping in London for the day for school supplies. Charles was at a Wisengamot meeting, and Doria had left that morning citing a meeting of her own, which left Harry to take in some sun on the grounds of the manor. He had taken a rather sedate jog to ease the final vestiges of stiffness in his limbs, and was now currently wearing only a pair of shorts as he laid on his back in the middle of the Quidditch pitch. His blissful relaxation was short-lived, though he could not be more pleased with the interruption. Something long fell across his stomach, and he opened his eyes to be greeted by sight of Sirius Black standing over him. "Coming for a fly," the boy requested with a warm smile. Harry readily agreed with a smile of his own, and took to the sky with Sirius quickly following behind. Neither said anything whilst they were in the air. They were content to just fly around the grounds at high speeds, dodging each other when necessary and enjoying the freedom both felt on their brooms. They landed some time later and silently agreed to sit where Harry had been previously, both breathing heavily from their efforts. "I hope we get Quidditch back this year," Sirius said, absent-mindedly pulling blades of grass from the ground as he spoke. "I missed it this year," Harry replied. Sirius sighed. "I'm not mad at you," he mumbled, clearly not entirely comfortable with the impending conversation. "I don't think I ever was really. I just didn't know how to deal with it all," he admitted. Harry nodded his understanding. "It's strange," he agreed. "Even now I have to remind myself where I am and that things are different," he continued. "The friends I had aren't even alive yet and might never be, and the family I never had is alive and well." "I didn't really look at it from your point of view," Sirius returned with a thoughtful frown. Harry shrugged. "It is what it is," he replied with a sigh. "I came back not knowing what the hell I was going to do, and then I ended up here." Sirius snorted. "So Charles and Doria are really your grandparents?" Harry nodded. "And James and Lily are your parents?" Harry gaped a little, but was cut off by the other boy before he could respond. "It's obvious now," he muttered. "Weird, though," he added with a shake of his head. The two fell silent once more until Sirius stood. "I'm glad you're here, Harry," he said with a smile as he offered the other a hand up and pulled him straight to his feet and into a hug. "Now, how about we come up with a prank for Prongs? His summer has clearly been too easy this year." Harry chuckled and led the way back up to a house. He was happy that the issues with Sirius had been resolved, even though he felt he had much more to say. Sirius, however, was not James or any of the other Potters. Harry had learnt quickly that Sirius was not one for deep, meaningful conversations and chose to flee rather than face them. Because of this, he appreciated the interaction he had just shared with the boy and felt himself smiling a little wider as they entered the Potter home to figure out a way of upsetting James's peaceful existence. "Oh, I almost forgot," Sirius spoke once more with a deeper frown. "My grandfather has arranged a family dinner for tomorrow night, and everyone has to be there. Any idea what it's about?" Harry let out a deep breath and nodded. "I have an idea," he revealed. "And there will likely be fireworks, so have your wand ready," he warned. "So you're not going to tell me?" Sirius whined, slightly causing Harry to grin. "Nope," he stated flatly. "You will just have to be there to enjoy the show. I think you'll like it." Sirius huffed slightly and shook his head. "So much for a peaceful few days," the emerald-eyed teen grumbled internally. Break. The restful slumber of the Potters was disturbed the following morning by the screeching of a wild banshee. The wild banshee in question actually being James Potter, as he fell victim to the handiwork of Harry and Sirius from the previous day. Harry woke with a start, his wand immediately in hand as his sleepy mind tried to digest just what was going on. He relaxed with a mischievous grin, however, when he identified the source of the commotion. He pulled himself away from the comfort of his bed and slid into a pair of shorts before exiting the room, the expletives of an unhappy James ringing throughout the house. "What on earth is going on?" Lily questioned, equally as sleepy as she too emerged to investigate the commotion. Her usual kept appearance had been replaced with a more bedraggled one, courtesy of her own time in bed. She too was dressed only in her sleepwear, and she blushed as she caught sight of Harry donned only in shorts. She looked away purposely, as a sense of wrongness overcame her at seeing the boy in such a state, but she could not help but admire his tattoos. "Sounds like a girl in trouble," Harry replied dramatically, causing the girl to raise an eyebrow at him in suspicion. "What did you do?" She sighed, knowing that it would be herself having to deal with a boyfriend in an unpleasant mood. "Me?" Harry questioned with an innocent yet offended tone. Lily placed her hands on her hips and glared at the boy. Any further conversation between the two was disrupted by another wave of screaming, as a very different James Potter emerged from his room, being carried bridal style by Sirius Black, who wore a triumphant smirk. "Never fear, ma'am, Sirius Black will recue you," he spoke firmly as he began charging down the corridor as quickly as his burden would allow him. Inevitably, that was where things went wrong, and the duo ended up on the floor in a tangle of limbs as a misstep caused Sirius to trip. James groaned and began rubbing his head whilst he tried to extricate himself from the other boy. They managed it eventually, and both found themselves on their feet. James, having become aware of Sirius's presence, seemed to lose much of his anger as he stared at the other teen, with a dumbfounded expression on his face. "Padfoot?" he asked in disbelief. Sirius smiled as the two shared a hug that was interrupted with the bright flash of a camera. "One for the family album," Doria announced victoriously, leaving both boys sharing a look of horror. Charles simply stood behind his wife, shaking his head, as he took in the scene in front of him. "Well, Dor, you always did want a daughter," he chuckled. James blanched as he was again distracted by his appearance. He was clothed in a form-fitting red dress that clung to his now very feminine curves. His hair had lengthened considerably and been styled in an elegant braid. His makeup had been done to complete the look, but his biggest shock had been when he became aware of certain parts missing from his anatomy. "I'm actually a girl," he squawked. Sirius roared with laughter as James attempted to come to terms with his predicament. "You," he suddenly growled as he spun to face an amused-looking Harry. "I'll kill you," he threatened. "And you," he added to a snickering Sirius. "How long until it wears off?" Doria sighed. Sirius continued to chuckle as he undone his spell work with a few waves of his wand. James let out a deep breath of relief once he was satisfied that he had been reverted back to his natural state, though he looked even more ridiculous in the dress and makeup. "I'm going to shower," he ground out as he stomped back towards his room, the laughter of the rest of the house following him until he slammed the door shut behind him. "We are pleased you're home, Sirius, but did you have to do that?" Charles questioned with a hint of exasperation in his tone. "Yep," the teen replied immediately. Charles sighed. "Breakfast," he suggested resignedly. A still sour James joined them about 15 minutes into the meal, shooting a venomous glare at Sirius and Harry as he took his seat next to Lily. "You're both dead," he muttered irritably. "Calm down, Jane, and eat your toast," Doria quipped, causing Charles to snort into his coffee. James huffed as he served himself some food, not wanting to get into a battle of wit with his mother. "What time does Arcturus want us there tonight?" Charles asked, changing the subject to an even less pleasant one. 7, Doria confirmed. "And yes, James, you are going as our Harry and Sirius," she added firmly. James appeared as though he would argue, but any response he had died on his tongue, as he noted the glare of the woman. "As much as we'd love to have you with us, Lily, it probably wouldn't be a good idea," she spoke apologetically. "Most of my relatives will not take kindly to your attendance." Lily nodded her understanding. "I did promise Marlene I would go and see her," she replied. "Any idea what this is about?" Charles questioned. "It's not like your brother to request a full family meeting like this." Doria shook her head. "I have no idea," she admitted with a frown. "I imagine it will be something big, though." James chuckled in amusement, but quelled his laughter quickly as Harry shook his head at him. "You know, too," Sirius huffed. "No idea what you mean, pads," James returned innocently. "I'd keep your wand ready, though. But then again, I'd always keep my wand ready around the Blacks," he added. Doria shook her head. "Is there likely to be trouble?" she inquired. "Definitely," James answered with a smirk. "Not for us, though," he confirmed. Doria pursed her lips slightly. She had a feeling it was going to be a very long night. "Break." Arcturus grinned internally as the young man in front of him quivered slightly under his penetrating gaze, just as he had expected. His granddaughter could do nothing but glance between the two wizards worriedly as the couple waited for the man to speak. It had been almost 5 minutes since the scrutiny had begun, the most uncomfortable 5 minutes of her life. Eventually, Arcturus narrowed his eyes and leaned back slightly in his chair. "You have caused me quite the headache these past couple of weeks, Mr. Tonks," he stated without humor. "And I imagine that headache will only increase." The man did not respond, knowing now was not the time to talk. "Just how is it you plan on supporting Andromeda and the baby when it arrives?" he questioned, his tone becoming bitter at the mention of the unborn child. "I have secured a position as a trainee solicitor with Donovan Ogden," Ted revealed. "I will work every hour possible to ensure that neither will want for anything." Arcturus probed the boy with a small amount of passive legilimency and was surprised some rather sturdy shields in place. The young man, however, did not hesitate to drop them for the man to see the truth in his words. The older man nodded at the younger in appreciation. "Most words are empty, Mr. Tonks, but your intentions are there," he conceded. Andromeda frowned unhappily at her grandfather for his invasion of privacy, but it went unnoticed by both men. "And what of a home? Do you have a place in which the three of you can live?" Ted rubbed the back of his neck in discomfort. "I am working on it, Lord Black," he assured the other. Arcturus nodded in satisfaction and reached into the top drawer of his desk and removed a roll of parchment and began to read. He nodded before handing it over to the other man. Ted read the missive and his eyebrows disappeared into his hairline in shock as he took in the document. "Make no mistake, Mr. Tonks, the house is not a gift," he warned. "Every last nut will be paid back." Ted could only nod dumbly. "This, however," Arcturus continued as he placed a large sack on the desk in front of the younger man, "is a gift from myself and my wife to ensure you both have everything you need for the house, the child, and yourself." Ted swallowed deeply and nodded in gratitude. "It is a most generous gift, sir," he choked out. "Why are you doing this for us, grandfather?" Andromeda broke in. Arcturus sighed as he stood from his seat and looked at the couple. "Because I promised you that, after your father's stunt last Christmas, that I would allow no one to interfere with your choices on who you were to be with. I myself had the chance to marry for love, and I did not want the same opportunity to be taken from any of you," he explained. Andromeda hugged the man tightly as she sobbed into his chest. "This does not mean that I am happy about the circumstances," he added. "But I can see that you both care for one another, and that is what I wanted all along for you." Andromeda could only nod her thanks as he finished speaking. Ted stepped forward and offered Arcturus a slightly trembling hand. "I can promise you, sir, that I will not let you down," he spoke confidently. The older man hesitated before taking the proffered limb. "See to it that you don't, Mr. Tonks, but it is Andromeda you should not be letting down," he advised. "Should you do anything to upset her, then it will be me you are dealing with." Ted nodded nervously. "Now, Arcturus began again as he took his seat once more. "There is no doubt that this is going to cause a rather unpleasant fallout within the family. Many will turn their backs on you, Andromeda, and there is nothing I can do about that." Andromeda had already known this from the moment she realized she was in love with Ted. "I can, however, promise that none will attempt to harm you," Arcturus continued. "I do, however, have two stipulations," he added gravely. The two teens shared a slightly uncomfortable look before the man spoke again. "The two of you will marry," he demanded. "There will be no arguments on this. A bastard has not been born into the Black family for half a dozen centuries, and it will not happen under my headship." Ted immediately nodded his agreement. He had already planned on asking the girl, though this way was certainly less romantic than his own ideas. "What's the second?" Andromeda questioned. "You will invite your grandmother and myself around at least once a month when you are moved in and settled. You know how she can be with children," he sighed slightly. Andromeda snorted, and Arcturus stood before handing the sack of gold to Ted. "Well, Mr. Tonks, I do believe you have a home to look at," Arcturus reminded him. "I can assure you no harm will come to her during this evening," he added when he saw the young man was about to protest. Ted nodded before placing a kiss on Andromeda's cheek and exiting the room. "Thank you," she whispered gratefully. Arcturus nodded. "You know it would have been much easier to just kill him and have the baby raised as your sibling." Andromeda looked horrified at the idea. "Why didn't you?" Arcturus sighed. "Had it been left to me, I probably would have," he admitted. "But I must be going soft in my old age," he added with a frown as he remembered the conversation he'd shared with Harry. "Anyway, you had best freshen up. I imagine tonight will be wonderful," he concluded sarcastically. Break. Harry, along with the rest of the Potters, and Sirius arrived at the home belonging to Arcturus, where they were immediately shown into the dining room. The house itself was not as grand as Grimmauld Place, but it was not exactly a modest dwelling. Harry took a seat between Bellatrix and Andromeda, whilst James and Sirius stuck close to Charles and Doria. The rest of the Blacks were already situated. Drusilla and Pollux were next to Narcissa, and Regulus had taken vigil next to his grandmother, leaving Cassiopeia, Walburga, and Orion seated together on the opposite end to where Arcturus would be sat at the head of the table. The man in question arrived, and those assembled rose from their seats out of respect to the man that had opened up his home to them. At his nod, they resumed their positions and waited for him to begin, Walburga clearly being the least comfortable and displeased as she shot a withering glare towards her eldest. Noting the edginess of the girl, Harry gave Bellatrix's hand a reassuring squeeze as Arcturus summoned his elf to serve the first course. It was consumed mostly in silence, with the occasional pleasantry exchanged, though all were aware that this was not a casual dinner. The serious countenance of the host demonstrated as much. Once the final plates for dessert had been cleared and the coffee was served, the head of the family dabbed delicately at the corners of his mouth with a napkin before addressing the room. "We have much to discuss," he informed them severely, his tone leaving no room for interruption. "I will speak first, and then I will hear from yourselves, but heed my next words. What I say is final. If you do not like it, then that door is open for you to leave," he finished sternly as he pointed to the exit. It was not often that Arcturus Black was so candid, even with those of his blood, but this was not a time smoke and mirrors nor fabrications. When it was clear that he had the undivided attention of those gathered, he spoke once more. "Firstly, there is no denying it. We are at war," he said gravely. "Because of this, I have made the decision that, to ensure our continuation, Regulus will not be returning to Hogwarts. He will instead be attending Durmstrang for his schooling." Walburga looked murderous at the announcement. "You will be silent until I have finished," Arcturus spat, noticing her displeasure was at the point of becoming vocal. "Regulus is second in line for headship. His position in Slytherin puts him in danger at that school, so he is leaving, end of story." "You cannot do this," Walburga shrieked hysterically. "It is done, Walburga," Arcturus hissed. "Orion, control your wife." The man in question placed a hand on her forearm and shook his head sharply in a reprimanding way. Regulus himself wants to go, and we will support him in his choice, Arcturus explained. Walburga shot her youngest son a look of confusion mixed with rage. The boy merely refused to meet her gaze. Moving on, Arcturus spoke loudly to prevent any more outbursts. Sirius is to be the next head of house after myself. This appeared to be too much for Walburga as she shot to her feet and slammed her hands on the table, her glare alternating between her husband and son. "You cannot do this," she screeched furiously. "That little bastard should be cast out, not given the headship." Arcturus rose slowly and deliberately to his feet, his cold gray eyes boring a hole straight through the woman. "I can do as I see fit," he growled. "Sirius Orion Black will be head of this family. I have discussed it with Orion and he agrees also." The man nodded, and Sirius was more than a little shocked. Walburga's lips became a tight line, and her eyes blazed, reminding Harry of the portrait of the woman he had met. She did, however, take her seat, but shook her head in displeasure. "One final announcement," Arcturus called. "With my blessing, Andromeda is to be wed." "To whom?" Pollux questioned, his eyes narrowed towards his father. "I would seriously consider the look you are giving me, Pollux," Arcturus growled. "She is to be married to one of her schoolmates, a young man she has been seeing for some time, and one who has much potential to do well by her." "What is it you are not telling us, Arcturus?" Cassiopeia interjected. The man sighed. "The reason that this is happening this way is because she is pregnant." This one statement caused a furious eruption from around the table. Walburga was positively foaming at the mouth as she fired off expletives about sluts and whores. Cassiopeia was trying to demand more information, whilst Pollux seemed to be torn between screaming in frustration and shouting random curse words. Doria had drawn her wand knowing that the situation could become physical at any given moment, as James and Charles were trying not to laugh. Sirius said nothing, though he smiled warmly at his older cousin, who returned it nervously. Drula was trying to cover the ears of her youngest, as Bellatrix was prepared to shield her sister. Harry merely drank some more of his coffee whilst he waited for the noise to die down. He noted that Regulus was doing the same, and the two exchanged a grin and nod. Arcturus grew tired of the prattling and fired off a loud bang from his wand, causing the Blacks to fall silent as he looked upon them in fury. "Enough," he spat. "I will not force any of you to be supportive of her decisions, but I will warn each and every one of you now. If any attempt is made to harm her, her child, or her future husband, I will cast you out of this family before you can utter a single word. Are we understood?" he demanded. None spoke, but the threat from the patriarch rung in their ears. It was Pollux that found his voice first. "How could you be so stupid?" he hissed dangerously. Andromeda could only tremble, terrified of what could happen next. "She made a mistake," Arcturus cut in. "She understands that she was foolish and she had been dealt with already." Pollux shook his head angrily. "And who is this young man?" he questioned. "His name is Theodore," his daughter whispered in reply. "Theodore who?" Pollux probed further. "Tonks," the girl sighed. Pollux frowned deeply as he tried to place the name. "That is not the name of a pureblood family," Walburga gritted out. A look of unadulterated rage overcame the man, and he stood sharply, drawing back a hand ready to strike the young woman. He was physically restrained by Harry, who simply glared at the man and shook his head as he held his wrist in a vice-like grip. "You will control yourself, Pollux," Arcturus commanded. "None of this is up for debate." Walburga was not content to allow the girl off so lightly, and she drew her wand and shot to her feet, a mad gleam in her already manic eyes. "Crucio!" Arcturus roared in anger. He looked down on the woman in disdain as she screamed in agony under his curse. He let up a moment later and left the woman quivering on the ground. "I will put that down to the heat of the moment," he muttered distastefully. "Any further attempt to harm her will see the next person out on their arse." His use of the spell on a member of his family curbed any further outburst similar to Walburga's. But it was clear that Pollux and Cassiopeia were not pleased by the evening developments. The rest of the family seemed to take it in their stride, mostly because the majority already knew most of what had been revealed, and partly because blood status was not much of a priority to them. After the disciplining of Walburga, the remainder of the shared evening was subdued, not including the various glares shared between certain members of the table. Andromeda had been the first to leave, and Pollux miraculously managed to hold his tongue whilst she did so. Cassiopeia left along with Walburga and Orion not long after, the woman completely ignoring everyone in the room as Orion bid them farewell. It wasn't until the Potters and Sirius left along with the rest of the Blacks did Arcturus breathe a sigh of relief. It could have been worse, Melania comforted him. He nodded his understanding. It could have been better also, he pointed out. I fear I have created a divide. The only one who would dare is Walburga, his wife assured him. Pollux enjoys the comfort that our name brings far too much. Let us hope, then, that Orion can keep her reeled in. I will kill her if necessary. And he would. Melania had never once doubted the word of her husband, and she would not start now. Break. Lord Voldemort took a seat in one of the parlor rooms that Riddle Manor had to offer. It had taken him months of work to remove all traces that this was in fact a Muggle dwelling, a part of his lineage he loathed. Despite this hatred of his heritage, it did not stop the man from laying claim to the wealth of the family. It would have been a considerable waste had he chosen not to. Instead, as a much younger man, he had come forward to take what was by birthright his property and money. The Gaunts had passed on destitute and penniless, leaving the man nothing. The Riddles, however, had been exceedingly wealthy. They had continuously made profitable investments, leaving the last remaining member of the line quite the wealthy man, though it was a wealth that would not fund his ambitions. This mattered little now, however, as he had of course managed to procure the allegiance of those that had the disposable funds to achieve his goals. He rubbed his eyes tiredly as he pondered his previous fortnight. The Ministry had all but blocked his relations with the werewolves. Quite the blow and inconvenient, but nonetheless, it would do little to hinder his progress. The stifling fools were still attempting to put their new decree into practice, meaning that the creatures had decided to remain mostly neutral until the details were confirmed. Only those under the leadership of Fenrir Greyback remained loyal, and those numbers were almost insignificant. The rest had simply gone to ground. The Dark Lord himself had taken advantage of the fact that the measures around international transport would be lax during the dueling tournament, allowing him to recruit amongst the witches and wizards on the continent, something that had been sufficiently successful. He also managed to watch some of the tournament himself whilst he had been in the area and found himself impressed with the talent on display. He had no doubt that had Potter not been disqualified, he would have won the thing. This did, however, give him cause for concern. Not only had the boy bettered his opposition rather easily on all accounts, he managed to fight through the pain of the Cruciatus curse to defend himself amiably, an occurrence that the Dark Lord had never witnessed himself. By any stretch, that was a spectacular feat, especially for one so young. He shook his head. The Blacks and the Potters had spearheaded the new legislation in regards to the wolves, and that did not sit well with Voldemort. It had truly left him incensed. He knew that he could not allow a transgression such as this against him to go unpunished, but he was wary. He was wary of the Blacks as a single entity, and he was equally worried about the Potters. The latter was a small family, but one of talent, a legacy of legend on the battlefield. However, the major concern was the youngest Potter. He had already proven himself to be a worthy adversary in many ways. He had proven himself savvy and knowledgeable at their meeting the previous Christmas. He had proven himself worthy against Antonin. He had further solidified his capabilities during the Hogsmeade attack and further still during the tournament. He sighed as he tapped his chin, his mind contemplative. What to do, he mumbled. If he were to attack either of the families, then he would provoke the ire of the boy. A boy that had yet officially allied with anyone, and one that was a threat to almost any. He had no doubt that he himself could handle the teen, but he could not express the same confidence for any who followed him. The boy would easily wipe the floor with the best he had. The situation was frustrating, to say the least. He had received no reply from his previous missive to Potter, but the boy had not openly challenged him. Another letter, perhaps, he mused. It was the most logical step for the Dark Lord. He did not want to act rashly and create a formidable enemy when there was still potential for allegiance. If the boy, however, failed to respond to this missive, then it would seem his mind had been made up. He had been given more chances than any other after all. "Make the right choice, Potter," he growled as he began formulating the content for his overture in his mind. Break. The tension on platform 9¾ was prevalent, even more so than the previous return journey had been back in June. Accusatory eyes wandered relentlessly, seeking out potential threats, as parents ushered children young and much older into one of the carriages before immediately heading to exits. Those who were usually social and would linger to chat with friends and acquaintances forwent this civility, opting instead to offer cautious nods and be on their way. "I don't get it," Sirius muttered under his breath. Harry snorted slightly. "A group of witches and wizards running around with faces covered committing murders and whatnot," he returned sarcastically. "It could be anyone, so who can you trust?" The other boy's eyes widened in realization. "Got it," he confirmed stonily as he boarded the train himself. The mood on the train was no less tense. Compartment doors were closed with curtains drawn and no sound escaping. It was eerie, to say the least. The group of teens found a compartment and settled in after Harry had expanded it to be more comfortable. "It's going to be a tough year," Lily sighed as she snuggled into James. The boy nodded flatly. "I still would have thought you would have gotten head girl," Alice broke in with a confused frown. "Who else could they have chosen?" Lily shrugged. "I'm relieved in a way," she admitted. "I don't fancy the patrols with all of this going on." Everyone voiced their agreement. This was not going to be a fun year if the tension was a sign of things to come. The group dissolved into small pockets of conversation spread about the compartment. Bellatrix was talking to Narcissa, Remus and Peter, whilst Lily, James, Sirius and Alice did so similarly. Harry, however, was lost in his thoughts. It was as though something was missing, something was just not right. The previous weeks had been quiet, a little too quiet perhaps, but the levels of caution, warranted as they were, had him slightly perplexed. Had something happened? Or was it merely that nothing had seemingly happened for some time, and that was what was causing such reactions? He shook his head. If people were scared, as they should be, then he could not blame them at all for the way it was being displayed. They had not lived the life he had nor experienced half as much either. He had become accustomed to danger, as that was all that he had ever known. He was no longer just a boy that flitted from scenario to scenario, relying on luck to get him by. He was now a warrior, a killer. Conditioned with the mindset of a cautious yet fearless man, yet these fearful people were not him. They did not have his training nor experience. They were mothers, fathers, workers in menial tasks throughout the ministry and such. They should be fearful, because Harry knew that when Lord Voldemort came for you, you would die. Most of those sat with him had fallen to him before in one manner or other. His eyes hardened as he narrowed them. Not this time, he vowed internally. He knew that it was time to become more proactive in taking down the Dark Lord. He just needed to piece together how exactly. Something he would have to ponder. His thoughts were interrupted as heavy pounding began sounding off the door. The compartment fell silent as Harry stood, slowly sliding his wand into his hand. "Who's there?" he demanded. "Moody," the voice of the Auror replied gruffly. Harry nodded and opened the door with a flick of his wand. The man took in all the faces within the room, his propensity for vigilance shining through as always. "What can I do for you, Auror Moody?" Harry questioned. "Just a few minutes of your time in private," he responded, his glance continuing to shift. "I'll be back soon," Harry assured the others, who were clearly not certain about him leaving. Moody led him a few carriages down and ushered him in before he too entered and locked the door. After placing several locking charms and privacy measures, the man turned to have a wand placed between his eyes. He chuckled darkly. Good, he praised. But if I wanted you dead, I wouldn't drag you from your friends to do it, he declared. Much too obvious, he pointed out. Harry smirked. He knew this was indeed Moody, but his previous experience with an imposter of him had left its mark. You wanted to talk, Harry reminded him. Moody nodded and sighed deeply. I am in a predicament, he grumbled as he paced back and forth. How trustworthy are you? He asked gravely. Harry frowned in confusion. I don't understand, he returned. The Dark Lord boy, Moody bit back impatiently. You were very keen not so long ago to fight him. Harry nodded, still frowning. The Ministry is failing to take the threat as seriously as they should, the Auror spoke again after a moment. Things are being kept from the public that should be known, and they are chasing their own arses rather than dealing with what they should be. Harry shook his head. You'll have to explain, Harry sighed, frustrated. Moody huffed and glared at him slightly. I need to know I can trust you. Harry grinned slightly. This Moody was not quite as paranoid as the one he knew, but he was certainly on his way. I could give you an oath, Harry offered with a shrug. A magical one? Moody questioned, seemingly pleased with the idea. Harry nodded. One that would ensure that I am not, never have been nor ever will serve the Dark Lord. One that would guarantee that I will do everything in my power to end him. Moody returned his grin and relaxed considerably. It will do. Harry gave the oath knowing that Moody truly was on his side and would indeed be a powerful ally to have. The man readily accepted his word and exhaled deeply as though he'd had a considerable burden lessened. Things have not been as quiet as you would believe, he began seriously. Attacks are still happening, but only on the Muggles. Harry dragged a hand through his hair. He knew it had been too good to be true. What is the Ministry doing about it? Nothing really, Moody admitted unhappily. Only placating the Prime Minister. With Abraxas Malfoy still whispering to the Minister, nothing will be done. Harry nodded his understanding. Anything else? A symbol, Moody growled. It is left at every scene like a calling card. Harry felt his blood turn to ice slightly at the revelation. He of course knew what Moody was referring to, but it did not prevent the desire to shudder. Symbol. Moody nodded as he drew a piece of parchment from within his robes. Recognize it. It's called the Dark Mark. All of his followers are branded with it on the inside of the left forearm. It works as a way of communication, he explained. Moody frowned deeply. And how did you come across this information? Well, Moody, when someone attempts to recruit me into their ranks, I like to know as much as possible, he replied sagely. The Auror stared at him for a moment before nodding, clearly not at all convinced by the teen's response. Okay, so we are getting somewhere, Moody muttered more to himself. Where do we go from here? Harry shook his head. We need to make the Minister see sense, he mumbled. With Malfoy around, that won't happen. So you want to just off him? Moody asked incredulously. Harry's eyes narrowed slightly. How far are you willing to go to end this? Excuse me. What are you willing to do to end this? Moody frowned and sighed. I missed out on the fighting with Grindelwald, he huffed. This seems to be starting the same way as that, and we are not equipped to handle it, he grumbled. There's too much legislation in place to really fight back the way we need, and it will take too long to make the changes. Harry nodded his understanding. For now, keep doing your job and keep me informed as much as possible. I'll find a way for us to communicate, he added. I am not under the same rules as yourself, he pointed out. Moody was clearly thinking about the offer, torn as he was. I don't like it, the Auror grumbled. But you are all I have, he conceded. I can't just give you carte blanche to do as you please, Potter, but I want this done before it goes further, and you seem to be the only one willing to do what is necessary. Harry offered the man his hand. I will do my best to ensure you are not compromised in any way. Moody nodded gratefully. You are still signed up as a reserve, he reminded the teen. As per our agreement, I will more than likely be using you more and more as I see fit, so be prepared at a moment's notice." Harry grinned. "I will be." Moody nodded. For some reason, he trusted the Potter boy. Despite the oath he had given, he felt as though the teen was one of the very few that was solidly on his side. He had pulled a lot of strings to get himself in the position he was after all, and had done more than almost any to hinder the Dark Lord. Break. Having filled the others in, to an extent, and sending a letter to Charles regarding the conversation he had just shared with the Auror, the rest of the journey had passed pleasantly enough, and the teens soon found themselves sat at their respective house tables, waiting for the sorting ceremony to begin. To Harry, this took much longer than he was used to as it had the previous year, an indication that there had indeed been many more students to place during this time. It did, however, pass with little fanfare, with the teen recognizing few names of the first-year students called. That had been until the final young boy took to the stool, a familiar shade of red hair clearly visible. "Bill," he whispered, a slight smile tugging at his lips. "You know him," James muttered in reply. Harry nodded. "He was my best friend's older brother." James offered him a weak smile and squeezed his knee gently under the table. As expected, the Weasley soon found himself sat at the table of lions with his fellow first years, as the hat and stool were removed from the hall. Now all that was left was for the headmaster to give his standard start-of-year speech before they could finally eat. The man eventually rose, and though the twinkle in his eyes was present, his expression was uncharacteristically stern. "As always, I would like to begin by welcoming you all back to another year at Hogwarts," he spoke warmly, his gaze sweeping across the assembled students. "It is of course imperative that we begin with the start of term announcements." A smattering of mutters could be heard within the room, but it quickly fell silent once more. To those old and new, the Forbidden Forest is forbidden to all students, and a list of banned items can be found on the door to the office of Mr. Filch, he added with a bow in the direction of the caretaker. Most of the older students had tuned out at this juncture. "Now, I sincerely advise that you heed my next words, for they will be said only once," he continued firmly. Those who had chosen to place their attention elsewhere turned back towards the usually venerable headmaster. "A deep unpleasantness has recently begun to plague our community outside of these walls, and that is where such a thing shall remain. Due to these circumstances, we at Hogwarts have implemented a hard stance on any such behavior exhibited within these walls. Any who chooses to resort to such extremist or prejudiced behavior will be dealt with accordingly. I suggest you take this warning. It is the only one you will receive," he finished sternly, meeting the shocked stares of some. Harry himself was surprised by the harsh warning. The Dumbledore he knew had always been somewhat lax in his approach in dealing with Death Eaters and prejudiced people such as Malfoy. He couldn't help but smile slightly, but had no doubt that there would be some that would ignore the headmaster completely, those that felt they were above his word. "Moving on," the man spoke again once he was certain the message had sunk in. "You may be aware that we have not selected a head boy nor girl. That is because we will not be doing so this year. Those who have the privilege of being prefects will continue as normal, though any punishments administered by them will be deferred to the heads of houses for a final decision," he informed them. The staff had chosen such steps to ensure that any abuse of power would be diminished, and that a male and female head boy would not put themselves in potential danger by carrying out their duties. It had been a sad decision for the headmaster to make, but one he felt necessary in the current climate. He had considered appointing a head boy and girl from each house, but felt that such duties would be adequately handled by the prefects. Finally, Professor Mortlake has opted to join the Auror Corps in light of their current needs, and as such, we have had to find ourselves a new defense against the dark arts instructor, Dumbledore informed the students. "Thank Merlin," James muttered. "In his stead, I would like to introduce you to his replacement, Professor Potter," the headmaster announced. The Marauders sat wide-eyed, mouths agape, as Doria entered from a door just beyond the staff table and took a seat, not even gracing the boys with a glance. "Oh shit," Sirius whispered in horror, as the majority of the students gave the woman a warm round of applause. "Looks like no more pranking for you lot this year," Lily broke in smugly. James frowned. "Nonsense," he dismissed. "It just adds to the challenge," he added with a smirk. Peter, Remus, and Sirius all looked doubtful. Doria would be harsher on them than any other student, and knew she would have no qualms in handing out punishments. "I don't know prongs," Peter spoke up. "I don't fancy a detention with your mum." James grimaced. The thought of such a thing did not appeal to him much either, but he was not about to allow that to deter him. "Then we have to be at our best," he returned firmly. "Nothing that can lead back to us." Harry shook his head. He knew that there was no chance that anything could be pulled off without the finger of suspicion aimed at them. "We will need solid alibis," he pointed out. James grinned. "Peter, are you up for brewing some polyjuice?" he asked mischievously. Peter frowned but nodded. "Doesn't that mean we will have to bring others in?" Sirius questioned. James simply shot a darting glance towards the girls. "Oh no, you don't, Potter," Lily growled. "I will not be an accessory to your skullduggery," she said firmly. "I'm in," Marlene piped up, immediately getting a nod of agreement from Alice. "And that is why I love you," Sirius declared as he kissed the girl on the cheek, both of them blushing once the boy realized what he had done. Lily shook her head in exasperation. "Why is it I see a lot of detentions in our futures?" she sighed. Break. The general mood within the school simply paled in comparison to the tension that was prevalent in the House of Snakes. There were of course many that welcomed the newest Dark Lord and his ideology, but there were some that came from families with very long memories of the previous Dark Lord that had left an irreparable stain upon their name. This culminated in these families taking a neutral stance. They would in no way support the light, but they had already witnessed the demise of one attempted rebellion and were not willing to tarnish their already frail reputations further. These students, at the command of their respective heads of family, had immediately begun the process of distancing themselves from both sides. But this, as they knew, would be easier said than done. The families that had already thrown in their lot behind Lord Voldemort would not allow such a stance to be taken permanently. Even now, on the first night back in the castle, they were being subjected to looks of scorn and displeasure from the likes of the Lestrange brothers and their ilk. A divide had been drawn, an unspoken one, yet one that was clear. If you did not openly support the Dark Lord and his cause, then you were an enemy. Both Bellatrix and Narcissa had completely separated from both groups and looked on with little interest. They both knew that there was a strong chance that the ever-mounting tension could erupt into something much more serious, especially if the look some were sharing was anything to go by. The younger of the sisters gave the other a questioning look, and Bellatrix gave an almost imperceptible shake of her head in response. Her loyalty was with neither of these groups, something that she had made clear quite some time ago. Narcissa nodded her understanding. Although she would side with neither, she felt somewhat safer for reasons unbeknownst to herself. Perhaps the divide within the house would keep her much more protected than a unified house under the banner of the Dark Lord ever could. Break. Harry sat on his bed in the Gryffindor dorms with a pensive expression marring his features. His emotions conflicted as he took in the most recent missive he had received from Tom. The meaning of the letter was clear, but his solution not so. He had no doubt in where he stood, that itself had never once been in question. It was the decision on what he should do next is what had him stumped. He shook his head as he read the content once more. To Harry. May I call you that? It seems that we have admittedly become more familiar in this form of communication than I have become accustomed to in many years, and though it has only been a one-sided affair, I must say, it is rather refreshing. In this form, I do not have to suffer the witnessing of undignified cowardice, the fearful trembling of those who lay eyes upon me, nor the pathetic whimpering and incoherency most seem to be afflicted when they are struck with the realization of who it is that stands before them. Oh, don't get me wrong, boy. I revel in such fright, but it has recently become such a bore. I only make personal visits if someone holds something of value to me yet, Obtaining what I seek is made irksome by the inability of these cowards to even formulate a sentence to give me what it is I desire. Cowering fools are nothing but a problem, Harry, inarticulate at best, and are of no use. I punish them, Harry. Oh yes, I enjoy it and it serves purpose, but I cannot deny my pleasure in their suffering. Pain, Harry, is violent yet beautiful. You would be surprised at how pain can produce clarity in words. I must admit, it is an ever-useful tool. But why must these fools force me to resort to such acts? If only they could give me what I want, their deaths, I assure you, would be quick and painless. However, I digress, my boy. As much as I would love little more than to regale you with tales of my outings within our world, I fear that it is not the reason I once more find myself writing to you. I am merely taking the opportunity to, against my own usual practice, I might add, implore that you align yourself with me. Do not stand against me, Harry. It would indeed be such a shame to have to bear witness to you cowering beneath my wands as the rest of those who oppose me shall. And have no doubts, my boy, that is how it shall be. Such a waste of magical talent, and for what? I am offering you the opportunity to live, for those you hold dear to continue as they are. Does that not mean anything to you? All that must be done to receive this gift of mercy is to kneel before me, swear fealty, and it shall be yours. On these words, you have my most sincere and solemn oath. Do not feel defeated, my boy. Do not feel that you are somehow selling out. Think of it as victory, for that is what we shall share together when all is said and done. I must confess that I make this offer at the expense of my better judgment. A part of me is already resigned to the fact that defiance shall prevail within you, that you will attempt to stand against me. Again, I find myself imploring you, but this time imploring you resist such a reaction. You are an intelligent and undoubtedly gifted wizard. Use the benefit of intellect that you have been gifted to make the logical choice. Does it seem unjust that I am seemingly forcing you into a decision that you may not be quite ready to make? For that, Harry, you do have my deepest apologies. However, time is something we no longer have much of, and a choice must be made. Please do not be angry with me, Harry, for I have one final vestige of generosity within me where you are concerned. One final week. I am gifting you more time. Is that not a most thoughtful gesture? It is almost as thoughtful as extending a hand of friendship for a third time, though who is truly counting? It is not how we get there that matters, Harry, but the fact we make it at all is what will be remembered. But please, take this as a final overture. Even with a young man such as yourself, my patience and generosity are finite, all but depleted if truth be told. I leave you with these as parting words, and I apologize if they come across as crass and candid, but you must be made to understand my current position. If you choose to stand against me, I will ensure that yourself and every last person you hold dear will suffer endlessly until the final breath escapes their lungs. A little graphic, perhaps, but by now I am certain you will understand the severity of how much our relationship hinges on what decision you now make. I am certain that you do not want the blood of those you love on your hands. And believe me, Harry, you will suffer the loss of each and every one of them before I mercifully allow you to join them. Cliché, almost certainly, but it is poetic, is it not? A simple owl will suffice. I can assure you, it will reach me. Forever yours, be it in life or death. Lord Voldemort. Harry again shook his head, partly in disbelief, as he absorbed the mad ramblings of the man. He had always known Tom had more than a spark of insanity, but this letter highlighted it more than he had ever experienced it. Meeting him at the Blacks that Christmas Day had thrown him completely. The spark was clearly there, yet the man had been in such control for the most part. Had the intervening months sapped him of his final essence of human functionality? He snorted slightly at the thought. It was unlikely, he concluded. He knew that Tom had never truly been what most would consider normal. He had merely been intelligent and careful enough to hide the majority of his insanity. But for Harry, that was no longer here nor there. He knew Tom better than any, other than perhaps Dumbledore. What a young Tom had concocted was an almost genius ruse, a complex yet almost normal exterior that had shielded his maniacal tendencies to an acceptable level. One that only Dumbledore had seemingly seen through during his schooling years. After this time, who knew? The man had disappeared like a whisper in the wind, only re-emerging to make his grab for power. Merlin only knew what it was that Tom Riddle had truly been doing during the years between school and now. Harry sighed as he pondered his latest predicament. What was it he should do? He knew that ignoring the letter was out of the question completely. Tom would not take ignorance lightly, and Harry had to admit that his unpredictability left him more than a little nervous. He could not even fathom how Tom would retaliate to such a social faux pas, but he imagined it would be violent, swift, and designed to hurt Harry as much as humanly possible. He shrugged as he dragged a hand through his hair, carefully formulating and quickly dismissing any possible plans that came to mind. His mulling was, however, cut short as he was startled from his reverie. A large ball of flame erupted just above him as Fawkes trilled loudly upon his appearance, a roll of parchment clutched in one of his talons. Not another bloody letter, Harry groused as he accepted the missive. Fawkes shot him a sympathetic look before allowing the boy a few musical notes as he took his leave. Harry felt a smile tug at the corner of his mouth despite himself. Phoenix' song always lifted him considerably, and he was grateful for the parting gift of the bird. He sighed as he unrolled the thankfully short note for the headmaster. Harry, I would be most grateful if you could join me in my office at your earliest convenience. I find I am currently enjoying marshmallows much more than usual, though they leave my beard unpleasantly sticky. Albus Dumbledore. Harry couldn't help the chuckle that escaped him as he opened his curtains and exited the dorm. The common room was thankfully empty, and his eyebrows rose as he took note of the time. It was long past midnight. He had been in a state of contemplation for almost 3 hours. He cursed under his breath as he exited the tower. He had forgotten the map and cloak, but quickly drew his wand. He cast a quick disillusionment charm and silenced his feet before making his way through the thankfully deserted corridors. He arrived at Dumbledore's office unimpeded and muttered the password to the gargoyle, quickly finding himself knocking on the door. "Come in, Harry," the unmistakable voice of the headmaster prompted. He entered the room and found himself unsurprised at the familiarity he found within. The room as he always remembered. Even in his own time, the peculiar instruments whirred in their own comforting way on the shelves that adorned the walls around the office. The bookshelf to the right of the desk was there, each tome very much the same as was the warm smile and twinkling eyes of the man regarding him from behind his half-moon spectacles. The main difference was the slight nervousness and edge Harry now felt around this man that had been born of the last meeting he had here in his own time. This and the attendance of Alastor Moody were now the exceptions of the familiarity he felt. "Professor, Auror Moody," he greeted them formally before taking the seat the older man offered. "Potter," Moody growled. The smile never left the face of the headmaster as he offered his ever-present bowl of sherbet lemons to the teen, which was dismissed with a simple shake of the teen's head. "How are you, Harry?" Dumbledore questioned. "Not bad, Professor," he replied, slightly confused. "Yourself?" The smile of the man dropped slightly. "I wish I could say the same," he sighed. "Things have become deeply unpleasant within our world, as I am sure you are aware." Harry nodded. "It is difficult to miss," he concurred tiredly, the stress of the day surfacing for the first time. Dumbledore nodded. "I will, as they say, cut to the chase," the headmaster continued. Harry frowned slightly, but waited for him to elaborate. "You have been here more than a year now. I was most keen to allow you time to settle in and only disturb your reacquaintance with your family unless necessary. Alas, other events saw your peace prematurely ended." Harry shot the man a wary look, angling his eyes towards the other man in the room slightly. Dumbledore acknowledged this with a slight bow, and Harry breathed a sigh of relief. "Story of my life, sir," he muttered distastefully. Dumbledore chuckled humorlessly. "Indeed," he agreed. "That is why I wish to speak to you most urgently. It appears that much has happened since you arrived, and things are deteriorating at a frightful pace." Harry tilted his head in curiosity, his unasked question dying on his lips as the older man suddenly stood and paced uncomfortably. "I know in some ways I have caused a rift between us where trust is concerned, and I have found your methods more than a little questionable, but I believe it is time for us to make peace for whatever has happened in the past," he declared. "Despite everything, Harry, our enemy is one, and if we do not work together, then we are only setting ourselves up to fail." Harry swallowed as he nodded his agreement. He knew he could never fully trust the man on a personal level again, but what he said made sense. They shared a common enemy, and as far as allies went, Dumbledore was about as powerful as they came. He knew for certain where the man stood against the rise of Tom, and that was an undeniable benefit, particularly with the prowess the man had in battle. As much as the teen loathed to admit, having Dumbledore by his side in battle would make his task much less daunting. "I agree," he sighed, "but my methods will remain the same," he added firmly. "When I go into battle, I will not take prisoners, and Tom will die by my hand." A hint of disappointment could be seen in the eyes of the older man, but he nodded stiffly, his understanding. "I will respect your methods so long as you respect mine," he offered diplomatically. "Then we have something that we can work on," Harry responded, as he too rose to his feet and offered the man his hand. Dumbledore grasped it somewhat tentatively as he sighed. "I cannot offer you a place in the order," he said almost apologetically. Harry huffed slightly but smiled nonetheless. "This is an alliance, Dumbledore. I am not under your command. Your offer would have been rejected." The headmaster nodded. "Then it seems that we have much to discuss." "We do," Harry agreed as he removed Tom's letter from his pocket. "And maybe we can end this before it goes further." Dumbledore took the letter with a frown which deepened the more he read. He pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration. "This does very little to assure me, Harry," he spoke quietly. "But it does present us with the opportunity to put our trust to the test," Harry countered. "And as I said, end it all." Dumbledore nodded his understanding. "It is exceedingly risky," he pointed out. "Oh, I have no doubt that he would come, but Tom is nothing if not cautious. Then we have to calculate the risk and act accordingly. Why is it I feel like I am missing out on a lot more than is being said?" Moody interjected unhappily, his gaze sweeping between the two other occupants of the room. "Because it is a certainty," Dumbledore clarified without hesitation. "However, it is not my place to say," he added, a placating hand raised in the direction of the grizzled Auror. The piercing stare of the man found its way to the teen, accusing almost. Moody was clearly under the impression that an accord had been struck with the boy. The lack of forthcoming information spoke differently. "I will explain," Harry assured him, though he was not certain how much he would divulge to the man. "Now is not the time, not until we have a plan in place at least." Moody nodded grudgingly, willing to accept the platitude for now. He had already decided to trust the boy, but he would not be being honest with himself. He wasn't feeling it waver in this room. "If we are thinking the same thing, then I'm afraid the likelihood of success is rather low," Dumbledore interrupted with a sigh. "It is," Harry conceded, "but it is the best chance we have." Dumbledore reluctantly agreed. "He will know it is a trap the moment he arrives, and will have prepared for such an eventuality," the headmaster warned. "Then we will be going in on equal footing," Harry pointed out. "An ambush?" Moody questioned with a frown. "It seems that is what we are discussing," Dumbledore acknowledged. "What do you think, Alistair?" The Auror smirked. "About time we did something," he growled. "I'm tired of sitting with a thumb up my arse." Dumbledore pondered the situation, not entirely happy with the idea, but he knew he could not dismiss it entirely. He removed his spectacles and polished the lenses on his robes, a nervous habit he had since his teenage years. "I don't like it," he admitted soberly, "but it may be the only clear chance we get." "The only question is, who can we trust to help?" Moody broke in once more as he shared a knowing stare with the headmaster. "There are very few I would trust implicitly, and I am hesitant to include the staff," he mumbled more to himself. Me too," Moody agreed. "Would you mind vetting potential candidates?" Harry, the man questioned suddenly, your perspective is unique and one we should take advantage of. Harry acquiesced with a simple bow of his head. Excellent, the headmaster exclaimed as he withdrew a sizable sheet of parchment from within his robes. These are all the current members of the order. I am sure I do not have to remind you of the importance of the safety of this list. Harry accepted the parchment and placed a few charms of his own to ensure that it could be read by none but himself, earning a nod of approval by the headmaster in the process. Moody scoffed loudly. Are you sure, Albus? The response he received was a benign smile. Aleister shrugged. He trusted both of these men for different reasons, and in no way did he understand or fathom the new alliance that he was witnessing the birth of. He would get his answers, of that he had no doubt, but as things were, he could make no sense of what was happening before his eyes. Then I shall leave it to your discretion to compile a list of those we will be taking and, of course, include the names of those you can think of that would benefit us further, he instructed. Harry stood, taking the apparent dismissal at face value. And you, sir? I will spend my time mitigating the risk as much as possible, though I doubt the fruitfulness of such an effort, he added within a mutter. Harry nodded. Is 3 days enough? I imagine so, Dumbledore agreed. Then I have a letter to write, Harry announced as he made his way to the office door. We will meet here in 2 days' time then, Dumbledore asked. In 2 days, Harry agreed. We can finalize everything then, he finished as he exited the room. He had barely made it to the bottom of the stairs when Moody caught up to him. You have some explaining to do, Potter, the man hissed irritably. Harry said nothing, but led the man to a disused classroom before sealing it with a flurry of privacy charms after they had entered. What the hell was that, Potter? The Auror snarled. That was me doing what is necessary to finish this, Harry bit back irritably. I get that. I meant the whole thing with Albus, Moody replied, his demeanor less confrontational. It's complicated, Harry sighed. But he was right, I do have a very unique perspective on all of this. Moody shook his head, confusion prevalent in his eyes. Are you a seer? Harry flinched involuntarily at the question, but allowed a dark chuckle to escape him. I can assure you, Auror Moody, my divination skills are abysmal. Moody huffed in frustration. All right, Potter, he conceded sarcastically. Then what is this unique perspective? Let's just say I know this man, and what will happen if he is left unchecked. Make of that what you will. Harry undid his charms and exited the room, leaving a very confused Aleister Moody in his wake. The Auror exited the room immediately after and watched the retreating form of the teen calculatingly before he was hit with a preposterous yet logical realization. He has to be a bloody time traveler, he grumbled disbelievingly. He heard another chuckle coming from the teen as he disappeared from sight, causing his eyebrows to rise comically. He knew he would glean very little from the Potter boy, but Albus had some questions to answer, as would the boy if Aleister was not satisfied. No wonder I couldn't bloody find anything about him before, he growled. The little shit didn't exist. The Auror turned sharply and headed back towards the headmaster's office, determined to hear some truth of his suspicions. Marshmallows, he gritted out as he approached the gargoyle. The statue remained frozen. Marshmallows, you ignorant little bastard, he spoke again more clearly. The headmaster is sleeping and does not wish to be disturbed, was the snooty reply he was graced with before the creature reverted back to its unmoving state. Moody growled and headed towards the exit, very unhappy that his questions would not be answered tonight. I'll be back tomorrow, Albus, he vowed. Break. For the best part of 2 days, Harry had been focused on the list that Dumbledore had given him, many of the names familiar and some entirely unknown. He even spotted a few that he knew for sure were in fact Death Eaters, spies clearly planted by Tom to keep an eye on the headmaster. He sighed as he looked upon the names he had chosen as those he knew to be trustworthy. Out of close to 40 from the Order alone, only 8 had made the cut and their abilities with a wand were questionable in some cases. He had added the name of Frank Longbottom to this list as a man he knew he could rely on. He had spent a lot of time with him training the previous year after all and knew that he was worth 5 wands on his own. He stilled his quill as he began to scratch the name of James Potter and shook his head in frustration. He was very much aware that the others will be furious with him for not including them when they found out, but he could just not bring himself to involve them in this. The incessant protectiveness he felt towards each and every one of them prevented their inclusion. In his own mind, it was all well and good teaching them to defend themselves when necessary, but leading them into battle was a whole different thing. He simply could not face the prospect of their blood being on his hands when he could completely take the possibility out of the equation. He sighed deeply as he considered Charles and Arcturus, again hesitant to include the 2 men. Charles was one of those he had wanted to save, and putting him directly in the line of fire did not sit well with him. He had not even considered the difficulty of this task when it had been handed to him, but now it was all he could think of. It was as though he had been given a coin, a list of names, and a 50-50 chance for any he decided should join himself, Moody and Dumbledore. He just could not bring himself to flip it in most cases. Fortunately, he had been largely left to his own devices. The New Year students had been inundated with homework with every class they attended, leaving little to no free time to take much interest in anyone else, something that Harry suspected had been done on purpose with this particular year. The school had thus far been very quiet because of it, though he doubted such silence would last in this climate. He rubbed his eyes tiredly, as finished looking through the meager number of names he had compiled. Shaking his head a final time, he stood and stretched where had been sat in the library and made his way to the exit to meet with his 2 newest allies. He had kept in regular contact with the headmaster throughout the previous day and even once today to keep him abreast of any developments. Tom had been surprisingly quick to reply to his letter and even agreeable to a meet. A little too agreeable if truth be told. It was clear that he knew something was afoot, though his suspicions were not voiced in the simple reply he had penned. Harry, I am pleased that you are seeing sense. I am certain that the accord we so desperately need can be reached now that you are cooperating. I will of course meet you at your requested location, if only to ease the tension I can sense through your words. Lord Voldemort. He knew, and Harry knew that he knew. He didn't expect for a single moment that Tom would fall for such a mediocre and unimpassioned trick. The only thing left to ascertain was who would play their hand first. The only advantage Harry held was that he knew Tom better than he was known by the man, and that held little comfort in this situation. It was clear to both what the outcome of the meeting would be, but both seemed content to continue the facade until the right moment. Harry had of course informed Dumbledore the moment he had received the clarification that Tom would be where he had suggested, giving the man something to work with whilst strategizing, though he was certain that no amount of planning would suffice. A dangerous game was being played, and there was a chance that it would end in catastrophe. He entered the office just as he had 2 days passed to find the men sat exactly as they had been before. Dumbledore was sat behind his desk, looking tired, nevertheless anticipatory. The man was as keen as any to end things before they truly begun, but his apprehension about the move they were making was obvious. His usually delicate features and twinkling blue eyes were more pinched than one would be accustomed to seeing, but to both Harry and Moody, the tension was visible. The teen approached the desk as he removed 2 rolls of parchment and placed them on the desk before taking his seat. The one on the left are those that can be trusted, he said tiredly. The other, people who are less than savory. Dumbledore nodded gratefully as he immediately read the second of the rolls. A frown deepening the further down the list he got. I see, he muttered. I did have my suspicions, he admitted as he handed the list to Moody. The man growled but said nothing. He chose to accept with only a nod. I've got a few myself willing to help, he finally spoke. He removed a folded-up square of parchment from within his own robe and handed it to Harry. He nodded pensively as he perused the list, a few names familiar, some completely unknown. If you trust them then, That is good enough for me." Moody grunted and glared at the teen slightly. "And what about you, Potter? I don't like things being kept from me." "Now is not the time, Alastair," Dumbledore broke in with a hint of irritation. "We have discussed this." Moody huffed, but did not broach the subject. Clearly, the two men had words that did not end favorably for the Auror. "You will know when the time is right, and that is for Harry to decide." Harry offered the headmaster a grateful bow. Although he had been at odds with the man in his own time, this Dumbledore appeared to be more willing to give him freedom, though he had very little choice in the matter. The backlash of revealing such information could very well be detrimental to their efforts, not something the headmaster wanted to risk. "So we are all aware of the plan?" Dumbledore questioned. Both Harry and Moody nodded firmly. It was all both had been pondering over the past couple of days. "Then I will send the instruction to meet here tomorrow, and we will all portkey. It will minimize the risk of any potential information leaks." "There is one other thing," Harry sighed. He was not particularly keen on going into any specific detail regarding the prophecy, but he felt compelled to at least give the two men a heads up. Dumbledore frowned slightly, but urged him to continue with an encouraging nod. "Tom is mine," he stated a little more harshly than he had intended. Dumbledore sighed deeply before he responded. "Harry, my boy, Tom has decades of experience on you. I understand how gifted you are, but a fight with him would not end well for you," he warned. Harry smiled weakly as the enormity of his task made itself known to him, as it had this past year and a half. "It is destiny, headmaster," he returned sadly. "Whether I like it or not, fate has decided that one of us must die at the hands of the other," he finished with a pointed look. "Destiny," Dumbledore whispered, his eyes widening at the implication of the words the boy had carefully chosen. Harry nodded and offered the man a wry smile. "Not a branch of magic I know well, but it must hold something if I am here." "Indeed," Dumbledore concurred severely. "Then you understand the importance of keeping everyone out of our way." The twinkling eyes of the headmaster carried an air of sorrow as he swallowed a lump that had formed in his throat. "I will do all I can to help you, my boy," he whispered hoarsely. Harry stood to leave, but only made it to the door before Moody spoke. "Get some rest, Potter," Moody called gravely. "It seems as though you're going to need it." Harry exited the room, leaving two thoughtful men behind him. Dumbledore sighed deeply as his gaze remained transfixed on the door the boy had just closed behind himself. "An insurmountable task for one so young," he mumbled distastefully. "A life of suffering likely to end the same way." "What the hell was he talking about, Albus?" Moody asked, the confusion clear in his tone. "It seems as though young Harry has found himself a victim of fate," Dumbledore answered a little bitterly. "Fate?" Moody probed. "I believe a prophecy is in place," Dumbledore revealed, almost completely certain. "As in divination," Moody scoffed. "The very same," the headmaster agreed casually. Moody barked with laughter, but froze quickly when Dumbledore shook his head. "You're serious?" Dumbledore could only close his eyes as he shrugged. "Just like Harry, I can't say I am either overly familiar with or gifted in such magic, but I can safely say I have borne witness to many things much more wondrous than prophecies. The boy himself is proof of that." Moody grumbled incoherently, but did not dispute the claims of the headmaster. He was aware that the boy was an enigma of sorts, but he couldn't quite understand what that was, and until either Dumbledore or the lad spoke, it was something he would remain ignorant of. "Then we just have to hope the boy has what it takes." Dumbledore nodded. "That we do, my friend," he agreed, his mind already on that very subject. Break. He had planned on spending the day alone preparing for the impending confrontation with Tom, but the weight on his shoulders had never felt so cumbersome. Tonight, it could all come to an end. Today, however, he needed some respite. He was as excited as he was terrified, as ready to flee to the darkest corner he could find just as much as he almost salivated at the opportunity to face his foe. The moments of both extremes were sporadic, sudden. It was as though he was torn between both, yet he knew what was to come, what he must face. As had been his habit since the violet-eyed young woman came into his life, he sought solace in her company, her mere presence lifting the weight from upon his shoulders to a point in which his legs no longer buckled under the strain. He thrived even, his heart soaring by her gentle ways, giving him the feeling of invincibility he sorely needed right now. The past few days had been isolated, the full force of the task at hand pushing down on him and suffocating him more than he thought possible. He knew that death was inevitable in the end, and a part of him even expected it, but he would be the first to admit that when he looked into the eyes of Bellatrix, held her in his arms as he inhaled her scent, he was not ready to face it. Not now he had people worth living for. He swallowed deeply as he drew her into a tight hug, feeling her melt into the embrace. "What's wrong?" the girl whispered, a hint of suspicion lacing her words. Harry shook his head. He had debated with himself from the moment he knew what was to come whether or not he should share it with her, share it with them all. "Nothing, I've just missed you," he insisted, a sharp stab of guilt lancing through him at his own dishonesty. Bellatrix simply pulled him closer and sighed in content. More than any other, she understood his moods. He would have days as though he hadn't a care in the world, and the boyish and even immature parts of him would shine through. But then there were days like today. Days in which she was reminded that Harry was not a mere boy. He was a warrior, highly trained and ready to kill at a moment's notice. A warrior that would one day face down the tyrant that was attempting to subjugate the world to him. A tyrant that very few could stand against. Harry was one of these few, so she understood. She understood that there were times where the burden he carried would become a little too much, and it was up to her to shoulder some of that. That was her burden, but one she would carry gladly until her final breath, just to make it all that little bit easier on the boy who had stolen her heart. She pulled him tighter still, and managed a slight smile as he physically decompressed, and allowed some of the stress to fall away. "Thank you," he whispered gratefully. "Always," she replied seriously. He eventually pulled away from her, and she smiled at the sparkle that found its way in his emerald pools, a look that was only reserved for her. He placed a gentle kiss on her lips before he clung to her once more. Bellatrix took it in her stride as she always did. Today, he felt more desperate than he ever had for some reassurance. She couldn't, however, hold that against him. The tension within the school was enough to set anyone on edge. She herself felt the need of such assurance, and it grew stronger the more the strange peace prevailed. "How is it in the snake pit?" he asked. Bellatrix shrugged. "The same, really, but it's only a matter of time." Harry nodded stiffly. "I know you can handle yourself, but stay sharp," he almost pleaded. "Things are going to get messy," he added cryptically. Bellatrix nodded her agreement. If anyone understood what was to come, it was the boy holding her in his arms. "You too," she returned with a slight scowl. Harry chuckled darkly. "I'm in the middle of all this," he reminded her unnecessarily. "I can't avoid it forever." Bellatrix shot him a sad smile. "Let's not talk about this today," he continued, wanting to change the subject quickly. "I just want a day with you where we don't have to think of any of this." Bellatrix beamed and hooked her arm through his enthusiastically. "What shall we do with our day then?" she asked excitedly. "As long as I get to spend it with you, I honestly don't care." Bellatrix raised a well-manicured eyebrow at him as she stopped walking. "That was very cheesy," she huffed. "You're lucky I already like you, or I'd curse you for that." Harry shook his head and snorted as he led her away once more. "How about a walk in the forest?" he suggested. "Now that is more like it," Bellatrix agreed readily. The couple spent most of the day roaming the forest, listening for any approaching danger. Harry in particular was on alert. He knew what lurked amongst the trees here. His second-year trip into the Acromantula den was not an experience he would ever forget. The day with Bellatrix was exactly what he had needed to keep himself from crumbling internally, though as day wore on, the weight began making its presence known once more. It was only when it reached close to the time that he had to meet with Dumbledore and Moody that they found themselves in the entrance hall, neither at all willing to part. both for different reasons. Bellatrix just simply wanted to remain in his company, to have him close to her, something she craved always. Harry's reasons were more out of fear. Fear of leaving her behind, fear of the reprisals he could face, and fear that he would never lay eyes on her again on this plane. He pulled her close and laid a gentle, yet passionate kiss on her lips. "I love you," he whispered emotionally. Bellatrix missed the agony in her eyes as she allowed herself to fall in his arms, a blush adorning her cheeks. Harry was not always so outwardly emotional, but she could feel his words seep into her very being. The emotion behind them filled her with a warmth she never wanted to be without, and within that warmth is where one would find her ignorance. So indulged in that feeling she was that she completely missed the edge to his voice, the sorrow it held, and the guilt that edged his words. "You better," she mumbled into his chest. "I love you too," she added shyly, her words sincere as could be despite this. He pulled away and gazed into her eyes, seeking out the assurance he needed in this moment. "Tomorrow?" he questioned, his eyes and words full of promise. Bellatrix could only nod as his stare penetrated her own. He always had such a way that made her feel exposed with only a look. Exposed but equally protected. Two contradictory things that one should never feel at the same time, yet she did. It was a strangely comforting feeling that she just could not explain. It was one of those feelings that words themselves failed to define. It just was. It was a failure that needn't feel such thing. It was a feeling unto its own. Something words could never put into perspective. She found herself enamored once more by that boyish smile of his, as he slowly and regretfully pulled away and began heading towards the staircase. She smiled back, already looking forward to some more time with him the next day, something she would never tire of. Harry eventually turned away, his eyes darkening as he swallowed the painful guilt that had begun to choke him. He began to allow his rage surface, the anger he always kept tightly within him, the anger born of a hard life, that life courtesy of Tom Marvolo Riddle. He managed to keep it in check as he made his way through the corridors, changed into his dragonhide armor, and even when he was accosted by the Marauders and the girls in the common room. He brushed them off as quickly as possible and swallowed down even more guilt. It did nothing but fuel his festering rage, and as he made his way to the headmaster's office, his eyes glowed dangerously as his magic began baying for the blood of his enemy. He managed to rein it in enough so that it trickled through him, only abated by the promise of retribution. His anger, however, would not be quashed in such a manner. It was something he had been struggling with since the night he had learnt the prophecy, and it was now ready to be unleashed. The gargoyle surprisingly sprang aside upon his approach, and he did not even break stride as he ascended the stairs and walked into the room without knocking. It was much fuller than he had ever seen. An assortment of witches and wizards, some he recognized, turned to face him as he entered, many wearing looks of surprise at his appearance. A loud guffaw broke the silence that had fallen as an overly large man parted the crowd as he approached the teen. "So, this is the one we were waiting for, is it, Albus?" he asked scornfully as he began packing circles around Harry, sizing him up as he did so. Harry took in his appearance, but refused to be even remotely intimidated by the presence of the man. He had to admit he would be intimidating to most. His eyes were hard, the eyes of a man that had experienced battle. His scraggly beard was a deep chestnut brown, as dark and as curly as the hair that adorned his head. He did not even grace Dumbledore with the chance to reply as he continued to talk. "You think that just because you have waved your wand in a dueling tournament that you can face a Dark Lord boy. Face those who will not hesitate to hit you with nastiest curses imaginable." Harry's carefully reined in fury began fraying the moment the man had opened his mouth, and now it would be repressed no more. His eyes began to glow eerily as he allowed his magic to surface, giving in to the emotional need for release. His features darkened as a feral look made itself known. His magic crackled around him audibly as he glared into the man's eyes and smirked. "You think I'm here for glory," he spat. The man was taken aback by the tone, and even more so by the violent magic surrounding the boy. I want the bastard dead. Beyond that, you can tell the world you killed him for all I care. Or maybe you want to have a crack yourself. Be my guest, he offered with a dismissive shrug. The shock of the man wore off quickly, and he narrowed his eyes at Harry. I fought against Grindelwald. I will not be disrespected by a jumped-up little shit like you, boy. I don't care what family you come from. Harry stepped closer to the man until only an inch or so remained between them. Standing at his full height, he still had to glance upwards slightly to meet his eyes. And as I said, be my guest if you want to go first. I don't mind watching him rip you limb from limb. Benji, Dumbledore broke in harshly, his tone almost pleading his friend to stand down. Our job tonight is to support Harry. Benji turned sharply towards the headmaster, a look of shock gracing his face. You are expecting the boy to fight him? He asked incredulously. Dumbledore nodded, a hint of sadness in his eyes. I believe he is the only capable of ending this, he admitted unashamedly. Benji laughed, though there was no trace of humor in it. It was disbelieving, and he continued to stare at the older man as though he was waiting for a punchline. None came, and his frown deepened as he shook his shaggy head. If that is your plan, so be it, he conceded through gritted teeth. But it will end badly, he added with a hiss. He shot a final glare at Harry before he pushed his way through the crowd once more in an attempt to put as much distance between himself and the teen as possible. What's going on, Harry? A familiar voice whispered in his right ear. He turned to find himself face to face with a confused-looking Frank Longbottom and his father. We are ending it tonight, he answered simply. Frank shook his head as his eyebrows rose. Well, where are James, Sirius, and the others? He probed further. Harry sighed and dragged a hand through his hair, something Frank knew to be a sign of frustration or discomfort. I didn't tell them, he admitted, the regret clear in his voice. What the hell? Frank hissed as he grabbed Harry's elbow in a tight grip. Anger welled within the other boy as he snatched his limb away. I'm trying to keep them safe. Frank snorted. You know they are capable, more capable than most of these, he added with a jerk of his head in the direction of the other occupants of the room. I will not lead them into a fight like this. And you think it's fair on them to do what you are? Have you not even thought about how they will feel when they find out? Harry shook his head irritably. I have, he whispered. If I end this tonight, then none of that will matter. They will be alive. They won't see it that way, Frank warned. If they aren't here for you, why did you bother training them? To keep them safe, Harry bit back angrily. To be able to defend themselves if necessary. Frank was going to reply, but was cut off by Harry. How about I go and get Alice, and she can come along for the ride since you seem to be quite happy to throw the people you care about into something like this. Harry was being harsh, and he knew it. And no matter how angry he felt in this moment, he couldn't stop the pang of guilt hit him as he watched Frank swallow deeply and nod in an understanding way. Look, he sighed, I trust you, Frank, just as much as I do them and certainly more than anyone else in this room, but I've made my decision. Please just respect that. Frank looked more uncertain than Harry had ever seen him, but he eventually nodded. Fine, he agreed, but I don't like it. You should at least have your dad and Lord Black here. Another jolt of guilt passed through him as he was reminded of the internal debate he had been having over the last few days. He knew without doubt that both men would happily join him. It was he that could not risk it. Frank was the only one officially an Auror, and the only one that he knew he couldn't stop, but also one of the few he trusted. Let's just get this done. Then I will deal with all the people that are going to be mad at me for it. Frank clapped him on the shoulder, the smile he offered lukewarm at best, and the nod, stiff, but led him nonetheless to where the others gathered were grouping up to take the portkeys to their location. I still don't like it, Frank muttered. But it is your choice, and it's you that has to handle, he finished with a shrug. Harry's lips were little more than a tight line as he sighed. He knew that Frank was only looking out for him, but the younger Longbottom didn't know the whole story. He didn't understand why Harry was doing it this way. The biggest reason he came back, the most selfish reason, was to save the ones he loved from the fate that had befallen previously, and if they hated them for it, then so be it. He could still be happy with the knowledge that they were alive and well. This simply was not a chance he could let pass. Dumbledore had been handing out the portkeys to the Order members and reached Harry last, offering him an encouraging, yet worried smile as he gave him a small phoenix made of stone. It was clear that the headmaster was not entirely comfortable with the plan. He, however, chose to remain silent. His allegiance with Harry was not strong enough to voice his true concerns, and he knew that if he did, Harry would cut ties, and any potential ending to this conflict could be delayed significantly. "Once we arrive, it shall be Harry's lead we follow," he instructed loudly over the small pockets of conversation that had picked up once more. "We are here to assist only," he concluded in severe tone. "Do not engage Voldemort," Harry commanded firmly. "All I need is for you to keep his followers away." A few shook their heads in disbelief. They had witnessed the aftermath of the attacks that this man and his sycophants had carried out and couldn't believe how determined this boy seemed to face him. Many would put it down to naivety, blindness of the threat before him in favor of seeing the glory to be bestowed. The more battle experienced became curious. There was something about this young man that screamed of danger, yet he equally gave off an air of comfort. There was something within this young man that couldn't be explained. It was just there. Something that is born of pain, something that is born of tragedy, and something that is simply gifted through the endurance of hardship. One could not imagine what a boy from one of the most prominent families in the land could have experienced to make him this way, but those who knew could see it there in his eyes. These few stood a little straighter, more willing to follow the younger man, just a little more faith in what they were about to attempt. Benji Fenwick narrowed his eyes, but grudgingly felt a little reassurance from the young man as he took in his demeanor. He waited respectfully for Albus and the boy to activate their portkeys first, and he followed suit immediately after, quickly finding himself stood behind the duo as they looked upon what seemed to be a wall made of a thick, purple glass. "What is that?" he asked suspiciously. Neither men answered, but simultaneously drew their wands, the older man pausing once his own was in hand. He would usually insist on investigating something such as this. This time, however, he was more curious to see how the younger man would carry out such a thing. He had not had the opportunity to see the methodical side of Harry thus far and was quite keen to witness it. He watched as the teen cast the standard diagnostic and detection charms one would when faced with such a challenge, pleased with the approach he had taken to begin with. It was then that the boy managed to surprise him. Harry placed his wand back within his holster and closed his eyes before placing his hand a mere inch away from the barrier, murmuring as he did so. Most would not understand this approach, as very few had such a relationship with magic to even consider carrying out such a feat. The older man watched in awe as the boy felt the magic within the ward using his own, something that had taken himself many more years to achieve. It was not an ability that was unheard of, nor should it be as rare as it had become, but most witches and wizards were content with the fact that they had magic and did very little to understand it, let alone become one with it. Harry Potter had done this and was actively using it to full effect. The older man nearly called out in horror as Harry closed the small distance between his hand and the ward, physically touching the magical structure, something that shouldn't be done without complete and utter certainty. "What is it, Harry?" the headmaster questioned, his curiosity finally getting the better of him. "Wards," the teen confirmed unnecessarily. "Shields, extremely powerful shields, a few triggers, illusionary and exclusion wards," he added with a shrug. Dumbledore frowned as he pondered the wards before them. Nothing immediately dangerous. Harry shook his head. "A trap ready to be activated," Harry replied casually. Dumbledore nodded. "Definitely his way," he muttered. "So, what do we do?" Moody growled impatiently. "Well, whatever you do, do not fire a spell at it," Harry warned. "We don't know what the trigger is, and I doubt any of us could break these shields without exhausting ourselves first." Before any further consideration in what was to be next done could even begin, The group were interrupted by a voice that Harry could never forget, as much as he wished he could. "I must confess, I find myself disappointed," the voice of Voldemort echoed around them. "I clung foolishly to the hope that I was merely being paranoid, and that you would be as good as your word, Harry." "You should never take a man at his word," Harry returned. Voldemort chuckled darkly, the sound eerie enough to make the fine hairs on the back of the neck stand up. "Indeed," he agreed amicably. "But you should at least have the fortitude to face me like a man and explain your reasoning, don't you think? One wizard to another." Harry made to step forward, but was held firmly back by the hand of the headmaster. "Do you think it wise?" he questioned severely. Harry shrugged. "Come now, Harry. All I ask is a moment of your time for a private conversation. After all of my efforts in courting your favor, do you not think I'm owed at least that much?" "It's fine," Harry whispered. A deep sigh permeated the space around them. "I can assure you, my men are just as unable to interfere as your own. See for yourself if you do not believe me," the Dark Lord offered. Harry once again drew his wand and created a one-way looking glass, just big enough that he could see beyond the purple barrier. "He's alone," he murmured. "I must protest, Harry," Dumbledore interjected. Harry shook his head. "These wards will not let you pass, and if by some miracle we could break them, most of us would be too exhausted to fight." Dumbledore pulled his beard in irritation. "I can end this now, or we can leave and lose the chance," the teen pointed out. "They are our only options." "I do not like it," the older man huffed. "It doesn't look like we have much choice," Harry replied sagely. "You will be in there entirely alone, and at any second you could be outnumbered. We do not know how many of his followers loom in the shadows." "It won't be the first time, will it?" Harry bit back. Dumbledore sobered immediately as the memory of Harry in the graveyard played within his mind, as it had countless times over the past year. He nodded somberly, yet it was full of both regret and reluctance. "He won't allow them to interfere. His ego won't allow it," Harry continued with certainty. Again, the headmaster found himself agreeing. Once Tom knew how capable Harry was, he would want to end him himself. His ego would allow no other course of action. "I still do not like it." "It's the way that it should be," Harry whispered, a strange smile pulling at his lips. "Neither can live while the other survives." Dumbledore's eyes widened slightly as he absorbed the words of the younger man. "I will get us through as quickly as possible, if necessary," he vowed. Harry nodded stiffly. "But not unless you have to," he said firmly. "Between the two of us, you will all only be in the way." Dumbledore swallowed deeply and nodded. He was in complete agreement. If a duel between Tom and Harry were to replicate the one between himself and Gellert, then any in the vicinity would be at risk. "I'm waiting, Harry. Surely, between the Blacks and Potters you were taught basic social etiquette," the voice of Tom goaded. "Harry, wait." It was the voice of Frank that had him pausing his step this time around. "Why are you doing this?" the man asked almost desperately. "Because I have to," Harry answered truthfully. Frank shook his head furiously. "But you don't," he tried. Harry snorted as he placed a hand on the other's shoulder. "I do," he reaffirmed. "If things go wrong in their Mida, James will explain," he promised. It was clear that Frank did not know what to say. He could see that Harry would not go back on his decision, but every part of him screamed to try to stop him. He knew, however, that he couldn't. He instead pulled the younger man into a tight hug. "If anyone can do it, Harry, it's you," he whispered. Harry clapped him firmly on the back before he stepped through. The wards to face fate head-on. For Harry, fate had taken on the guise of a madman bent on having their world pulled to heel, to cater to his every whim, and to become nothing more than his very own orchestra that would create any symphony he wished to hear. "Ah, Harry, it is good to see you," the Dark Lord declared dramatically. The man frowned as he took in the appearance of his counterpart. The boy had dressed for battle, that much was clear. It was, however, his expression that left him feeling more than a little perturbed. It was blank. If the boy was feeling fear, he certainly wasn't showing it. It had been many years that Tom Riddle had parleyed with another and not sensed the overwhelming fear oozing from a potential enemy. Yet, here stood barely a man approaching him as though they were to share an amiable meal. The foolishness of youth, he chuckled internally. The two did nothing but stare at one another for a few moments, each simply taking in the appearance of the other. For the Dark Lord, it was an opportunity to attempt to feel anything coming from the boy, to see if his eyes betrayed any emotion that would favor this confrontation. Once more, he found himself lacking answers. The emerald orbs of the boy were speculative, a gentle inferno giving only an indication of depth and power, but nothing more. The teen was courageous, it was undeniable, but there was something a little more unsettling about him that the Dark Lord could not fathom in this moment. He smirked slightly as he remembered himself in his more youthful years. It was almost like looking in a mirror several decades into the past, and for the first time in as long as he could remember, he felt a slight chill pass through him as he took in every aspect of the boy he could. They even looked quite similar, though admittedly, the boy looked much healthier than he had at that age. It had been a time when he had attempted some unfavorable magic that had left him rather unwell for a fairly long period. Harry took the passing moments to compose his mind and magic for the inevitable confrontation. The man that stood before him was not the monster he faced in the graveyard or at the ministry, but the essence of that creature was prominent within the Tom that stood opposite him. The way he stood, the intelligence that danced in his crimson eyes and feeling of his presence were all apparent. The only differences were that this Tom had his original body and was yet to have the inherent malice within his gaze every time he had laid it upon the boy that stood before him. It was an advantage for the teen, and he knew that Tom was far too partial to toying with his foes. His confidence in his own abilities, though not unfounded, made him arrogant and feel invincible. Harry knew differently, however. Tom was merely a man, doubtlessly beyond the norm in skill and ability, but still only a man. He had learnt the hard way throughout his years that if something breathed and bled, then it could be killed. He just had to find a way. "You both wound and insult me, Harry," the Dark Lord sighed. "Did you truly believe that I would fall for such an elementary trick? Did you not think I would prepare for such an eventuality accordingly?" Harry smirked in response as he shrugged. "Not really," he replied honestly. "But it means we are here on even footing," he added, gesturing towards the wards that surrounded them. "Tâchez," Voldemort offered with a respectful nod. "But we are not on equal footing as you so foolishly believe. These wards are in my control and I choose when they come down," he pointed out. "So, it is you that finds yourself at a disadvantage. It is you that have placed yourself in such a quandary." Harry laughed mirthlessly as he held the smug gaze of the other man. "Am I missing something, Harry? I see no amusement in your situation," the Dark Lord growled. "It is you that finds yourself in a quandary, Mr. Gaunt," the teen returned. "The wards may be yours, but your arrogance will not allow you to call for the help you have brought. You will want to make an example of me personally. How would it look to those that follow you if you needed aid to handle one man, a 17-year-old one at that?" The Dark Lord flared his nostrils in irritation. Those were his intentions entirely, though how the boy could know his course of action so well was beyond him. He applauded the boy slowly, his respect for his foe growing more so. "You are indeed correct," he clarified with a shallow bow. "But that means you are under the assumption that you can best me," he continued as he began to pace back and forth, his eyes continuing to bore into his still unyielding opponent. "You are gifted, that I can admit, but those you have faced are not me, Harry. Antonin could last barely a moment, and Randolph, as moronic as he can be, is an exceedingly gifted warrior in his own right, yet he would last even less so." Harry raised an eyebrow in the direction of the other man. "Oh, do not worry, Harry. I said that our conversation would be private, and so it is, though my men and women would not deny the truth of my words." "And that is your weakness," Harry answered softly. "Your belief that there is no other that can equal your might with a wand." Voldemort smirked and shook his head. "Now that is where you are wrong, Harry," he denied vehemently. It is the intent in which I use my wand and magic that separates myself from the others. There are many that are gifted but choose not to use it. Not like us, though, Harry. I can feel your magic. Yes, it is very well tuned to yourself, and your relationship with it is remarkable. But there is something you are lacking, boy. He spat the final word. Harry cocked his slightly, willing the man to continue. Experience, Voldemort sighed. You have the potential to be great, perhaps one day as great as me, but I have several decades more of experience, of magical knowledge. Harry hung his head and swallowed deeply. The Dark Lord sighed. You have challenged me, Harry, and for that, you must be punished, he explained almost tenderly as he watched the teen in front of him deflate. But if I am to make an example of you, do you not think we should allow our guests to witness it firsthand? Perhaps then they will understand the power I wield. Perhaps then it will make them all think twice about defying me. Harry remained still. His eyes closed tightly as Tom withdrew his wand and waved it a few times, causing the wards around them to become translucent. Again, you both surprise and disappoint me, Voldemort spoke, his tone not entire able to conceal the shock as he looked upon those that had accompanied Harry. In this moment, he was grateful that he had not lifted the wards to allow a full-scale battle to erupt. He had chosen the very best he himself had, the uppermost-ranking Death Eaters to accompany him, but he knew they would unlikely be a match for the likes of Dumbledore, Moody, and Fenwick. The three of them by themselves would more than likely be able to handle the force he had brought. He certainly had not expected this. He had expected the boy to bring his family, and perhaps the Lord Black at least, and some lesser men. Those, he believed, his men could handle, but not this ensemble of people. He laughed, pleased he had taken the steps he had thus far. Again, you show your inexperience, he chided. You have much more battle-worn men in your midst and chose to confront me by yourself. Foolish boy, he spat angrily, genuinely disappointed for such an amateur error. He was brought up short by the throaty laughter that escaped the younger man. Don't you see that this is what I wanted? Harry questioned darkly. And it was, he had somewhat planned for this. He hadn't taken into account the possibility of wards or the situation exactly how this had panned out, but it was his intention. He had planned on confronting Tom alone, if possible. His mission from Croaker had been to limit the lives lost in this conflict as much as he could after all. This way, he got to have what everyone had wanted. They wanted lives preserved, and he wanted his opportunity to end Tom before he became what he would, on his terms, just the two of them. You wanted this, the Dark Lord questioned disbelievingly, his voice skeptical though uncertain at the turn of events. Oh yes, Tom, I wanted this more than I have ever wanted anything in my life, Harry spoke in just above a whisper, his tone unmistakably dangerous. The Dark Lord's eyes widened at the use of his given name, but even more so when the boy raised his head to meet his eyes. Fury, that is what he saw. Pure unadulterated rage oozed off of the younger man, and he found a dozen questions flowing through his mind as the wand of the boy snapped upwards in his direction, a hair-raising, blasting curse plowing towards him at an unimaginable speed. He deftly dodged the spell and winced as it crashed into the wards behind him, causing a large explosion to echo around his ears, followed by a grating sound as the final defense of his work triggered. Although it was not visible, a large metal barrier had appeared within the wards, leaving the two men completely alone within the construct, with no outside interference possible in the impending duel. What did you call me, boy? The Dark Lord hissed angrily. Harry grinned triumphantly at the expected reaction. Tom, he confirmed casually. That is your name, is it not? Tom Marvolo Riddle, son of Merope Gaunt and a Muggle, he finished as he sidestepped the returning fire from the man. Dumbledore, the Dark Lord gritted out as he spared a glance to his visible former Transfiguration professor. No, Harry denied gleefully. I just know you, Tom, more than you would ever believe, he added with a sickening smile. Voldemort balked at the expression of the boy. He was clearly deranged. That was the only explanation for how he could be smiling in such a way in the face of inevitable death. The smile, however, was superficial. The rage he had noted before was prevalent as ever. How could one young man have so much fury towards him? He had never overtly attempted to anger the boy nor done anything that would justify such a reaction. But it was there. A rage that could only be born from pain and suffering at those that had caused it. He was curious. He had barely met the boy and had actively avoided causing him grievance in favor of attempting to recruit him. It made no sense to the Dark Lord. The rage was unjustifiable, and he needed to know, he needed to understand. What was it I did to create such anger within you, Harry? He questioned genuinely. The younger man simply growled before unleashing a flurry of fatal curses in his direction, forcing him to shield and dodge to escape the onslaught. The deranged look had yet to shift, and the boy's eyes visibly glowed as he continued to glare at the Dark Lord, stalking towards him and almost begging for a retaliation. "So be it," Voldemort muttered as he complied, firing a string of his own violent curses in return. Again, he found his eyes widening as the boy moved with inhuman speed to avoid every last spell, not one coming close to hitting its intended target. The Dark Lord grinned in anticipation. Perhaps this fight would present some kind of challenge, something he had not experienced in many years. Break. Dumbledore and those gathered around him waited in silence for what seemed an eternity before the wards became transparent enough for them to see into the area in which Harry had entered to confront Voldemort, none seemingly able to find any words to say, and each with differing emotions. Dumbledore had been nervous for the young man, still convinced that the idea was foolish. He had allowed it despite his feelings on the matter, and the more that time passed, the more his nervousness grew. Frank was little more than a wreck. Though his pure-blood upbringing held firm and he managed to conceal much of his anguish, his inner turmoil continued to threaten to spill out of him. He wanted to scream, he wanted to cry, but more than anything else he wanted to be in there with Harry, to have his back as Harry would have his. The amount of time that passed was inordinate, but finally those gathered could see what was happening, and many relieved breaths were released as all appeared to be okay. More than a few, however, visually flinched as the Dark Lord stood before them. Although the wards stood between them, his presence could be felt, and many could not suppress the shudder that worked its way through them as they took in his overwhelming appearance. "Shit," Frank whispered. The eyes of the man widened in slight surprise as his gaze swept across them all, seemingly staring directly into their souls. "He did not expect us," Moody growled, his calm demeanor as always unwavering. "He did not," Dumbledore agreed, "but this may make it even more dangerous for Harry." "What do we do?" Frank questioned. Any reply that could be made was cut off as the wards were struck with a forceful spell, causing them all to flinch once again. "That decision is no longer in our hands," Dumbledore sighed. The group watched as the two men traded spells and even words, though none could be heard, with rapt attention. "Potter is very quick," one exclaimed, clearly surprised as he watched spell after spell leave the boy's wand seamlessly. "And powerful," Lord Longbottom praised as Voldemort's shield broke under what seemed to be an overpowered blasting curse. Frank snorted. "You have no idea," he mumbled. "Break." The Dark Lord was wary. Already, the boy had hit him with 2 spells, and none of his had managed to either penetrate Harry's shields or catch him in his movements. His left forearm was broken, and his shoulder on the same arm throbbing from where a bludgeoning curse had clipped him. He was grateful that he had been hit by such rudimentary spells, but he was deeply unhappy that it had happened at all. Again, he had underestimated the boy, and it had cost him. He would not allow such folly any longer. He grimaced as he avoided another onslaught of spells and applied a numbing charm to the affected areas. He was done toying with Harry. He needed to learn his place. He swept his wand across the breadth of his body in an exaggerated manner, willing his magic to carry out his desire, and smirked victoriously as an enormous wall of jet-black flames charged towards the teen. He found himself shocked once more as the teen simply walked through them, completely unharmed by the cursed fire. He recovered quickly enough to fire off a series of sickly yellow and blue curses designed to pull the muscles away from the bones and turn the innards to a jelly-like substance. The Dark Lord frowned at the smirk the boy wore as the devastating spells intended to end him came ever closer. His eyes glowed ever brighter before he dematerialized into a wispy black smoke, vanishing from sight completely. He sensed him instinctually rather than felt the presence of the boy as he appeared behind him. He turned abruptly only to feel his head snapped backwards with tremendous force, and he found himself sat on the floor, the bitter taste of iron filling his mouth as his now broken nose bled freely over the front of his robes. He was in complete disbelief for little more than a blink of an eye. The boy had physically assaulted him as though he were a common Muggle thug, and he was still smirking. The Dark Lord roared in a rage equal to that he had seen in Harry's eyes just moments ago, and wandlessly banished his foe with all of his power, sending him sprawling across the ground. Voldemort nimbly sprung to his feet as he fixed his nose as best he could in the moment before screaming once more, whipping his wand upwards, causing the ground between himself and the teen to splinter into hundreds of small chunks of stone. With nothing more than a flick, his wand guided the debris into the air, a further flick urging the razor-sharp stones to attack the boy. Harry was cut a few times before he could react. The pieces had flown towards him before he could gather his footing and had sliced deep gashes into his face and shoulder. With a growl, he waved his wand, and the relentless debris about turned and shot towards his opponent, transfiguring into spears on their ways. A stream of white flames put an end to their progress, and the Dark Lord took a moment to breathe as he looked upon the teen intent on killing him as his flames crackled into nothingness. He was loath to admit it, but the boy was indeed a worthy opponent. It had been almost countless years since he had last faced a challenge such as this, and he knew, in this moment, he had stagnated in the stamina department. Never had anyone been able to stand so long against him and continue to fight the way Harry was now. He had to end it, not only for himself but also for those watching. It would not do well for any to doubt him on both sides of the conflict. The two men circled each other, two giants amongst men intent on finishing the other. Without warning, they both began firing off spell after spell in a dazzling display of speed and power, a morbidly beautiful array of colorful magic that those who witnessed it would never forget. The two opponents weaved, dodged, and simultaneously cast with precision and intent that none would believe possible, even in the realm of magic where what would seem impossible was made possible daily. The destruction left in their wake was a sight to behold, and as the smoke cleared, as the dust settled, there they stood, neither unharmed, both breathless but still standing nonetheless. Blood seeped from an assortment of wounds, and both faltered in their steps as they circled once more, each sporting their fair share of injuries. Harry winced as a wound in his leg burnt painfully. His breathing labored from at least a few broken ribs, but he was not done, far from it. He had prepared for this, he had trained for this, and he refused to admit defeat until his final, albeit pained breath left his body. The Dark Lord's condition was equally poor as the skin around his neck, and shoulder pulled tightly from a searing curse he had fallen victim to caused him to grimace. It felt almost anticlimactic to the man. Here he stood having undoubtedly the fight of a lifetime, and yet there seemed to be no build-up, no rivalry in which to speak of. Nothing had truly happened between the two to culminate in such a heated confrontation. It was almost a shame that he would have to kill the boy in what felt like a premature way. They were both Titans, that he would admit without an ounce of grudge, but there was no place for two people such as this in their somewhat small world. Oh, the boy had impressed him beyond belief, used spells even he had never seen, but he had to go. He was ashamed to admit it, but before him stood a true threat, the possibility of a true rival, but one he could not allow to develop as much as he could. He had undoubtedly underestimated the capabilities of the young man before him. He had seen him duel in France, but that boy was a shade of the one that stood before him. He had been held back by rules and regulations there, but here he could cast and fight as freely as he liked without such hindrances. Yes, the Dark Lord was impressed enough to want the man that stood before him out of his way before he could become any more of a threat. Avada Kedavra, he spat almost regretfully. Harry managed to avoid the curse by simply falling to ground, unable to muster the ability to dodge the spell nor having the time to conjure a physical shield. He heard the clang of metal as it collided with the wards surrounding them. He had not been idle during his descent to the ground, however. He gathered every last ounce of magic he possessed and stabbed his wand into the ground, the wood sinking into the stone as though it were made of water. There was no incantation, only intent as he willed his magic to respond to his wish. The Dark Lord frowned as the ground beneath them began to tremble and crack underfoot, a large fissure opening up between himself and the downed teen. It was an act of desperation on Harry's part, one final push to end the man that had robbed him of his childhood, of his friends, and of the future he should have had. There was no skill involved, no wondrous piece of magic he had learnt, only instinct and faith that his magic would carry out his intent in his most needing of moments. A bright geyser of pure magic erupted between the two combatants from under the ground and exploded with what could only be described as biblical, a monumental occasion that could rarely, if ever, be seen again. Voldemort's eyes widened in panic as he conjured his most powerful shield and witnessed the boy that caused such a thing do the very same. It was not enough, however, to prevent either being thrown through the air and crashing into opposite sides of the wards, the magic following only a brief second later causing them to collapse entirely. For a few moments, nothing happened. The Dark Lord laid sprawled across what remained of the floor, the feeling that every bone in his body had been reduced to dust throbbing within every fiber of his being. He could barely breathe as he fought to stay awake in the hope that his followers were there to retrieve him. He needed help, and he knew it. As much as he hated to admit it, he couldn't move an inch, and his magic was depleted to a dangerously low level. "Abraxas," he managed to cough weakly. The man in question crawled next to him, not looking his usually well-groomed self. It quickly became apparent that none within the room escaped the destruction of the magic, as his followers found their way to him, each injured and ruffled in their own way. "No," he called weakly, but with as much authority as he could as he noted Randolph beginning to approach the unmoving teen that had been flung some distance away, wand in hand. Lestrange frowned questioningly as he looked upon his fallen leader. "He's mine," Voldemort commanded as firmly as he could. He knew that he did not have the energy to even cast a Lumos charm as things were, but even in his deplorable state, he wanted to be the one to finish the boy, even if it couldn't be this day. Lestrange nodded grudgingly, not at all keen to displease the man after the display he had just witnessed between the two wizards. "I believe it is time to go, my lord," Abraxas broke in as he gestured towards the gingerly approaching Dumbledore and his companions. Voldemort could only nod weakly before himself, and his own followers disappeared in a series of activated portkeys, appearing back within Riddle Manor. "I want him punished, Abraxas," he demanded. "See to it that those he holds dear are held responsible for his actions today." Abraxas Malfoy nodded resolutely as he helped his master to his room to tend to his injuries as best he could. The Dark Lord smiled as he drank the pain relief potion and felt his injuries alleviate somewhat. He had promised the boy that he would die last, and because of his own youthful foolishness, it was a promise he now intended on keeping. The day would come when they would meet again, but for now, he was content to make the life of Harry Potter as painful and miserable as he possibly could. He frowned slightly. The boy had proven to be right about one thing, however. He had indeed insisted that he would finish him. Randolph could have ended his life on the Dark Lord's behalf, but he had prevented it. Not only did he want the pleasure of taking his life, the boy had made him even more curious than he ever had been about another before. "You truly are an enigma, Potter," he whispered as unconsciousness finally claimed him. "Break." Albus Dumbledore rose to his feet as quickly as possible, his head throbbing uncomfortably as he did so, as he attempted to shake off the concussion-like feeling he was now experiencing courtesy of Harry Potter. He spotted said boy some distance away in a heap on the ground, clearly having been deposited there during the peak of his own spell. With his wand in hand, he approached and raised it as he caught sight of Tom and his followers, ready to attack the group, to put an end to what Harry had begun this evening. Before he could even consider a spell, however, they disappeared, leaving him sighing in frustration. What the bloody hell was that? Moody growled from behind him. A feat that very few could manage and live to speak of it, the headmaster answered cryptically. Moody huffed, knowing that it would be the only answer he was going to get on the subject. "Is he dead?" he asked with little tact that would always be expected from the man. It was Frank that reached his downed friend first and turned him over so that he could look upon his face. Relief flooded through him as Harry's eyes fluttered. "Did I get him?" he asked weakly. "I'm afraid not, Harry," Dumbledore broke in. The boy sighed in disappointment. "Next time," he vowed as his eyes closed. Moody shook his head. "I've never seen anything like it," he admitted. "I find myself impressed," Benji Fenwick declared. Dumbledore nodded his agreement. The two men had truly proven to be equals in the arena, but he knew that Harry needed to be better than Tom. Being equal was not enough. "What's happening to him?" Frank questioned urgently as he continued to lean over his friend. Harry had begun convulsing violently, a thick foam now trickling from the corners of his mouth. "I don't know," Dumbledore admitted worriedly as he took a knee on the other side of the boy and began waving his wand furiously. "Do something," Frank urged desperately. Dumbledore tried several spells to cease the effects that overcome the boy, and he let out a relieved sigh as he fell still once more. He, however, found himself frowning soon after, as he appeared to stop breathing altogether. He placed a hand over Harry's chest, his frown deepening as he felt a heartbeat, a weak one, but present nonetheless. "He needs help immediately," he declared, his usually unflappable countenance all but absent. With a surprising display of speed and strength, the headmaster scooped the other man from the ground and let out a shrill whistle, the duo disappearing in a burst of fire less than a second later. "What's happening?" Frank asked. His father shook his sadly. "I don't know," he admitted ruefully, "but if it has Dumbledore panicked, then it must be bad." The now somber men and women quickly departed, most heading home and one straight to Hogwarts, where he knew his friend would be. It would be of little comfort to Frank that somewhere unknown to him, the Dark Lord was experiencing the same fate as Harry. Tom Marvolo Riddle was unaware of the panic surrounding his almost lifeless body as those around him attempted to keep from death's grasp. All he knew was pain and darkness, something he had not experienced since his childhood years in the orphanage, something he vowed he would never be faced with again. And yet here he was, reliving the worst moments of his life, all thanks to a boy he had unknowingly orphaned himself. He too unable to take comfort in the fact that his adversary was suffering equally so. Chapter 14. A Tryst with Death. Albus Dumbledore looked upon the young, unconsciousness man before him, his head shaking with a mixture of sadness and disbelief. The sadness because the necessity for the young man to possess such prowess in his youthful years, and the disbelief that one had actually achieved such a level of skill at such an age. He had only allowed such emotions to overcome him once the school matron had healed the aesthetic wounds, something that had taken a surprisingly short amount of time, much to his relief. The cuts and bruises had been handled with relative ease. The broken bones, however, would take more time. That is not to mention the potential damage Harry had caused to his magic. According to the healer, the teen had depleted his reserves to a dangerously low level, and she could not even hazard a guess at the impact this would have on him. She was hopeful that he would recover completely, perhaps even be better off in the long run, but she could not be certain on anything at this point. He was alive. That was all she could ascertain with confidence. The aged headmaster sighed deeply as he thought back to battle he had witnessed. Albus Dumbledore had seen and achieved great things himself, prided himself on the fact that he was no longer easily impressed. But Harry Potter had impressed him beyond anything he could have ever expected. The magic the young man wielded was nothing short of breathtaking, and it had been clear that Tom, too, had struggled to comprehend such skill. The old man shook his head once more. He himself had an impressive arsenal of magic, spells he had created, and many he had gathered over the years from tomes of old, lost and forgotten with the passing of time. But Harry Potter too clearly had magic that most could only dream of possessing, spells that Albus had only heard whispers of or briefly mentioned in the aforementioned tomes. Harry fading into the shadows, as little more than a smoky fog had been the first indication of such skill. Dumbledore had heard of such things, mostly from legends of the once great shadow mages that lived amongst them, eventually hunted into extinction because of their darker ways. These men took their knowledge to the grave with them, and none had been able to replicate such feats since. Until Harry Potter arrived, that is. Albus scratched at his chin, deep in thought. Perhaps such a thing is no longer uncommon from where Harry comes from, he mused. Such things would have to wait, however. He now had the duty of the headmaster to uphold and inform the young man's family of what had transpired this evening. A conversation with Charles and Doria he was not at all looking forward to. With a final glance towards the occupied bed, he exited the hospital wing and began heading towards his office. Thoughts of the impending conversation, with Potter's quelling the curiosity that had begun percolating within his mind. Break. Frank Longbottom paced outside the gates of Hogwarts, frustrated that he had found them locked, though he should have expected such a thing in times like these. He had already spent several minutes contemplating his next move, and this time spent did nothing but cause his frustration to grow. He cursed under his breath at his own foolishness and fired off a Patronus, destined for those who would know how to get him in. It just so happened that one of them was the one he needed to talk to first. All he could do now was hope they would wake. Until then, he would have to wait, his panic continuing to aggravate him further. Break. James Potter was pulled from his peaceful slumber as the wards around his bed were triggered by a foreign magic. He had learnt the hard way over the last year to not be so negligent while sleeping. Twice he had been caught out by Harry and Sirius, but no more. His wand was in his hand in an instant, pointed towards the bright light that had invaded his space, a curse ready on his lips. He found his eyes unable to open of their own accord, the brightness of the spell preventing that ability. He deftly rolled from his bed to the floor to buy a moment in order for his bearings to establish themselves in his sleep-addled mind. He was caught short, however, as a familiar voice made itself known. "I'm at the gates, you have to let me in. It's about Harry." For a second, James could only stare at the space that had previously been occupied by the ethereal hawk before he clambered to his feet and began dressing quickly. "What is it, Prongs?" The sleepy voice of Sirius startled him. "Frank needs to speak to me about Harry," he whispered in response. "At 1:30 in the morning," Sirius questioned irritably as he noted the time. James shrugged. "He's at the gate now." Sirius nodded before he stretched and sat up, pulling the clothes he wore the previous day from the floor and attempting to dress in the darkened room. "Just go back to sleep, Sirius," James chuckled as he watched his friend struggling with the task at hand. "You're not going alone. How do you know it's even Frank?" It was his voice and his Patronus. Sirius shook his head. "If it's about Harry, then I'm coming," he said firmly. James nodded. "Shall we wake the others?" Again, Sirius shook his head. "Full moon is in 2 days," he reminded the other. "Let me Moony sleep. Wormy won't wake up even if you fired a blasting curse under his bed." James snorted at the truth of the statement. The boy was near impossible to rouse. He removed his invisibility cloak from his trunk and waited for the other boy to finish getting dressed before gesturing him to follow. "What about the map?" Sirius whispered as they reached the thankfully empty common room. "We gave it to Harry to look after when we went flying yesterday," James reminded him. "It'll be in his trunk, and there's no way we can get in there." Sirius sighed. It would be foolish to even attempt to get into the trunk. It wasn't exactly protected with prank spells, and he was quite certain that if they were to try, they would be spending a considerable amount of time in the hospital wing at the very least. Just like old times then, Sirius deduced. James nodded and sent off a patroness of his own to Frank, instructing him to meet them at the Shrieking Shack before draping the cloak over himself and Sirius and making their way from the castle. "It's quiet tonight," he murmured as they reached the entrance hall, having met no one on their journey. Sirius hummed his agreement. The castle being this quiet was not unusual, but it felt wrong with so much happening outside its walls. They remained unimpeded as the door opened as easily as it always had on their nighttime excursions and made their way to Whomping Willow, neither missing a step as James fired a mild bludgeoning curse towards the knot at the base to still its movements. The cloak was no longer necessary once they were within the tunnel, so James folded and pocketed it as the pair made their way towards the shack, both with wands in hand. "Why would Frank call for you in the middle of the night?" Sirius suddenly questioned, his tone edged with concern. "He only said it was about Harry," James muttered in response. Sirius frowned, his mind now much clearer than it had been when he had first woken. "And it couldn't wait until morning." James shrugged. "It was definitely his voice and patroness," he replied confidently. Sirius nodded as the two continued on their way. He knew a voice could be altered, but a patroness was not something that could be faked. Both had seen Frank's form many times over the previous year as they practiced, and Sirius had more than enough faith in his friend to be able to recognize it, even in his most sleepy of states. They eventually reached the trap door and entered the shack, both wands of light sweeping across the room into the very corners. "Homnum Revelio," Sirius whispered, just to be completely certain. "Only one person outside," he confirmed. James nodded and aimed his wand towards the front door of the property. It had been warded well, but he had found a way quite some time ago to transfigure it briefly, though it would only work from the inside of the property. The one and only time he had attempted it from the outside had ended very painfully for him, and he was not keen on experiencing that outcome again anytime soon. "Quick, get in here," James hissed as he struggled to hold his spell in place. The duo was greeted by the sight of a very pale Frank Longbottom as he crossed the threshold, both a mixture of concern and relief on his face. "What the hell are you doing here, Frank?" Sirius questioned as he leveled his wand at the man. "Harry fought the Dark Lord," he blurted out. It took a moment for his words to sink, but when it did, both began firing a myriad of questions at him at a pace in which he could not even comprehend what was being said. "We haven't got time for this," he hissed irritably. I think he could be really hurt. Dumbledore brought him back here." Without a further word, James turned and began stalking back towards the school, a lead weight of differing emotions warring within him. He was terrified that Harry had indeed been hurt as Frank suspected. He was equally furious that Harry had done such a thing without even talking to him first, and he already planning the most brutal retribution he would dispense amongst any that followed the Dark Lord. Sirius, too, was in a similar state, though disbelief currently took precedence. Harry had spent hours, days, and weeks even training himself and the rest, only to leave them behind when it mattered most. He was scared that because Harry had been so stubborn, they would all suffer the loss of the boy that had ingrained himself in their lives so seamlessly. He shook his head as he matched James's pace, neither even considering putting the cloak on as they exited the tunnel and made their way back to the castle with Frank following closely behind. "Hospital wing," James stated, his voice hollow. Using the knowledge of the school's secret passages, they reached said room within only a few minutes, the Potter amongst them hammering on the door upon arrival. His hammering persisted until the door opened, only for the three to be confronted by a very unimpressed school matron. "My brother is in there," James growled. The school matron's eyes softened as she took in who stood outside her door. She had seen them together throughout the school over the past year, had seen how close they all were, and how much time they spent in the company of the young man she was currently treating. "I can't let you in," she explained apologetically. "Headmaster's orders." James nodded stiffly and turned, his stalking now aimed towards the office of Albus Dumbledore. Any sense of social decorum in regards to time were forgotten. He wanted answers, and he would get them immediately, even if it meant blasting his way into the man's office. Break. Both Charles and Doria sat stunned opposite the grave figure of Albus Dumbledore as he seemingly waited for one of them to break the prevailing silence. Doria looked simply stunned and Charles confused, a confusion that was quickly giving way to fury. The headmaster had explained all that had transpired this evening, and both, in their sleep-addled minds, were clearly digesting what it was they had heard. "Why?" Charles ground out. He was beyond anger and could not trust himself to speak. He wanted nothing more than to strangle the man before him with his bare hands for allowing such a thing to happen. He inhaled deeply, allowing clearer thoughts to make themselves known. Dumbledore sighed before rubbing tiredly at his eyes. "I suspect it has more to do with the reason that he first came here," he said softly. "Where he came from, you had all been taken from him before he was old enough to know who any of you truly were," he offered. Charles nodded grudgingly. It made sense just from what he had seen in the boy's memories the first day they had met. It did very little to quell his anger, however. "Is he okay?" Doria broke in with a whisper. Dumbledore nodded, though it was lacking much confidence. "Physically, he seems to be fine. Magically, it remains to be seen." Doria shook her head. Before another word could be spoken, one of the portraits on the wall coughed to garner the attention of the headmaster. "Albus, there seems to be 3 young men at the entrance to the office very keen on entering. One is threatening to force entry if necessary," the elderly woman explained calmly. "Thank you, Diles," Dumbledore sighed. He flicked his wand towards the door, signaling the guardian to allow them in. It was only a few seconds later that James Potter crossed the threshold, his expression wrought with conflicting emotions, with Sirius Black and Frank Longbottom in tow. "What happened?" James ground out, his steely gaze flickering between his parents and the headmaster. "Perhaps I should show you rather than attempting to explain with words," Dumbledore suggested. James nodded stiffly, and Dumbledore summoned his pensieve before withdrawing a thin, silvery strand from his temple. "Not me," Frank exclaimed. "I don't need to see it again." "Then you should head home," Charles instructed. "We will need to discuss family business as it is." Frank bowed his head in understanding. "We will let you know how he is doing," Sirius promised. The man offered him a grateful nod before exiting the office. Knowing that he would be kept informed had made him relax considerably. The remainder of the group exited the pensive an inordinate amount of time later, all reeling from the duel they had witnessed. "I've never seen anything like it," Charles exclaimed. "I must admit, much of what I have witnessed tonight has surprised me also," the headmaster admitted. "I didn't know he could do that," James muttered, his eyes wide with disbelief. "What was that thing with the smoke?" Dumbledore shook his head. "I was hoping that you would be able to explain that," he sighed. "I thought that it was perhaps family magic." "Not as far as I know," Charles spoke, his tone thoughtful. "Not that I would share that knowledge with you," he added irritably. The headmaster nodded his understanding. "How is he?" James questioned, knowing Harry must at least be stable if they were here discussing the fight. "As good as can be expected," Dumbledore answered truthfully. "His physical wounds have been treated, he just seems to be suffering from magical exhaustion." James nodded as he exhaled loudly. "I want to see him," he demanded. "He will be asleep for some time, Mr. Potter. Perhaps you should go back to bed and wait until morning," Dumbledore advised. James shook his head, his stoic demeanor slipping considerably. "He is my son," he growled as he leaned on the desk and glared at the older man. "You can't stop me from being with him." Dumbledore held up a placating hand. "I was merely thinking of you, Mr. Potter," he assured the teen. "It would not do you well to miss out on sleep." "Then a bed will be arranged for him next to Harry," Charles decided in a no-nonsense tone. Dumbledore bowed his acceptance. It would not do well to create a divide between himself and the Potters now. "I shall have it seen to immediately," he acquiesced. "You will need to be there to tell the rest," James whispered to Sirius. Don't forget to tell Bellatrix." Sirius gave a short nod before exiting the office. He knew Harry would be fine with James there, and that he was the only one James would trust to tell the others. "Go home, Mum. You can come back in the morning," James instructed. Doria frowned, her eyes narrowing towards her son. She was, however, stopped from speaking by Charles as he placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. "He's right, Dor," he whispered. "There's no point in us all being tired." Doria huffed slightly, but allowed herself to be led towards the fireplace nonetheless. She wanted nothing more than to be with Harry, and she had to remind herself once more that he was in fact James's son, no matter how much he felt like her own. Once the flames had reverted to their normal orange from the bright green, James turned to find the headmaster waiting by the door. The man gestured for him to follow as he led the way towards the hospital wing. Neither spoke whilst they walked, both clearly lost in their own thoughts, James thinking of how such a thing could happen without him knowing, and Dumbledore wondering what their next move could possibly be. It took only a flick of his wand to enter the ward, and he quickly found himself behind his younger companion as he rushed towards the only occupied bed, causing the headmaster to allow a sad smile flicker across his face. Regardless of the relationship between the boys, it was clear that each meant the world to the other. He watched for only a moment longer as James grasped Harry's hand tightly and began whispering to him, obviously hoping the boy may wake and calm his worry. It was not meant to be, however. Harry lay as still as he had been from the moment he had been placed in the bed, unmoving, with even his breath barely audible. Dumbledore busied himself by conjuring another bed close to Harry's, and completed his spell work by adding some curtains to ensure their privacy. "There are monitoring charms on him," he informed James, though he suspected the young man was paying no attention to his words. "However, if you do need anything, then do send for the matron. She is keeping a very close eye on him." James could only nod as his gaze remained intently on the unconscious Harry. He distantly heard the door to the wing click shut as the headmaster exited, finally leaving him alone with his son. He breathed in deeply as he traced his thumb over the back of the other's hand, simply taking comfort in the rising and falling of his chest. "What were you thinking, Harry?" he mumbled as he rested his head on the edge of the mattress. "Break." Rudolphus Lestrange woke with a hiss of pain as his dark mark seared his flesh in a much more painful way than he had become accustomed to. The pain receded as quickly as it had started, and he grumbled as he shifted, an attempt to make himself comfortable within his bed once more. His peace was soon broken again, this time by a muffled rattling coming from within his trunk. This time he growled irritably as he pulled the pillow over his head to drown out the irritating sound. His effort succeeded briefly, but he soon found himself yelping in agony as his mark flared once more. "All right," he spat furiously as he dragged himself to his feet and swung his trunk open. He quickly found the small, nondescript book he had been seeking and opened it. There were only 3 words written on the page in a writing he did not recognize. "Front gates now." He swore under his breath as he noted the time and pulled his invisibility cloak from the trunk also. It had been a gift from the Dark Lord, a gift he was assured he would need this year, and now he knew why, though he was not at all pleased to be bothered at this early hour. Although he knew he would not be visible to any, he drew his wand and silenced his feet, just to be certain. He had been training diligently over the summer with the upper members of the Death Eater ranks, but was not confident enough in his disillusionment charm to be without the cloak. Charms had never been his strong point in any case. His expertise had always lied heavily in curses and offensive magic, something he had shown off at every possible opportunity. He exited the dorm and the common room without meeting any member of his house, and found the castle to be conveniently void of any patrolling teachers or prefects, much to his relief. It would not do him well to be caught out of bed at this late hour, especially as whomever was waiting for him clearly was not feeling particularly patient. After exiting the castle, he reached the gates in a matter of moments, experiencing the burning pain in his arm only once more, a reminder that now meant precisely that. He lit his wand and dropped his cloak as he reached the gate, unable to see who it was that had summoned him. "Put it out, you fool," a harsh voice commanded angrily. "You will have Dumbledore on us even before we begin." Rudolphus grumbled but complied nonetheless. "You have a task," the man continued, his dark cloak obscuring all of his features. "Harry Potter is to be punished but is not to be harmed directly." Rudolphus frowned. Himself and the other Death Eaters returning to school had been personally warned by the Dark Lord that the boy was to be left, severe punishment being the outcome of defiance in the matter. "What's changed?" he questioned, his curiosity getting the better of him. "That is not your concern," his associate growled. "You are to avoid engaging him, which should not be difficult as he is currently indisposed. Those around him are fair game, however." Rudolphus nodded as a smirk formed on his lips. "It will be done," he assured the man with a slight bow. "Good. Do not disappoint the Dark Lord. You will find yourself heavily in disfavor if you do." With his final words said, the man disappeared with a gentle crack, leaving a very thoughtful and excited Rudolphus Lestrange in his wake. Break. Sirius was sat in his favorite armchair in the Gryffindor common room, staring intently into the dying embers from the fire he had relit upon entering the room several hours ago. The first streaks of the dawning day were now visible through the windows, and he groaned as he stood and stretched, as he attempted to alleviate himself of the vestiges of discomfort he had experienced this past night. He was tired. His puffy eyes and unkempt hair gave the look of a tested man. Emotionally, he had been, but he managed thus far to keep his emotions in check. Yes, he was worried for Harry, but he knew that equally he could do nothing for the boy. He had been tasked with ensuring those who mattered were informed, starting with his housemates. He dragged both of his hands through his hair as he made his way up the staircase towards the dorm room. He had elected not to return last night. There was no use waking the others and them being as exhausted as he was. There would be plenty of time for sleep later, but for now, he had a job to do starting with Peter and Remus. He found them both still sleeping peacefully and decided he would rouse the werewolf first. He noted that Remus was indeed looking sickly, understandable with how close the full moon was. "Moony," he whispered loudly as he shook the boy by the shoulders, his voice croaky. He repeated his actions after clearing his throat, this time with more clarity. Remus opened his eyes, ready to admonish the other for waking him. Sirius knew better than to do this at this time of the month. Usually an amiable person, the approach of his change made him rather surly at times. "What's wrong?" he asked as he took in the disheveled appearance of his fellow marauder. Sirius shook his head, a gesture for the other to wait a moment. He knew that waking Peter in a similar manner would be fruitless. He instead opted to seize the boy by his ankles and pull him from his bed. The rat groaned as his conscience surfaced, and he mumbled dispassionately whilst rubbing furiously at his lower back. "Bloody hell, Pad," he moaned. "Why would you do that?" "Sorry, Wormy," Sirius replied with small sincerity. "But you need to get up." "What's going on, Sirius?" Remus questioned as he was pulling on his shirt. Sirius shook his head in what seemed to be disbelief, or maybe despair. It was difficult to tell with the many emotions flittering across his face. "Harry is in the hospital wing," he said simply. Remus frowned deeply. "He dueled the Dark Lord," Sirius elaborated. "Shitting hell," Remus growled, his eyes turning a slight shade of amber. "How is he?" Peter asked, the worry in his voice evident. Sirius shrugged, uselessness coursing through him. "I don't know," he answered honestly. "But we need to get Lily and Alice and then we can go and see him." Peter nodded and hurried to dress as Remus took deep breaths attempting to rein in his temper. They were silent as they readied themselves, finishing in record time and quickly finding themselves in the still, empty common room. "How are we going to get the others?" Peter wondered aloud. Sirius fired off a Patronus and took a seat whilst he waited, the tiredness in his limbs weighing him down heavily. Peter appeared to be at a loss and seemed content to stand where he was, his wand rolling in his palm. Remus chose to pace, his impatience for the wait evident as his eyes, would trail towards the staircase almost every few steps he took. "They're coming," he muttered a few minutes later. "This had better not be one of your pranks," Lily warned, as she entered the common room with a very sleepy Marlene and Alice in tow. She frowned as she took in demeanor of the three boys. "What's going on?" she demanded. "Where is James?" It was Sirius that spoke, his unusually severe countenance the first hint that something was not right. "He's in the hospital wing," he informed the trio, holding up his hands in a manner that begged no interruption. "Harry dueled the Dark Lord last night, and James is with him." "Shit," a now wide-eyed Marlene gasped in surprise. Lily, however, did not choose words to express herself. In lieu of utterances, she immediately exited Gryffindor Tower and headed towards where the two Potters were, wanting to be there for both equally. She had no idea what had possessed Harry to do such a thing, and that was a conversation that would undoubtedly be had later. She just knew that she had to be with him. It was though her magic insisted upon it. She arrived only moments later, shortly followed by the rest of the group, to find that the hospital wing was still locked. Undeterred by this, the red head pounded on the door, demanding the attention of everyone within. Her efforts were rewarded when the door finally opened to reveal an exhausted-looking James, who managed a weak smile at seeing all of his friends here, their mere presence giving him a much-needed boost. "How is he?" Lily whispered, concern evident in her eyes and words. James could only shake his head as he took her hand and led them inside, quickly taking hold of the unresponsive Harry's hand, continuing his vigil. "Not really any different," he replied, his voice rather hoarse. Lily took James's free hand and squeezed it comfortingly. If anyone ever had doubts of how much the boy loved his brother, despite the pranks they pulled on one another, those doubts would very much be quashed if such folk were to witness this tragic moment. It was very rare to see any of the people around her so sober, reticent even. When one was to think of the Marauders, Sirius and James in particular, it would always be the mischief they seemed to be alight with, and many would never imagine such a demeanor she was witnessing from the do now was possible. If she hadn't seen it herself, she would be of similar thinking. But here they were before her, and it felt wrong to see such emotions mar their features. Both had irritated her over the years, and still did frequently. But seeing the pair in such a way left a hollow feeling in the pit of her stomach. She would gladly endure the irritation of both, just to see their eyes alight as they should be. She turned her attention to Harry and shook her head. He had very little bruising from what she could see, but he was pale. He could merely be sleeping if he did not look so pale, and his breath as ragged as it sounded. A pang of sadness, such as she'd never felt, passed through, and the tears began to fall. She did not know how she had become so close to this brilliant young man in less than a year, but the thought of him suffering pained her equally. She loved him in a way that she could not explain. It was not the same way she felt for James, but it was just as strong. She was drawn to him in a way she could not comprehend. She felt the need to care for him, to feel pride at his achievements, to hold him close and keep him safe. She shook her head and sighed. Her thoughts sounded even foolish as they made themselves known. The boy was an incredible wizard, and he certainly did not need protection. She knew that there was very few who could hope to stand against Harry and even be considered a threat. That did not, however, prevent the protective inclinations she felt towards him. Unconsciously, she leaned forward and placed a gentle kiss on his forehead and took a seat in James's lap. Sirius coughed awkwardly, his eyes still fixed on Harry. "I'm going to get Bellatrix," he announced before he exited the ward and headed towards the dungeons, attempting to push the strangeness of the scene he had just witnessed from his mind. It didn't take him very long to reach his destination, and he sighed deeply as he knocked on the door to Professor Slughorn's office, hoping that the man was an early riser. He was soon greeted by the opening of the door, the rotund man looking at him in confusion as he fastened the belt to a silk, plum dressing gown. "To what do I owe the pleasure, Mr. Black?" the Slytherin head questioned. "It is not often I am disturbed at such an hour by a lion." "My apologies for disturbing you, Professor, but could you please fetch Bellatrix for me?" Slughorn frowned, but nodded nonetheless. His experience of Sirius Black had been limited over the years, but from what he knew of the boy, the matter must be of real concern. "I shall get her at once," he assured the teen as he brushed past Sirius and headed towards the Slytherin common room. It was around 10 minutes later that the large man returned with Bellatrix, looking as pristine as ever. She frowned at her cousin and waited for him to speak, not at all happy that he had seen fit to disturb her so early in the day. "Harry is in the hospital wing," he sighed in answering to the questioning look he was on the receiving end of. Her frown deepened as she took in his words, confused at how this had happened. "Explain," she demanded, ready to curse the boy if one of their pranks had gone wrong. Sirius shook his head and held up his hands in a bid to show his innocence in the matter. "He dueled the Dark Lord," he whispered, still conscious of Slughorn standing nearby. A myriad of expressions made themselves known on her face, anger, betrayal, and sadness being obvious. It finally settled on worry, something that Sirius had never expected he'd see in the eyes of his cousin. When her legs allowed, she began stalking towards the hospital wing, a desperation to her pace. "What happened?" she asked, unable to keep the fear from her voice. "I don't know," Sirius replied apologetically, this side of the usually intense girl throwing him off. "All I know is they dueled, and Harry is in the hospital wing." Bellatrix nodded, and somehow quickened her stride even more so, walking straight into the ward without breaking her rhythm. She was briefly taken aback by the amount of people surrounding him, obscuring the young man from view. She took but a second to regain her usual posture, not wishing for any to see a hint of weakness in her. She cleared her throat, garnering the attention of those within the room. "You should all go and get some breakfast, and a shower," she added as she took in the haggard look of James Potter. It appeared as though he would protest vehemently, but was quietened by Lily as she placed a comforting hand on his forearm. "She's right," she whispered. "It won't do any good if you starve yourself or at least have a wash." James sighed and nodded tiredly as he stood and gestured for the others to follow. "Don't leave him," he almost pleaded as he passed Bellatrix. "I won't," she promised. "How is he really?" James shrugged. "According to Dumbledore, he's physically as good as can be expected. Magically, they just don't know," he offered apologetically. Bellatrix nodded. "He was amazing," James added with a proud smile. "You were there," Bellatrix growled. James shook his head. "I saw the memory," he explained quickly. "I should have been, though, we all should," he added sadly. "I'd like some time alone with him, please," she requested. James offered a sympathetic smile. He had felt what she was feeling and could relate to it. She needed the reassurance of his breathing and warmth to know that he was still there with her. With those thoughts, he left the hospital wing, granting the young woman some time with the boy. She had no issue with any of these being around Harry, and knew that each of them would protect him with their lives if necessary. She simply needed some time with him, a moment or two to allow her repressed emotions to come forth. The moment she heard the door click shut as the others exited, she sunk into the chair that James had vacated and took a firm grip on Harry's hand. An errant tear slid down her cheek as she took every detail of him in. She would investigate all of the details later. Harry's health was much more important to her. It mattered not how he came to be here, she just needed to know that he would be okay. "You stupid man," she whispered, a little of the anger she felt towards him lining her words. She swallowed that emotion. Now was not the time for such thing. There would be ample of opportunity in the future for her to vent on him for acting this way when he woke. She squeezed his hand tighter, as a few more tears made themselves known. "I understand," she assured his still form. "More than anyone, but you forget how much you are loved, or you just don't know it." She swallowed again. She knew her words were falling on deaf ears, but she felt the need to speak. "I love you, Harry. We all do. But you have to let us help you. What do you think would happen to me or any of us if you were gone?" She shook her head and wiped the tears that fell freely. "You promised me forever, and I plan on holding you to that," she chuckled. Her laughter stopped immediately, her usual serious expression prevailing. "Just come back to me," she begged. "Nothing else matters, I just want you here." She felt tired, exhausted even as she gave his hand a final squeeze, and contented herself with simply staring at him. Her time alone with Harry was shorter than she would have liked, however. Barely an hour had passed when the appearance of Charles, Doria, Arcturus, and those who had been present earlier entered the ward, pulling her from her moment. With a quick wandless spell, she managed to remove the vestiges of tears before she turned to greet them. The elder Potters wore matching looks of concern as they looked upon their grandson, and even her grandfather wore a perturbed look. "How is he?" Doria questioned softly, as she took in the still form of the teen. "The same, I guess," Bellatrix shrugged. Doria nodded as she pulled the girl into a hug, not at all convinced by the brave front she was putting on. "He's strong," she whispered. "He will make it." Bellatrix could only nod, not trusting herself to be able to speak clearly enough to maintain her composure. She was aware of his strength, probably more so than any other. It didn't take long for the others to surround the bed, helped by James, who demonstrated his gift in transfiguration as he conjured several chairs, his eyes not once leaving the seemingly sleeping Harry. What felt like hours later, though it could have been minutes, Dumbledore arrived with the matron in tow, the headmaster looking older and more tired than any had ever seen him. He said nothing and stood away as the woman went about her work, casting diagnostic charms and administering a variety of potions as she shook her head, clearly not pleased at what she was seeing. "What's wrong?" Doria questioned worriedly. The healer sighed as she shook her head. "He is not improving as he should be," she replied morosely. "He seems to be developing a fever, and his body is getting weaker as his magic is trying to replete." The adults in the room became alarmed at the news, and even Lily gasped in horror. "What does that mean?" James demanded urgently. "It means that his own magic will kill him as it gets stronger. His body will be too weak to handle it," Lily sobbed as she gripped the front of his robes tightly. A sound similar to a whimper escaped James' throat as he fought to control himself. "Not like this, Harry, please," he ground out. "What can be done?" Bellatrix inquired, her violet eyes shining with unshed tears. The matron shook her head. "Nothing," she whispered. "I have done all I can, and now it is up to Mr. Potter to do the rest." "So we just sit and wait," Bellatrix hissed furiously. "Bella," Arcturus chided her, his own voice slightly hoarse. "I am sorry, dear," the matron tried. "If I do any more then, it will do more harm than good." Bellatrix nodded and sunk back into her chair, not at all conscious to the fact that she had even stood. A stunned silence seemed to have overcome the majority of the room as none spoke further. Dumbledore had muttered his apologies and left, the man looking much more distraught than when he had entered the room. Remus and Peter both were pale, and in the case of the werewolf, it had nothing to do with the approaching full moon. Both were completely shocked into stillness by the turn of events, neither knowing how to cope. Sirius appeared to be almost blank as Marlene held him as close as can be. His expression said little of what he felt, though his eyes were full of dread, defeat even. Harry was the one that he had no doubt would survive this, and now the reality of war had set in. If Harry wasn't safe, then nobody was. He swallowed a thick lump in his throat as the first tears fell, his vision becoming blurred and watery. He hung his head, the feeling of uselessness overwhelming him. Alice felt lost, out of place and alone in the grief she was feeling. She wished that Frank was there, just to hold her, so she could feel some warmth in the numbness that had overcome her. James could do nothing but shake uncontrollably as he fought back the sobs that threatened to rack his body further. The tears fell freely down his face as he held the redhead in his arms in a death grip, clinging desperately to anything that could give him any kind of comfort. Lily was almost catatonic, unaware of the lack of breathing she was managing in James's arms. She had no words, no coherent thoughts that could make any of this easier or help her in absorbing what was happening in this moment. It felt as though she was in a dream, the most unpleasant one could experience. She could only hope that it was, and that she would wake soon to find everything as it should be. She silently begged for such a thing, begged to wake up in her bed, and all of this one day becoming a faded memory. The older Potters found solace in the arms of the other, neither speaking, both unable to convey their emotions in any way. This boy had walked into their lives out of the blue and had impacted them more than either could ever have imagined. And now, unless a miracle was afoot, it appeared that his foray into this world was to be short-lived. A cruel life for one with so much to give, ended prematurely. Arcturus could only shake his head in disbelief as he internally willed the boy to keep up the fight. He cared for him as though he carried his own name and not that of Potter. He was everything that he wished his own blood could be and more, despite how proud he was of those he had sired. He knew that if Harry were to pass, then Bellatrix would never be the same. It worried him at how close they had become, especially in the circumstances. He knew that it was a possibility that Harry could die, but he had not taken into account his granddaughter and the affect it would have on her. She loved him, it was clear for him to see. And if this ended in tragedy, then Merlin helped those that had taken him from her. It had been many years since the Black Madness had been seen, and the old man couldn't help that another bout was on the horizon should things turn unfavorable. Bellatrix remained in her chair, unmoving except for the circular pattern she traced on the back of Harry's hand, gently willing him to come back to her. Every last one of them will pay. I will take everything they hold dear from them if my Harry does not come back to me, she screamed internally, her rage and despair dominating her inner thoughts. She took a deep breath and attempted to calm herself. She need not react this way, yet. Harry was still here, breathing, and could wake up at any moment. She would not leave his side until he did. To do so was unthinkable. She wanted the first thing he saw when he woke to be her, and she could simply gaze and bask in the emerald brilliance of his eyes, then she could hold him in her arms and never let go. Never let go, she whispered under her breath. It was then that she felt the hand she was lovingly tracing twitch, and her eyes shot to his face in anticipation. Harry, she called, her voice much weaker than she expected. In this moment, however, she did not care how feeble she sounded. The calling of his name had garnered the attention of the rest in the room, and each came closer, hope shining in their eyes amongst the apparent grief. His arm twitched this time, the rest of his body still motionless. Harry, Bellatrix called again encouragingly as she stood and cupped his face in her hands gently. Come on, Harry, please wake up for me. Harry's body suddenly jerked violently once and then he fell still once more as the matron approached, wand in hand and spells already flying towards the boy. What's happening? Bellatrix asked fearfully, her gaze shifting between Harry and the woman. No, no, no. The healer whispered under her breath in disbelief as spell after spell left her wand. Those gathered could only watch in horror as the woman's arm fell limp to her side, and she shook her head in sorrow. He's gone, she mumbled. "No," James roared as he launched forward and grabbed Harry's shoulders, shaking him violently as he did so. Don't you fucking leave me, Harry! Don't you dare do this to me! He wailed as he continued his attempts to rouse the other teen. Charles and Arcturus shot forward and seized him by an arm each, and attempted to wrestle the distraught boy away from Harry. That's my son, you bastards, he screamed. Get your fucking hands off me and let me be with my boy. The fight quickly left his body as he slumped forward, the sobbing and trembling the only indication that he was conscious. Doria stepped forward and began ushering the rest of the teens from the room in an attempt to gain some control of the situation before more could be said that would bring unwanted questions. I'm staying with James, Sirius stated, refusing to be moved. Doria nodded understandingly and continued her efforts, succeeding in removing the clearly shocked from the ward. We need time, she managed to choke out. Just family. The group nodded, but the redhead appeared to have a dozen questions. What did James mean when he said that Harry is his son? She questioned, her tone confused. It's just the grief, my dear, Doria placated weakly, knowing that the girl would not believe it. Lily shook her head, but was cut off from speaking further by Doria. "Now is not the time, Miss Evans," she said firmly. Lily thought better than to argue, as much as she wanted to. The look in the older woman's eyes brokered no discussion on the matter. Doria gave her an apologetic smile and entered the hospital wing once more. Her focus now on how the family were to cope with such a loss. Unwittingly, but completely expected, the tears fell from her own eyes as she finally lost control of her composure. "Where is Bella?" she asked the others. Arcturus could only shake his head. He had seen her calmly kiss Harry on the forehead and disillusion herself, going only she knew where after that. "She will need time," he sighed. "She won't be found unless she wants to be." Break. Bellatrix Black found herself wandering the halls of the castle, her feet working of their own accord whilst her mind was focused on only one thing, Harry. She was in a state of utter disbelief, a mixture of shock, rage, and heartache, none of which were taking precedence within her. She knew not what to do, how to react, or what would happen next. All she did know was that her Harry had been taken from her and that she would never be the same. She loved him more than she ever imagined possible, and the thought of not seeing that infuriating grin he wore or that sparkle in her eyes emptied her very being, leaving her hollow. A void existing because of the absence of that boy. A dry sob forced its way out of her as she entered the classroom on the 3rd floor that they had first met, and she could only sink to the ground as the truth of what had happened set in. Bellatrix Black was not a girl who had ever truly cried before, but here and now, she could not fight the tears that came even if she wanted to. She cried for the loss of her love, she cried at the injustice of him being taken, and she cried for the bleak future she was to face from here on out. She did not want to live this way, not without her Harry. She chuckled darkly, a chuckle which turned into a cackle as she despaired in her misfortune. "Of course, it had to be this way. Why would I deserve something so good?" she whispered, her tears no longer falling. She screamed, whether from anger or grief, she could not be sure. All she knew was that when her shriek finished echoing around the room, she was filled with fury. A fury directed at those who had dared bring her such misery. A fury aimed towards the Dark Lord and those that follow him. They were what had left her so alone in this world. Her anger was also for Harry, for the foolish actions he had taken and without her there to help him, and for leaving her alone in this world. But Harry was already dead, and she loved Harry. No matter what it was he had done, she loved him so. The Dark Lord, however, was very much alive as far as she knew, and so were the fools that followed him. Something within her snapped as she came to a realization. There were only 2 things she now wanted. She wanted them all to suffer the same way she was, and she wanted to be back with her Harry, no matter the cost. She smiled, knowing she could have both. She could avenge her Harry and be with him soon enough. She just needed the opportunity. Instead of emptiness, she found herself full of hope, excitement even, and anticipation. "I'll be with you soon, Harry," she promised as she exited the room with a spring in her step. She had a little planning to do, but then she would strike. The Dark Lord and those who followed him were about to learn that a Bellatrix Black trained by Harry Potter was a dangerous thing. But a Bellatrix Black that had had her Harry taken from her was more than they could comprehend. Break. James was sat in his usual chair within the common, having arrived only a moment ago. It had been decided that Harry's body would be taken to the family home and placed within the crypt, whilst arrangements would be made for his funeral. It had been decided that the death of the boy would not be revealed, as yet to allow the family some time to grieve appropriately before they were inundated with questions that they were not ready to answer. James shook his head and swallowed deeply, his throat raw from all of the crying and shouting he had done. Sirius had opted to seek out Marlene and explain everything as best as he could to those that had witnessed James's outburst. It did now seem completely moot to even attempt keeping them in the dark about Harry's true identity. As it was, James found himself exhausted and not wanting to confront anything, a desire that would be short-lived if the face of a now approaching Lily was anything to go by. He couldn't tell what she was feeling from her expression, but it was clear that she had been crying. All he knew was that he had a lot of explaining to do. She stood in front of him and held his gaze as her already puffy eyes filled with tears once more. He stood and pulled her into his arms so that he could at least absolve some of the grief that she was overcome with, his own frayed strength failing him as she melted into his embrace. They cried for a few moments together, those within the room daring not to question what had caused such a show of emotion between the two. "I need to know what you meant, James," Lily whispered, the clarity in her voice hindered both by fear and hurt. "You said he was your son," she reminded him, her body heaving slightly towards the end of her words. James could only nod as a fresh wave of tears broke free. He needed a moment. Not being able to speak, he did what he could, and he squeezed her tighter to him as he attempted to compose himself enough. This was not a conversation he was ready for, but he doubted he ever would be. He took a deep breath as he took her hand and led her from the common room away from prying eyes. They made it to the 7th floor, and Lily watched in confusion as he paced back and forth in front of a blank expanse of wall, causing a door to appear. He led her inside and took a seat on the bed, pulling her beside him as he did so. He took a moment to absorb the surroundings that he created and sighed as the familiarity of the room settled within him. "This is Harry's room at home," he mumbled, his voice hoarse. Lily nodded and waited patiently for James to speak further. The young man found her eyes with his own, and he smiled weakly. "Harry was my son," he sighed. Lily frowned and shook her head, but James held up a hand to quell any interruption. "It's hard to believe, but I can promise you it is true," he assured her seriously. He dragged a hand through his hair and attempted to find the words to explain in a way that she could understand. "It started the summer before 6th year. I was spending time with Sirius at home when I was summoned to Dumbledore's office. I thought that I was in trouble for something I did at school." He snorted slightly before continuing. "I got there only to be introduced to Harry, a kid my own age that was the double of me, and to be told that he was my son from the future." He chuckled at the memory. "I thought that it was some kind of joke, and that my parents and Dumbledore were trying to teach me a lesson for all the pranks, but they weren't joking. I've never seen my parents so serious before." He sighed again, all traces of humor now absent from his expression. "It wasn't a joke, and I found out this kid had had the worst life imaginable because the me from the future wasn't around for him. I died before he was 2, he explained sadly. Lily was stunned by what she was hearing, the million questions she had running through her mind, not coming forth. "Anyway," James continued, "I was told that he would be staying with us and that we would pretend that we were brothers," he shrugged. "I was okay with that, but I didn't really think about the long term. I only saw the potential of the pranks and how much of a laugh it would be." He snorted again, this time bitterly. "I didn't expect to feel the way I do about him. I didn't expect to see him as my son." "How?" Lily questioned dumbly. James shrugged. "I don't know," he sighed. "I don't understand it myself. All I do know is that Harry James Potter was my son and he's not coming back," he choked. He found himself in the girl's embrace as he broke down once more for the loss of the other boy. "Who was his mother?" Lily questioned as she attempted to push down the feeling of envy she was feeling. She knew that James couldn't be held at fault for what his future self had done. That didn't mean she had to like the idea of him being with someone else so deeply that a child had come of it. She was taken aback by the heartbreak she saw as James met her gaze once more. "He had his mother's eyes, Lily," he whispered. Lily choked back another sob as she was hit by the realization. All of the strange feelings she had felt towards Harry from the moment she had met him making themselves known once more. Only this time she was not confused. The only thing she felt was pain and loss. "Me," she whispered in disbelief. The reply she got was another tear breaking free from the boy as he nodded, his eyes now full of sorrow. All she could do was cry with him for their loss. She had so many questions, but none she wanted to ask for the moment. Instead, she allowed a new sense of grief to wash over her as she once again found herself in his arms. They stayed this way for an inordinate amount of time before she pulled away, a hollowness within her chest. "Why didn't you tell me?" she asked calmly, though she was feeling anything but that. "What happened to us for him to be on his own?" "What could I say?" James replied. "Oh, hi, Lily, you hate me right now, but this is our son from the future." Lily huffed in frustration. "I don't know, James," she fired back irritably, "but I had a right to know." James nodded. "I'm sorry," he offered sincerely. "We both died in his time, Lily. Voldemort came for us and left him an orphan." This itself explained a lot of why Harry had turned out the way he was. He was fiercely protective and had a lot of hate towards the man without even seemingly having anything to do with him. It all began to make sense now. Lily shook her head. "Is Harry the reason you wanted to be with me?" James frowned and took her hands in his own. "I wanted to be with you from the moment I saw you," he answered. "Long before Harry came along, it was you that wasn't interested," he pointed out. Lily sighed. "I know," she conceded. "It just feels like all of this is kind of convoluted for some reason," she added in a whisper. James nodded his understanding. "I always wanted you, Lily. You were always the girl I wanted to be with, and I can admit, before Harry came along, I wasn't right for you. I was an arse, and having Harry around made me grow up a lot. He made me want to be a better person, and he made me realize that you deserved better than what I was." Lily shook her head. "I always liked you for some reason," she admitted, causing James to smile. "Most of the time, I really didn't want to. You were arrogant, childish, and even a bully at times, but there was always something about you. I could see there was more to you, and you showed me that when he came along. You grew up, James, but was it because of him, or is this the person you really are?" "A lot of it is because of Harry," he agreed. "But this really is me," he assured her as he took her hands once more. "I do believe you," she finally responded. "But this is a lot to take in. I've lost one of the most important people in my life today, and then I find out all of this," she continued sadly. "I know, and I am sorry," James tried. Lily nodded. "I know, James, but I think I need some time. I need some time to take this all in and just deal with it." "I understand," James replied, his chest tightening considerably. "I love you," she reminded him before kissing him gently on the cheek. "Please don't forget that." James could say nothing as he watched Lily Evans walk away, leaving him even more heartbroken. Lily herself couldn't comprehend what it was she was feeling, but everything she had ever felt for Harry was now falling into place. The protectiveness, the way she cared for him, and the way she felt for him without anything other than affection, all now easily discernible from what was once uncertainty and confusion. None of this, however, compared to the sense of loss, the emptiness that could be filled by nothing other than having Harry Potter back in her life. She decided that she needed some air, just some time to mull things over, and with a little luck, she would be able to put everything into perspective, though more than a small part of her wished to wake within her bed, this having all been an awful yet strange dream. Break. It didn't take Sirius long to locate Remus and the others that had been in the hospital wing as Harry had passed on. It did, however, take an agonizing amount of time to fill them all in of the details of what had happened since the day the other Potter had arrived. All of the teens seemed to be in too much shock to ask many questions, something that Sirius was grateful for as he too was in no mood for talking. The only thing he kept to himself was the identity of Harry's mother, though he did not expect that to remain hidden for long. "I can't believe he is gone," Remus whispered sadly. "We have to keep it to ourselves, for now," Sirius reiterated. "Aunt Doria and Uncle Charles were clear on that." The others nodded in agreement, none still truly believing anything that had happened this day. Peter simply sat, his state almost catatonic as he cried silently for his friend, already missing his presence. Before Harry had come along, his future had been uncertain as he himself was uncertain in himself. But Harry had changed that. He had been the first one to embed a feeling of worthiness in the smallest marauder. He had been the one to assure his place amongst them when his self-doubt had been at its worst. The others had agreed with every word that the green-eyed boy had said, but it will always be Harry that made that happen for him. Even Marlene and Alice felt the sting of his loss, though they had spent the least time around him. They always knew that there was something special about Harry, and he had proven it time and time again throughout the time that had known him and spent time in his company. He always had a way of making the difficult appear easy, and always filled them with the confidence that they too could believe beyond what they deemed their capabilities. He pushed them in more ways than they thought possible, but he did so in a way that only encouraged them further, and the grin they received when he proved himself right in his faith in them was as irritating as it was endearing. Both the young women would miss him. They would miss that smile. They would miss the way he tousled his already messy hair when he was frustrated, but most of all, they would miss the laughter that he would elicit within their group. Remus wept at the absence of a member of his pack, the wolf within him too surprisingly subdued considering the full moon was nigh. Ordinarily, by this point in the lunar cycle, the wolf would be packing, feral, and salivating with the impending freedom. This time, however, was different. This time the wolf was content with his usual isolation. The wolf was aware that his foray into the world tonight would not be a pleasant one. The wolf was of course correct in its prediction. That very night, the entire grounds of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry played host to a werewolf, not an angry wild beast as one would expect, but a werewolf mourning. If any were to listen closely enough, the melancholic howls of despair could be heard emitting from the forbidden forests as the wolf bade its loss for the world to hear. Even to those that would condemn such a creature for his condition, the pain of loss was prevalent. There was no anger in the sound, only regret, something that none would believe possible of one considered so dark. Break. Rudolphus Lestrange rolled his wand between his fingers as he contemplated his next move. He knew that his time was limited in which he could act, until Potter inevitably returned from wherever he was. Despite his own confidence in his abilities, he was not keen on finding himself on the other end of the wand of the younger teen. He had experienced humiliation and agony enough times at his hands. The others he was confident he could handle with no issues. With the extra training he had been having with the Dark Lord and several of his higher-level Death Eaters, it was highly unlikely himself or his brother could be bested by any of them. He, however, was not about risk his life unnecessarily. He knew they were all capable in their own ways, and he did not want to be caught off guard by anything, not when he could give himself such an advantage. The Slytherin way, he decided aloud with a smirk. They can't defend themselves from what they don't see, he added as looked upon his invisibility cloak. Break. Harry Potter opened his eyes, only to blink rapidly as he took in his surroundings. The place he found himself was strangely scentless, soundless and colorless, everything in sight being black or gray and flickering as though he was in a distorted silent movie. With considerable effort, he managed to push himself to his feet and take in his surroundings with a little more clarity. The black and gray prevailed as far as his eyes could see. The grass beneath his bare feet that should be lush and green following suit in the dreariness. Hills, rolling hills at that, all the way to the horizon, an inordinate distance away. If it weren't for the small, dilapidated cottage and neighboring, almost offensively white tree, the teen would be worried that he had been deposited in a barren and lifeless land. With a shrug, he began strolling towards the only sign of civilization, a frown marring his features as he attempted to piece together his final moments before arriving here. He remembered his duel with Tom clearly and his final burst of magic as he attempted to end the Dark Lord, and then nothing. The darkness had engulfed him and brought him here. He reached the tree and attempted to trail his fingers down the bark, needing to feel assured that it was truly there. However, his hand met nothing, although the thing itself called to him, almost begging for his touch. His frown deepened as he turned away and began the walk to the cottage, glancing over his shoulder at the elusive wooden behemoth, ignoring the call to continue his efforts to make contact. The gate he found yielding. Though it did not call to him in the same manner, he almost expected it to resist his desire to open it, to frustrate him further. The clang of the metal as he pulled the catch and the ominous creaking of the hinges that followed as he pushed it open did very little to comfort him as he expected. If anything, it drew a weariness from within him as he crossed the threshold into the overgrown garden as a sense of not belonging filled him. It was not dread of fear that caused him pause, but the unknown beyond. He had found himself in many such situations throughout his years, but none with this depth of foreboding, none where he felt so insignificant, and none where he had felt such vulnerability. He was acutely aware that he had no means of defending himself, no wand in which to speak of, and not even a thread of clothing to adorn him. Whatever brought him here wanted him defenseless, and whatever brought him here was the master of this place, wherever here was. He steeled himself as he reached the door and prepared for his inevitable next move, his bold tendencies from his younger days having never truly been curbed. His louder-than-necessary knock echoed throughout the innards of the building, the eerie silence prevailing once more after the final note had faded. He held his breath unconsciously as he waited for a sign of life from within. A sudden raising of his eyebrows followed as he heard what appeared to be a chair scraping across a floor and footsteps begin, almost reverently coming ever closer to where he stood as though the person they belonged to was savoring this moment. A sudden rattling of chains lasted but a second before the door opened, revealing a faceless figure shrouded in black smoke. "Ah, Peveril, please do come in," the thing wheezed, as it gestured for Harry to enter, allowing him passage by stepping to the side. Harry did so, choosing to ignore the strange way in which he had been addressed. The inside of the cottage was just as neglected as the outside, and resembled more of an abandoned shack than any other dwelling imaginable. It was sparsely furnished, and everything that was there was broken in some way. The shadowy figure entered and took a seat on a chair with a leg missing, surprising Harry that it managed to stay upright. The figure said nothing, and contented itself with seemingly staring at the teen, something that quickly made Harry uncomfortable as he couldn't be certain that the creature was looking in his direction. Despite his discomfort, Harry found his tongue. "Why am I here?" The thing tilted its head, and Harry could feel that it was smirking at him. "You are here because I willed it," it replied flatly. "You are here because we have a problem, Peveril." Harry shook his head, no longer able to ignore the name the creature was using. "Peveril, my name is Harry Potter," he pointed out. "I know the name your line has chosen," the thing spat. "But to me, you will always be Peveril. You cannot hide from me with a foolish change of name." Harry sighed as he dragged a hand through his hair, completely dumbfounded by the situation he found himself in. "And why is it you brought me here?" he questioned, his tone laced with annoyance. The figure stood and turned its back towards him. "You are here because I had need of words with you. You are here because you defied fate herself. Although she applauds you for such a feat, her ire has been provoked, and her respect did nothing to abate her anger with you." "Then why did fate herself not summon me?" Harry questioned irritably. The creature let out a humorless laugh. "Foolish boy, only those with the eye can convene with her, something that you completely lack," the figure responded with equal irritation its voice. Harry frowned. "Seers," he questioned. "Not completely stupid, are you, Peveril?" "Yes, seers. The vessels in which fate selects to be her word within your land." "Then who the hell are you?" Harry bit back, his irritation growing further. He could feel the thing smirking once more. "I am a different entity altogether, though closely linked with fate. Those of your plane refer to me as Death, though my job involves nothing of the sort. I merely collect the souls of those that pass from your world into ours," it finished with a shrug. Harry felt his blood run cold at the revelation. "So I'm dead." Another humorless laugh erupted from the creature as it shook his head. "No, I have simply borrowed your soul for a time so that we could convene. Fate selects her vessels as did I over a millennium ago. You can convene with me because you are a Peveril. Your relationship with me is the same as a seer would be with fate," it explained bitterly. Hearing that he wasn't truly dead did little to relax the teen. "So you chose my ancestors to be your vessels?" he asked, his confusion growing more so. Death shook its head again. "In a way, yes, but it is more accurate to say that your line chose me when I was needed most." The figure held up a shadowy hand to stall any further questions. "Allow me to explain," Death sighed. "Then you will understand how it is that you came to be here." Harry nodded and waited, though he doubted any words could clear his confusion. "The story told amongst your own people would have you believe that 3 brothers cheated me of their souls, and for such trickery, I gifted them a powerful heirloom each, of my own creation," he began, his tone bitter. He laughed in disbelief. "Such a story is merely a fabrication of what truly happened. I cannot be tricked, for every soul that comes into being will one day be mine." Harry swallowed deeply at the certainty of the words spoken. Now, these 3 brothers did exist, Peveril's, just as you yourself stand before me, but that is the only similarity you will find in the truth of what happened. Death began to pace back and forth, though it was not a restless packing. "It was not much longer than a millennium ago that war ravaged the lands in which you call home. War itself is profitable for me as my collection of souls grow more the longer such conflict exists. It is not, however, profitable for everyone. Fate in particular has an aversion to such a thing and will usually choose a champion to end it for her. This time was different. This time, it was those of your kind that took the needed steps to end the war, and just like you, they themselves defied fate." Harry nodded to demonstrate he was following so far. "This is where your ancestors come into it," Death revealed. "They created a ritual in which they willingly sacrificed their very souls to bring peace to the land, a ritual that brought them here to me." Harry's eyebrows rose as he pondered such a thing. Death continued to pace. "How, as I explained, it is not my job to end life, only to collect the souls of those that have passed, and that is where things became complicated. Magic itself granted their wish for peace, though even for such a thing as magic, intervention on a plane not ours is not possible. Instead, as the souls sacrificed would become mine, as it should be, I was tasked with bringing the bartered peace. I myself, as fate and magic, also cannot interfere directly with your world. It is not our duty to do so. Subsequently, a deal was made between myself and your line." Harry found himself once again uncomfortable. The feeling of a deal of sorts with Death did not bode well. "I gifted the line with my own magic and gave each an item of power, the tools that would be more than sufficient to end the war that had befallen your lands. One received a wand powerful enough to win any open battle. The second, a cloak of true invisibility where subterfuge would prevail where open battle could not, and the third received a stone capable of raising an army of the mightiest warriors past to ensure their success." Harry shook his head in disbelief. "The deal itself was simple and agreed with yours. They were to come to me willingly and surrender their souls as promised once peace again reigned. Their souls and my gifts were to return to me immediately. That, however, did not happen," Death continued angrily. "Each were corrupted with the power they wielded and defied me, instead of handing himself over as promised. The first brother sought power using the wand, only to join me very shortly after his quest began. He boasted of the prowess of the wand and found himself murdered in his sleep," Death explained gleefully. "The second believed that he could resurrect the soul of his past lover and found nothing but misery as she sapped him of every ounce of magic he possessed. Oh, he was powerful, but magic such as that comes at a price, the price this time being his sanity. He too joined me quickly after he took his own life, but not before hurling my stone into the river in his addled state." "What about the third brother?" Harry inquired, enraptured by the story being told. "The third defied me most of all," Death growled. "Instead of sacrificing his soul and returning my cloak, he used it to flee from me, only handing his soul over as he reached a very old age. He gifted the cloak to his son, who in turn gifted it to his own, and so on until it found itself in your possession, Peveril." Harry felt a chill pass through him at the icy tone the creature had adopted, and the realization at what was being not so subtly implied. "That, however, is inconsequential as things stand," the cloaked figure continued. "The problem we have now is you, though it is not only me you have defied, but fate herself." Harry frowned. "The time jump," Death hissed in frustration. "You're